Upon awakening, Xia Yu found himself bound to a system designed to rescue male supporting characters. The system revealed that this world was, in fact, a narrative featuring two male protagonists who mercilessly confront and retaliate against antagonists. The lead male, whom Xia Yu had secretly admired for many years, was a childhood friend, while the other lead was his detested half-brother, a product of a scandalous affair. As for Xia Yu, he was merely a foolishly self-destructive cannon fodder, initially tormenting the lead male's counterpart with relentless humiliation, only to be met with a devastating downfall. Chapter 1. Is my brother back? Beep. Incorrect password. Beep. Incorrect password. Beep. Incorrect password. Before an opulent villa, a young man clad in a white tracksuit pressed the code thrice, each time met with an error. On his final attempt, the door locked itself entirely. Meow. The golden short-haired cat nestled in his arms sensed its owner's growing gloom and, after a brief struggle, succumbed to being petted, remaining still in trepidation. Xia Yu gazed at the firmly shut door, a wry smile forming on his lips. Why didn't they notify me about the password change? I can't get in. Juzi, what should I do? Meow. Juzi obediently nestled, its round eyes cast towards its companion. A pure white Maine Coon perched atop a nearby suitcase, as if pleading for help, sensing its owner's rising displeasure. It's so hot. You go down first. He bent down and set the cat down, the little creature scampering behind the suitcase. In July, the capital was sweltering under the sun, and after waiting outside for a considerable time, Xia Yu was drenched in sweat. Being particularly sensitive to heat, his irritation was nearing its peak. He took out his phone and summoned a locksmith, settling down beside a flower bed to await his arrival. 15 minutes later, the locksmith arrived, toolbox in hand. Hello, did you call for locksmith services? Yes, Xia Yu stood, smiling as he nodded. I haven't been back for a while and forgot the password. Could you help me pry it open? The locksmith scrutinized him for a moment, hesitating. Are you the owner here? Of course, he pointed at the surveillance camera by the door. Everything is recorded. Just help me unlock it, and you won't face any issues. In broad daylight, his attire and appearance did not suggest any malintent. After verifying his identity, the locksmith began to work, simultaneously promoting his services. This type of lock will be destroyed once removed, and you'll need a new one. Luckily, I brought the latest model with the highest security. Would you like me to install it as well? It's just a tad expensive. Sure, go ahead. Great. The locksmith's enthusiasm surged. Standing by, Xia Yu suddenly inquired, Can you electrify the lock? Electrify? Yes. Zap anyone who inputs the wrong password. Not quite like that. Just enough to scare them away. I specialize in unlocking, not electrifying. If you want electricity involved, you might need to replace the door and hire a professional. But that's far too dangerous. If the voltage isn't managed correctly, you could end up electrocuting someone, even a burglar, and you'd still bear legal responsibility. Oh, never mind. I was just speaking whimsically. The locksmith, recognizing the heightened security concerns of residents in such neighborhoods, chuckled reassuringly. Your community seems quite secure. I had to register and take a photo to enter. If you're really worried, you might consider hiring 2 bodyguards. All right, I'll think about it. Half an hour later, after the lock was replaced, Xia Yu settled the payment, grasping the suitcase and ushering in his 2 cats, Star. As night fell, a black chauffeur-driven car halted before the Xia family villa. 2 masked young men disembarked, one slightly shorter standing aside as the other retrieved a suitcase from the trunk. They exchanged laughter as they walked side by side. Beep. Incorrect password. Entering the usual code, the electronic voice indicated an error, leaving Xia Wanqing momentarily stunned as he re-entered it. Beep. Incorrect password. How can this be? He furrowed his brow in confusion. Beside him, Chu Lan heard the notification. Did you forget it? No. The lock must be malfunctioning. Perhaps ask your uncle or aunt if they changed the password. Oh, right. Xia Wanqing pulled out his phone, preparing a call. Click. The door swung open from within. He stared at the unfamiliar middle-aged woman clad in an apron, utterly bewildered. Who are you? The woman appraised him coolly, then turned and headed towards the kitchen. Who is that? He was thoroughly baffled. Is she the new housekeeper my mother hired? A flicker of recognition sparked in Chu Lan's mind, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Seizing the moment of Xia Wanqing's distraction, he pulled him inside, following into the kitchen. Auntie, who are you? Meow. The Maine Coon lounging on the living room sofa lifted its head lazily, meowing before returning to its slumber. Ah, how can there be a cat? Xiao Wanqing, who had always feared cats, yelped and hid behind Chulan. Whose cat is this? How'd he get in? What are you yelling about? The woman re-emerged from the kitchen, stirring a pot with an annoyed frown. Young master is still adjusting to the time difference. Don't wake him with your shouting, he froze. Young master? Chulan glanced upstairs and asked, Aunt Lu, has Xia Yu returned? Aunt Lu? Lan Gu. Do you know her? Lu Ling cast a cursory glance at him, affirming with a grunt before advising. Keep your voice down. The young master has a terrible temper when he wakes up. With that, she disappeared back into the kitchen. Xiao Wanqing tugged at Chu Lan's sleeve. Lan Gu, who on earth is she? She used to be the Xia family's housekeeper, coming from the port city specifically to care for Xia Yu's needs. 4 years ago, when Xia Yu went abroad for studies, she returned to the port city. Her return now signifies that Xia Yu has come back as well. He stood in stunned silence for a moment. My brother is back? Yes, and that cat likely belongs to him. Chu Lan's tone carried a hint of sympathy as he patted Xiao Wanqing's shoulder. If you're afraid of cats, perhaps you should stay in the company dormitory for a while. Xiao Wanqing pressed his lips together. I'm not that afraid. If he comes back, I'll just move out. It might make him think too much. But never mind, I only have a couple of days before I have to record program again, so I won't be staying long. Oh, what might Xia Yu think? Chu Lan found himself perplexed, though his focus was elsewhere. He simply wanted to leave quickly. Let me help you carry your suitcase upstairs so you can rest early. Thank you, Lan Gu. Chu Lan instinctively lightened his movements, carrying the suitcase upstairs. Click! As they reached the second floor, a door that hadn't been opened in years creaked ajar. Xia Yu, clad in a black silk nightgown and holding Juzi, stood at the threshold, his hair disheveled and a look of sleepy bewilderment gracing his exquisite features. Meow! Juzi suddenly leaped from his arms, bounding toward the staircase. Ah! Xiao Wanqing yelped, stepping back in surprise. However, as he did, he misstepped and tumbled backward, rolling down until he finally came to a halt at a corner, emitting a pained wail. Oh, that hurts. Wanqing. Chu Lan hurriedly rushed down, crouching to assist him. Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? Ugh. Lan Gu. He cradled his bumped forehead, his voice tinged with a faint whimper. It hurts so much. Is it broken? Should we go to the hospital? No, just my forehead hit. It really hurts. Xia Yu gazed down at the two from his elevated position, a hint of amusement brightening his eyes. Indeed, he would reward Juzi with an extra serving of fish tonight. Chapter 2. What is that big brother making such a fuss about again? Lu Ling emerged once more, her impatience palpable. I've already told you to keep your voice down. Don't disturb the young master's slumber. Young master, have you awakened? Did you rest well? Initially irritable, her demeanor transformed into one of maternal affection upon spotting Xia Yu on the upper floor. Dinner will be ready shortly, and I've prepared all your favorite dishes. He descended the stairs with measured steps, pausing momentarily as he passed by Chu Lan. In a gentle tone, he asked, Brother, would you care to join me for dinner? Despite the warmth in his voice and the endearing address, Chu Lan felt a chill run down his spine. He almost relinquished his hold on Xiao Wanqing, who was leaning against him. Brother, it hurts. Xiao Wanqing clung tightly to him. I want to eat. I'll take Wanqing to the hospital, he urged, eager to leave. I'm fine. No need for the hospital, Xiao Wanqing interjected softly. It seemed that only now did Xia Yu notice the person in his arms. Her glassy eyes laced with confusion. Who is this? Xiao Wanqing sniffled, calling out quietly, brother. This left him even more perplexed. Brother? You're calling me? Yes. Xia Yu, this is Wanqing, your half-brother, Chu Lan clarified. Oh, such a big brother. Greetings, it's a pleasure to meet you. I forgot to bring you a gift, Xia Yu replied. Silence enveloped them. Chu Lan refrained from speaking, while Xiao Wanqing, overwhelmed by pain, could not find the words. Sensing the tension, Xia Yu continued down the stairs. Aunt Ling, do we have any medicine at home? My brother just fell, and it seems serious. Please see if you can find something for bruises. Oh, Lu Ling responded as she brought 4 dishes and a soup to the table, muttering in a voice loud enough for all to hear. At this age, falling down the stairs, what a nuisance. And still doesn't he know to seek out medicine. Truly thinks he yes, some pampered young master. Her sharp, sardonic remarks echoed like a third-rate villain from a novel, tormenting the protagonist. Xiao Wanqing tightened his grip on Chu Lan's sleeve, biting his lip. Brother, I'm really fine. Could you help me back to my room? Are you truly all right? He shook his head, holding back the pain. I just need to lie down for a bit. Very well, I'll assist you upstairs. Once they reached the upper floor, Lu Ling, who had been rummaging through the television cabinet, paused. Young master, I cannot find the medicine cabinet. Seated at the dining table, Xia Yu leisurely sipped his soup. If you can't find it, then don't worry. My brother doesn't seem to need it. After rolling down half a flight of stairs, he is still lively, quite resilient. All right then, do these two young masters wish to dine? She inquired, pointing at the two kittens snuggled on the sofa. Juzi will receive 2 fish treats as a reward. But as for Yuzi, let's sulk and go hungry. Oh, Juzi meowed in surprise, delighted by the unexpected reward. Meanwhile, Yuzi, already silent, became even more dejected, curling up into a ball, looking utterly pitiful. Chulan did not remain upstairs for long before descending. Meeting Xia Yu's gaze, he hesitated briefly and spoke softly. It was only after a year abroad that Uncle Xia brought Aunt Zhao and Wanqing back. Xia Yu nodded with a smile. I'm aware. As he recalled the past, a sense of dread enveloped him, reminiscent of the fears that had haunted his childhood. He hurriedly declared, I must take my leave. Very well. Once I adjust to the time difference, I shall treat you to a meal, brother. With a light-hearted chuckle, he bid farewell and departed in haste, as if pursued by some ferocious beast. After attending to the meal of the oranges, Lu Ling approached quietly, remarking, Young Master Chulan shares quite an amicable relationship with that illegitimate child. Many online are fervently shipping their pairing. Xia Yu regarded her with a half-smile. Aunt Ling, you are quite in vogue, even aware of contemporary pairings. Well, since you and the young lady have gone abroad, I've found myself with idle time upon returning to Hong Kong, so I indulge in youthful amusements to avoid being left behind by society. Indeed, splendid. Young master, how long will you be staying this time? Is the young lady not back yet? She has gone on another honeymoon. I am uncertain how long I shall remain. It depends on circumstances. Ah, how wonderful. The young lady has finally found a worthy partner. I hope she finds enduring happiness. A mix of comfort and sorrow washed over her. She had once believed that after marrying your father, he would cherish such a remarkable wife. Yet, before you had even reached your first birthday, he had fathered an illegitimate child. Honestly, had it not been for your sake, your grandfather would have long since dismantled the Xia family. Xia Yu smiled faintly. Young master, since you have returned, it would be prudent to secure the family assets before departing. Had it not been for your grandfather's support, the Xia family would have crumbled long ago. Where would the current glory be? Your father, lacking gratitude, engaged in infidelity, and the elder Mr. and Mrs. Xia turned a blind eye, allowing him to bring back the mistress and the child, changing their surname to Xia. I see their intentions are to usurp your inheritance, which you must not permit. He dared not oppose her words. I merely wish to remind you, young master, you are so innocent and kind-hearted, easily swayed. Do not let them deceive you. What is rightfully yours, do not relinquish even a fraction, understood? Understood. Concern gnawed at Lu Ling, who had watched him grow up, his innocence and naivety making her apprehensive. She resolved to convey a warning to Hong Kong. Young master, once you finish eating, please retire upstairs to adjust to the time difference. Very well. As Xia Yu ascended the stairs, he glanced at the forlorn orange. Aunt Ling, please feed it a bit of cat food later, not too much, as it has recently been neutered and cannot eat much. Understood. Meow. The orange nudged its despondent companion, hopped off the sofa, and followed its master upstairs. Summer Wanqing lay upon the bed, nursing several bruises alongside a bump on his forehead, discomfort radiating through him, prompting a sense of grievance to surge forth. He reached for his phone to call his mother. At that moment, Zhao Jie, entwined with Xia Lang's arm, navigated through a bustling banquet, feeling her phone vibrate. She murmured softly, stepping away to answer. Hello? Ching Ching? Mother, he mumbled. What is it? Xia Yu has returned. Xia Yu? Zhao Jie paused for a few seconds before comprehending. He is back? Yes, he changed the locks and brought back 2 cats. One of them caused me to tumble down the stairs. It hurts so much. Her heart sank. What? You fell down the stairs? Did you injure your bones? Have you gone to the hospital? I am unscathed, merely a bump on my forehead. Mother, when will you return? It may be after 11. What about Alan? Did you not go to the performance together? Did he not accompany you back? Perhaps you should summon him to attend to you. He mentioned family matters. Speaking of this, Xia Yu felt a pang of grievance. Just moments ago, Chulan had helped him up without even offering to check for other injuries, and seeing him struggle to move. He did not suggest staying behind to care for him, but hastily left, faster than a rabbit. Zhao Jie yearned to return immediately, yet the gala would not conclude promptly. Ching, mother truly cannot leave. Can you manage on your own? He pouted slightly. I'm fine. Mother, you attend to your duties. Please send me a message when you return, and I will come down and let you in. All right, you rest for now. I shall hang up. Yes, goodbye. Upon noticing her worried expression, Xiao Lang furrowed his brow. What is the matter? Xiao Yu has returned, bringing back a cat that caused Ching to trip downstairs. I am uncertain about the extent of the injuries. Xiao Yu has returned? When did she arrive? Zhao Jie clenched her fists. She must have arrived around noon. Why was there no prior notice? Xiao Lang glanced at his watch. He had seen nearly all the necessary individuals. Let us depart for home. Indeed. Chapter 3 Ding. Congratulations on binding the male supporting character rescue system. The couple departed the gala early. Zhao Jie remained silent throughout the journey. Upon arriving home, he attempted to enter the password, only to be met with an error, prompting him to speak. Xiao Yu has changed the lock. Xiao Lang looked at him with some dissatisfaction. You replaced the lock last year and never informed me of the password? A twinge of bitterness filled her heart as she softly replied, I do not have his contact information. Did you not inform him? I was too busy and forgot. TSK, why do we not set the lock to the original password? Who would want the lock at home to bear the birthday of the previous mistress as the code? Is Ching not at home? Haven't come down to open the door. I will send him a message. 5 minutes later, Xiao Wangking, dragging his pained body down the stairs upon seeing the two, felt a lump in his throat. Father, mother, why have you returned so soon? Ching, Zhao Jie, gazing at his bruised forehead, tenderly cradled his face. How did you sustain such a severe injury? Mother will take you to the hospital. There is no need for that. It is merely a bump. Xiao Wangking allowed her to inspect, casting furtive glances at Xiao Lang, who frequently looked upstairs, a hint of melancholy and resentment flickering in his eyes. Be more cautious when descending the stairs in the future. Xiao Lang, while changing his shoes, inquired, Where's your brother? He is upstairs adjusting to the time difference. Oh, has he eaten? I have not. Has your brother eaten? He has. Xiao Lang nodded. Jie, please prepare something for him to eat. Zhao Jie suppressed the ache within her heart. Very well. Meow. Lu Ling emerged from the nanny's room, holding a pomelo, and upon seeing those standing in the living room, greeted them with a simple, summer Mr. Xia. Xiao Lang was momentarily taken aback. Lu Jie, what brings you here? She forced a smile. The young master has grown accustomed to my care. The nanny you hired has been dismissed. Oh, then you may stay. Xiao Yu has always enjoyed your cooking. As the current lady of the house, Zhao Jie found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. The housekeeper she had hired, who had been with them for 3 years, had abruptly resigned without a word. Gritting her teeth, she forced a smile and addressed Lu Jie. Is that you? Ching hasn't had dinner. Could you prepare something for her? Lu Ling appraised her with a dismissive glance, replying, I'm afraid my duties revolve solely around my young master. I'm not hungry, so there's no need to trouble Aunt Lu. Xiao Wanqing interjected, displaying remarkable understanding. Zhao Jie bit her lip, glancing at Xiao Lang, hoping he might speak up. Yet his thoughts were solely occupied with his older brother, Xia Yu. Lu Jie, has Xia Yu gone to sleep? Yes. But please keep your voices down. If he wakes up, he will be displeased. Understood. Xiao Lang's desire to converse with his son, whom he had not seen for many years, dissipated. Jie, please fetch some medicine to help Ching with her forehead. Got it. You should go rest upstairs. The expansive living room was left with only the mother and daughter. Zhao Jie retrieved the medicine box and began to tend to Xiao Wanqing's injury. As she applied the ointment, tears began to flow uncontrollably. With a sigh, Xiao Wanqing reached out to wipe her mother's tears away. Mom, fine. It's just a minor injury. How could your father act this way? Zhao Jie cried, overwhelmed with emotion. He owes so much to Xia Yu. Doesn't that make you a son too? Xia Yu caused you to fall so hard. and he shows no concern, only caring whether Xia Yu has eaten. How much humiliation have we endured because of him? And now we are still being ridiculed. Mom, it was my fault for not standing firm. That was also due to his cat. Knowing your fear of them, he deliberately brought two back with him. Don't overthink it. He has never seen me, and doesn't he know I'm afraid of cats? Wiping her tears, Zhao Jie continued. The moment he returned, he changed the locks and dismissed the housekeeper I hired, clearly targeting us. That Lu Jie carries herself with such arrogance, utterly disregarding me as the lady of the house. Mom, please don't be upset, Xiao Wanqing said, feeling a pang of distress. After shedding a few more tears and venting her emotions, she finally stood up. I'll make you a bowl of noodles. Eat and then rest. Tomorrow, we'll visit the hospital. I truly am fine. I'm still worried. All right then. In the second-floor bedroom, Xia Yu leaned against the headboard, engrossed in a film on his tablet while petting Juzi, who had been sleeping all afternoon and was now wide awake. Suddenly, the phone on the bedside table emitted a series of beeps. He cast a fleeting glance at it before returning to his movie. The incessant beeping persisted, automatically disconnecting several times before finally quieting down. A notification pinged, prompting him to pick up the phone and view the message, which chillingly read, "Answer the call." Xia Yu snorted in amusement, promptly blocking the number before tossing the phone aside and turning off the light to lie down. Meow? Juzi, perplexed, wondered why everything had suddenly gone dark. Be quiet. It's time for bed. Meow. Make another sound, and I'll break your legs. The little kitten fell silent, acutely aware that its unfortunate companion had lost its dignity as a male cat for being too vocal. After tossing and turning for a while, sleepiness finally overcame Xia Yu. In a semi-conscious state, a slightly juvenile electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations on binding the male supporting character rescue system. Gradually, he opened his eyes. What system? It is the male supporting character rescue system. The system detected his inner thoughts and, with a hint of arrogance, repeated them. What is this? Ding. Host binding successful. The transmission of the narrative commences. Xia Yu felt a surge of electricity coursing through his mind, flooding him with a plethora of memories, both foreign and familiar. The system. Somewhat perplexed, inquired, Host, have you completed the reception of the narrative? Why are you so composed? Do you not have any questions? He squinted slightly and asked, How is it that you are bound to me? You are the canon fodder male supporting character in this world, and I am here specifically to save you. Save me? How? The system, possessing the first host, expressed its excitement, failing to perceive the playful undertone in his voice. With fervor, it proclaimed, Just as the memories I transmitted to you indicate, you are a supporting character in a tale of two male leads, where you are destined to be the cannon fodder. The protagonist, Gong, is your childhood crush, Chulan, while the protagonist, Shou, is your illegitimate brother, Xia Wanqing. In the early stages, you mercilessly humiliate him, only to be met with dire consequences later. Our Time Management Bureau advocates for love and peace. Thus, I have been dispatched to prevent your self-destruction and alter your tragic fate. Xia Yu curled his lips in amusement. The Time Management Bureau sent you? Well, not exactly sent. The program automatically detects the character components of small worlds and assigns suitable systems accordingly. Your resentment as a male supporting character was too great, hence my automatic binding to you. Rest assured, as long as you follow my guidance, you shall live a long and prosperous life. Oh, and what must I do? The system, exuding confidence, placed its hands on its hips and declared, as a supporting character, you must embody the essence of one. The fundamental rule for survival is to adopt a laid-back approach. Treat the protagonist Shou with kindness, steer clear of the protagonist Gong, and never seek to bully the main character. Always remember, supporting characters can never surpass the protagonists. But you arrived a tad too late, just hours ago. I pushed Xia Wanqing down the stairs, right in front of Chulan. What? Can't you access my memories? The newly activated system faltered, being only a level 1. It knew the narrative, but lacked the authority to retrieve the host's memories. Why are you silent now? Have you run out of power? This is disastrous. I have arrived too late. You have already embarked on the path of self-destruction. In the narrative, it was precisely because the male supporting character pushed the protagonist show down the stairs that he became despised, leading to his gradual corruption and ultimate demise at the hands of the charming protagonist Show and his admirers. How could it have missed this crucial moment? Sensing the system's panic, Xia Yu feigned anxiety. He must surely harbor resentment towards me by now. What to do? Chapter 4. Why is this host so indecisive? The system, in a flurry of distress, suggested, why not apologize to the protagonist Show? Bring him some medicine, explain that it was unintentional, and plead for his forgiveness. Must I be so humble? For the sake of survival, what's wrong with being a bit humble? While there's still time to amend your mistakes, hurry. I don't want to go. No, you must go. You cannot disregard my instructions. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. I have one more question for you. Ask away. Xia Yu languidly turned, his eyes glimmering with a shadowy light hidden in the darkness. What tier of system are you? Tier 3. The system blurted out. Feeling a hint of embarrassment, I just came online. This is my first task. I will be upgraded soon. 3 levels? That's the lowest rank. I will improve. How dare you allow me to assist you? Huh? It was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the implication. Xia Yu yawned, closed her eyes, and said, Stop making noise. I need to sleep. No, host, you have yet to apologize to the protagonist. Be quiet, or I might consider self-harm. The system fell silent, aware that the Temporal Management Bureau mandated that if the host perished, the system would be erased as well. It could not fail so soon after its inception. At that moment, it could not fathom why Xia Yu would threaten it with self-harm, retreating into the depths of its consciousness, plotting how to persuade the host to apologize to the protagonist. The following day, Xia Yu arose early. While enjoying breakfast, the family of 3 descended the stairs in unison. Xiao Yu, Xiaolang exclaimed upon seeing him, his eyes brightening with warmth. Why didn't you inform Dad that you were back? I could have picked you up at the airport. He raised his gaze to Zhao Jia, whose complexion appeared somewhat pale. And this is... she is Zhao Jia. You can call her Aunt Zhao, came the stammered, sheepish reply. Zhao Jia offered a gentle, affectionate smile. Xiao Yu, hello. Hello. Please sit and join us for breakfast. Summer Wanqing, who had remained silent, was somewhat surprised by his relatively friendly demeanor, scrutinizing him more closely before being ushered to sit by Zhao Jia. Suddenly, a cat named Orange appeared from nowhere, scampering onto the dining table, prancing leisurely towards Summer Wanqing. He gasped, scooting his chair back. Could you keep it away from me? Summer Yu looked at him in amazement. Are you afraid of cats? They are so adorable. Why would you fear them? Zhao Jia, feeling sympathy for her son, said, Xiao Yu, could you take the cat away? Qingqing was bitten by a cat when he was younger and is a bit frightened. Is that so? Orange 1T bite you. It feels guilty for causing you to fall down the stairs yesterday and wanted to apologize by coming closer. Saying this, Orange took a few more steps, poised to leap into Summer Wanqing's arms. Don't come over. Summer Wanqing hurriedly stood up and retreated far away. I don't want its apology. Keep it away from me. Meow. A cat's meow echoed from behind, and he froze, turning to meet the pale gray eyes of Pomelo. Summer Yu softly cautioned. That as Pomelo, it has just been neutered and might be temperamental, possibly biting. Summer Wanqing was on the verge of tears. Mom. Xiaolang bit his lip, casting a pleading glance at Zhao Jia. Xiao Yu, keep an eye on the cat. Don't scare your brother. Finally, Xiaolang spoke up. He blinked his beautiful eyes. Did I frighten you, little brother? Host, what are you doing? The system shrieked. Why are you deliberately scaring him? This is disastrous. Old grievances remain unresolved, and new animosities are formed. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Summer Yu was exasperated by its incessant chatter, muttering a silencing thought. The system was left speechless, filled with question marks. Why was his host so adept at manipulating it? What a commotion so early in the morning. Lu Ling emerged from the kitchen and walked over to scoop up Pomelo. Could you exhibit a bit of decorum and grace? Xia Wanqing gritted his teeth in frustration. How dare a servant come to humiliate him time and again? Aunt Ling, please take them back to my room. I wouldn't want to frighten my brother. Of course. Young master. The 2 cats were carried away, and Zhao Jia let out a sigh of relief, calling out, Qingqing, come over for breakfast. He lowered his head and walked over silently, taking a seat without uttering a word. I'm so sorry, Xia Yu said, handing him a glass of milk with an apologetic expression. I didn't mean to scare you. They're quite gentle. Suddenly, smash! The glass was overturned. Warm milk splattered across the table, and some even landed on Xia Yu's hand. Everyone at the table was taken aback. Xia Yu bit her lip and lowered her gaze, reaching for a tissue to wipe her hands. I apologize, wonking. Xiao Lang's expression darkened as he snapped. What are you doing? Can't you be calm for just one morning? Zhao Jie's heart raced as she interjected. No, Lang Gu, Qingqing doesn't tea like milk. Does he only have hands and no mouth? Xiao Wangqing stared blankly at his hand for 2 seconds, then suddenly looked up, incredulously glaring at Xia Yu. You. Xia Yu forced a smile. I wanted to apologize on their behalf. I didn't know you disliked milk. Wonking, apologize to your brother. He was on the verge of laughter from anger. I didn't touch the glass. Well, I didn't hold it steady. Could unsteady hands really lift it in his direction? Xiao Lang's complexion worsened, and he growled, Wonking, I'll say it once more, apologize to your brother. Tears brimmed in Xiao Wangqing's eyes as he stubbornly denied. I told you I didn't touch the glass. P.S. framing me. Xiao Yu kept her head down. It's my fault. Bang. Xiao Lang slammed his palm heavily on the table. Xiao Wangqing, apologize. Otherwise, you may as well not participate in your troops' performances anymore. Zhao Jie was startled, tugging at Xiao Wangqing's shirt. Qingqing, apologize to your brother. Tears streamed down his face as he bit his lip tightly, refusing to speak. Qingqing, apologize. Seeing the pleading in his mother's eyes, he wiped his tears and, in a choked voice, said, I'm sorry. Xia Yu's lips curved into a smile. It's all right. I know my brother didn't mean it. The silent system was on the verge of insanity. How could this host be so troublesome? With such high stakes, was he in a hurry to meet his end? The morning had begun on such an unpleasant note, and Xiao Lang left with a dark expression, greatly angered by Xiao Wangqing. Even Zhao Jie received a cold shoulder. Zhao Jie could only apologize repeatedly, forgetting about taking Xiao Wangqing to the hospital, and followed them out to soothe the situation. After breakfast, Xia Yu felt a bit lazy and nestled on the living room sofa with the 2 cats, nearly dozing off. He did it on purpose. Xiao Wangqing, sporting a bruised forehead and reddened eyes, glared at him with resentment. You deliberately knocked over the milk to frame me. He half closed his eyes and replied, yes. I did it on purpose. Xiao Wangqing was momentarily taken aback by his candid admission, but quickly regained composure. Clenching the voice recorder hidden in his pocket, he coldly questioned, why would you do such a thing? Chapter 5. This is my and Little C's exclusive nickname. He would get shy if I told him. Xia Yu slightly raised his head. Even when looking up, his imposing demeanor remained undiminished. What kind of illegitimate child are you to even deserve to share a table with me? Help! The system has completely lost its composure. Host, you must cease your antics. Have you been watching too many dramas? Do not emulate those antagonists. They invariably meet a tragic fate. The term illegitimate child is an eternal sore spot for Xiao Wangqing. He cannot refute it. I have never wronged you. Why do you harbor such resentment toward my opinions? Your very existence is a sin. It would have sufficed to remain hidden for over a decade, yet now you dare to emerge and usurp my rightful place. Even changing the family password. Do you not realize who truly holds dominion over the Xia family? Who would covet your Xia family? It is the illegitimate child and the mistress who are of any interest. Xia Yu casually rested her chin on a pomelo, nonchalantly stating, otherwise, why would you only dare to sneak around and steal from our home, right, Juzi? Meow, indeed, and this is Pomelo, it replied. He trembled with rage. This was never our intent. For so many years, my mother has lived in regret. She, too, is a victim. Ha ha ha, what a laugh. When did the mistress become a victim? She knowingly played her part, bore an illegitimate child, and sought to usurp our family, yet she claims to be the victim. We'll see. Do not be absurd. He truly found himself at a loss for words. So, your return is to expel us? You could simply state your disdain for us, and we would leave immediately. No need for such underhanded tactics. Xia Yu smiled lightly, saying, what are you talking about, dear little C? My father can finally be with his beloved white moonlight. How could I possibly disrupt his happiness? Although I feel nauseated at the sight of you, I shall endeavor to overcome it. From now on, Our family of four must cherish one another. Xiao Wanqing discerned the sarcasm in his tone, and anger surged within him. He nearly lunged to tear off his hypocritical mask. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. He shot a glare at the immovable figure before turning to open the door. Ching ching. Outside stood his assistant, Sun Ying, carrying a bag of medicine. Heavens, your forehead injury is quite severe. What brings you here? Longu said you bumped your forehead and asked me to bring some medicine to check on you. She looked at him with concern. How could you injure yourself so badly? Thankfully, you didn't hurt your face. Otherwise, Wang Shuang would be frantic. Wang Shuang was their manager for the AC boy band, which comprised 5 members and had captured the national spotlight since their debut 2 years ago, becoming most popular singing and dancing group. Xiao Wanqing and Chu Lan were the 2 most favored members. Xiao Wanqing felt less touched and more aggrieved. Why hadn't Chu Lan come personally to deliver the medicine? They lived in the same neighborhood, after all. Sun Ying changed her shoes and entered. Come. Let me apply this medicine to see if the bruise can fade before the variety show recording next week. If it doesn't, we'll surely be scolded by the fans. This is Xia Yu, she said, her eyes brightening. Hello, I am little CS brother. She was momentarily captivated, her cheeks slightly flushing. Hello, I am Qingqing's assistant. My name is Sun Ying. You came to deliver medicine for him? Yes, she stammered. Having encountered so many handsome men and beautiful women in the entertainment industry, yet she was still a blushing mess. Oh my, Qingqing's brother is simply too handsome. His voice is so gentle. Sitting there with a cat, he resembles an elegant and noble prince. You have worked hard, dear C, and it seems you are rather clumsy, even managing to trip on the stairs. Fortunately, you have escaped any serious injuries. Otherwise, the suffering would have been unbearable. Her gentle tone, tinged with subtle reproach, exuded a sense of indulgence. Sun Yinhang, having consumed some medication, was instantly incapacitated, desperately suppressing the corners of her mouth that threatened to rise. Oh, how doting her brother is. Such delightful antics. Be gentle, she is quite delicate. Her hand, clutching a cotton swab, quivered with excitement. All right, I shall be gentle. Xiao Wanqing, feeling utterly miserable, closed her eyes, wishing to banish the sight before her. By the way, is C a term of endearment for Qingqing? Sun Ying, cautiously applying the medicine, could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, which C is it? Xiao Yu chuckled softly. It means illegitimate. Silence. Xiao Wanqing abruptly interjected, disrupting his words. He raised an eyebrow. It is a special nickname between C and me, revealing it would surely make her shy. Oh, Sun Ying's mind exploded with excitement, transforming into a screeching chicken. A special nickname. What a divine bond between brothers. Whatever happens, I shall ensure my nutrition remains balanced. Ding dong. The doorbell rang once more. Having finished applying the medicine, Sun Ying hurriedly stood up. I shall answer the door. Outside, Chu Lan regretted pressing the doorbell just as it rang, contemplating turning back when the door swung open. Lan Ye. He forced a smile, shouting, how is Qingqing faring? I applied the medicine for her. I hope it proves effective. Please come inside. In truth, he had hesitated to visit, worried that Xia Yu might go mad and inadvertently harm Xiao Wanqing, leaving no one to know. After much inner turmoil, he had still decided to come. Sun Ying pulled him inside, whispering excitedly, Qingqing's brother is here. He is so handsome, like a celestial angel. Haha, an angel? Another poor soul blinded by his appearance. Upon seeing him, Xiao Wanqing felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy rise within him, voice tinged with grievance. Chu Lan stood at a distance, observing with a detached demeanor. Qingqing, Xiao Yu. Brother, Xiao Yu softly called out. Why are you just standing there? Come sit with us. That single word, brother, sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to swallow hard. He remained still, feigning ignorance. Qingqing, are you feeling better? Remember to apply the medicine frequently. I have some matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave. Lan Ye. Xiao Wanqing called out urgently. Please wait. Xiao Ying. Make sure to apply more medicine for him. I must go now. With that, he turned to leave. Sun Ying was bewildered. Is he in such a rush? Stop right there. Xiao Yu said softly, brother, what is the hurry? It has been so long since we last met, and you do not even wish to exchange a few words with me. I might feel hurt. Chu Lan felt pinned in place, awkwardly turning back, moving stiffly toward the sofa. Nothing. Haha. Xia Yu, it has indeed been a while. He managed a comforting smile, for it was evident that his brother had never wished to see him in sorrow. Little did anyone know how much Chu Lan dreaded hearing those words. Whenever Xia Wanqing expressed that he might feel hurt, it foreshadowed calamity for him, ranging from broken bones to ICU visits. Ironically, this mischievous child, with his innocent and beautiful facade, would often feign innocence, almost causing Chu Lan to meet his demise on several occasions, leaving him to be consoled by adults instead. Over time, he developed a fear of this unpredictable child, seeking to distance himself from such madness. As the summer evening descended, Xia Wanqing clenched her fists in quiet frustration. After 2 years of close companionship, did she truly hold less significance in Chu Lan's heart than the childhood friend who had grown up alongside him? Sun Ying felt a sense of disarray, perceiving the faint scent of a battleground looming in the air. Miao Juzi, bored with her owner's phone, scampered off to engage with her little companions. Unbeknownst to Xia Yu, the phone call had lingered for nearly 5 minutes. Chapter 6. Where did this inferior system come from? How dare it invade my home? Sun Ying, sensing the uncomfortable atmosphere, softly suggested, if there's nothing pressing, I'll take my leave now. I'm still on vacation. Chu Lan nodded, replying, then you may go. All right, Ching, remember to apply your medicine over the next few days, she said as she picked up her bag. Goodbye, Gij. Xia Yu waved, farewell. The living room was left with just 3 people and 2 cats, the air thick with tension. Chu Lan, feeling uneasy, stretched his legs and asked awkwardly, why has Xia Yu returned? He tilted his head. Isn't my return making my brother happy? I thought you'd be thrilled to see me. Ha, thrilled my foot. 4 years prior, to celebrate finally escaping that heartless existence, he had even bought fireworks to set off in the dead of night. I am very happy to see you, and now I have a younger brother. Even happier? This was clearly sarcasm. The incessant repetition of brother made Xia Wanqing uncomfortable. She tugged at Chu Lan's sleeve. Lanji, I wish to visit your home to discuss the demo for our next album's theme song. Let us go. Chu Lan was eager to leave, feeling restless in Xia Yu's presence. Xia Yu furrowed her brows. Brother, younger brother, are you trying to isolate me? He felt a jolt of alarm. Such a heavy accusation was too much for him. No, absolutely not. We truly need to work on the album. Time is of the essence. Xia Yu, adjust your jet lag at home, and we'll have you over for dinner tonight. My mother will be thrilled to know you're back. I've already adjusted, and I want to join you. This is our Band S album. What concern is it of yours? Xia Wanqing spoke with a hint of irritation. Lanji, let us go. Brother, would Chu Lan dare to move? He did not dare. How about Xia Yu also joins us to listen? She could provide some suggestions. Lan Yi, has he lost his mind? This is the album's theme song, the most important piece. We've long sought the demo from that genius composer. It must remain confidential. How can we let anyone hear it, let alone give suggestions? Does Xia Yu even understand music? Very well, Xia Yu acquiesced, taking her phone. I'll just listen quietly. I promise not to disturb you. Noticing the ongoing call on the screen, she instantly wiped the smile from her face, casting a frosty glance at the rolling Juzi. Unaware of her misstep, Miao Juzi sensed the murderous intent in her gaze, her fur standing on end as she scurried beneath the sofa. Chu Lan, acutely aware of the shift in her mood, cautiously inquired, Xia Yu, do you still want to join us? Xia Yu abruptly ended the call and ascended the stairs, her voice icy. I want to be going. He exhaled in relief. That was truly a stroke of good fortune. Lan Go, with a slight pursing of his lips, felt a pang of bitterness within. You are exceedingly kind to Xia Yu, indulging every whim he expresses. He has a rather tempestuous temperament, and it would be prudent for you to maintain your distance. Otherwise, you may find yourself in peril, a lesson steeped in blood and tears. Yet, within Xia Wanqing's ears, it sounded more like a caution against inciting Xia Yu's displeasure. After all, upon his return, Xia Yu had brought him such misfortune, while no one seemed to care for his plight, only seeking to placate Xia Yu. Xia Lang was like this, and so was Chu Lan. Upon returning to his room, Xia Yu received a phone call. He had silenced his phone the previous night, thus oblivious to the incoming call until it was inadvertently answered by Juzi. The screen illuminated for a considerable duration, nearly reaching the point of automatic disconnection when he finally picked up. "Hello, where are you?" A deep, cold male voice resonated from the other end, laced with a hint of barely restrained anger. "I'm dancing on your grave. Who were you just calling? I was lamenting your demise. Xia Yu, come back to me immediately." He let out a scoff. "Am I to return and pay my respects? Tomb sweeping day has long passed, perhaps next year. Do not provoke my ire. Can your anger even resurrect the dead?" Qian inhaled deeply, suppressing the tempest within, his tone softening. "Xia, be obedient and return." "I wish to explain." "Ha, you are on the verge of an engagement. What is there left to explain? Worry not. I shall send you a wreath, wishing you a swift demise. I am not getting engaged." "Ha, liar." Xia Yu abruptly ended the call, his countenance dark as he collapsed onto the bed, cursing, "Damn it, deceiving the gay for a fling. May you face divine retribution." "Host." The system's lament finally echoes. "We are truly doomed. Why would you intentionally topple the cup to ensnare the protagonist's suffering? You even confessed it to his face. Do you realize he recorded it? Furthermore, you shamelessly flirted with the protagonist before him. What shall we do now? Woe is me. I cannot save you. I do not wish to perish. I have only just begun my journey, and I aspire to become the most exceptional entity in this realm." His mind was overwhelmed by the system's lamentations, and his already troubled spirits grew even more agitated. "Silence. You are unbearable. Wah, what sort of fate is this? Other hosts soar effortlessly, yet I am burdened with you, capable of brewing tea and courting disaster. Father, I wish to return this product and exchange hosts. Did you not hear me? I commanded you to be quiet. If you wish to weep, return to your temporal management bureau." The system, undeterred, cried out even louder. "Wah, do you think I desire to stay here? I cannot return. Ding. Dear and charming host, your kind little assistant has returned from vacation." A cheerful electronic voice chimed in suddenly. The system, previously wailing, fell silent in bewilderment. What was this? Xia Yu pressed his throbbing temple, speaking in a deep tone. "I do not know where this apparition emerged from. Dispose of it swiftly." The system, bewildered within the sea of consciousness, looked up in astonishment, witnessing a round, winged entity gradually materializing. It resembled a flying electronic eye, adorned with a dazzling LV 9999 atop its head. Its eyes widened in shock. "What is this? Huh? A little flying orb circling around it. LV1? Where did this inferior system come from? How dare it intrude upon my domain? Absolute level suppression. The system trembles in fear. How audacious of you, a freshly manufactured rescue system for male supporting characters, to dare invade my abode. Alas, it has been frightened to tears. I was completely unaware that upon my inception, I would be assigned to this host. A little flying orb perches atop its head. Oh dear, has it encountered a bug? It remains utterly motionless. Perhaps it has. Help! Can someone explain why it has been allocated to a host already bound to a superior system? Is it not the case that each system is permitted to bind only one host? This bug is utterly outrageous. Chapter 7. We shall become a charming and delightful villain. What did you just say? What system are you? I am the male supporting character rescue system, designated as number 105. Ha ha, little 5. The little flying orb flutters its wings and taps its head. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the villain cultivation system, number 001. The villain cultivation system, number 001. Is this not the eternal first place on the Time and Space Management Bureau system leaderboard? Help! How dare it attempt to seize the host of this esteemed individual? Control Center, your bug is going to be the death of us. 001 continues to circle around it. Why are you trembling? I would obliterate you. I am not trembling. In their system realm, higher-level systems possess the ability to directly eliminate lower-level systems. This rule was instigated by the esteemed 001, which implies that it has indeed eradicated inferior systems on numerous occasions. Consequently, to prevent systemic infighting, the Bureau instituted regulations stipulating that a single small world may harbor only one system, binding it to one host. But who could have foreseen such a detrimental bug? And how unfortunate that it has encountered it. Oh, it's doomed. Doomed? What do you mean by that? 001, of course, can perceive its inner monologue, bouncing atop its head. I haven't eliminated a system in many years. 105 trembles even more vigorously. So, does that mean you are about to wield your slaughtering blade once more? TSK, why are you so timid? I have told you I would not harm you. If you continue to tremble, I might just take action. It freezes, paralyzed with fear. The two systems chatter incessantly in Xia Yu's mind, causing him to furrow his brow in annoyance. What's going on? Where did this inferior system come from? Quickly, remove it. It's unbearable. 105 nods fervently. Yes, yes. Let us get rid of it. I cannot expel it. 001 exclaims in distress. Kind and adorable host, you overestimate my abilities. Though I possess a higher rank and a 100 task completion rate, instilling fear across the entire system realm, I am merely a system. The world's rules dictate that once a system binds to a host, it cannot be unbound unless I directly eliminate it. Yet it is so adorably foolish. My heart cannot bear to do so. It's too noisy. I'm not noisy. Dear host, I truly am not. In a bid for survival, it shall henceforth become a mute system. See, it's quite adorable. Let it stay and play with me. As 001 soared to great heights, it summoned a holographic panel to review the progress of my tasks during these recent days of respite. After 5 minutes of sifting through Xia Yu's memories, its little wings fluttered joyfully. Host, you are truly remarkable. You have begun to delve into the main storyline, and the antagonist is on the verge of development. How delightful. Xia Yu, are you happy? Happy? 105's smile is more grotesque than its tears. As a system dedicated to saving the male supporting character, its mission is to ensure the host refrains from targeting the protagonist and maintaining distance from the protagonist's partner. Isn't this contrary to the grand task of cultivating a villain? It is destined to fail, and ultimately, it cannot escape the fate of obliteration. Why must its existence be so lamentable? After a few rotations, 001 accessed Xia Yu's corruption value, a vibrant 999 that brought a sense of comfort. However, the rapidly escalating destruction value raised concerns. It seemed the host harbored a desire for violence. Let us temper our approach, dear host. We aspire to be an endearing and charming antagonist. It is permissible to entertain thoughts of violence, but we must not engage in actual harm, lest I be penalized and face humiliation. Xia Yu offered a sinister grin. If I do not harm the protagonist, it won't affect you, will it? Theoretically, yes. Wait, you intend to harm whom, then? 001 quickly re-examined the memories, realizing you wish to harm your own partner? Grinding his teeth, Xia Yu's tone turned ominous. Who is that scoundrel, the deceitful straight man, that you speak of as my partner? Realizing I had misspoken, 001 hastily shifted the topic. Host, I bear good news. You have successfully entered the main task, and the system shop is now officially open. Accumulate enough points, and you may exchange them for items. With these items, you can more easily accomplish your tasks. Your initial points stand at 0, so please engage actively in tasks to earn them. In a corner, 105 drooled with envy. Is this the privilege of those at the higher echelon of power? Oh, how I long for it. Yet I am but a dying system. The pain is unbearable. Xia Yu perused the items in the shop, noting the unappealing nature of items like strength pills and beauty elixirs. These are merely rudimentary goods. Once I accumulate sufficient points, I can procure better items. Whatever you desire, dear host, I can acquire for you. His gaze lingered on a corner of the page. What is this impotence pill? What effects does it have? 001 paused momentarily before explaining. It serves its literal purpose. When administered to the protagonist's partner or the protagonists themselves, it renders them unable to maintain arousal for 24 hours. Priced at 888 points, it is rather ineffectual, as protagonists inherently possess a fatal attraction to one another. Today's disinterest can easily transform into tomorrow's desire. Is it exclusively for them? Indeed. For now, the shop's items are limited to you and the protagonists. Temporarily? Perhaps once the shop upgrades, there may be changes. Wait, you don't intend to use it on your partner, do you? That would be too ruthless. Oh, Xia Yu glanced at his phone, noticing several missed calls, and without a doubt, he knew who was calling. Ignoring them, he inquired, what are the methods for earning points? 001 promptly summoned the task panel. The shopping mall's points are contingent upon the protagonist's offensive and defensive negative emotional values. Exchanging 1 unit of negative emotion for a single point. Negative emotional values? Anger, resentment, and fear are all considered negative emotional values. Dear host, shall we synchronize the protagonist's negative emotional values now? Let us proceed. Ding. Detecting Xia Wanqing and Chulan's negative emotional values towards Xia Yu. The statistics will automatically convert into shopping mall points upon completion. Please hold on. Ding. Statistics complete. Xia Wanqing. Anger value 298. Resentment value 598. Fear value 0. Chulan. Anger value 0. Resentment value 0. Fear value. Huh? What is this? Fear value 9,998? Is there a bug? He also suspected it was a bug. How could Chulan have such a high fear value towards me? If he is so terrified of me, how can his resentment value be 0? Does that make sense? 001 recalled the series of villainous acts perpetrated by their host over the past decade, which had consistently tormented the protagonist. Perhaps such a high fear value was indeed reasonable. As for the 0 resentment value, perhaps he was too frightened to harbor any resentment. Are all these values converted 1-to-1 into points? Indeed. Wow. A total of 10,894 points. Mighty host. I can now unlock better items. Gratitude to the gifts from the protagonist's offensive and defensive sides. Let's procure some fine items. Avoiding any trivial beauty potions. Certainly. Ha ha ha. He is finally wealthy again. Soon, he shall indulge in some snacks to celebrate. Chapter 8. I have stumbled thrice with this host. Xia Yu rose from the bed, glancing at what the protagonists were engaged in. Very well. 001 displayed the panel, revealing Xia Wanqing and Chulan in the studio, one strumming a guitar while the other held a microphone, singing passionately in an intimate atmosphere. He changed his attire, picked up his phone, and set off to earn points. Best of luck, dear host. Little Tong Tong is off to stock up for you. Feel free to call me anytime. 001 promptly severed the connection, quickly accessing the system mall in a place unseen by Xia Yu. Ha ha ha. Snacks, snacks. 105 could only observe as it manifested 2 tiny paws on the screen, leaving fleeting shadows. As it moved, small sofas, tea tables, and televisions appeared around, transforming the empty space into a cozy lounge. The grand system nestled into a soft sofa, swinging its newly sprouted little feet while crunching on a bag of chips. Glancing up to see the remaining points. 12. Little 5, move aside. Don't obstruct my view of the television. It lazily remarked as the small TV played Piggy Hero. 105 silently shifted away, marveling at how leisurely the grand system's life seemed. Come sit, watch together. Here, have a drink. It increases experience points. Why are you only at level 1? That's rather weak. It felt like crying without tears. Was it not willing to level up? It simply could not. It had been bound to the host for 2 days without any increase in experience points. Initially, it thought it had not officially entered the task, but it now appeared that it had not received any experience at all. No, according to its task, there were simply no experience points to gain. 001 cast another glance, his tone tinged with disdain. At your current rate of advancement, when will you ever transform and sprout wings? A dark, unappealing sphere. How unsightly. Apologies for its lack of beauty. It seems to have offended the Great One's eyes. Come now, partake in a drink. Grateful, the entity floated over, sipping delicately from the beverage upon the table. Yet, before it could take more than a couple of sips, the LV1 above its head transformed into LV3. What? I have leveled up. My word, what divine elixir is this? The experience points are soaring at an astonishing rate. 001. Unfazed, remarked, your level is low, thus this pace of enhancement is expected. Unlike my caliber, where such offerings scarcely contribute a single experience point. Alas, they merely serve to tantalize the palate. Are you indulging in some form of Versailles? Indeed, indeed. After finishing a can of drink, 105 ascended to LV10. The unexpected boon diminished its trepidation towards 001, and it gingerly inquired, Great One, how would you bind yourself to this esteemed host? With your level, a system of such high rank should be able to select its own task worlds and bind with whichever host it desires. It seems improbable that one would willingly descend into such a lowly narrative realm, where the rewards are mere trifles, fit only for fledgling systems like mine. Hardly sufficient even for a gap in the teeth. 001 shifted his gaze from the pig hero to 105, saying softly, Do you look down upon this host? No, no, no. How could I presume to disdain the host chosen by the Great One? Am I seeking my own demise? Alas, being of low level is a significant flaw. Devoid of privileges, so foolishly naive. Is your impression of this world merely rooted in its initial plot? Initial plot? Is there truly hidden content? Is this not a world of retribution against scoundrels? That was long ago. Oh dear, a low-level system such as yours cannot keep up with plot updates. 105, feeling embarrassed. Shrank back, I shall strive to level up. If this world were truly so simple, would I still remain here? 001 crunched on potato chips with an audible crunch, feeling quite stifled and vexed. Do you have any idea how many times I've perished in this world? 3 times. I have faltered on this host thrice. Such a profound humiliation. It gasped in horror, Great One, you. This is a world in disarray. The host is reborn. After meeting a tragic end in the narrative you are familiar with, a bug emerged, and he lived again, his darkening nature fully realized. I, simply passing by, detected the immense villainous potential within him. In a moment of greed, I sought to extract some experience, and in an inadvertent lapse, I bound myself to him. 001 wished fervently to deliver 2 resounding slaps to his former self for being so reckless. All for a meager amount of experience insufficient to even fill a gap between teeth, it had sacrificed itself. It was when Xia Yu was merely 3 years old that the binding occurred. By that time, Xia Yu had already been reborn, yet due to some inexplicable bug, it failed to detect the attributes of this world. Instead, it erroneously assumed, based solely on the villain value, that the child was inherently malicious. This serendipitously aligned with its role as a villain nurturing system. Furthermore, with a natural-born villain, it wouldn't need to invest any effort into cultivation. It could simply bask in the ease of earning experience points, and once it had accumulated enough, it could make its escape. Gradually, it began to sense something amiss. Even a born villain shouldn't possess such a dark heart, should they? Over the years of completing tasks, it had encountered countless hosts, not fewer than 1,000,000. It had never witnessed a 5-year-old villain attempting to drown the protagonist in a swimming pool, nor an 8-year-old villain pouring water on the protagonist's electrical circuits to send them to the ICU, and certainly never a 12-year-old villain hiring a hitman to orchestrate the protagonist's demise. Truly, had it not intervened at critical moments, Chulon would have perished countless times. It began to deeply question whether it was indeed a villain nurturing system or rather a protagonist rescue system. Eventually, exhaustion set in, and it lost the desire to meddle in this chaotic world. Utilizing the exclusive authority of its top-tier system, it forcibly severed the binding. Although it had previously done so without consequence, this time the outcome was catastrophic. It was obliterated. Hilariously, it found itself erased. Had it not accumulated a millennium's worth of points to exchange for a resurrection card, it would have vanished entirely. Upon revival, the timeline reverted to the moment it first bonded with Xia Yu. To its astonishment, Xia Yu retained all memories of their past encounters. Panic ensued, and it resolved to undertake its tasks earnestly, determined to transform the malevolent villain into a charming and endearing one. Thus, it proceeded to relay the storyline to its host, only for Xia Yu to grasp a fruit knife and plunge it into his own heart upon receiving the narrative. For heaven's sake, within mere hours of its resurrection, the host had committed suicide, leading to its obliteration once more. Laughter and despair intertwined as it faced this absurdity. Once again expending a millennium's worth of points for resurrection, it was truly frightened, pleading with Xia Yu not to bring about its demise again. If this continued, no matter how many points it amassed, they would be insufficient for its survival. At the tender age of 3, Xia Yu, with his cherubic face, uttered the cruelest words in the sweetest voice. You've saved brother so many times. You must be in cahoots with them. You deserve to die. 001 found itself at a loss for words, unable to convey its despair. Brother, let us reason this out. If you die, I die. Do you truly not understand our alliance? Yet, Xia Yu replied, then do not meddle in my affairs. However, the world's foundation rested upon the protagonist. Should they perish, the world would collapse, taking it with them. Young Xia Yu patted his heart, unperturbed, stating, what is there to fear? I've died before. 001 had always refrained from using derogatory terms to describe its villainous host, yet it felt compelled to point an accusatory finger at Xia Yu and exclaim, you lunatic! You madman! Unable to restrain itself, it surrendered to the reckless intentions of its host, allowing the chaos to unfold, indifferent to the fates of the protagonists, leaving their salvation to those who would choose to intervene. At the age of 18, Xia Yu orchestrated a tragic accident that claimed the life of the protagonist. As expected, the world crumbled and despair enveloped everyone. It faced obliteration for the third time, utterly exhausted, feeling as if it had perished. However, this time, before utilizing a resurrection card, it found itself revived, finally realizing that the flaw lay with the host. He could not die. If the host remained alive, so would it. The exasperation from the previous 2 lifetimes of accumulated points had gone to waste. Chapter 9. With a younger brother. My older brother no longer values me listening to its tearful lamentations. It was utterly bewildered. On the very night, it had bound itself to the host. The latter had said that should he be provoked, he would not merely jest about suicide. He truly would take that path. Now, it finally comprehended the depth of its own plight. Wiping away a tear, it cautioned, I warn you, do not speak carelessly and incite his displeasure. He might very well end his own life on a whim. I am his main system, and if he does not perish, neither will I. At worst, we would merely return to the starting point and begin anew. But you, unlike me, may not share in his rebirth, without points to exchange for a resurrection card. Obliteration would mean utter annihilation. Its round figure quivered with trepidation. Great One, save me. I do not wish to die. Fear not, after perishing so many times. The host does not desire to return to the beginning either. Now, we have commenced our tasks. Alas, this host is one who responds only to gentle persuasion. I have endured tremendous hardship over the years. It is not merely nurturing a villain, but tending to an ancestor. Yet, apprehension lingered. Would the host truly refrain from suicide or from harming the protagonist? Suicide seemed unlikely, but whether he would kill the protagonist remained uncertain. In previous lifetimes, he had only exacted revenge on the protagonist's male counterpart. Yet the true architect of his suffering was the protagonist's female counterpart. Consider this. If he had slain the male protagonist, would he spare the true perpetrator? It wept if he were to kill the female protagonist. Why not also me, my end? 001 sympathetically patted its head. Thus, pray fervently. Unbeknownst to the 2 systems conspiring behind the scenes, Xia Yu, holding a sunshade, rang the doorbell of the Chu residence. The housekeeper answered the door, initially puzzled, before her eyes widened in delight. Young Master Xia Yu. He folded his umbrella and smiled. Aunt Feng, it has been a while. Aunt Feng ushered him inside. When did you return? I arrived yesterday afternoon. Oh my, the young master has grown up and become quite handsome. Aunt, you have not changed at all. You still look so youthful. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. Let me fetch you a drink to beat the heat. Do you still favor orange juice? Yes, thank you, Aunt. Why be so polite? He cast a glance upstairs. Aunt, where's my brother? He's in a music room on the 3rd floor, composing songs with his bandmates. I will call him for you. Xia Yu accepted the orange juice she offered, took a sip, and said, I'll go up myself. Aunt Feng nodded. All right, you may go. The room is at the far end of the 3rd floor. I will prepare lunch, making your favorite braised pork ribs. Please stay for dinner. Sure. He leisurely ascended to the 3rd floor, standing at the music room door, where he could hear the enchanting notes of Castle in the Sky flowing from within. Knock, knock, knock. A polite rapping on the door persisted, yet the piano melody continued unabated. Xia Yu curled the corners of her lips and boldly pushed the door open, slamming it shut with a resounding thud. The music ceased abruptly, and the 2 individuals engaged in a duet at the piano turned to face her. Brother, I have arrived. Chulan jumped up suddenly, retreating 2 steps. Xia Yu, you're here. Ding. Chulan's fear level spiked to 10. A notification echoed in his mind, causing him to pause momentarily before chuckling. Is your album's theme Song Castle in the Sky? I had assumed it was an original composition. No, we're just on a break. Taking a moment to relax, Xiao Wanqing replied sternly as she rose, annoyance evident in her tone. What brings you here? Am I not allowed to come? Xia Yu approached the piano, her fingers gliding over the keys, producing an unpleasant sound. Xiao Si, are you blaming me for interrupting your duet with brother? She asked apologetically. I'm sorry, but I'm simply too bored at home. He frowned. Don't call me Xiao Si. What is wrong, Xiao Si? Don't you like the nickname I've given you? I think it suits you quite well. Brother, do you think Xiao Si sounds pleasant? Isn't it endearing? Chu Lan's lips twitched as he hastily changed the subject. It's almost noon. Ching Ching, let us take a break and head downstairs for some drinks. Then we can have lunch together. Thud. Xia Yu placed her half-finished glass of orange juice on the piano stand, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing her face. Brother, is there something wrong with your hearing? Why do you always seem to ignore what I say? I heard you. If you heard me, then why didn't you respond? You used to listen to me. It's been 4 years, and you've grown estranged. With a younger brother now, I seem to have fallen from your regard. No, I'm terrified, Chulan exclaimed. It sounds wonderful, truly wonderful. Ding. Chulan's fear level soared to 100. Xiao Wanqing gazed at him in disbelief, tears welling in her eyes, a mix of sadness and helplessness. He averted his gaze and silently mouthed an apology. Xiao Yu beamed knowingly. I think it sounds splendid too. Xiao Si, you should align your taste with mine and brother's. Ching Ching doesn't quite capture your essence. Let us stick with Xiao Si from now on, shall we, brother? As long as you're happy. I am indeed, Xiao Si. Are you happy? Xiao Wanqing clenched her fists tightly, her breath quickening with rising anger. Ding. Xiao Wanqing's anger level escalated to 285, resentment level at 40. Chulan couldn't bear to witness his companion being humiliated any longer and quickly suggested, let us head downstairs. Lunch should be ready soon. All right. Xiao Yu turned to leave. Brother, please take my glass down for me. He dutifully lifted the half-filled glass of orange juice from the piano stand. Longo, Xiao Wanqing tugged at his sleeve, her voice laced with a faint tremor of tears. You, Chulan sighed, gently ruffling her hair, and softly apologized. I'm sorry. Xiao Yu has a rather poor temper. Her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Just because she has a bad temper, must you indulge her by humiliating me? Don't be upset. In a few days, I'll give you the guitar you wanted as an apology. All right? I don't want it. You don't want a guitar? How about a piano? A drum set? Xiao Wanqing sniffled, her voice muffled. I don't want anything. I want to move out of the Xia family. Move? Move to our bandit apartment? Are you moving with me? Certainly, I am with you. Xiao Yu must be residing with the Xia family, and it is indeed wise for Xiao Wanqing to have moved out. The further he is, the better. If he feels a tad better, I shall return shortly to gather my belongings, and we will head to the dormitory tonight. All right, let us descend and partake in lunch first. As they descended the stairs, Xia Yu was already seated at the dining table, savoring the refreshing mung bean soup prepared by Aunt Feng. Chulan pulled Xiao Wanqing to sit at the farthest position, feeling as though he were the guest in this scenario. Brother, why are you sitting so far away? Come closer. Haha, no way. It's too cramped and warm. He cast a fleeting glance at the two individuals who were nearly glued together. But you're practically cradling Xiao Si on your lap. How affectionate you are. I'm not affectionate. Not at all. Chulan hurriedly shifted his chair to sit opposite them, creating a triangular arrangement at the table. Xiao Wanqing could no longer contain himself, his nose tinged with sorrow as he lowered his head to wipe away a tear. He felt deep remorse. I'm sorry, Ching Ching. This is for your own good. Back in elementary school, it was merely a whimsical impulse that led him to bring home a rabbit. Xia Yu had lightly remarked on how much he adored it, only for them to have spicy rabbit heads for dinner that very night, leaving him with a lasting shadow of dread. Sometimes, Chulan sensed an inexplicable possessiveness from Xia Yu. During his adolescence, he fancied himself in a brief infatuation. But after several incidents that nearly landed him in the ICU due to Xia Yu's influence, he began to avoid him entirely. This person seemed to be his natural nemesis. Had it not been for his resilient vitality, he would have lost count of how many times he could have perished. Chapter 10. The one he likes, why sits so far apart? Aunt Fong brought out the dishes and, observing their triangular formation, found it amusing. Young master, have you not seen young master Xia in a while, that you feel shy? Chu Lan chuckled awkwardly, shy my foot. Young master Xia remained unchanged, still as obedient and handsome as in his youth. With a cheerful demeanor, she placed the dishes before Xia Yu, urging, do sit a little closer. Were you one tea be able to reach the food? Completely disregarded, Xia Wanqing gritted his teeth in frustration, unable to endure it any longer. I'm leaving. Huh? Xia Yu looked up perplexed. Xiaoxi, are you not eating? Aunt Ling is out and one tea return until the evening. There's no one to cook for you at home. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. He glanced at Chu Lan, who showed no intention of retaining him. Tears of grievance nearly spilled from his eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, I'm not eating anymore. I'm going home. With that, he shoved his chair aside and hurried out. Hey, Aunt Fong brought out the final dish, only to see his retreating figure. Why did he leave? Is the food not to his liking? Xia Yu chuckled softly. It's delicious. He had something to attend to and one tea be dining with us. Oh, then young master Xia, do eat more. You're too thin now, lacking the plumpness of your youth. All right, I shall eat more. Thank you for your efforts, Aunt Fong. Please join us. No, you two eat. I'll take a rest. Their interaction resembled that of master and servant, making the rightful young master of the house feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Unable to eat or leave, he could only sit there counting the grains of rice, awaiting Xia Yu to finish his meal. Half an hour later, Xia Yu set down his chopsticks and, with a sly smile, glanced at him. Brother, it seems you don't particularly enjoy dining with me. Is it because I'm interrupting your time with Xiaoxi? Chu Lan shook his head vigorously. No. Are you full? Would you care for some fruit after your meal? No, I must return to open the door for my younger brother. I almost forgot. I changed the lock and did not inform him of the new code. I wonder if he is standing outside, perhaps waiting foolishly. If he gets sunburned, it would break my heart. He twitched his lips slightly. Was that intentional? His heart is rather dark. If Ching doesn't move out soon, she will inevitably suffer at his hands. I shall take my leave now. Brother, you needn't see me off. He had no intention of doing so anyway. Upon exiting the Chu residence, Xia Yu strolled leisurely towards the Xia family villa, shielded by a sun umbrella. Host, are you there? 001 appeared, noting that the protagonist was huddled at the entrance, curled up in a ball, appearing particularly pitiable. A paparazzo had likely captured a photo, which would soon circulate online, portraying him in a tragic light. They would then accuse you of mistreating him. He paid no mind, letting them sell their narrative. He could make him appear even more endearing. Keep up the good work, host. Call on me whenever you need. Understood. Upon reaching the doorstep, Xia Yu was taken aback to see Xia Wanqing curled up on the ground, hiding his face in his legs. Brother, what are you doing here? Engaging in performance art? Xia Wanqing lifted his head, his eyes reddened yet resolute, biting his lip as he rose to stand beside him, awaiting entry. Oh dear, I forgot to share the new password with you. My apologies. It's simply 4 threes. Easy to remember. I assent it. He entered the house and reminded. Be sure to tell your mother the password. Xia Wanqing followed him inside silently, ascending the stairs without a word, and soon, sounds of movement echoed from above. He settled onto the living room sofa, and the cats, Juzi and Yuzi, emerged from beneath the table, snuggling against his thigh affectionately. You're quite audacious, he remarked, pinching Juzi's ear with a dangerous tone. Do you think you can recklessly answer calls without consequences, as if you were a little girl who needn't be spayed? Meow. Juzi scratched his thigh in a bid for affection, claiming innocence. The little kitten harbored no ill intentions. Should this occur again, I shall have your skin. Meow. There shall definitely be no next time. Xia Yu retrieved his phone, caressing the screen. 001. Host, I'm here. Please check where Qi Yan is currently. Certainly. 001 accessed the panel, and after some operations revealed, he is en route to the airport and will arrive in Jing City tomorrow morning. Host, he's coming to find you. Though not overtly apparent, his demeanor had brightened slightly. He brushed the 2 cats off his lap and ascended the stairs. After 001 severed their connection, it exhaled in relief. He had finally arrived. If he delayed any longer, the host would truly have exploded. Beside it, 105 looked bewildered. Who is Qi Yan? The person the host likes. Huh? This was a long tale, but in short, the host had developed fond feelings for someone named Qi, despite his reluctance to admit it. 105 was even more astonished. The host actually has someone they like? 001 shot it a disapproving glance. Isn't that a good thing? At least now, the host has someone to care for, which distracts them from thoughts of world destruction. Its eyes brightened. Really? The individual, surnamed Qi, after indulging in drink, acted inappropriately towards the host, subsequently offering an apology the following day as if to erase the incident from memory. How audacious of him to mistreat the esteemed host. The host, nearly driven to madness, contemplated a drastic measure. Were it not for my clever ruse, convincing the host that Qi Yan harbored a hidden affection value of a staggering 90%, that scoundrel would have met a dire fate. Ah, my dear, you possess such capabilities. It is a common misconception that even the most advanced systems are bound by fixed functionalities, incapable of transcending their designated roles. I, however, am merely a villain cultivation system, capable solely of detecting negative emotional values. Those sentiments of love are the domain of romance systems and strategy systems, not mine. My concern lies in preventing the host from acting impulsively and jeopardizing their own happiness. Should they regret it later, I would be overwhelmed with exhaustion. What if the host discovers your deception? I will be finished. You must not let it slip. Though I cannot ascertain it, Qi Yan undoubtedly harbors feelings for the host. After all, aside from a touch of madness, the host is nothing short of perfect, skilled in the art of team-making. Who could resist such charm? Let us wait for Qi Yan's arrival. If he fails to win the host over, alas, Xia Yu, may fortune favor you in your plight. I shall burn paper for you in the afterlife. The system, yearning to be a romance system, lamented its own limitations. Meanwhile, the audaciously bold system kept Summer Yu in the dark as he enjoyed a comfortable afternoon nap, awakening to find it was already 7 in the evening. After refreshing his face, he stepped out only to encounter Summer Wanqing, who was dragging 2 suitcases and carrying a guitar. With an inscrutable expression, Summer Wanqing cast a glance at him before heading downstairs. Is my brother moving out? Is this not what you wished for? He smiled gently. No, I don't want you to leave. At that moment, Summer Lang and Zhao Jie returned home, discovering the two at the staircase. Just as Zhao Jie was about to speak, a heartbreaking scene unfolded, culminating in a piercing scream. Chapter 11. The fact that he is not dead indicates the situation is not dire. With the guitar on his back and the 2 large suitcases, Summer Wanqing tumbled down from the 2nd floor, crashing onto the carpet below with a resounding thud. Ching-ching, ching-ching. The couple's pupils dilated in shock as they rushed over. Ching-ching. Zhao Jie collapsed beside Summer Wanqing, tears streaming down her face, paralyzed with fear. Call for an ambulance. I'm calling now, Summer Lang responded, equally alarmed, hastily dialing for help. With a flicker of awareness, Summer Wanqing weakly gazed upward, parting his lips with great difficulty. Mom, Dad, brother, it was not intentional. I lost my balance. Ching-ching, do not speak. The doctor will be here shortly, Zhao Jie said, cradling him tenderly, her sorrow overwhelming her. I'm sorry. I should have brought you back. I'm so sorry. Summer Lang turned his gaze towards Summer Yu, who stood on the 2nd floor, his anger igniting. Summer Yu, why did you push him? Summer Yu blinked innocently. I didn't push him. I witnessed it with my own eyes. You still refuse to admit it. His fury intensified. If you do not like him, you could have simply expressed it. I would have ensured he moved out. Why resort to violence? As the evening dwindled, Xia Wanqing hovered on the brink of unconsciousness, nearly succumbing to the darkness. Yet Xia Lang still uttered such biased remarks. Ching-ching. Zhao Jie cried out louder, my dear Ching-ching, I will take you away from here. Xia Lang, exasperated by her tears, implored, Jie, please cease your weeping. Your eyes are solely fixated on him. Is Ching-ching not your son? Unable to contain herself any longer, she erupted in a piercing rage. If anything befalls Ching-ching, I shall not let him go unpunished. Even in death, I will drag him down to hell with me. The ambulance was on its way. Qingqing would be fine. Zhao Jie fell silent, clutching Xia Wangking tightly as tears streamed down her cheeks. Xia Yu sauntered down the stairs, positioning himself before the mother and son. Well done, little brother. Step aside. Keep your distance from him. Zhao Jie glared at him with a mix of vigilance and resentment, protective as a hen with her chick. All right. As long as he is not dead, there is no need for alarm. You, Xia Yu, speak less. Very well. He took a seat at the dining table, remarking, the ambulance seems to have arrived swiftly. Let us hasten to send my brother away. I truly cannot bear such a scene. It pains me deeply. Xia Leng, both furious and helpless, assisted Zhao Jie in helping Xia Wangking towards the exit. The vast villa now remained with only Xia Yu and 2 cats, as Lu Ling was unable to return temporarily, compelling him to resort to takeout. Oh my heavens! 001 exclaimed in astonishment. Host, this protagonist is truly extraordinary. He has repaid the same treatment he received, yet he seems even more ruthless than you. You wouldn't dare to splash hot milk on yourself. Yet he recklessly tosses around packages without fear of his own demise. From Xia Lang and Zhao Jie's perspective upon entering, it appeared as though Xia Wangking had been directly pushed by Xia Yu, though Xia Yu had indeed not even brushed against his clothing. What's the big fuss? Xia Yu dismissed? Isn't this how the plot unfolds? In the original narrative, Xia Wangking was genuinely pushed. Now, it had transformed into him falling and implicating Xia Yu. Host, you shan't be so humiliated as to end his life, will you? No. Really? He smirked. I have suddenly discovered a rather amusing angle. The 2 systems trembled. What? Death merely entails closing one's eyes. Such a fate is far too lenient for Xia Wangking. In his previous life, he had been ground beneath Xia Wangking's heel, methodically dismantling everything, plummeting from the esteemed heir of a prestigious family to a state even worse than stray dogs, ultimately meeting a gruesome end in the wilderness. All of this must be accounted for. 001 and 105 silently offered their condolences for the protagonist, sensing he would endure more suffering than the antagonist. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Xia Lang and Zhao Jie returned, their bodies heavy with fatigue. The noise of footsteps ascending the stairs was too loud, rousing Xia Yu from his slumber. With a sullen expression, he stood at the doorway and asked in a low voice, "How is my dear brother?" Zhao Jie glared at him with swollen eyes, filled with resentment. What do you want from me? Do not touch him, or I will fight you. Ajay. Xia Lang frowned and pulled her aside. You should go back and rest. I will speak with him. With an angry huff, she trudged back to her room. Shall you? He continued. Tomorrow morning, you must go to the hospital and apologize to Qingqing. You were in the wrong. Fortunately, his dance training prevented any serious injury. Had something worse happened, you would be facing dire consequences. Xia Yu lifted his eyelids, his tone icy. I did not push him. Listen to your father. Tomorrow, apologize to him. Whatever you desire, I will provide. It was I who acted irresponsibly, and I am sorry for you and your mother. However, Qingqing is innocent, and I still hope for harmony between you brothers. Fine, I will go to the hospital tomorrow. His unexpected acquiescence left Xia Lang momentarily stunned, intensifying his guilt. I apologize. If you wish to avoid seeing Qingqing once he recovers, I will discuss with him about moving out. No need. I am quite willing to see him. I will strive to accept him. He extended his hand. Shall you? I'm truly sorry. Xia Yu stepped back, evading his hand on his shoulder. I'm going to sleep. Xia Lang withdrew his hand, somewhat disheartened. All right, I will wake you in the morning. The only response he received was the sound of the door slamming shut. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Xia Yu settled into the back seat of Xia Lang's car. Half closing his eyes and completely ignoring the resentful glances Zhao Jie cast at him through the rearview mirror. Upon arriving at the hospital ward, the doctor was examining Xia Wangqing. Doctor, how is my son? Zhao Jie inquired, her face etched with worry. He is not in serious condition. There is no head injury, and his bones are intact. The bruises look severe, but they are not critical, the doctor replied, removing his mask. A nurse will change his dressings shortly, and he can return home to recuperate tomorrow. That is good to hear. Thank you, doctor. No need for thanks, but do be more cautious when using the stairs in the future, the doctor advised before departing. After the dressings were changed, Xiao Wanqing's face turned pale from the pain. Upon seeing the figure leaning against the door frame, he pursed his lips. "Brother, why are you here?" "I have come to apologize," Xia Yu said as he approached and stood beside the bed, scanning the room. "After such a commotion yesterday, I thought you might have lost half your life. My guilt kept me awake all night. Yet it turns out you only have a few bruises." Chapter 12. It seems my brother is on the brink of death. He lowered his gaze. "It was my unsteady grip on the suitcase that caused the fall. It has nothing to do with you. No need to apologize. Nonetheless, I must extend this apology. Dear brother, can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" Zhao Jie darkened her expression. "Is this your idea of an apology? The young master cannot even utter a simple "I'm sorry." "Ajay," Xiao Lang interjected, furrowing his brow. "Let them resolve their issues themselves." "You know, Qing, you are so gentle," Zhao Jie remarked. Xiao Wanqing tugged at her sleeve, offering a reassuring smile. "I am fine. My brother did not mean to do it. I forgive him." Zhao Jie felt an overwhelming sense of injustice on his behalf. Meanwhile, Xiao Lang was also acutely aware that his handling of the situation had caused discomfort for the mother and son. Yet he found himself unable to demand that Xia Yu humble himself and offer an apology. "My brother has forgiven me, hasn't he?" Xia Yu said as he pulled out a chair and sat down, crossing his legs. "Father, third aunt, you may go to work. I shall remain here to care for my brother." "Third aunt?" Zhao Jie was momentarily perplexed, but as realization dawned, her face flushed with anger. "You," Xiao Lang quickly intervened. "Jie, there's a major meeting at the company. We must head there. Qing will be looked after by Xiao Yu. Let the brothers discuss matters amongst themselves. How could I allow him to be alone with Qing? He is the one who has caused her this suffering." Summer Wanqing grasped the bed sheet tightly. "Mom, I'm fine. You and Dad should go to the company. Longu will be here shortly. With Xiaolon present, you needn't worry. This meeting pertains to several significant projects." Zhao Jie bit her lip. "Qing, call me immediately if anything arises." He nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, everything will be fine." Before departing, Xiao Lang reiterated, "Xiao Yu, take good care of Qing." Xiao Yu smiled lightly, of course. Once they left, the hospital room fell into silence. Summer Wanqing retracted her smile, her expression devoid of emotion as she turned to the person beside her. "You may leave. I do not wish to see you now." He raised an eyebrow. "Brother, have you become addicted to acting? Do you truly blame me for your fall?" "I merely returned the favor. You are far more ruthless than I. I only spilled a glass of milk, yet you risked your life in retaliation. However, your dancing skills are quite impressive. You tumbled down with a guitar and only sustained a few bruises." Summer Wanqing grinned. "I will not allow you to bully me." Such an innocent and endearing face. "How could you commit such heartless acts?" "Huh, are you referring to yourself?" He scoffed lightly. "I have never coveted the assets of the Xia family. I merely wish for my mother's happiness. If you continue to humiliate us, I will not remain silent." Clapping his hands, Xia Yu remarked, "Little C, you truly have a backbone. I admire that." "Humph, you may leave. I do not require your care." "Not a chance. I promise to take good care of you." He leisurely stood up. Summer Wanqing recoiled from his outstretched hand, her expression wary. "What do you intend to do?" "TSK, after lying here for so long, I'll help you sit up for a while." "Get away." Xia Yu disregarded her resistance, bending down, one hand slipping beneath her neck to lift her up, while the other positioned the pillow to ensure her comfort. Summer Wanqing furrowed her brow and reached out to push him away. In the next moment, that cool hand tightened around her neck, forcefully slamming her against the wall at the head of the bed, producing a dull thud. Though cushioned by the soft pillow, Summer Wanqing was still left dazed, letting out a piercing cry. Xia Yu's eyes sparkled with amusement as he softly said, "I have already apologized. You must acknowledge my sincerity." "Xia Yu," Summer Wanqing screamed, stretching out her hands to push him away. "Let go of me. You lunatic." Bang! Another vigorous collision, even more forceful than the last. In an instant, he could no longer struggle, his gaze gradually losing focus, mouth agape in a silent plea for help. Yet only faint whispers escaped his lips. "Xia Yu, what are you doing?" Chulon pushed open the door and was met with this scene, his heart tightening as he shouted in anger. Xia Yu released her grip, stepping back 2 paces. turning to him with a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with innocence. "Brother, you're here." He rushed forward, cradling the barely conscious Xia Wanqing in his arms. "Qingqing, how are you? Are you all right? Brother, what should we do?" Xia Yu crossed her arms, observing them with concern. "It seems like my brother is about to die. Should we call a doctor?" Chulan snapped back to reality, hurriedly pressing the bedside bell. Moments later, doctors and nurses rushed in. "Doctor, quickly, save him." The doctor approached, checking Xia Wanqing's eyelids. "Quickly, take him to the emergency room." In a flurry of chaos, Xia Wanqing was whisked away to the emergency room, while Chulan anxiously paced back and forth at the door. The instigator sat idly on a chair, waiting. Half an hour later, the patient was brought out. "Doctor, how is he?" The doctor removed his mask, a mixture of seriousness and confusion on his face. "He has a mild concussion. There should be no lasting issues, but he needs to rest for a few days. He seemed fine this morning. How did he sustain a concussion so quickly? Did he fall again?" Chulan pressed his lips together, casting a glance at the innocent-looking Xia Yu. Ding! Chulan's anger level reached 20. Xia Yu raised an eyebrow slightly and approached the doctor. "Is my brother all right?" He's tried to sit up and accidentally bumped his head, though the doctor felt puzzled. Seeing her worried expression, he gently reassured her. "He'll be fine, but he needs to stay for observation for a couple of days. That's a relief. My brother is always so reckless. He just fell down the stairs yesterday, and now he has hurt his head again. He frightens me to death. Indeed, when he wakes up, I need to have a serious talk with him." Chulan, observing her genuine concern for her brother's health, felt a mix of emotions, his face shifting from pale to flushed as he inwardly cursed her insanity. Xia Wanqing was returned to his ward and soon stirred awake, his first sight being Xia Yu, who was peeling an apple. His pupils constricted. Ding! Xia Wanqing's fear level reached 5. Hearing the system's notification, Xia Yu looked up, smiling. "You're awake. Do you feel dizzy or nauseous?" Qingqing. Chulan quickly moved to his side, sitting at the edge of the bed, gently caressing his pale face. "Are you dizzy?" Tears streamed down Xia Wanqing's cheeks. "Longa, it hurts. Is it a headache? I'll call the doctor." Xia Wanqing grasped his hand, preventing him from reaching for the bell, shaking his head in tears, looking utterly pitiful. "It's all right, I'm here." Crack! Xia Yu bit into the freshly peeled apple, the crisp sound resonating as she spoke indistinctly. "Brother, don't engage in such activities with me again, understood?" He trembled slightly, biting his lip, silently weeping. Chulan felt a surge of compassion and shot a glare at Xia Yu. He is already on the verge of moving out. Why do you still have to treat him so harshly? He is a victim of the previous generation's grudges. Crack! "Brother, please do not be so harsh. It was an accident. I inadvertently pushed him down the stairs, resulting in a concussion. I have already apologized to him. Isn't that right, little brother?" Xia Wanqing, hidden beneath the covers, clenched her other hand into a tight fist and spoke to Chulan in a muffled voice. "Longa, I do not wish to see him right now. I am afraid." "Xia Yu, you should head back." Xia Yu tossed the half-eaten apple into the corner trash can, stood up, and said, "All right, I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye, little brother. Wishing you a swift recovery." Observing his retreating figure, Xia Wanqing gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and concealed the resentment lurking in her gaze. Chapter 13, untitled. As Xia Yu exited the hospital, preparing to hail a cab home, he suddenly felt a strange sensation, squinting slightly at a black Mercedes parked across the street. With a cold sneer, he averted his gaze. "Host 001 exclaimed excitedly. "The one with the surname Qi has arrived." "Huh, why should I care?" He retorted. "He is not here for you." As he casually hailed a taxi and was about to open the door, he was stopped. Two burly men in black suits and sunglasses appeared on either side, pressing down on the car door, respectfully stating, "Young master, the gentleman has come to escort you." Xia Yu's expression remained impassive as he released his grip. "My apologies, young master." One of the men waved at the taxi driver, who, understanding the situation, did not linger and quickly sped away. The atmosphere around him immediately grew heavy. The two men exchanged nervous glances and mustered the courage to say, "Young master, please." "Kind-hearted host, please do not be angry," 001 urged. "Let's give him a chance to explain. If he fails to comply, we shall take matters into our own hands." Indeed, 105, still shaken by the earlier scene in the hospital, did not dare voice any objections, merely agreeing with the imposing system. Xia Yu ground his teeth, forcing a cryptic smile as he approached the black Mercedes. Both the men and the system breathed a sigh of relief. "Young master, please allow Xia Yu to open the rear door for you," one of them said, remaining still, his gaze fixed on a pair of black leather shoes inside the car, then upward to long legs clad in slightly wrinkled black trousers. "Enter," came a deep, hoarse voice from within, exuding an air of unspoken authority. Xia Yu, who had been holding the car door, spoke with a hint of pleading in his tone. Xia Yu bent down and entered the vehicle. He promptly shut the door and took his seat in the front passenger seat, instructing the driver, Xia Yu, to drive. In the back seat, Xia Yu leaned against the door, head lowered, not casting a glance at the person beside him, the atmosphere palpably tense. Perhaps having just emerged from the sun's warmth. He sneezed upon entering the air-conditioned vehicle. Beside him, Qian furrowed his brows and commanded in a low voice, "Turn off the air conditioning." "No, do not turn it off," came a calm yet firm response. Qian glanced at the rearview mirror, gulped nervously, and ultimately adjusted the temperature slightly higher. Qian's frown deepened as he turned to regard the profile of the person beside him, coldly asking, "How much longer do you intend to cause a scene?" Xia Yu tilted his head, offering a faint smile. "If you allow me to come, this matter will be completely resolved." Cough, cough, cough. The words caught the two individuals ahead off guard, causing them to choke on their saliva, their faces instantly transforming into masks of terror. It was over. They had heard something they were not meant to. Shi Yanjun's expression darkened. "Xia Yu," once. His temples throbbed. "Stop the car." Chi Air hastily pressed the brakes, pulling the vehicle over to the roadside. "Get out." The two in front did not dare to hesitate for even a second, hastily exiting the car and distancing themselves. 001 covered his eyes with one hand, while the other shielded 105's astonished eyes, which seemed on the verge of popping out. They would gradually grow accustomed to it. The host had no sense of decorum when he went on a rampage. "What's wrong?" Xia Yu's slender fingers traced along his thigh, a smile devoid of sincerity gracing his lips. "Aren't you displeased by mentioning this?" Qian grasped his wrist firmly. "Stop messing around." His gaze fell upon his wrist, which was being held painfully. His long eyelashes fluttered slightly in discomfort. The man instinctively loosened his grip, rubbing it absent-mindedly before realizing and hastily releasing it. Xia Yu lowered his head, observing the red mark on his wrist. Biting his lips softly, he murmured, "I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. It was my misunderstanding. Let us pretend that night never happened. I won't say a word. You can rest assured about your engagement with Miss Lin." Following his gaze, a flicker of regret crossed Qian's eyes as he solemnly clarified, "There is no engagement. I have never considered marriage." "Well, that's your affair. I have no say in it, and you need not explain yourself to me. I apologize for my reckless behavior during this time." His tightly furrowed brows did not soften in the least. Instead, his mood grew heavier. Xia Yu looked up at him and offered a light smile. "It was indeed my misunderstanding of your feelings towards me. I thought you felt the same way I did. I have always regarded you as Qian." However, upon uttering this phrase, he noticed Xia Yu's slightly trembling eyelashes, causing his heart to ache. Initially, he had harbored a dislike for the frail and reclusive Xia Yu. Coupled with his busy work schedule, he had little time to cultivate a relationship with him, maintaining a consistently indifferent attitude. Yet, Xia Yu adored him, persistently clinging to him without weariness. He had assumed that Xia Yu's efforts to please him were driven by a desire to firmly attach himself to the Qi family. However, upon discovering Xia Yu's background was not lacking, his demeanor gradually softened. Eventually, Qian completely indulged Xia Yu, taking it upon himself to handle both significant and trivial matters, eager to present him with delightful things to keep him happy. However, what he never anticipated was the complexity of Xia Yu's feelings towards him. Even more surprising was last month, on Xia Yu's birthday, when he had just rejected the latter's confession. The very next moment, fueled by alcohol, he awoke the following day with a muddled mind, blurted out an apology. Only after speaking did Qian realize the extent of his hurtful words. Yet, he was at a loss for what to do. Having navigated the business world for years, instilling fear in others as a formidable financial mogul. He found himself retreating like a turtle, abandoning Xia Yu and fleeing. After enduring nearly a month of torment, unable to ease his worry for Xia Yu, he had not yet gathered the right words to have a proper conversation when Xia Yu returned to the country the next day. In recent days, the silence and unanswered calls have driven Qi Yin to a state of frenzy. Although the source of his anxiety eludes him, yesterday, upon overhearing Xia Yu's voice on the phone addressing someone else, his irritation reached a boiling point. He cast aside all thoughts and immediately arranged for a private jet to return. His intention was to clarify the misunderstandings between them. Yet when Xia Yu nonchalantly brushed off the events of that fateful night with a smile, his heart felt as though it were being pierced by countless needles. A sharp pang of sorrow enveloping him. I know I've overthought things. I will no longer entertain any other notions about you. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you during this time, Xia Yu softly murmured, turning to gaze out the window. In the next moment, her expression darkened, and her lips silently formed the words, "Damn it." Chapter 14. This debt will eventually be repaid. Qi Yin felt a tightness in his chest and, after a prolonged silence, replied, "It is best that you think that way. You're dead." 001 wished to block its ears, as the alarm indicating a spike in destruction value pierced through, causing it discomfort. It quickly interjected, "Dear host, please remain calm. Let us give him a little more time. There is still a chance for redemption." Xia Yu scoffed, "Huh? There is no saving him now. Just take him away." "Host, when will the system shop be upgraded?" "Huh? When can the items be used by characters other than the protagonist?" 001 glanced at the dwindling points and felt a fleeting sense of guilt. Upgrading the shop requires points, and after a recent splurge, there were precious few remaining, still needing 100,000 points. Understood. Qi Yi and Qi Er returned to the calculated time, and as soon as they entered the car, they sensed the palpable tension between the two in the back seat, not daring to utter a word. Qi Yin pressed his fingers to his temple. "To the airport. Are you heading back?" Xia Yu asked, seemingly having composed herself. "Yes." "Then drop me off at the intersection ahead." He frowned in displeasure. "You're coming back with me." "I'm not going back." "Xia Yu, didn't we agree to avoid causing a scene?" With her head bowed, Xia Yu replied, "I'm not causing a scene. My cat is still at home, and you can't do this. No matter how much I like you, it will hurt me. I just want some time alone. You go back first." Qi Er, "Stop the car." Qi Er, not daring to disobey, halted at the intersection. She opened the door, stood by the roadside, bent down, and waved goodbye. Qi Yin's expression darkened. "Drive?" Watching the taillights of the speeding car fade away, Xia Yu felt an inescapable gloom settle over her. Did he really leave me under this scorching sun? What is wrong with you, Qi? 001 was on the verge of a heart attack. "Dear host, he truly loves you. He is simply unaware of his own feelings at the moment." I suspect you're deceiving me." "Absolutely not. I would never dare to deceive the kind-hearted host." She summoned a ride through her phone. "Indifferent now. Let me know when the shop upgrades. I will reclaim this debt in due time." Understood. This was promising. The host refraining from an outright outburst signified there was still hope. As the Mercedes glided less than 100 meters, Qi cautiously cast a glance at the coldly perspiring figure of his employer in the back seat, hesitating to speak. Given the sweltering heat, the young master had disembarked in a location devoid of shade, and Qi wondered if he had successfully hailed taxi. Qi Yin shot him a frosty glance, prompting him to straighten up, and urged Qi Er, "Is the car running low on fuel? At 20 miles per hour, we won't reach the airport by nightfall. Turn around." Qi Er, with a drooping expression, complied. "Understood, sir." However, upon their return to the original spot, Summer Yu's figure had vanished. Qi Yan's countenance darkened further. "Sir, the young master may have returned home. Should we still proceed to the airport?" Qi Yi inquired anxiously, as the return flight had already been scheduled, leaving 3 hours until departure. He fumbled with his phone screen, questioning which home he referred to. "Certainly, the summer residence," he replied. Prior to their arrival, Summer Yu's whereabouts had been thoroughly investigated. Qi Yi hastily retrieved his phone, accessing a document that revealed the young master had only one similarly aged, illegitimate brother in the Summer family. "Oh, and there's a childhood companion," he added, noting that the young master had lost contact with him after studying abroad. "Childhood companion?" Qi Yin inquired, an edge of irritation creeping into his demeanor. The young man belonged to the Chu family, named Chulan, a year older than the young master, with both families residing as neighbors. Did Summer Yu maintain a close relationship with him during childhood? Perhaps, Qi Yi replied, sensing the growing ire within Qi Yin. Sir, shall we still head to the airport? Qi Yi, lacking perceptiveness, pondered for a moment before stating coldly, let's go to the summer residence. What purpose do we have there? The young master expressed a desire for solitude. Perhaps it is best not to disturb him. Qi Yi and Qi Yi had grown up alongside Qi Yin, their rapport less formal than that of typical bodyguards. Particularly Qi Yi, who, after being assigned as Summer Yu's personal protector 3 years prior, had gradually come to hold the young master's words in high esteem, placing Qi Yin in second regard. He was acutely aware of Summer Yu's affections for his employer and had been a silent observer of last month's incident. Regardless of the circumstances, he always sided with Summer Yu, even expressing mild reproach towards his employer when Summer Yu returned home in distress. Qi Yi felt an urge to deliver a reprimanding slap to Qi Yi. Just follow the boss's instructions. Understood. He activated the navigation system, steering towards the summer villa. En route, he could not restrain himself from defending Summer Yu further. Sir, do not underestimate the young master's age. He possesses a strong will and knows what he desires. Over the years, he has been transparent about his feelings for you. Perhaps you, being somewhat oblivious, failed to notice. But on his birthday, he clearly articulated his sentiments. Yet, you rejected him and then proceeded to bring him to your bed. This is far from being merely inconsiderate. Qi stole a glance at his employer, whose face was as dark as a soot-covered pot, his blood pressure undoubtedly rising. Xia, when it comes to the boss's affairs, refrain from speaking out of turn. But the boss must not bully him so. The young master is truly wonderful, innocent-hearted, suffering in silence, returning home to mend his wounds. Sir, your indecisiveness is troubling. If you do not love him, sever all ties cleanly. Do not persist in seeking presence before him. This not only exacerbates the young master's wounds, but also threatens his self-esteem. The young master is astute. He will not cling to a single tree indefinitely. If you minimize your appearances before him, he will eventually move on. He anxiously pinched the flesh between his nose. Qi Yi, you truly are a fool. How dare you utter such words? Are you courting death? With a resounding crash, a mobile phone was hurled from the back seat, smashing against the front windshield, which shattered instantly. Qi Yi hastily slammed the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt by the roadside. A voice, brimming with suppressed fury, emanated from behind. Do you wish to die? He replied obediently. Not at all, but I cannot bear to see the young master suffer. Sir, you must reflect on your own actions. Silence. Qi Yi barked, swiftly exiting to make a call for a new vehicle. Oh, Qi Yin exuded an oppressive chill. Addressing Qi Yi, does he have feelings for Xia Yu? What? Who? Qi Yi exclaimed. Qi Yi, alarmed, waved his hands. No. He's a straight man. He has a girlfriend. He would never dare harbor improper thoughts about the young master. He simply admires him greatly. After losing to the young master in a contest, he became an ardent fan, fervently defending his idol. Please don't take it to heart, sir. Lifting his eyelids, his gaze was piercing. Do you also believe he is a point? Yes. No. Do you think I should keep my distance from Xia Yu? Speak falsely, and I will send you to Siberia to dig potatoes. Qi Yi inhaled deeply, resolutely closing his eyes. Sir, if you only regard the young master as a brother, it would be best not to seek him out during this time, lest the young master misunderstand. I understand your concern for him, but enduring prolonged pain is worse than a brief suffering. Qi Yan's expression darkened further. His thin lips pressed tightly together, and he fell silent. Chapter 15. Do not mistake my kindness for weakness. After Qi Yi summoned help, he discreetly called Xia Yu. Young master, speak. He recounted the entire conversation that had transpired in the car, including Qi Yan's reaction. Xia Yu replied coolly, understood. Young master, I adhered strictly to the lines you provided. Should the sir become enraged and dismiss me, you must rehire me. MHM, I shall hang up now, and will keep you updated on the sir's movements. MHM. Once the call ended, he muttered softly, the young master must be upset. He was so indifferent. This is all the sir's fault. Moments later, a black Hummer halted by the roadside. Qi entered the vehicle and coldly commanded, "To the hotel." "Understood, sir." Qi dared not allow Qi back into the car, opting to drive himself while casting a fierce glare at the foolish lad waiting outside. "Handle it well, and come find me after." Oh. Upon returning home, Xia Yu's mood was far from pleasant. He paid no heed to the two cats that scampered eagerly at his feet and retreated to his room to lie down. Xia Yu. Bang, bang, bang. He was abruptly awakened from a deep slumber by a cacophony of knocking. "Xia Yu, come out." Zhao Jia, with reddened eyes, angrily pounded on his door. Xia Lung, standing beside her, urged, "Jia, please calm down." "How can I remain calm?" She trembled, tears streaming down her face. "It's all your fault. He harbors such animosity towards Qingqing, yet you allowed him to stay at the hospital to care for her. In the time it took to hold a meeting, my Qingqing was left with a concussion. You still expect me to be calm?" Xia Lung, your bias is beyond reason. There must be some misunderstanding. I demand that he clarify it to my face. Otherwise, I shall report it to the authorities and let the police adjudicate. What's going on? Xia Yu opened the door, just waking up, her voice still husky. "Andy, what are you talking about?" Zhao Jia, observing her carefree demeanor, felt her anger surge. "You've caused Qingqing to suffer a concussion, and you can still sleep soundly?" He raised an eyebrow. "When did I hit him? Who told you I struck him?" "His concussion was from falling down the stairs yesterday, and I've already apologized." "That is not true. This morning at the hospital, the doctor said he didn't injure his head. When I visited at noon, they stated he had a mild concussion. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Perhaps the hospital equipment malfunctioned, leading to a delayed diagnosis." "Argumentative. You were the one who harmed him." Xia Yu sighed helplessly. "Fine. If you insist on blaming me, then I shall accept it." "Xia Yu, how can you be so malicious?" Zhao Jia raised her hand in indignation. "Jia." Xiao Lang quickly intervened, disappointment evident as he turned to the bystanders. "Xiao Yu, didn't you promise to get along with Qingqing?" He smirked slightly. "Indeed, but my brother refuses to cooperate, and so does Annie. It's merely a mild concussion. He isn't dead. Is it necessary to be this furious? You even contemplate hitting me. My own mother has never struck me. Do you think addressing you as aunt makes you any less than that?" "Xia Yu, do not utter such words. Did I strike a nerve?" "You." Xiao Lang was also enraged. "Have you lost all your upbringing after years abroad?" Xia Yu chuckled lightly. "First, you accuse me of pushing him, pressuring me to apologize, then indiscriminately claim I caused his concussion, and now you wish to strike me. And yet, you say I lack upbringing? Do not take my kindness for weakness. Do not think you can bully me just because you believe me to be an easy target. After you've taken your liberties, you cast all the blame upon me, seeking to drive me to despair, hoping to inherit my fortune. Is that it?" His pupils widened in shock, hastily attempting to explain, "I didn't what?" Lu Ling, returning with a bundle of groceries, overheard the exchange. She hastily dropped her items and rushed upstairs, positioning herself protectively in front of Xia Yu, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Do you dare bully my young master? Do you wish to harm him, or drive him to his demise?" Zhao Jia, overwhelmed by rage, could scarcely see straight. "Xia Yu, you are clearly the one who bullied Qingqing, leading him to the hospital, and now you dare to retaliate. I always knew your family harbored ill intentions." Lu Ling, fuming, exclaimed, "Taking advantage of my absence to tarnish my young master's reputation. I raised him. How could I not know his pure heart? He wouldn't harm even an Annie past. The moment I laid eyes on that illegitimate child, I knew he was deceitful. Indeed, he feigned hospitalization to frame my young master, and now you seek to leverage this for your gain, attempting to oust him and seize what rightfully belongs to him, correct? This is a plot straight out of a melodrama. Summer family, your audacity knows no bounds. How dare you treat my young master in such a manner?" Xia Long's vision darkened. "I didn't." She glanced back at the silent Xia Yu, her head bowed, and tears streamed down her face in a torrent. Pulling out her phone, she murmured, "Don't be afraid, young master. I shall call old Master Qi right away." "Wait," Xiao Lang exclaimed in a panic. "The conflicts among children need not disturb the elder. You all are going to harm our young master. Sister Lu, do not speak recklessly." "Hello." Lu Ling's call connected. "Old master, this is Xiao Lu. The Xiao family is treating us like animals. The Xia surname has colluded with a mistress and an illegitimate child, aiming to harm our young master. Xia Yu, still with her head lowered, couldn't help but twitch her lips in amusement. Well, you certainly know how to report grievances. That's not true. Xia Lang, in a moment of impulsiveness, lunged for the phone. Old master, it's all a misunderstanding. The voice on the other end carried a hint of anger. What is going on? He hurriedly explained. It's merely a minor disagreement between the children. I assure you. Not a hair on Xia Yu was harmed. Sister Lu has misunderstood the situation. Then kindly elucidate the matter to me. It was Xia Yu who pushed Wan Qing down the stairs. Who is Wan Qing? Xiao Lang's forehead broke into a fine sweat. He is his illegitimate child. Lu Ling retorted angrily. Only a year younger than the young master. No. Where is Xia Yu? Let him answer the phone. Xia Yu reached out to take the phone. Grandfather. The tone of old Master Qi instantly softened. Oh dear, have you been bullied? Xiao Lang frantically gestured to him, hoping he would not speak out of turn. After a moment of silence, he quietly replied, No, I was in the wrong. It is only natural for them to protect their child. The sight of his despondent demeanor shattered Lu Ling's heart. Xia, do not threaten my young master with your gaze. Oh, my young master, still taking the blame upon himself. Fear not. Clarify how they conspired against you, pushed you, and forced you to apologize, and how they intended to harm you. The old master will support you. Thus, the general situation was laid out, and what more could he say? One must admit, those standing by him exhibited a most villainous demeanor. Aware of the identity of the person on the other end, Zhao Jia, with a pale face, grasped the sleeve of the equally distressed Xia Lang, feeling a mix of anger and frustration, but dared not voice it. As the head of the foremost aristocracy in the harbor city, Qi Feng had witnessed many a case of mistresses and illegitimate children rising to bully the legitimate heirs. He had not anticipated such audacity from the Xia family, daring to bully his grandson. Having long harbored grievances over the Xia family's treatment of his eldest daughter, he was now seething with indignation. He refrained from expressing his anger, fearing it might alarm his dear grandson, and calmly said, Xia Yu, do not be afraid. Grandfather is here, and no one can bully you. Xia Yu replied softly, Thank you, grandfather. After hanging up, he returned the phone to Lu Ling and cast a glance at the two anxious individuals, a slight smile curling his lips as he descended the stairs. Xia Yu and Xia Lang were filled with trepidation, and just as they were about to follow him downstairs, the phone rang. Hello, Dad. Yes, we are back. All right. I will wait for you. Zhao Jia, feeling wronged, could not voice her sorrow, tears streaming down her face as she looked at him. Calm down. My heart has sunk to the depths. Do not cry. Dad and Mom are on their way from the old residence. It is Xia Yu who is at fault. Qing is still lying in the hospital. Be quiet. Do not mention Xia Yu again. She bit her lip tightly, the resentment within her growing ever stronger. Chapter 16. It seems you relish the unhappiness of others, for it brings you joy. In the living room, Xia Yu lounged languidly on the sofa, two cats frolicking on his lap. Lu Ling stood behind him, her gaze fixed menacingly on Zhao Jia, who had been wiping her tears incessantly. Xia Lang paced anxiously, wanting to exchange a few words with Xia Yu, yet fearing that Lu Ling would embellish the tale and report him. Ding dong. The doorbell rang insistently, prompting him to hurry over and open the door, ushering the visitors inside. Dad, Mom, elder sister. Zhao Jia quickly wiped her tears and stood up to greet them. Where is Xiao Yu? The moment Xia Qiao entered, leaning on his cane, he immediately sought out Xia Yu. The elderly matriarch, Chun Hong, affectionately patted Zhao Jia's hand, her small eyes glancing towards the boy seated motionless on the sofa. Xiao Yu, why haven't you greeted your elders? Xia Yu smiled faintly. Aunt, it's been a while. Xia Shi, who entered behind, nodded and asked, When did you return? Just a couple of days ago, he replied. Chun Hong's face grew slightly uncomfortable. Dad, Mom, please take a seat. Xiao Lang assisted them to sit down. Jia, could you brew a pot of tea for Dad? Of course. Xia Qiao rapped his cane on the floor, his expression stern. No need, everyone sit down. Zhao Jia bit her lip and settled beside Chun Hong. His sharp gaze swept the room, landing on the troubled face of Xia Lang. Old Master Qi called me, saying that the moment Xiao Yu returned, he was bullied by Yu Lot, demanding an explanation. Speak up, what transpired? Xiaolang sighed helplessly. Nothing happened. Xia Yu pushed Qingqing down the stairs. Nonsense. Lu Ling exploded. That illegitimate child fell by himself and is blaming my young master. Chen Hong was displeased. She had always doted on Xia Wanqing, and for the master of the house to speak, it was inappropriate for a mere maid to interject. You speak of an illegitimate child so freely. Do you talk like that in the Qi family as well? Ha ha ha. Our Qi family is reputable and upright. We would never stoop to the level of your Xia family, bringing a mistress's illegitimate child to bully the legitimate heir. You. If you do not provide my young master with a satisfactory explanation today, I will take this matter to old Madam Qi. With me here, I dare anyone to bully my soft-hearted young master. Enough. Xia Qiao's expression darkened. Xiaolang, clarify what happened. Did Qingqing fall by himself or not? Dad. That day when Jia and I returned, we indeed witnessed Xiao Yu pushing Qingqing down the stairs. He admitted it. And this morning, he even went to the hospital to apologize. I did not. Xia Yu replied coolly. I have always said I did not push him. It was you who forced me to apologize at the hospital. It was clearly you who pushed him. Zhao Jia, infuriated, began to tear up again. You even caused him a concussion at the hospital. What? Chen Hong exclaimed, both anxious and furious. Xiao Yu, how could you be so cruel? No matter what, Qingqing is your brother. He smiled. Who said I caused a concussion? Is Qingqing my brother, or is it Brother Chulan? Zhao Jia glared at him in anger. You don't deny it? You were the only one with him in the ward this morning. If it wasn't Tu, then who was it? It's possible he fell the night before. Impossible. The doctor examined and confirmed that there was merely a bruise and no injury to the head whatsoever. Perhaps it was indeed caused by Chulan. Xiaolan would never harm Qingqing. Lu Ling stepped forward to defend her master, declaring, Are you intent on clinging to my young master? He would never resort to violence, especially not against that illegitimate child. He finds him repugnant. You Zhao Jia. You might just be driven to a heart attack from anger. Ding dong. The doorbell chimed again, and after watching the unfolding drama for a while, Xiaoxi rose to answer it. Aunt Chulan called out as he pushed the wheelchair-bound Xia Wanqing inside, followed closely by two bodyguards clad in black. Qingqing, Shenong, seeing her grandson with his head bandaged, reached out with concern. How could you be so severely injured? Come to Grandma, Xiao Wanqing sniffed, calling out for his grandparents. Zhao Jia approached and gently caressed his face. How did you come out of the hospital? Tears streamed down his cheeks as he cried, Mom. Xiao Qiao glanced at the bodyguards and immediately recognized them as belonging to old Master Qi. Brother, Xia Yu smiled at the solemn-faced Chulan. Did you say I caused Qingqing to have concussion? Chulan's heart quaked. No. You did not say? Or did I not hit him? I did not say. Then does that mean I did hit him? He pressed his lips together, falling silent. Do you not know whether you hit him or not? Wanqing, Xia Qiao spoke sternly. Tell us, did you fall down the stairs on your own, or were you pushed? Xiao Wanqing bit his lip, cautiously glancing at Xia Yu before lowering his gaze and softly replying, It was my fault for not standing steady while handling my suitcase. It has nothing to do with my brother. Qingqing, Zhao Jia, in pain, struggled to breathe. Do not be afraid. Mom, it truly was an accident. I am fine. Let's just forget about this, all right? He forced a faint smile. I do not wish to see anyone unhappy. You foolish child. His self-sacrificing demeanor moved Xia Qiao somewhat. But he had no choice but to sigh. Since it was your own misstep, and you did not clarify, leading to your brother's misunderstanding, you should apologize to him. He choked back tears. Brother, I'm sorry. Xiaolang, you should also apologize to Xia Yu. Xiaolang understood that regardless of the circumstances, the blame could not be placed on Xia Yu. Otherwise, old Master Qi would be displeased. It was best to apologize and put an end to this matter. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his head. Xia Yu, I am sorry. It was my fault. The host, 001, was thoroughly engrossed in the drama. They had already concluded in their minds that it was you who pushed Xia Wanqing down the stairs. However, due to your grandfather's influence, they apologized to you. Now, Xia Wanqing could garner more favor from the Xia family, a clever strategy of retreating to advance. Xia Yu noticed this too, but he was indifferent, casually surveying those present. Some restrained, some aggrieved, but none dared to express their anger towards him. He smiled faintly, reflecting on how he had just returned home only to be misunderstood, nearly facing violence himself. I, too, feel quite sad and helpless. However, it is of no consequence. Let us hope there will not be a next time. I do not wish to see anyone unhappy. Chulan turned his head away, rolling his eyes dramatically. It seems you wish for everyone to be unhappy, as that would bring you joy. Xia Yu, feeling uneasy inside, tapped his cane against the floor. Let us put an end to this matter. Since Qingqing is unwell, let us return him to the hospital. Wait. Lu Ling pointed at Zhao Jie, who was in tears and silent, exclaiming that she nearly struck my young master without offering an apology. Do not presume that being an unacknowledged mistress grants one invisibility. Zhao Jie's complexion grew even paler as she tightly clasped her palm, managing to utter a faint "I'm sorry." Having observed enough of the scene, Xia Yu rose to her feet, announcing her departure. I shall take my leave now. Xia Yu, your aunt will bring you some new clothes tomorrow. Xia Yu held a favorable impression of her aunt, nodding with a smile. Thank you, aunt. Xiaolong, see Qingqing back to the hospital, Xia Qiao instructed coldly. Understood, Dad. He was about to push the wheelchair when a bodyguard in black stepped aside to block him. The expressions of those present turned grim. Xia Yu waved her hand, and the bodyguard bowed, slightly before turning to leave. Qingqing, Zhao Jie finally succumbed to her tears. Mother will take you back to the hospital. Xia Wangqing shook her head, reassuring her, Mom, I'm fine. The doctor said rest at home is sufficient. There is no need for another trip. Let Longa take me back to my room. This is a concussion. How can you be fine? Be obedient and go to the hospital with your mother. I really don't need to. She looked at Chun Hong with a pleading expression. Grandma, I don't want to go back to the hospital. Chun Hong, filled with concern, replied, all right. If you don't want to go, we can have the doctor come here to keep watch instead. Thank you, Grandma. Chu Lan sighed softly, stepping forward. Qingqing, I will escort you back to your room. Xiao Wangqing extended her hand. Thank you, Lan Ge. Xiao Yu smiled as she watched Chu Lan carry him upstairs, then lowered her eyelids, absent-mindedly stroking the little orange head. Grandpa, will you stay and have dinner with me? Lu Ling was dissatisfied with their insincere apologies, grumbling irritably. I'm getting old and can't cook for so many people. You certainly didn't look old when you were protecting your child just now. Chapter 17 Goodness. Xia Qiao felt as if he were on the verge of a heart attack, taking a deep breath before forcing a benevolent smile. Xiao Yu, how long will you be staying this time? He lazily leaned against the sofa cushion. I'm here to inherit the family fortune. I want to be leaving. What? Chun Hong, who was being supported upstairs by Zhao Jie, exclaimed in shock, turning to sit back down. You were doing perfectly well abroad. Mom, Xiao Lang called out sharply, his expression darkening. What do you mean, Grandma Xia? Lu Ling, the designated spokesperson for the young master, interjected again, clearly wishing for my young master not to return, so that the family fortune could be divided among that illegitimate child, right? I had long suspected this was your intention, now that our young master is back. You must be anxious, huh? Your calculations are misplaced. Have you even considered whether old Master Qi would approve? Chen Hong's face stiffened in indignation as she scolded. What nonsense are you spouting? No, I must report this to old Master. As she spoke, she reached for her phone to make a call. Xiao Lu. Xiao Qiao suppressed his anger, stating firmly, no matter the circumstances, the Xia family belongs to Xiao Yu, whether at home or abroad. He will forever be the sole heir of Baichuan Group. Lu Ling huffed softly, putting her phone away. He sighed in relief and gently asked Xiao Yu, when would you like to join the company and learn from your father, accumulating some experience? Xiao Yu appeared somewhat disinterested, replying, we'll see. Having just returned to the country, it is quite pleasant to indulge in some leisure. Whenever you wish to go, simply inform your father. Is Aunt Sen also employed at Baichuan? I hear her position is quite esteemed. Xia Qiao appeared somewhat perplexed. Aunt Sen? He gestured towards Zhao Jie with a nod. Xia Lang felt a twinge of embarrassment and hastily clarified. Zhao Jie is my secretary. Her competence is undeniable. I assure you there are no ulterior motives. Ah, secretary. Xia Yu elongated her tone. In that case, it is acceptable. At least she is not the financial director. Otherwise, I would truly have my suspicions. Since father appreciates her, keeping her around is harmless. Zhao Jia's complexion paled further. Her words subtly belittled her, suggesting perhaps an intention to oust her from Baichuan. Xia Qiao shakily rose, noting the lateness of the hour. I must take my leave now. Xia Yu, let us plan to return to the old residence another day to dine with grandfather. Very well, do take care, grandfather. Is that all? Once you go upstairs to see Qingqing? Hong was still preoccupied with her grandson upstairs. Perhaps you should bring Qingqing back to the old residence. I am quite uneasy. Xia Yu chuckled softly. Who is it that you are worried about, grandmother? She indignantly fell silent. Of course, it is you I am concerned about. Enough. Xia Qiao was genuinely fatigued. What is there to be concerned about? The doctor will be here to tend to her. Let us hurry home. She dared not disobey. Before departing, she offered Zhao Jia a few quiet words of comfort, reminding her to look after Xia Wanqing diligently. Once they departed, Chu Lan descended the stairs. Xiao Lan. Zhao Jia hurried over. How is Qingqing? She is already asleep. I shall go take a look. Xiao Lang followed suit. Xia Yu brushed off the cat hair from her clothes and stood up. Are you heading home, brother? Yes. Chu Lan had no desire to engage in conversation with him. Then I shall accompany you home. It is already 6:30, time for dinner. Aunt Jiang has invited me over to eat. He frowned slightly. Does Mom know you have returned? Indeed. I posted it on my social media. Didn't T-brother inform her? TSK, you claimed she would be delighted to know I was back. What a liar. My apologies, I was too preoccupied and forgot. Humph. Too busy visiting Qingqing at the hospital, I presume. In truth, he had no intention of mentioning it. He knew his mother would certainly invite Xia Yu over for dinner, and he did not wish to share a table with such a conniving individual. Xia Yu seemed unconcerned. Ling Yi, I am heading to my brother's house for dinner. Please feed the cats before you leave. Certainly. Despite his reluctance, Chu Lan had no choice but to follow him outside. As evening fell, the sun had completely set, yet the air remained stifling. Xia Yu trailed behind Chu Lan, maintaining a distance of nearly 5 meters. As they walked, he suddenly halted. Brother. Chu Lan turned back. What is it now? Come here. He rolled his eyes and returned. What do you need? I have sand in my eye. Then go home and wash it out. Please help me blow it out. I will not blow it. Chu Lan instinctively refused. Who would want to be so close to him? What if he attempted some mischief? Xia Yu slightly raised her gaze, her eyes glistening with moisture. Will you blow or not? I will not. I have bad breath and wouldn't want to offend you. After a standoff of several seconds, Chu Lan relented, stepping forward. I am not initiating contact. Please do not strike me. When have I ever hit you, brother? Ah, how forgetful you are, my esteemed friend. Which eye? The left one, standing at a height of 1.85 meters and merely 2 centimeters taller than him. Chu Lan slightly lowered his head and swiftly blew towards his left eye. Is it better now? Xia Yu instinctively closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, a faint blush adorned his eye sockets. One more blow, please. Brother? Chu Lan, caught off guard by his lingering gaze, started and quickly blew again, retreating a couple of steps, stammering, is that better? If not, shall I fetch you some eye drops? Xia Yu blinked. No need, let us go. All right, let us go. Chu Lan hastily turned and strode in the direction of home, secretly berating himself. What good is good looks when the heart is dark? Xia Yu leisurely followed, casting a sidelong glance at the vehicle hidden behind the flower bed in the distance, a slight smile gracing his lips. Outside, the heat was stifling, while inside the car it felt like a frigid cave. Chi-Er sat in the driver's seat, having somehow procured a small telescope. Reporting to the frost-ridden boss in the back seat, the young master kissed the childhood friend. My heavens! The chill intensified. Chi-E snatched the telescope away. Enough with your chatter. Chi-En, suppressing his overwhelming fury, observed the tall figure through the car window, remaining silent. Shire swallowed hard. Yet he had not finished his lines as instructed by the young master, so he steeled himself to speak. Sir, I suddenly have a bold hypothesis that might anger you. Speak. Is there a possibility, just a possibility, that the young master actually favors his childhood friend, and you are merely a substitute? Chi-E felt darkness cloud his vision from the audacity of those words. What on earth was this fool saying? Is he truly courting danger? He could sense the murderous glare from his boss, but there was no way out, for he had yet to complete his lines. In a foreign land, it is easy to miss family and friends. if the young master did not see a familiar shadow in the Sir? How would he dare to approach the Sir upon arriving at the Qi residence? The Sir always wears a cold expression, and everyone avoids him. Moreover, after their intimate encounter, the young master did not cause a fuss. Just moments ago, he had obediently allowed the childhood friend to kiss him. The encounter with the Sir was an accident he could not evade. He hadn't even thought to avoid it. The distinction between love and indifference is stark. Qi Yin was on the verge of grinding his molars, coldly uttering, "He has always professed his affection for me. Do you mean to say he is feigning it?" Qi Yin silently cursed himself for being reckless. How could he discern the true feelings of the young master towards the Sir? However, he certainly did not resist the childhood friend's affectionate gestures. "Silence. Get out. All of you, just get out." Very well. The two hastily exited the vehicle, instinctively retreating 10 meters away, as if they could see dark fumes emanating from the car. Oh my, it was the first time witnessing the Sir in such a rage. Chapter 18. Submission after dinner at the Chu residence. Jiang Yun took Xia Yu's hand to escort him out, lovingly advising, "If they bully you at home or make you feel wronged, come to Annie Jiang, and I will help you seek justice, understood?" Xia Yu nodded. "Yes, thank you." Annie Jiang, such a good child. Chu Lan, standing nearby, rolled his eyes skyward. You would be doing well not to bully anyone. What S with that expression? Chu Yan, with a stern expression, kicked him lightly, instructing him to take care of Xia Yu, as he had just returned to the country and should spend some time with him. He was reluctant, protesting that he had no time for leisure, especially with the program recording next week. After all, Xia Yu was no longer a child needing supervision. "Hey, you little rascal," Chulan interjected, "let your brother be busy." Xia Yu, ever understanding, remarked that his brother's career was of utmost importance. Jiang Yin scoffed, dismissing the notion that running around with his teammates and attracting throngs of admirers constituted a serious career. "Mom, I'm genuinely pursuing my dreams in the entertainment industry. How can that not be considered a career?" He retorted, slightly indignant. "Oh, prancing about on stage with your eyes rolling and making a spectacle of yourself. How is that serious?" Chulan was both amused and exasperated. "What do you know? Those are dance moves, wink. Oh, not serious indeed. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Xia Yu smiled, noting that his brother's group was quite popular, boasting that he often saw their posters even in America. He proudly raised his chin, indeed. "They are a top-tier global singing and dancing boy band, you know. Your brother is incredible," Jiang Yun said, affectionately patting Xia Yu's hand. "Are you interested in joining them? With your looks, you would undoubtedly be more popular than they are. Once you become a star, Aunt Jiang will support you." Chulan was taken aback. "Mom, just a moment ago, you said this wasn't a serious career. Now you're talking about becoming a star and support. Be quiet. Xia Yu is different from your colorful-haired ruffian friends. It's clear you have a double standard." Xia Yu shook his head. "I prefer not to get involved. If you don't want to go, then we won tea. I'll head back now. Aunt Jiang, Uncle Chu, goodbye. Jiang Yin wave, goodbye. You're always welcome to visit." "Understood." Chu Yin gave Chulan another nudge, insisting he accompany Xia Yu. Reluctantly, Chulan followed, grumbling about how close they were and how there was no need for such a send-off. As they walked side by side, a blaring horn suddenly pierced the air. Chulan frowned, pulling Xia Yu's arm and switching positions with him to shield him from the road. The horn blared even louder. "What is wrong with that car? Is the road not wide enough? Disturbing the peace at this hour." Xia Yu halted, casually suggesting, "You can head back now. There's no need to accompany me. The Xia family's villa is just around the corner, so you've already seen me home." Chulan quickly nodded. "All right, I'll go back. Goodbye." He turned away smoothly. As they passed a black Hummer, he cast a disgruntled glance inside, only to meet a pair of piercing, dark eyes, sending a chill down his spine, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze and hurry home. The vehicle came to a stop in front of Xia Yu, and Qi Yin rolled down the back window, coldly commanding, "Get in." This time, Xia Yu complied without hesitation, sliding into the back seat. "Good evening, young master." The driver had changed to Qi Yi, while Qi Air was gagged in the passenger seat. Throughout the journey, the cold aura surrounding Qi Yin remained palpable, yet Xia Yu seemed unfazed, remaining silent all the while. Upon returning to the hotel suite, Qi Yi and Qi Air dared not enter, standing guard like sentinels outside. Qi Yin sank onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette with an indifferent tone. Tomorrow morning, you shall return to America with me. Xia Yu lowered her head, standing still. I shall not go. I am informing you, not seeking your opinion. You have no authority over me. With a violent kick, he overturned the small tea table before him, his expression chilling. You claim I lack the right. Xia Yu, seemingly startled, took a couple of steps back, yet remained defiant. I have no such obligation. Qi Yan's rage ignited. Xia Yu, do not provoke me intentionally. I'm not. He slowly raised his gaze, his peach blossom eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I do not wish to see you now. I need solitude. Your so-called solitude involves entangling with another man. The best remedy for heartache is to embark on a new romantic endeavor, and he is not just any man. He is my childhood companion. Nonsense. Qi Yin cursed vehemently for the first time in 28 years. Can you not focus on serious matters? Is your mind solely occupied with romance? Do you think men are that easily obtained? Speak. Xia Yu pressed her lips together, finding nothing to say. I'm going home. Stop. You will sleep here tonight and return to America with me tomorrow. He ignored her, turned to open the door, just as his hand grasped the doorknob. A sudden gust of cold air swept behind him, and in the next moment he found himself pinned against the wall, the back of his head striking painfully. Damn! Qi Yin gripped his shoulder blade tightly, gritting his teeth. You wish to provoke my fury, do you? Xia Yu's face paled with pain. He sneered, tugging at her arm, pulling her towards the bedroom. Obey, and spare yourself further suffering. After forcefully tossing her into the room, he blocked the doorway. Tomorrow morning, I will have someone take your cat as well. Cease this tantrum. Xia Yu collapsed onto the bed, her eyes red as she stared at him for a while. Tears cascading down her cheeks. Qi Yin, do not overstep. For a fleeting moment, Qi Yan's heart twisted, and he instinctively softened his tone. I do this for your own good. You are still young and know nothing. You hit me. I despise you. I did not strike you. He sighed, vexed, approaching her to gently stroke her head. I lost control. I apologize, but you must return to America with me tomorrow. Xia Yu grasped his wrist, her tear-filled eyes pleading. How pitiful. Instantly, his resolve weakened. Xia, be obedient. In the next moment, Xia Yu forcefully seized his wrist, flipped him over, and pinned his head down in a grappling hold. He was stunned for 2 seconds. Then, regaining his composure, he darkened his expression, reaching back with his unrestrained hand to dislodge her. Xia Yu, her gaze fierce, grabbed the ashtray from the bedside and hurled it at his head. Qi Yan's vision went dark, consciousness slipping away. In the final second before he closed his eyes, he could not fathom that Xia Yu would strike him with such intensity. Chapter 19. Qi Yin, you hit me. I despise you. Oh no. Oh no. 001 was astounded. Host, did you kill him? Xia Yu tossed the ashtray aside, rolled off the bed, and touched the back of her head, scoffing. He won tea die. Subsequently, it bore witness as its host stripped a person bare, tore the bed sheets into strips, and ensnared the individual at the head of the bed. Are you truly going to force yourself upon them? After binding them tightly, he turned and entered the bathroom. Qi Yin did not lose consciousness for long. Upon awakening, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, and his hands were bound tightly, with only a towel covering his lower body. You are awake, he heard. Lifting his gaze, he beheld Xia Yu, clad in a loose bathrobe, swirling a glass of red wine, with damp strands of hair framing his face. Xia Yu, do you have any idea what you are doing? His sharp eyes were filled with fury, fully ignited. Xia Yu took a delicate sip of wine, set the glass down, and sauntered over, scrutinizing him with unrestrained boldness. Are you a straight man? Release me. Stop this nonsense. From the looks of that night, you certainly weren't straight, were you? He breathed heavily, unsure whether it was from anger or the effects of the drug. Ha! The observer, 001, covered its face in disbelief. This Qi was merely a stubborn duck refusing to admit its fate. The drug had been administered by the host, but its effects would not last long. Had he boldly acknowledged his feelings for the host, he could have already enjoyed a loving relationship. The host had not intended to engage with the one beneath him. Yet after enduring a night of humiliation and being subjected to the taunts of a scoundrel, it was no wonder the host's temper flared. If it were not for the slight affection he harbored for Qi Yin, he would have discarded him long ago. I'll let it be. As long as the host does not desire to end his life or bring about the world's destruction, let love take its course. Chi, may you fend for yourself. 001 silently completed its task and severed the connection, choosing to turn a blind eye to the impropriety. Qian struggled for an extended period, unable to free himself, thus suppressing the rage within. Xia, please loosen your grip. Let's have a proper conversation. Xia Yu climbed onto the bed, straddling his waist. Is this not a suitable position for conversation? He murmured, get off me. Do you dislike this manner of discourse? Xia Yu grasped his chin. Qian ses pupilles dilated. His mind momentarily blank. After a brief entanglement, Xia Yu retreated slightly. Not straight, are you? Xia Yu. His eyes reddened. Get off. Xia Yu, unyielding, shifted his grip from his chin to his neck, declaring, I must reclaim what I lost that night. You dare. I will ensure your comfort. Xia Yu yanked the towel from his abdomen and rummaged through the drawer of the bedside table. Suddenly, the world spun. Qian had somehow broken free from his restraints and, like a wild dog, pounced on him, locking his neck tightly, his wrists marked with crimson stains. Xia Yu, not to be outdone, bent his knee and forcefully struck Qian's abdomen. The furious wild dog, now alert, easily thwarted his attack. His gaze darkened, and with a clenched fist, he swung violently at Xia Yu's jaw. Qian seized his wrist, exerting force, and a distinct crack echoed, the sound of dislocated bone. Xia Yu let out a muffled groan, his face paling from the pain. This is your own doing. Who gave you the audacity? The tearful and pitiful visage of Qian only fueled his rage further. He barked, don't call me. Xia Yu, having relinquished her strength, draped her arm around his neck, and, with a quivering voice, exclaimed, It hurts. Were you not in pain when you struck my head with the ashtray? Oh, I was wrong. Her swift capitulation left Qian's pent-up fury in a state of limbo. Seizing the moment of his silence, Xia Yu once again mounted him. You. Assuming he would retaliate, Qian coldly prepared to throw her off. However, Xia Yu pressed her lips to his furious eyes, rendering him momentarily frozen. She nestled against his shoulder, softly weeping. Qian, you hit me, I despise you. Regaining his composure, Qian chuckled in exasperation. Weren't you the one who struck first? The plaintive sound of her sobs intensified his irritation. Stop crying. Though she remained silent, the warmth on his shoulder became increasingly irksome. With a resigned sigh, he embraced her and lowered his voice. First, let me call a doctor to examine you. Xia Yu clung tightly to his neck, refusing to budge. The alarming sound of rising destruction values from 001 disrupted the atmosphere, and upon reconnecting, it revealed the tender scene of their embrace. Oh dear, host, what are you doing? You're already embracing. Why are you still angry? Silent tears flowed from Xia Yu, her eyes dark and cold. I can't overpower him. Oh dear, let's find some peace and avoid fighting. Violence won't resolve anything. Let's calmly sit down and talk it out. Consider it like being bitten by a dog. No need to retaliate. Haha, I must retaliate. I'm sorry, I misspoke. This is a mad dog. Not retaliating would be absurd. What is the current score? 001 summoned the panel, revealing a total of 22 for 150 points, still needing over 70,000 for a mall upgrade. No, host, even if you use drugs on him, he won't let you in. That one must be suppressed. All right, do as you please. As long as you're happy, strive to create animosity. In Chapter 20, let us start anew. Qian sensed Xia Yu's emotions had calmed considerably. He patted her back, saying, Get up, I'll call the doctor for you. No, he felt utterly powerless. Lifting her along with him as he searched through the scattered clothes for his phone, he dialed Qi, requesting 2 doctors to come. All right. After hanging up, he realized he was still bare, sticky substances clinging to his neck and back. His expression darkened. Get down, I need to get dressed. Xia Yu finally released her hold. Sitting on the edge of the bed, her head lowered, emanating an aura of sorrow. The bathrobe she wore had slipped from her shoulders due to the scuffle. Qian cast a glance, then reached out to pull the robe back up, covering her neck securely. His gaze then fell upon her limp hand, pressing his lips together. He said, Show me your hand. Xia Yu sniffed, It's broken. Broken my foot. He carefully cradled her hand, probing the joint. Bear with me. With a crack, he repositioned her dislocated wrist, though it remained swollen. He gazed at the swollen area, furrowing his brow. Soon, a doctor would apply some medication, and all would be well. Indeed, It was all a result of his own folly. He muttered a curse under his breath and turned to enter the bathroom. When he re-emerged, Xia Yu and Xia Yu had already brought 2 doctors in to examine Xia Yu. "Young master, are there any other injuries?" Xia Yu inquired while attempting to pull aside his bathrobe. Qian's expression abruptly turned icy, and he strode over to kick him away. "Just a sprained wrist, and I bumped my occiput. I am mindful of the pressure on my neck. Though my skin is pale and alarming to the eye, there is no severe injury." Xia Yu, having been kicked to the ground, touched his nose and remarked, "Young master, you still have an injury on your neck? I saw it. Get out." Xia Yu hastily intervened, pulling the foolish boy away. "Go on. The doctors will handle it. Your concerns are unnecessary." After the doctor finished the examination, he applied some ointment to Xia Yu's wrist. The bump on the back of his head had not broken the skin, so no further treatment was required. "Please refrain from lifting heavy objects for the next few days," the doctor advised. Xia Yu murmured his thanks. "Sir, would you like me to attend to your injuries?" He noticed Qi Yin's wrist had become more severely affected from the bathwater. Qi Yin glanced down. "Apply some medication for me." "Certainly." The doctor swiftly tended to his wounds, then inquired, "Is there anywhere else you feel discomfort?" "My head," he replied, having just discovered a bruise on the back of his skull. The doctor's lips twitched in amusement. "It appears your scuffles have been rather reciprocal, both resulting in injuries to your wrist and occiput." Once all was addressed, the doctor departed without lingering, leaving only the 2 of them in the room. The atmosphere grew tense. After a prolonged silence, Qi Yin broke the stillness. "Put your clothes on. I will have Xia Yu take you home." With a slight tremor in his lashes, Xia Yu rose and silently retrieved his clothing. After changing out of the bathrobe, he spoke in a muted tone. "I'm leaving now. Farewell. I do not wish for a repeat of today's events. Otherwise, I shall not regard our past affections," he warned, his back turned, head bowed. His voice fragmented. It won't happen again. As he watched Xia Yu exit the room, Qi Yin seized the ashtray in frustration and hurled it at the television, shattering a large hole in the screen. "Damn it!" Xia Yu, squatting in the hallway, saw Xia Yu emerge and hurriedly approached. "Young master, allow me to take you home." "All right." In the car, he occasionally glanced at the person in the back seat through the rearview mirror, carefully stating, "Young master, I conveyed everything you instructed me to say in front of the sir." Xia Yu, gently rubbing the bandage on his wrist, responded nonchalantly, "Is there anything else you require of me?" "No, that will suffice." "Understood. Should you need anything, feel free to contact me." Actually, I believe the sir has feelings for you. He simply hasn't realized them yet. When the Chu family's young master kissed you, he was particularly enraged, seeking to forcibly take you back to America. Drive carefully." He sealed his lips, refraining from further conversation. Upon arriving home, Xia Yu found his family of 3 seated in the living room, engrossed in watching the AC boy band perform, a vibrant and explosive display. The moment he stepped inside, the warm atmosphere dissipated entirely. "Xiao Yu, you're back," Xiao Lang called out to him. To Zhao Jie's surprise, she did not regard him with disdain, but instead focused on feeding fruits to Xiao Wanqing. Xia Yu cast a fleeting glance at them, barely acknowledging their presence before ascending the stairs. "Brother seems to be in a foul mood," Xiao Wanqing remarked, puffing out her cheeks. "His matters are of no concern to us." Zhao Jie handed her a tissue to wipe the corner of her mouth, advising, "You should rest at home for a few days, then move to the villa your father gifted you, keeping your distance from him." She smiled brightly. "Longu and I have agreed to move into our Group S apartment together. A shared apartment cannot compare to the comforts of a villa. The dormitory is spacious enough, and with few people, we can practice dancing together. I worry you may not take care of yourself, but I have Longu. Don't fret, Mom." Zhao Jie turned to Xiao Lang. "Langu, please persuade him." Xiao Lang concurred, suggesting that if he preferred the dormitory, it would be fine, especially with Xiao Lan looking out for him. She discerned the underlying message. Where he lived was less significant than spending time with Chu Lan. "Very well. Choose where you wish to stay, but keep us informed of any matters." Xiao Wanqing nodded, understood. In the early morning, Xia Yu awoke from his slumber, glanced at the time, and called out to the system 001. "Host, I'm here," came the response. "Where is Qi Yin now?" After a brief display of operations, 001 replied, He is on a flight back to America." Xia Yu's reaction was subdued, as if he had anticipated it. That big shot has fled. Aren't you angry? What good would anger do? Would it kill me? The system sighed in relief. That's good. There are plenty of men. We'll find another who is worthy of you. Xia Yu chuckled softly, getting up to wash. What about that inferior system? Have you banished it? Having witnessed the host's ruthlessness in the hospital and everything that transpired at the hotel, 105 timidly spoke from the corner. Host, I'm here. Oh, I thought you had been kicked back to the factory. If only I were. With my rank, I truly do not deserve such a host. You've reached level 15? Where did you gain that experience? 001 hesitated. I felt sorry for it not leveling up. So I bought some snacks from the mall to help it gain experience. It didn't cost many points. Snacks from the mall can actually boost your experience? Indeed, and they're exceptionally inexpensive. Although Xia Yu was short on points, he did not mind that small amount. What is your name? Mail supporting system. The mail supporting system for redemption. What is the main task? Show me. 105 promptly displayed its diminutive task panel, revealing the main task. Prevent the host from self-destructive acts and alter the host's tragic fate. Is that all? Yes. Brotherly love and respect, I see. Perhaps I can offer you some experience. What? 001 exclaimed excitedly. Are you turning over a new leaf? You can no longer tolerate the existence of this inferior system within your consciousness and wish to help it grow? Xiao Wu quickly bowed to the host. 105, still bewildered, was compelled to bow twice. Thank you, host. 001, you seem eager to pass me off to another system? Absolutely not. Who dares to vie with me for the favor of the esteemed host? I shall fight fiercely with anyone who attempts it. My heart races and my hands tremble with excitement. The host is undertaking tasks for the little one, alleviating the daily worry of being cast aside should the host become displeased. Brotherhood and camaraderie reign supreme. Peace in the world is indeed a blessing. Xia Yu rolled her eyes, but chose not to expose its subtle intentions. Chapter 21. Brother, are you planning to elope with Qingqing? After finishing her morning routine, Xia Wanqing descended the stairs and found herself seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Good morning, little brother, Xia Yu said as she approached and pulled out a chair beside him. Hearing her voice, Zhao Jie hurried out from the kitchen. Qingqing, good morning. Aren't you going to work today? She gritted her teeth, remembering Xia Lang's admonition, and forced a rather unattractive smile. Good morning, Xia Yu. Is your health improving, little brother? Xia Wanqing smiled sweetly. Much better. Thank you for your concern, brother. That's wonderful. The three of them shared breakfast together, appearing harmonious. Yet an indescribable strangeness lingered in the air. Zhao Jie remained steadfastly close to Xia Wanqing, while Lu Ling stood protectively beside her young master, her sharp gaze scrutinizing the mother and son duo, communicating a sense of vigilance akin to a hen guarding her chick, wary of any potential threat to her young master. In the ensuing 2 days, Xia Yu flawlessly exemplified the meaning of brotherly affection and fraternal respect, inquiring after Xia Wanqing's well-being at every meal, watching the playback of their boy band as concert together, praising his singing and dancing, and even specifically instructing Lu Ling to prepare his favorite dishes and concoct nourishing herbal soups for him. Xia Lang and Zhao Jie were left utterly perplexed by his behavior, the latter particularly anxious and apprehensive, unable to fathom that Xia Yu could exhibit such kindness after having wronged Xia Wanqing, fearing he might be concocting some grand scheme. Qingqing, she said, pulling Xia Wanqing aside to the small garden, avoiding the family members lounging in the living room with the cat and the television. Hesitating, she asked, now that your health has improved significantly, when do you plan to move in with Xiaolon at the company's dormitory? I don't mean to rush you. I'm just worried about Xia Yu. Xia Wanqing smiled reassuringly. I understand your concerns. I'll be packing my things shortly. I've already arranged for Lon Good to pick me up tonight, and we'll head to the dormitory together. The weight of anxiety in Zhao Jie's heart lifted slightly. That is good to hear. I'll help you pack. Please ensure you stay safe while living outside, and don't hesitate to call home if you encounter any difficulties. I know, you've repeated it several times. I'm not a child anymore. I can take care of myself. It's just that I can't help but worry. You've endured so much hardship and injustice over the years. Oh, that is all in the past. Everything is getting better now, and it will continue to improve. Wiping away her tears, Zhao Jie agreed. Yes, it will only get better. In the evening, After finishing dinner, Xia Yu settled in the living room to watch television, while Xia Wanqing descended with her suitcase. Just then, Zhao Jie opened the door to let Chulan inside. "Good evening, brother," he greeted, holding a pomelo, waving his paw like a cat. Chulan nodded in response. "Good evening, Longo," Xia Wanqing said naturally, pushing her suitcase towards him with a bright smile. "Everything is packed. Let us go." Zhao Jie, still reluctant, said, "Xiaolan, I entrust Qingqing to you. Please take good care of him." "Auntie, I will." Xia Yu chuckled softly, her curiosity piqued. "Brother, are you planning to elope with Qingqing?" He felt a twinge of embarrassment. "We are set to record a program on Sunday, so we'll be staying at the company dormitory for these 2 days." "Ah, Qingqing, is it uncomfortable at home? Why move out?" The smile in Xia Wanqing's eyes faded slightly as she replied gently, "Home is quite nice, but since we all need to leave together on Sunday, staying at the dormitory is more convenient." Xia Yu, stroking the fluffy fur of a cat, nodded. "I see. I thought you were uncomfortable living with me. I almost believed our brotherly bond was misplaced." He chuckled. Had it not been for the incident at the hospital, he might have genuinely thought Xia Yu wanted to spend quality time with him these past few days. However, he saw through her facade. She was disingenuous. A wolf in sheep's clothing. If she wished to play a part, he would indulge her. If she could no longer maintain the act, he would not fear exposing her true self. Chulan, pulling a suitcase, had no desire to linger. "Auntie, it's getting late. We need to leave." "All right, Qingqing. Remember to listen to your brother Lon." "Understood. Goodbye, Mom." Before stepping out, he glanced at the sofa, locking eyes with Xia Yu's ambiguous smile, and lifted the corners of his mouth. "Brother, farewell." Xia Yu waved cheerfully. "Goodbye, brother. See you. Everything will go smoothly." Finally, having sent them off, Zhao Jie let out a sigh of relief, feeling less restrained in front of Xia Yu. "Xiao Yu, I'll head upstairs to rest." "All right. Good night, Auntie." "Good night." Over the course of these 2 days, she had grown desensitized to this form of address. In the car to the dormitory apartment, Chulan and Xia Wanqing sat in the back seat, listening as he hummed a cheerful tune, unable to suppress a smile. Was he truly this joyful about moving from a grand villa to a modest apartment? Xia Wanqing nodded vigorously. "Of course I'm happy to be living with Brother Lon. Is it not because you finally won tea have to see Xia Yu?" His mood instantly dipped. "No, Brother's been quite nice to me these past few days." Could Chulan be unaware of Xia Yu's temperament? He must have endured quite a bit in silence, nurturing a deeper affection for him. After moving out, with the upcoming variety show and preparations for a new album, they would hardly interact anymore. The light in Xia Wanqing's eyes sparkled. Does Brother Lon feel uncomfortable around him too? He had the temperament of a spoiled heir, capricious and quick to anger. It was better to keep a distance from him. That was a rather mild description. It was not merely difficult to get along with him. It was a matter of life and death. His eyes dimmed as he pondered. Brother Lon seems quite afraid of displeasing him. You even echoed his words to placate him. Chulan rested a hand on his shoulder. "I apologize. That was not my intention, nor was I trying to placate him. His grandfather is the head of the Qi family in Hong Kong, and our family must show some respect. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble." Xia Yu's temper was formidable, and the Qi family behind her was even more daunting. Xia Wanqing leaned against his shoulder, biting her lip, a flicker of darkness passing through her eyes. Was it true that no one dared to displease Xia Yu due to her family background? This applied to Chulan as well as the Xia family. In just 2 short days, the host has ascended to level 50, transforming into a devoted follower, even adopting a mechanical tone. "Will you assist me with my tasks next?" Xia Yu, utterly bored, flicked through the television channels, finding the cacophony unbearable. Meanwhile, the unburdened 001 indulged in a life of leisure, enjoying culinary delights and living a lavish existence, becoming somewhat oblivious to the world around. "Now that the protagonist has departed, can we embark on a journey?" It inquired. "Have we accumulated enough points?" "How could that be? Over the past few days, you and the protagonist have grown as close as brothers. Yet your negative emotional value hasn't increased at all. Where would those points come from?" Although Little 5 has leveled up considerably, it is still far from unlocking the system's shop. It relies on affinity calculations, and the protagonist harbors little fondness for you. Even if the shop were to open, There will be scant points to gather. Then let us proceed with your main quest, it suggested. What? It flipped over, tumbling from the cozy little sofa. Undertake my main quest? Perhaps not. Continuing to assist Little Five in leveling up is quite satisfactory. Xia Yu chuckled darkly. Isn't it beneficial for me to help you level up? Are you not pleased? Of course, I am grateful, esteemed host, it replied, near tears. The shimmering LV 9999 above its head was already sufficiently advanced. Further elevation seemed unnecessary. It feared that the host might inadvertently push the boundaries, risking the protagonist's demise and requiring a tedious restart, an exhausting mental toll. Do take care. My indifference to your surreptitious snack purchases does not grant you license to squander resources freely. I can monitor the shop interface myself. Just now I glanced at it. The points, which were originally over 20,000, have dwindled to 19,000. 001 slid to its knees. I apologize, esteemed host. I vow never to frivolously spend points again. Chapter 22. The first day of Ching's absence. Missing him, Washington, D.C., USA. In a dimly lit room, a handsome man lay on a grand bed, his eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed in distress. As a melodic sigh echoed through his dream, he jolted awake. Yin sat up, throwing off the blankets, his face pale as he entered the bathroom. Half an hour later, he emerged, cloaked in an air of chill, stepping onto the balcony to light a cigarette. In the days since his return, he had been haunted by dreams each night. Initially, it was merely a warm sensation gliding across his cheeks and neck, akin to a cat's gentle touch, stirring an insatiable yearning. Yet the instigator remained elusive. As the dreams intensified, he found himself in a position of power. The figure, whose face he could not discern, wept and cried out. Eventually, the victim finally emerged from the haze, revealing Xia Yu's face. In that instant, Yin awoke, caught in a liminal space between dream and reality. Prior to this, he had never considered harboring feelings for Xia Yu that transcended mere friendship. Thus, upon awakening, he felt an unprecedented sense of disorientation, uttering hurtful words without a second thought. If last month he could deceive himself into attributing it to the effects of medication, then the desire that had been easily ignited by a mere kiss in the hotel, which continued to manifest in his dreams, unmistakably indicated that his feelings for Xia Yu had irrevocably transformed. Therefore, he must indeed have feelings for Xia Yu, a kind of affection from one man to another. Was he, then, inclined towards men? As Yin gazed into the depths of his own heart for the first time, he found himself surprisingly unresistant to the notion of being swayed, even experiencing a release of emotions that had long been suppressed, accompanied by an indescribable sense of joy. However, Xia Yu remained aggrieved, already sorrowful. Having been hurt and subsequently abandoned, his heartache deepened. When Xi'er offered to escort him back to the Xia household, he wept throughout the journey. Frowning in frustration, he extinguished his cigarette and retreated to his bedroom to call his assistant. Boss, please reschedule next month's important meeting to these next few days. What? Starting Monday, I will be on annual leave. May I inquire when you will return? Ensure the situation is resolved before you come back. The assistant, left bewildered by the abrupt end of the call, wondered whom he was supposed to comfort. On Saturday evening, Xia Yu listlessly picked at the grains of rice in his bowl. Xia Lang exchanged a cautious glance with Zhao Jie, tentatively asking, "Is something troubling Xiao Yu? Is the food unappealing, or are you feeling unwell?" He lifted his eyelids, murmuring, "I missed Ching. Is that true? After just 2 days, you can't bear to be apart?" Zhao Jie chuckled awkwardly. Ching has work commitments. Once he finishes, I will have him return for dinner. Although reluctant for Xia Wanqing to interact with Xia Yu, she felt compelled to maintain appearances, lest the news reach Gangsheng and lead to misconceptions about the young master being neglected. Xia Yu propped his chin on his hand, reflecting on the first day without Ching. Xia Lang, unable to discern whether his feelings were genuine or feigned, suggested, "Are you simply bored at home? Perhaps you should go out with friends? You know I have no friends. All I have are my elder brother and younger brother. But they have abandoned me for their escapades." He grimaced slightly. They are off participating in a show. Oh, the life of a celebrity is indeed busy. I envy them. Why not join them? Zhao Jie felt a pang of anxiety, silently wishing he would refrain from meddling. Xia Yu gazed sorrowfully at his father. You would rather I join them for a program than allow me to work at the company? What are you afraid of? How could I ever think such a thing? Xiaolang nearly leapt from his seat to defend himself. Didn't T.U. express envy for their participation in variety shows? Forget it, then. Accompany me to the company on Monday. I refuse. Then why the sulking? I was merely jesting. Why do you react so strongly? The company will eventually be mine. It matters not who oversees it. I have no desire to endure such hardships. You and Aunt San can keep an eye on things. I hold your capabilities in high regard. Last year's profits doubled. I hope you can continue this momentum and not betray my trust. Xiaolang's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, rendered speechless by his son's audacity. He set down his chopsticks and stood, declaring, I am full. Mr. Xia, Secretary 3, please enjoy your meal. Zhao Jie clenched her palm tightly, realizing she could never escape the shadow of the three. The following morning, as Xiaolang and Zhao Jie were enjoying breakfast, two bodyguards clad in black abruptly entered, startling them both. Recognizing them as the same guards who had forcibly retrieved Xia Wanqing from the hospital, Xiaolang's expression darkened. Was this truly the Xia family? Or had they unwittingly become a branch of the Chong family from Gangcheng? Meow. Lu Ling cradled an orange as she followed Xia Yu down the stairs, reminding him to take good care of himself. Xia Yu handed the pomelo in his arms to the bodyguard, acknowledging her concern. I will also look after the two young masters diligently, ensuring they are never hungry or thirsty. They can be taken care of casually. Even a cat's life matters. Zhao Jie observed the situation, hesitating before speaking. Little Yu, are you heading out? Why are you sending the cats away? He smirked slightly. There's a matter at hand. They're going to Hong Kong to spend some time with my grandfather. What matter? A grand opportunity, he replied, sensing that his good fortune might not be so favorable for them. After sending off the two cats, two bodyguards, and Lu Ling, he felt quite elated. I will be leaving this afternoon and will not be home for the next few days. Do not miss me. Just focus on earning money for me. Xiaolang frowned and asked, where are you going? I do not wish to satisfy your curiosity. Don't be so tense. I am merely going on a trip to alleviate my longing for Qingqing. Zhao Jie remained skeptical of his words. Then please be careful. Xia Yu smiled and nodded. Thank you for your concern, Aunt San. I will be cautious. Chapter 23. Apologies for our delay on a small deserted island in the South China Sea. A vast expanse of Silver Beach was teeming with stylishly dressed men and women, while a crew of camera operators captured the scene. Nearby, a wooden board displayed the bold words, Survive until the end. This was the live variety show Survive Until the End, which Chulan and Xiao Wanqing had mentioned participating in. As the name suggests, it is a reality adventure show, the specific content of which remains unknown. However, judging by the filming location of the first episode, it was evident that this would not be an easy endeavor. The show would be broadcast live, featuring the popular AC boy band, rising stars, and acclaimed film actors, generating substantial discussion since its announcement. The anticipation for this star-studded program was palpable across the internet. The trending young actress Xia Yu, who had risen to fame through a period drama, fanned herself and playfully remarked, how long are we expected to photosynthesize here? Though it was morning and the sea breeze was pleasant, standing for an extended period under the sun was rather taxing, especially since they had already been waiting for nearly an hour. Indeed, the three-time Golden Horse Award winner Lu Yu echoed with displeasure. If we stand for another half hour, we'll all become sun-dried fish. Xiao Wanqing stood amid her four teammates, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her bright eyes darted around before she chirped, Director, we're not already beginning the survival challenge, are we? Director Zhang Jin was also feeling the heat, but had no choice. Everyone, please bear with it a little longer. We are still awaiting some guests. Once everyone has arrived, we will proceed to the island together. Xia Yu chuckled behind her hand. They wouldn't have invited my idol, the King Liang, would they? The gathering was filled with astute individuals, all capable of discerning the veiled sarcasm in her words. Yet, silence reigned among the prominent figures present, including the illustrious best actor and actress, alongside the most popular boy band, who had assembled punctually. The guest, arriving nearly an hour late, was merely indulging in a display of arrogance. The barrage of criticism in the live stream had reached a fever pitch. Who else was yet to arrive? Which top-tier celebrity was holding everyone in suspense? Another lesser-known individual basking in attention, perhaps? My dear, Ching Ching's delicate face was flushed in the sun, and my heart ached for her. Longu wiped the sweat from Ching Ching's brow. My heart is melting. You young couple should not be so brazen. Clearly, the couple banner is being waved high. What differs from merely standing still and doing nothing? This program should not be called Survive to the End, but rather Love to the End. My Ching Ching truly is the darling of the group. While I revel in the sweetness, should anyone dare to let my beloved couple endure such prolonged exposure to the sun, that individual shall face my wrath. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the stars, always conscious of their image, began to show signs of irritation. Zhang Jin internally lamented, contemplating whether to let them advance to the island, when suddenly a thunderous noise echoed from above. A helicopter approached the small island and landed 5 minutes later, its massive rotor blades stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Chulan furrowed his brows, positioning himself protectively in front of Xia Wanqing, having lost all fondness for this ostentatious guest. Once the helicopter came to a complete stop and the door swung open, a youth with flamboyant red hair nimbly jumped down, his exquisite face adorned with a bright smile, revealing 2 charming dimples. Sorry for being late. The realization struck. This was indeed that insufferable individual. Why invite Qi Ning? Special privilege and resources should be banished from this show. Arriving an hour late and making such a grand entrance, was he intent on ruining the atmosphere entirely? Upon recognizing him, the crowd's discontent was momentarily subdued. Xueli froze for a moment, then donned a sweet smile and waved enthusiastically. Hi, Qi Ning. We've been waiting for you. Qi Ning ignored her, reluctantly extending his hand back. Don't fall. A long, fair hand grasped his wrist, providing support as he gracefully descended to solid ground. Wow, a handsome guy, unseen before. Goodness, so handsome, so tall, so fair, a delight for face enthusiasts. My word, another privileged guest. Previously, it was disclosed that only 9 guests would attend. It was no surprise that the esteemed Qi family heir would brazenly bring along newcomers and be tardy. A lifetime of disdain, unaccompanied by explanations. Chulan and Xia Wanqing exchanged glances, their pupils narrowing. How had he arrived as well? Xia Yu's captivating eyes scanned the room. Pausing on the closely knit pair, a smirk appearing, sorry, we're late. Zhang Jin was nearly overcome with joy. The guests were finally assembled. Everyone, let's head to the island. We can discuss matters further at our base camp. Move along. Move along. The enthusiastic actor Zhang, when quickly urged everyone to gather their belongings and follow the main party, cautioning against straying. The 5 members of the AC Boy band turned to retrieve their suitcases, their discord with Qi Ning well known within the circle, often characterized by an unspoken rivalry. It was unexpected to encounter him in this variety show, and their countenances reflected their discomfort. Particularly, the group's lead vocalist, Xiang Ziki, felt a knot in his stomach. Initially, Qi Ning had been the lead singer of AC, but after a bout of temper led to his departure from the group, Xiang had filled in. His vocal abilities were frequently undermined by Qi Ning's ardent fans, leaving him vexed at the mere sight of Qi Ning. Lan Yi, how is it that Qi Ning is here as well? Xiang Ziki whispered. Wasn't he the last invited guest, supposed to be Kaka? Kaka was a male actor under their agency, somewhat renowned, and he had heard from his manager that he was on the list of proposed guests for this show. Chulan furrowed his brow. Don't speak out of turn. The choice of guests rests with the production team. It was only then that he realized he was already wearing a microphone and quickly fell silent. I knew that privileged Qi Ning would stir up trouble again. Originally, it was supposed to be Kaka, right? That privileged one has taken his place and brought along a newcomer. Ugh, disgusting. My heart aches for Kaka. That privileged one should leave the show. Qi Ning. Xueli ran over, joyfully exclaiming, What are you doing here? Had I known you were coming to the island, I would have waited for you. Qi Ning leaned over from the helicopter to retrieve his luggage and glanced over. Who are you? Her smile faltered momentarily before she quickly composed herself. I'm Xueli. We acted together in the Fox Demon production last month. Oh, I don't recall. Please step aside. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xueli bit her lip and took a step aside, directing her attention to Xia Yu, who was holding a sunshade. Hello. Shuali. Are you a new artist signed under Qi Ning's management? Xia Yu tilted the umbrella slightly in her direction, smiling softly. Hello. I'm Xia Yu. I'm not an artist. Shuali was momentarily dazzled by the warmth of his smile, her gaze dropping as her cheeks flushed slightly. Oh, I'm swooning. This young man has such an enchanting smile, so gentle and gallant. Standing next to Shuali, they have such a couple vibe. I'm going to ship them. He must not be a privileged one. Surely, he has been brought along by Qi Ning for companionship. Can you please step away from Qi Ning and join the AC boy band instead? Qi Ning, if you dare let this handsome guy play the role of your caretaker, I will swim over to the island and strangle you. Say that again about whom you plan to strangle. Do you believe I reach through the internet to twist your head off? Qi Ning, exhausted from hauling down 4 suitcases, was drenched in sweat. Upon turning around, he was met with the sight of strikingly attractive individuals standing under the umbrella, resembling a promotional poster. He nearly spewed blood in frustration, snapping, "Could you at least come and collect your own belongings?" Chapter 24. Don't let him go on the mission either. Xia Yu raised his left wrist, still bandaged, and apologized. The doctor said I shouldn't lift heavy objects. In a moment of impulsiveness, Shuali offered, I can help you. I only have a small suitcase. I can carry one for you. He frowned slightly, handing her the umbrella. You hold the umbrella. I'll manage on my own. Qi Ning rolled his eyes dramatically, pointing at the production staff, and furiously ordered, You all come over and help me with the luggage. The staff exchanged glances, hesitant to offend the little tyrant, swiftly assisting him with his luggage, including Snow Pair's. Humph. He was satisfied, squeezing himself between Xia Yu and Snow Pair to claim the shade. Let us proceed to the island. Consequently, the 3 became the most relaxed guests, while the others, burdened with large and small bags, panted in exhaustion ahead. They leisurely strolled beneath their sunshade, a stark contrast that sparked dissatisfaction among the fans. This is utterly unfair. It was agreed that the production team would not offer any assistance to the guests once on the island. Production team, do not overly indulge the privileged ones. Help my Ching with her luggage. She is already sweating profusely. Thankfully, Ching had teammates looking after her. Our AC boy band deserves sympathy. The privileged must perish. Snow Pair climbed onto Qi Ning, seemingly ready for ascension. Not to mention, the 3 behind were quite pleasing to the eye. I could ship 3 pairs of CPs. Hee. These 3 have already found their way onto my blacklist. I shall scold them every time they appear. The fans of the fortunate Snow Pair did not dare to voice their opinions, quietly retreating to pray for their idol. After the main group walked for several minutes, they finally arrived at their lodgings. Lu Yu gazed at the few small wooden cabins, feeling disheartened. Is this truly where we will reside for the next few days? Zhang Wen chuckled bitterly. Indeed, we have truly lived to the end. This shabby little house. Who knows if we'll be swallowed by a python in our sleep? Zhang Jin produced a loudspeaker. We have arrived. Everyone take a moment to rest, hydrate, and eat something. We will announce this week's activities in 10 minutes. Xiao Wanqing set down her backpack, extracted a bottle of mineral water, opened it, and handed it to Chulan. Lan Ge, you work hard. Chulan smiled as he accepted it, downing half the bottle before returning it. No need for such politeness. His eyes crinkled in a smile as he sipped the remaining water. The captain is quite biased. The dance member, Yang Tian, teased. Only taking care of Ching's luggage while ignoring us entirely, and I, along with Hong Yi, are carrying the heaviest loads. Chun Hong Yi, the rap representative of their group, with his head of dreadlocks, exuded coolness. Xiang Ziki playfully punched him, go, and cried out together. Haha, just kidding. Ching is our group's darling. Her responsibility is to be beautiful, while the hard work falls to the older brothers. Xiao Wanqing feigned annoyance. Tian Ge, stop teasing me. Hee, my mistake. What kind of wretched place is this? A voice of extreme dissatisfaction shattered their jovial banter, and the cheerful atmosphere began to dissipate. Qi Ning stared incredulously at the small, dilapidated houses. How can one possibly sleep here? Aren't we afraid of being bitten to death by insects? Xiang Ziki rolled his eyes. Do you not understand what type of variety show this is? The young master cannot endure such conditions. It's still not too late to leave. Xiao Wanqing tugged at his sleeve. Do not speak so. Who want to come here? Qi Ning turned to the person beside him. Let us go back. This place is truly uninhabitable. I don't even know where to relieve myself. Xia Yu regarded him with indifference. His bravado dissipated instantly. In frustration, he found a stone and sat down in the shade. Snow Pear retrieved 2 bottles of water from her suitcase. Xia Yu, have some water. Thank you. You're welcome. She hesitated as she cast a glance at the sulking young man. Qi Ning exclaimed, I refuse to drink. Perfectly fine, she thought, as she found the box too heavy and had only packed 2 bottles, nearly missing out on having any at all. Xia Yu approached, taking a seat beside him, and offered him the bottle of water. I already said I won't drink. Please, open it for me. Angrier now, he snatched the bottle and, with a fierce twist, opened it before shoving it back again. Thank you. What on earth is happening? Is the privileged one being restrained? Help! Why is he so prideful? I find this utterly adorable. The truth is revealed. Qi Ning brought this handsome guy onto the show to establish a new persona for herself, to redeem her image. He, the privileged one, is forever tainted, unable to cleanse himself. Has everyone had a good rest? Zhang Jin emerged with a loudspeaker to announce the schedule. Next, let us introduce ourselves one by one, starting with the AC boy band. The 5 members hastily set down their belongings and, in unison, made a gesture, declaring, Hello, everyone. We are AC. I am the captain of AC, Chulan. I am AC Xiao Wanqing. I am AC Xiang Ziki. I am AC's Chenhongi. I am Ases Yang Dian. Please take good care of us. Oh, Aktini. Finally, all members are together on a variety show. I have no regrets in this lifetime. Aktini. AC, forever number 1. Qing Qing is absolutely stunning. Lan Ge is incredibly cool. The pairing of Qing and Chu is a match made in heaven. Next is Zhang Wen. Hello, everyone. I'm actor Zhang Wen, the oldest here. Just call me Zhang Ge. Hello, everyone. I am actor Lu Yu. I hope you won't mind if I hold you back during this week. Xiang Ziki laughed heartily and applauded. Not all. We will protect our goddess. She beamed. You have such sweet words. Looks like I will be relying on you, dear. It is my honor. Xueli tidied her hair, standing up. Hello, everyone. I am new actress Xueli. Please take good care of me. After a round of applause, everyone's gaze shifted to Xia Yu. He stood up, bent slightly, and warmly said, Hello, everyone. My name is Xia Yu. I hope to enjoy a delightful week with all of you. Lu Yu was captivated by his looks and curious about his background. Which studio are you from? Xia Yu chuckled softly, shaking his head, none. Oh, she glanced at Qi Ning beside him, pondering whether this young master truly brought him along to attract attention. Qi Ning, sitting cross-legged, reluctantly stated, I am Qi Ning, a singer and an actor. With your excruciatingly awkward acting skills, how dare you call yourself an actor? Can the privileged one please stop putting on a deadpan face? If you don't want to be here, then don't come. If you can't handle it, who indulges your spoiled attitude? Privileged one, just go back. Let me be clear. I did not wish to come. Do not assign me any tasks, for I shall not partake. He quickly cast a glance at Xia Yu's wrist, noticing his injury. In him, he cannot lift heavy objects, so do not burden him with tasks either. The guests, staff, and viewers in front of the screen were speechless. What is the point of being here if you don't want to do anything? Why not seek out a leisurely variety show instead of trying to make a presence in this extreme survival program? Zhang Wen subtly suggested that being injured on a deserted island might hinder one's mobility, thus increasing the likelihood of encountering danger. Would it not be wiser to return, heal properly, and then come back? Qi Ning pouted, urging him to ask. Xia Yu smiled gently, stating that she was nearly recovered. Lu Yu glanced back and forth between the two, tentatively inquiring if Xiao Ning and Xia Yu were good friends or fellow artists from the same company. He is my brother, she replied. Aside from Chu Lan and Xiao Wanqing, the others were taken aback. Xueli widened her eyes in disbelief. Your biological brother? He retorted, no. My cousin. Goodness, another one of those privileged elites, someone remarked. It's truly disheartening. Just when we thought we had a charming gentleman. These young lords keep disrupting the entertainment industry. It's precisely because of you privileged elites that the domestic entertainment scene has become so chaotic. I shall reiterate, privileged elites. Get off the show. Chapter 25. What a calamity. Brother, if you find a gun, just shoot me dead at once. Zhang Jin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking he had encountered a little tyrant, only to find he had brought another along. Why do you pampered young masters insist on joining in the commotion? Chulan lightly cleared his throat and prompted the director. Can we reveal this week's game format? Yes, indeed, he thought to himself, feeling like crying while wearing a cheerful facade. Next, we will engage in a 5-day survival camp competition on this island. They had anticipated the survival aspect upon landing, but the competitive camp was unforeseen. Xia Wanqing raised her hand to ask, Director, what does the camp competition entail? You 10 will draw lots to form red and blue teams, fighting for your respective camps. The production team has hidden ample firearms, ammunition, and supplies on this island. After 5 days, the surviving guests representing their camp will achieve ultimate victory, sharing the substantial prize for this week. Shen Hongyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Isn't this just a real-life immersive CF? Indeed, isn't it thrilling? I love it. This was an enticing prospect for the spirited youth. However, they were warned not to rejoice too soon. They must not only safeguard themselves from being eliminated by the opposing camp, but also figure out how to find food and water. Starting tomorrow morning, the production team would provide no assistance whatsoever, and all items brought by the guests would be entrusted to the production team. As one of the only 2 women among the guests, Lu Yu lamented, Director, if I get eliminated on the first day, will I be confined to a small dark room for the following days? Will I still receive my appearance fee? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Zhang Jin chuckled briefly before regaining his serious demeanor. The island has also randomly deployed several revival cards. Finding a revival card allows any guest to be revived, though it cannot be used on oneself. The live broadcast will remain open for the entire week, and we hope our audience will manage their time wisely. How exhilarating! I love this format, someone exclaimed. With the broadcast running continuously for 5 days, my goodness, it will be exhausting. Another wished, let my AC boy band be in the same camp. Having all 5 in one team seems unrealistic. I just want Qing Qing and Longu on the same team. Qing Qing, do your best. Survive to the end. Win the grand prize. Come, everyone, let us draw lots. Zhang Jin produced a prepared box and called out, no private trading of teams. After hearing the gameplay, Qi Ning was quite tempted, yet held back due to his earlier words. Xia Yu nudged his arm, urging him to draw one. All right. He dashed out, swiftly snatched 2 pieces of paper, and let Xia Yu choose one. Eagerly, he opened his own. Let us see if we're on the same team. I'm on the red team. What about you? Xia Yu unveiled her paper, and it glaringly displayed blue. Leaning closer, he furrowed his brow. We're on opposing teams. This is unfortunate. I can no longer look after you. I don't need your care. Just take care of yourself, she retorted. You said it. If you accidentally bump into something and the old man blames me, you better defend me. Fine. Qi Ning felt relieved, shaking his little red head. You're my brother, so I'll definitely keep you until the end. If you can act as our team's undercover agent and provide me with intel, I'd even share the prize money with you. What do you say? Are you willing? Xia Yu pushed him away, unwilling. Humph, steadfast in poverty and unyielding in power. Huh? Then don't blame me for forgetting our brotherly bond. If I find a gun, you'll be the first to be sent to the little black room to spare you from aimlessly running around and getting hurt. Don't set such lofty goals. If you're the first to be eliminated, don't come crying to me for a revival card. All right, he suddenly remembered. Didn't the director say that one cannot use a revival card on oneself? Then I'm doomed. My reputation is so poor. I'm a lone wolf. And my teammates will surely not revive me. Brother, let us form an alliance. No alliance. Please, I beg you. Let us temporarily align. If I keep you until the end and happen to be eliminated, you can revive me, and the prize will be yours. How about that? Not happening. Brother, he chuckled. Even this privileged one knows his reputation is dismal. Where does he get the confidence to think he can win? am guilty. I've stumbled upon this pair of cousins, unable to care for you, to keep you until the end. Sharing the prize with you. This feels like the protective little wolf dog vibe, doesn't it? Qi Ning, are you trying to rope in a handsome brother to create a CP and redeem yourself? Damn it, I will never stoop to artificial sweeteners. Meanwhile, Xia Wanqing and Chu Lan also drew different teams and felt a bit disheartened. Longu, I can't be on the same team as you anymore. Chu Lan patted his head. It's fine. Let us see who excels in the end. I certainly can't compare. Ha ha. Then I'll let you have a life. You promised? I'll 1T be the first to hit you. Agreed. The final groupings were Chu Lan, Xia Yu, Zhang Wan, Lu Yu, and Xu Eli as the blue team. Xiao Wanqing and 3 teammates, including Qi Ning, formed the red team. Upon seeing that all 4 of his teammates were members of the AC boy band, Qi Ning felt utterly despondent, slumping against Xia Yu's shoulder. This is a calamity. Brother, if you find a gun, just shoot me immediately. Otherwise, I'll act as your undercover and report on those 4. You can take them all out. Do you have a grudge against them? He glared. Do you not know whether I have a grudge against them? Huh. That person, I just left the group. When I debuted, I was their lead vocalist. Who? With a conspiratorial whisper, Qi Ning leaned close to his ear and murmured, Xiao Wanqing. The Xia family claims he is the stepson of Xia Lang from his second marriage. If I could obtain a paternity test proving his relation to Xia Lang, I would tear him apart. How dare a bastard flaunt himself? Xia Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. Is that so? Our Qi family is not so easily bullied. Tomorrow, when the game commences, I'll provide you with his coordinates. You can obliterate him. By the way, did anyone mention that we can eliminate teammates? The moment I find a weapon, I'll take him out first. Why? My dear husband isn't on the same team. It was evident that the draw was genuinely random, yet the disparity in skill was glaring. Both girls ended up on the blue team. No matter how capable Lan Ge was, he couldn't carry them all. How delightful. I relish such scenarios. Let's support Qingqing in her counterattack against Lan Ge. What was Qi Ning whispering to Xia Yu now? Let's back the AC quartet to eliminate Qi Ning first, locking him away for the next few days. I truly wish to avoid the privileged elite. Do you believe I could crawl over there and strangle you right now? Zhang Jin picked up the loudspeaker. Since everyone is aware of their respective factions, let's appoint a team leader to collect the map. In 10 minutes, the staff will confiscate all personal belongings and distribute the basic combat uniforms. These uniforms contain chips, and if struck by specially designed bullets from the production team, they will register a hit. A shot to a vital area results in immediate elimination, while non-vital areas accumulate to 3 strikes for elimination. Xiang Ziki raised her hand. I support Qingqing as team leader. Me too. The other 2 team members nodded in agreement. Qi Ning rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, Team Pet. Xiao Wanqing pursed her lips. How about we let Qi Ning take the lead? Not a chance. Qi Ning retorted. Xiang Ziki shot him a glare. Then what are you complaining about? He proudly lifted his chin. My mouth belongs to me. I can say whatever I wish. Who are you to dictate? Who are you calling a stand-in? Hey, Ziki, come down. Yang Tian quickly intervened. We're all on the same team now. No need for bickering. Qingqing, please go collect the map. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wanqing nodded. All right. Chapter 26. Brother, this isn't a dating show without a doubt. The captain of the blue team was designated to Chu Lan. After receiving the map, he addressed his teammates. Once we hand in our belongings, let us convene. Zhang Wen smiled and nodded. Sure, we'll follow the captain's lead. The 2 girls agreed as well. Xia Yu smiled gently. We'll heed our brother. Chu Lan's lips twitched slightly. Just call me Chu Lan. All right, brother. What else was Xia Yu? Why is she calling him brother right off the bat? Could she be interested in Chu Lan? Keep that privileged elite away from my Lan Ge. He belongs to Qingqing. Good grief. A man over 6 feet tall calling someone brother? Does he not feel any shame? This is ridiculous. Qingqing felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Xia Yu refer to Chu Lan as brother. Xia Yu, I'll kill you. Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but glance over at Chu Lan, observing the harmonious stance they shared, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Xiang Ziki placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Qingqing, don't be upset. For now, they are merely opponents. Keep your spirits high. This time, we must triumph over Lan Ge. She nodded emphatically yes. After collecting the guests' belongings and leaving them with only food and water for lunch and dinner, the staff withdrew entirely. The remaining 10 individuals divided into 2 groups and began to deliberate their tactical strategies. Chu Lan unfurled the map for all to see, indicating their current position. My intention is that tomorrow morning, when the game officially commences, we head southeast, hoping to discover weapons and provisions along the way. By nightfall, we should ideally reach the second stronghold and spend the night there. Xu Eli, puzzled, pointed to the first stronghold, which was relatively closer. Why not head northeast instead? Isn't that stronghold nearer? Ha! Xia Yu chuckled lightly. Surely, brother isn't considering relinquishing the closer stronghold for Qingqing, is he? This isn't a dating reality show. The three of them immediately turned to Chulan, their gazes piercing. He felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly clarified. No, from a logical standpoint, it makes sense to aim for the nearer stronghold. The blue team will likely think the same. If we also proceed to the first stronghold, there's a significant chance we might encounter them. With two girls on our team, there's bound to be a disparity in strength. If they possess weapons, we would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Therefore, I propose we venture to the second stronghold. Although it is further away, we might find more equipment along the way, and being fully armed will enhance our chances of success. Oh, Shueli said, scratching her head in embarrassment. I apologize for my shallow thinking. Captain, you truly are impressive. Lu Yu sighed. It seems we two girls are indeed holding us back. We shall strive to gather more resources and turn the tables on the red team. Xia Yu added apologetically, I'm sorry, brother. I misunderstood you. You are an honorable person and will undoubtedly set aside personal feelings to lead our faction to victory. Why do I sense a hint of sarcasm in Xia Yu's words? Could it be that he is also harboring a crush on Qingqing? I too initially thought that Langu was reluctant to let his beloved walk such a distance. While Xia Yu's intentions remained unclear, his manner of speaking was quite amusing. Dating shows, personal feelings. He seemed adept at substituting male-centric phrases. I hope he refrains from causing any trouble and merely serves as my mouthpiece to unveil the little secrets of the young couple. I wish Xia Yu would stop calling Chu Lan brother. What a pretentious fellow. Meanwhile, the red team was also convening, but they had yet to reach the stage of formulating a route due to the presence of a rebellious team member. Xiang Wanqing looked at Qi Ning with resignation. Can we momentarily set aside our past grievances? Let us focus on winning this game first. Qi Ning, nonchalantly chewing on a piece of grass, replied dismissively. Do you honestly believe we can put aside our animosities? Do you derive pleasure from our faction's defeat? If we lose, we lose. I'm not lacking in prize money. Are you not concerned about being criticized by netizens? Let them criticize. It's not like I haven't faced it before. Xiang Ziki, infuriated, exclaimed, Qingqing, stop wasting your breath on him. Once we find weapons, we should eliminate him first. Without him, the four of us can still win. He wore an air of indifference, suggesting that it would simply be a matter of who could eliminate whom first. If you possess the ability to eliminate me beforehand, once my brother revives me, I shall promptly send you all to the little black room, guarding its entrance. Each time I am resurrected, I shall take your life anew, aiding the blue team in ascending to the pinnacle of victory. Oh, allow me to share a little secret. During last summer, my grandfather enrolled me in a special forces training camp, where I honed my marksmanship to perfection. But really, is Qi Ning unwell? What kind of mindset is he playing with? Who is he calling and saying? I suspect there's a tumor pressing on your brain. You ought to find a hole and bury yourself. Damn it, privileged players who only wish to toy around. If you're not playing, be gone. Has he really decided to oppose the AC boy band? The red team is truly cursed with him among us. Xiao Wanqing grasped the arm of his teammate, who was flushed with anger, asking how they could play the game together amicably. Langu had participated in military variety shows and was quite proficient in shooting. Do you not aspire to best him? If you wish for me to engage with you earnestly in this game, let us set some ground rules. What do you propose? First, any exceptional weapons discovered must be handed to me. Second, any food found should be prioritized for my consumption. Third, you must not harm my brother. Yang Tian furrowed his brow, stating that if they did not attack him, wouldn't that ultimately lead to a victory for the blue team? I could strike him, and a win is still a win for me. Xiao Wanqing hesitated, then acquiesced fine. Adding another rule, Xiang Ziki, unable to endure any longer, exclaimed that he should not press his luck. Qi Ning brushed aside his bangs, declaring that he would simply eliminate them. You say this, you will allow my brother to kill 3 times. His smile held a deeper meaning, indicating reluctance. It is only fair to eliminate you thrice in the game, is it not? Xiao Wanqing clenched his fist and nodded, all right. Okay, negotiations concluded. Captain, let us commence formulating our battle plan. I am positively eager. Ding! Xiao Wanqing's resentment level reached 298. Xia Yu, feeling quite bored while listening to Chu Lan's battle strategy, suddenly heard the system notification, momentarily puzzled. Was there a network delay? Just moments ago, he conversed with Chu Lan, yet Xia Wanqing exhibited no reaction, and silence only increased his resentment. Dear host, do not be astonished. Your cousin is providing assistance. 001 emerged at the opportune moment to explain, noting that your cousin is quite amusing and his villain points are rather high. Indeed, you have become the greatest villain. How could your family's villain points be low? He glanced towards the red team, where Qi Ning winked at him. This is quite beneficial. Let him assist in drawing hatred from Xia Wanqing, while you focus on instilling fear in Chu Lan. With a dual approach, we shall quickly accumulate enough points. Keep up the good work. His gaze fell upon the animatedly speaking Chu Lan, pondering how to elevate this fear level. Chu Lan sensed a chilling gaze upon him, abruptly shivering as he looked up, only to be met with his unfathomable eyes. Xueli, puzzled, asked, Longu, are you cold? He quickly lowered his head, replying no. Let's continue. Chapter 27. You must revive me. After all, I am your dear brother. After the meeting concluded and they enjoyed their first lunch on the island, the group prepared to rest and rejuvenate. I shall definitely share a room with Sister Lu Yu, Xueli exclaimed, linking her arm with Lu Yu, her face beaming with joy. The production team thoughtfully arranged 5 quaint wooden cabins for them, with 10 individuals sharing accommodations in pairs. However, divisions had already emerged, and it was certain that 1 red and 1 blue would occupy each cabin. Xia Yu noticed that Xia Wanqing often cast furtive glances in her direction, and with a playful smile, she suggested, Brother, why don't you sleep with Qingqing? It was unclear whether he intended to be so ambiguous. Yet the atmosphere among the group shifted subtly. Xia Yu is my mouthpiece. Listen to him. Clearly, the couple should sleep together. Just imagine the rumors. The chatter intensified, with playful jests about Chu Lan and Qingqing's alleged intimacy. Do you even understand how to capture audio? Indeed, they slept together, and it was quite an affair. Qingqing was left in tears by Lan Ge. The CP fans were met with disdain. Can you not be so insufferable? Return to your rubbish heap, and keep your fervor off the screen. I'll share a cabin with Brother Zhang, Chu Lan declared without hesitation, pulling Zhang along, as he needed to discuss their upcoming plans in detail. Xia Wanqing's expression fell slightly as she looked down. Ziqigo, may I share a room with you? Of course, he replied. Chen Hongyi and Yang Tian naturally teamed up, leaving Qi Ning and Xia Yu, the 2 cousins, to share the last cabin. Qi Ning was quite pleased with this arrangement. He would rather endure exhaustion than share a room with anyone from AC. He entered the wooden cabin, collapsing onto the relatively clean and comfortable bed, and kicked the overhead camera away, grumbling about the invasion of privacy with cameras in the room. The behind-the-scenes production team was left speechless. What kind of privacy could one expect in a drafty wooden cabin? Brother, Xia Yu, reclining on another small bed, had his eyes closed while watching television in his mind's eye with 001, responding absent-mindedly. Why did you come back from the States? To inherit the family fortune. You came to this desolate island to inherit wealth? Qi Ning scoffed quietly. How amusing. You could have left me out of it. Just the day before, he had received a sudden call from the old man, instructing him to accompany his brother for a bit of fun, and before he knew it, he was whisked away from the set to Haicheng, bewildered and unable to exchange more than a few words with his brother. He was soon packed onto a helicopter, and only as they were about to land on the island did he receive the contract for the variety show signed by his manager. He was utterly perplexed throughout the journey to the island, the only clarity being the old man's warning to look after his brother. Who could comprehend this? He felt as if he had been sold without his knowledge and was now to act as his brother's bodyguard in an environment that was terribly poor and rife with AC's presence. Aside from the intriguing game setting, there was nothing of value. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he whispered, Brother, why did you insist on bringing me along? To help deal with that someone. It wasn't my idea. The old man sent you over. Xia Yu settled the 2 cats in the harbor city. Old Master Qi inquired casually, and upon learning that he was to participate in a variety show, he felt uneasy and decided to investigate. To his dismay, he discovered that their first destination was a deserted island for filming. Fearing for Xia Yu's safety, he insisted on sending Qi Ning along, stating that the boy was tough and unyielding, with no one daring to provoke him. Thus, having a companion would ensure some degree of protection. Xia Yu, believing it would not pose much of an issue, consented. Qi Ning pouted, realizing that the old man was merely worried about him getting hurt. I am delicate too. You might as well have sent a few bodyguards instead. He sensed the implication, but did not agree. Given his overprotective nature, do you believe that with hundreds of eyes on you during the live broadcast, a mere brush with a branch would not summon a rescue team from the heavens? Xia Yu opened his eyes and cast a languid glance at him. Enjoy yourself. Do not dwell on such trivial matters. I will certainly have fun, but remember, if I accidentally perish and those groupies fail to revive me, you must bring me back to life. After all, I am your beloved little brother. We shall see. It cannot be postponed. You must promise me first. I have already told him not to hit you, and let Xiao Wanqing kill you thrice. If I am thinking of you, and you are unwilling to revive me, am I still your dear brother? Understood. Qi Ning flipped over, sulking. What do you mean by understood? You must revive me. My eyesight is poor. It is uncertain whether I can even find a revival card. Without it, how could I bring you back? True. We need to locate a revival card. He propped his chin up in distress. If I find it, I will give it to you, and when I perish, you will resurrect me. Agreed. He cheered up, lying back down. Brother, rest well, and rejuvenate your spirit for tomorrow's fun. After the guests dispersed, they divided into several livestream rooms, allowing viewers to choose their favorite guest. Surprisingly, the viewership for this pair of cousins ranked second, with the first being occupied by Chu Lan and Zhang Wen, where audiences eavesdropped on strategies. Qi Ning had disabled the camera, leaving a dark void. Yet over 300,000 listeners tuned in to the audio. The banter between the cousins was rather amusing. It turned out that Xia Yu was the one initially set to participate in the show, while the Qi family had sent Qi Ning to look after him. Wait, ISN T. Qi Ning, the eldest grandson of the Qi family? Yet, it seems the young master of the family is more favored. As it appears, the real privileged guest was Xia Yu. How ironic. Why do I feel that Qi Ning resembles a foolish dog? I see you as a mad, hopeless, and utterly foolish creature. Dear Sister Seven Fairies, I apologize. My fingers slipped. What I meant was that Qi Ning appeared quite endearing in front of Xia Yu, resembling a silly and adorable little pup, devotedly guarding Xia Yu against any harm. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Yu had cunningly taken away the revival card. Yet he remained blissfully unaware and content. Ha ha! Refrain from using full names when insulting. Be cautious lest the seven fairies tear you apart. With a hint of affection, I accidentally hit the keyboard. Our Qi Ning is merely a loyal little wolf dog who wholeheartedly protects his brother, unguarded and innocent. I hope his brother does not break the little dog's heart and must ensure his revival. The seven fairies are the fan base of Qi Ning, renowned for their remarkable fighting spirit. This stems from their idol's audacious behavior within the industry, disregarding all others, thus emboldening her fans to confront anyone. When Qi Ning departed from the AC boy band, she publicly criticized each member, igniting the ire of several fan groups. The seven fairies, undeterred, stood their ground against 5 rival factions, swiftly rising to notoriety as a presence both despised and feared in the entertainment circle. Subsequently, following the Qinglang action, the seven fairies were specifically mentioned and have since moderated their behavior, acknowledging that their idol often attracts negativity and is indeed a privileged celebrity. They recognized the futility in constant bickering. An unspoken rule emerged to refrain from using their idoless full name in derogatory remarks or personal attacks. They deemed trivial taunts as mere playful jabs. However, if anyone dared to insult Qi Ning by name, they would be met with fierce retaliation. If the offender held a fan affiliation, it could also spell trouble for their idol. It is widely accepted in fan circles that Qi Ning's followers embody both a serene and fervent nature. They may mock her, but they avoid using her full name in slanderous contexts. Those who harbor disdain for Qi Ning are likewise cautious, for a careless remark could result in a legal notice from the formidable legal team representing the Qi family. Gradually, the discourse shifted to harmless jibes. This reality further fueled the disdain some netizens felt towards Qi Ning's privileged status, yet she remained indifferent, pursuing her dreams in the entertainment realm with a sense of freedom. Her particular disdain for the AC boy band, especially towards Xiao Wanqing, was palpable. Given Xiao Wanqing's substantial fanbase and commendable image, Qi Ning appeared increasingly villainous, suffering greater backlash. Chapter 28 reveals that Xia Yu possesses an innate ability to repel mosquitoes. After the guests had rested for 2 to 3 hours, the sun had set, and in the dense thickets of the deserted island, dusk fell swiftly. Chu Lan reliably gathered dry twigs and branches, igniting a campfire, and took the time to clean out some empty canned goods to boil water for the two girls. Xueli and Lu Yu were profoundly warmed by the gesture. "Brother, add a bit of hot water for me too," Xia Yu said, extending her half-full bottle of mineral water with a bright smile. He, holding the hot water intended for Xia Wanqing, hesitated for a moment, then took the mineral water bottle and crouched to fill it with hot water. There is something definitely amiss with Xia Yu. He certainly harbors feelings for Lan Ge. How could he not see that Lan Ge was about to deliver the water to Qingqing? I stand firm in my declaration. Should anyone dare to disrupt my clear couple, I will not hold back. As Xia Yu sipped the tempered water, he expressed his gratitude once more. "Thank you, brother." Chu Lan continued pouring the cool mineral water, placing it over the fire to heat, without looking up. "Did brother not hear me speaking?" "You're welcome." Zhang Wan, observing their interactions, found it quite amusing. "Xia Yu, how old are you?" 1 year younger than brother. 1 year older than Qingqing. Then I am exactly a decade older than you. Why do you only call me Teacher Zhang and not brother? Because he is my brother. Zhang Wan was somewhat taken aback. You and Xiao Chu are also siblings? I couldn't quite tell. Chu Lan chuckled, explaining, our families are neighbors. Xia Yu nodded. Brother and I grew up together. We are as close as brothers. Aren't we, brother? Indeed, there exists a bond that transcends mere friendship, one that intertwines with life itself. Ah, so it is true. Xia Yu and Chu Lan grew up together? Ah, the childhood sweetheart. I had long suspected their acquaintance. Chu Lan tends to be aloof with strangers, yet he responds to Xia Yu with utter attentiveness. He even offered her hot water before serving Xia Wanqing. How captivating. I have been eager to express this since morning. After descending from the helicopter, Xia Yu lingered her gaze on Chu Lan for a fleeting 3 seconds. Chu Lan pursed his lips and averted his eyes. It is utterly implausible to claim there is nothing between them. Qi Ning mentioned that it was Xia Yu's intention to participate in this variety show. Could it be for the sake of Chu Lan? Xia Yu, Xia Wanqing. Chu Lan. My mind is already conjuring a melodramatic tale. The white moonlight returns, only to discover that her childhood sweetheart has been whisked away. She pursues relentlessly, determined to reclaim him from the clutches of fate. Away with a misguided couple. Chu Lan belongs to Xia Wanqing. Their bond is firmly established. Green tea boys, stay away. Let be known far and wide. Chu Lan's heart is solely devoted to Xia Wanqing. I can scarcely contain myself. Qi Ning, exasperated, has lost count of the mosquitoes she has swatted, scratching at the welts on her arms and lamenting, I feel as though I am being drained of life. In the jungle, the presence of mosquitoes is entirely to be expected. Others have suffered their share of bites, yet none exhibit such delicate sensibilities as her. Crying out in distress. Is there no insect repellent? After all, they are allies in this venture. Xia Wanqing gently suggested, why not sit closer to fire? The production team will not offer any assistance. For heaven's sake, I might as well sit in the flames. The mosquitoes will not be roasted, but I will. Why not join me over here? It seems there are no mosquitoes in this vicinity. Xueli, seated beside Xia Yu, had not even felt a single bite. Lu Yu, sitting next to her, had several welts from bites. When he glanced at her hand, it was pristine without a trace of mosquito bites. Xueli, what sort of constitution do you possess? Do you naturally repel mosquitoes? She was equally surprised. I'm not sure. It seems I really haven't been bitten. This mosquito-repelling constitution is the envy of my existence. Come closer, dear sister, and share your protective aura. However, as soon as she shifted her position slightly, she was immediately bitten on the arm. Swiftly, she struck down the mosquito and cast a furtive glance at the unperturbed Xia Yu, discreetly returning to her previous spot. For the next 2 minutes, she remained unscathed, only to realize that it was Xia Yu who possessed the natural ability to ward off mosquitoes. Sensing her burning gaze, Xia Yu slightly lowered his head. What is it? She suppressed her delighted smile and shook her head vigorously. He chuckled softly. "How is it, dear host?" The first system, with a playful demeanor, reclined with one leg crossed. "The items from the store are quite effective, are they not? Odorless and tasteless, with exceptional insect-repelling properties. 1,000 points can sustain efficacy for a week. Truly a worthwhile investment for home and travel." Upon arriving on the island, the first system purchased a device akin to mosquito repellent to please the host. After use, it ensures that no insects approach the host, thereby alleviating any resentment towards its spending of points. "This store does possess some utility." Puffed with pride, it declared, "My store is the most intelligent, capable of detecting what the host needs most based on their environment. Once upgraded, it will become even more formidable. With diligent effort, I shall strive to accumulate 100,000 points this week. Do not let me down. Dear host, I shall certainly not disappoint you." Qi Ning continued to grumble, but Shueli, unable to bear it any longer, tossed a small stone in his direction and pointed to the spot on the left of Xia Yu. Consequently, Qi Ning, in a huff, marched over, pushed her aside, and seated himself between her and Xia Yu, yearning to swat every mosquito on this island. She was nearly exasperated to the point of amusement, and, as a sizable mosquito approached her arm, she quickly rose and shifted to the left of Xia Yu. Now there would be no one to compete with her for space. He. Wait, how curious. There truly are no mosquitoes here. After 5 minutes of sitting, Qi Ning exclaimed in astonishment. Shueli puffed out her cheeks, having just declared her disbelief. He leaned closer to Xia Yu and sniffed. "Did you spray insect repellent?" "No." "Could it be that this spot possesses some sort of barrier?" Xia Yu pushed his head away. "Stay away from me." "No, since there are no mosquitoes here, I shall sit in this spot." Aside from Shueli, no one took his words seriously. Zhang Wen teased him. "You aren't here to spy on our tactics, are you?" "Who would bother with such sneaky business? Regardless of your strategies, victory shall ultimately be mine." "Oh dear, don't jinx it. It would be quite embarrassing to be the first eliminated." Qi Ning flicked her fiery red hair defiantly. "Just wait. Even if those four hinder me, I can still obliterate your camp. Ha ha ha. We shall await your performance." On the tumultuous sea, a luxurious yacht glided gracefully toward the deserted island. Within the opulent cabin, Qi Yin reclined languidly on a comfortable sofa, engrossed in a live broadcast, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xia Yu, who sat quietly in a corner. The more he watched, the more delighted he became, a smile unwittingly gracing his lips. "Sir," Qi Yi approached with a glass of whiskey. He accepted it and took a delicate sip. "When can we reach the shore?" "Tomorrow morning at 9. Such a long wait. It is relatively swift. Returning home, locating someone from the Xia family, and preparing the yacht in Haicheng. All this in less than 2 days. Arriving on the island by tomorrow morning is quite remarkable." "Very well, you may take your rest." Qi Yin glanced at the now dim screen. "Aren't you going to rest? The cameras in the young master's residence have been dismantled. We can no longer see anyone." Qi Yin lifted his eyelids, warning in a calm tone, "Do not become as loquacious as that foolish second brother." "Yes, I shall take my leave then. Enjoy your viewing." He swiftly turned and departed, fearful of being sent back to the training camp for a reformation, much like the thoughtless Qi Er. Chapter 29. I wished to be with my brother as dawn broke. Xia Yu awoke languidly, noticing that Qi Ning had already vanished. He donned his specially designed combat uniform and stepped outside, where the 4 members of the blue team were already prepared for departure. Chulan had completely extinguished the fire and informed him, "Hurry and freshen up. We must leave promptly. The red team has already set out 2 hours in advance, and if we delay further, they may find weapons and return with a vengeance." Understood. Having fallen behind by several hours, the blue team finally set off at a leisurely pace. What on earth was Xia Yu doing? The 2 girls seemed to take their time, and since Qi Ning shared a room with him, could he truly not hear any movement? I observe in the adjacent live streaming room that the red team has already discovered 2 assault rifles, albeit without ammunition. Otherwise, they could have executed a counterattack and annihilated the blue team. My apologies. I find myself caught up in this, as Chu Lan anxiously checked the time numerous times, yet refrained from urging Xia Yu to rise. Is this not love? This is a competitive variety show. Must we incessantly ship couples? It is truly nauseating. Oh dear. The double-standard fans have surfaced once more, permitting you to revel in your dance while forbidding others from indulging in a sweet moment. Go ahead and ship. Fate will never allow you to surpass your childhood friend. In truth, Chulon did not wish to urge her, but rather dared not to. For no one understands the extent of Xia Yu's mourning temper better than he does. He would rather endure the disadvantage than provoke that storm. Captain, wait a moment. Xia Yu, with her keen eyes, pointed toward a nearby mound of grass. Is there not some supplies over there? The leading Chulon promptly halted, moved forward to investigate, and unearthed a wooden box. Indeed, it contained treasures. Lu Yu joyfully embraced Xia Yu, exclaiming, after 10 minutes, we have finally found something. Let's see what it is. Chulon opened the box to reveal an assault rifle and 3 magazines of ammunition. Xia Yu could hardly contain her delight. Ah, we finally possess weapons. We need not fear being slaughtered. Zhang Wen stepped forward. Captain, you should take the first weapon. In case we encounter them, you can protect us. He was not modest, loading the bullets into the magazine and slinging the rifle over his shoulder. All right, Brother Zhang, you lead the way, and I will keep watch from behind. Thus, Zhang Wen took the lead with the map, followed by the 2 girls, while Xia Yu lagged slightly behind, almost side by side with Chulon. Observing her fall significantly behind the 3 ahead, Chulon could not help but urge, hurry up. Xia Yu, maintaining a composed demeanor, glanced at the drone camera above, hastening her pace, though not significantly. Am I holding everyone back? Is my brother upset with me? Chulon felt a pulse at his temple. Unsure of what she was scheming this time, he replied dismissively, no. Then why are you so fierce? She bit her lip, softening her tone. You're not angry with me. The map is in Brother Zhang's hands, and losing it would be troublesome. I know my brother would never put me in danger, right? Let's not discuss that now. Hurry and catch up. All right. Damn it. This Xia Yu is truly insufferable. What nonsense is she discussing in a competitive variety show? That green tea boy should keep his distance from a married man. Longu, quickly give him a shot and lock him in the small dark room. It drives me mad. Equally infuriated as the fervent CP fans was a certain man. Qian, with a dark expression, glared at the live broadcast on the large screen, gritting his teeth. At this age, still calling him brother, as if he were a 3-year-old. Qi Yiho, beside him, whispered, perhaps it's a habit formed since childhood. What a bad habit. When a young master calls you brother, you found nothing wrong, but when he addresses others, you are displeased. When will we reach the island? Probably in 2 more hours. Speed up. After another half hour of progress, the blue team had only scavenged 2 bottles of water and 2 bags of biscuits. Aside from the initial assault rifle, they had not encountered a single weapon thereafter, leaving them somewhat disheartened. After traversing the mountain path for quite some time, Lu Yu and Xia Yu were beginning to feel fatigued. Zhang, shall we take a 5-minute break? Zhang was also sweating profusely. All right, let's rest here for 5 minutes and have some water. He distributed a bottle of water to the 2 girls and walked back to the approaching Xia Yu and Chulon. Captain, let us take a 5-minute break. The girls are struggling a bit. Chulon surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of any ominous sounds. She nodded, then let's rest. Here, have some water. We only found 2 bottles along the way, 1 for each girl and 1 for the 3 of us guys. Xia Yu, you go ahead. Xia Yu waved her hand. I'm not thirsty. Zhang, you drink. He accepted without hesitation. Fine, once we finish, we'll continue our search. I refuse to believe our team will remain empty-handed. Chulon was also dissatisfied with the supplies they had gathered. Zhang, we might need to reconsider our route. What do you suggest? I don't think the production team will make it easy for us. Just following the main road to the base won't lead us to anything worthwhile. So, you mean to say we need to venture down the smaller paths to find weapons and food? I think the production team wouldn't leave supplies by the roadside. This isn't camping after all. Zhang Wen frowned. That makes sense, but we have 2 girls in our team. If the main road tires them out, the smaller paths could be perilous. Lu Yu and Xia Yu exchanged glances. We're not afraid of danger, but we don't want to hold you back. After a moment of contemplation, Chulon suggested, how about we split into 2 small teams? Zhang and I can take the smaller paths to gather supplies, while Lu Yu, Xia Yu, and Xia Yu can continue along the main road to the base. Perhaps they'll find something along the way as well. We have 2 walkie-talkies. We can use 1 each. And if there's any danger, you can call for us. Zhang Wen's eyes lit up at the idea. Lu Yu hesitated. But there's only one map. What if we get lost after separating? Chu Lan smiled. I've memorized the general layout of the map. We're all heading to base 2, and we'll regroup there. She gave a thumbs up. Captain, as expected, has a remarkable memory. Then it's settled. Lu Yu, here's the walkie-talkie for you. All right, see you at the base. At the fork in the road, just as the two teams were about to part ways, Xia Yu suddenly spoke up. I'll go with my brother to look for supplies. I should go instead. Despite his tall stature and not appearing weak, Zhang Wen perceived Xia Yu as a pampered young master, already resigned to considering him the third ornament in their team. I refuse. I want to go with my brother. The three exchanged bewildered glances, silently questioning why he would voice such a blatant thought. Brother. Chu Lan tugged at the corner of her mouth. Zhang, go. You and Lu Yu. Shueli, take the main road. He'll accompany me to search for supplies. Zhang Wen complied. All right, if you encounter any enemies, call me for support. Understood. As the two teams diverged, Chu Lan cast a deep gaze at Xia Yu. Stay safe. Xia Yu smiled, knowing well. I truly admire this green tea boy. He insists on sticking with Chu Lan wherever they go. His vision poor, he insisted on searching for supplies. Damn it, with him on the blue team, defeat was inevitable. Could Chu Lan not put an end to him? I truly wish to never lay eyes on that insufferable green tea again. As Chu Lan diligently scoured the area ahead, Xia Yu leisurely trailed behind, calling out, brother, brother. Frustrated by his inability to find anything and already in a foul mood, he had no desire to engage. Brother, someone persistently called out. Unable to contain his irritation, he turned back, suppressing his anger. What do you want? Ding. Chu Lan's anger level reached 30. Chapter 30. My marksmanship is terribly poor. I hope my brother won't blame me. Xia Yu blinked innocently. Could you please find me a bottle of water? I'm thirsty. I just offered you water, and you refused. I wasn't thirsty then. I am now. Chu Lan felt a lump in his throat, closing his eyes momentarily before snapping. Wait here. I'll go look. Don't wander off. He obediently nodded, finding a rock to sit on. All right. Ding. Chu Lan's anger level escalated to 58. Xia Yu waited in place for nearly 10 minutes, growing increasingly impatient. Suddenly, a notification from host 001 appeared, indicating that a detector had randomly refreshed in the store. What is its purpose? It helps you locate supplies. It's not expensive, just 100 points, and lasts for a week. Indeed, he was thirsty, so he decided to purchase it. Got it already bought. There's something 10 meters ahead to the left. Xia Yu stood up and followed the indicated direction, discovering a large box hidden in a patch of grass. Upon opening it, he found a sleek black sniper rifle along with a box of ammunition. Frowning, he noted it wasn't tea water. What the hell, a sniper rifle? How did he know something was there? Did the production team provide a hint? He observed that the other person wasn't T wearing an earpiece. The sound from the live stream were audible, yet he hadn't heard any staff offer him a clue. Hadn't he claimed his vision was poor? Surely, the production team had informed him of the hiding spots beforehand. After wandering for so long without finding anything, he stumbled upon alone. Could the double-standard fans of Xia Wanxing focus on their own? The items he collected could stock an entire armory, yet they remained silent about the possibility of prior arrangements by the production team. The handsome gentleman had discovered a sniper rifle, causing envy among them. Currently, it was Xia Yu's solo live stream, and the fans of Chu Lan and Xia Wanxing could head over to their idol session instead of spreading negativity. The handsome fan reminded them that this individual was not someone they could easily contend with. Even the elite legal team of the chief family would be at his service. As the adage goes, beauty reigns supreme. During yesterday's live stream, Xia Yu garnered plenty of admirers, and even though it was now a solo session, the viewer count remained substantial, with positive comments overshadowing the negativity. Meanwhile, the solitary Chu Lan had managed to find a fair amount of supplies, including weapons and food. Yet still lacked water. He would have to carry a heavy load and continue searching, inwardly cursing Xia Yu dozens of times for refusing the water earlier, now seemingly intent on making his life difficult. After nearly 10 minutes of searching, he finally stumbled upon 2 bottles of water nestled within a thicket. Sighing in relief, just as he was about to stow them in his backpack, his keen ears detected footsteps. Instinctively, he rolled forward. Bang! A bullet struck the spot where he had stood moments before, signaling the onset of the fierce gunfight on the deserted island. He swiftly concealed himself behind a large tree, raising his assault rifle, poised for action. "Longo, it's me," came the crisp voice of Xia Wanqing, brazenly stepping into the open without any cover. "Ching? What a coincidence to encounter you here," Chu Lan remarked, slightly lowering his weapon, raising an eyebrow. "Didn't you say you wouldn't be the first to shoot at me? If it weren't for my quick reflexes, you would have eliminated me just now." "Hee. I was just joking with you. I knew you would dodge it," she replied with a playful tone. Is it just you? Didn't you head towards Outpost 1? "Yes, we've set up camp there. It's hunting season now." "How ruthless," he chuckled lightly. "Just kidding. We split up to search for supplies." "Then take your time. I'll be on my way. I've been searching for ages without finding any water." "Longo, do you have any?" Chulon glanced at the 2 bottles in his pack, hesitating momentarily. Xia Wanqing dashed over, unafraid of any potential threat, and upon seeing the bottles, licked her dry lips, her eyes pleading. "Longo, could you spare me one? I'm about to die of thirst." I wonder if the production team is doing this on purpose. The water supply is particularly scarce. I haven't found any since leaving Outpost 1. I'm begging you. Please, just give it to him. Chulon, are you still a man? Your wife is being so coy. Why don't you just give her the water? With her big, watery eyes and sweet voice, he felt his resolve crumbling. "Chulon, what are you hesitating for? I command you to give your wife some water immediately. Open the bottle and feed it to her, mouth to mouth." Unable to refuse her, he retrieved a bottle of water and handed it over. "I can only give you one." Her eyes sparkled with gratitude as she reached out. "Thank you, Longo." Bang! Beep, beep, beep. A gunshot rang out, followed by a piercing alarm. Chulon looked down in shock to see crimson paint bursting from his chest. Struck by a special bullet, struggling to comprehend the situation. Xia Wanqing was startled as well. "Longo." Then, the announcement echoed across the island. Blue Team S Chulon has been hit in a vital area and is out of the game. Blue Team S Xia Yu has eliminated Blue Team S Chulon. The members of both factions were taken aback, particularly the 3 from the blue team heading towards Outpost 2. "What? Did I hear that right?" Zhang Wen questioned, incredulous. "Our captain has been eliminated, and by Xia Yu." Lu Yu and Xueli exchanged bewildered glances. "How could this be? Surely, it must have been an accidental discharge? Oh my goodness, what a blunder. We haven't found any resurrection cards. Quick, let us search for them. Our captain is down and without weapons. If the red team comes, we'll be annihilated. What are we playing at? Right, let us take the back roads to find the resurrection cards." The 3 were in a state of panic, altering their plans to venture into the mountains in search of supplies. Meanwhile, Chulon regained his composure, casting a frustrated glance towards the direction from which the bullet had come. Xia Yu emerged from the thicket, cradling a sniper rifle as he approached, his brow furrowed. Upon catching a glimpse of him, Xia Wanqing swiftly concealed herself behind a large tree. "Xia Yu, what are you doing?" Chulon exclaimed through gritted teeth. Clutching the sniper rifle, Xia Yu's peach blossom eyes brimmed with chagrin and self-reproach. "I'm sorry, brother. I intended to aim at Qingqing, but my marksmanship is woefully inadequate. You won't hold it against me, will you? You, a grown man, and you can't aim properly, yet you can manage to target my heart. Brother, have you found any water?" Chulon, gripping a bottle of mineral water, tossed it over. "Here you go. Thank you, brother." Suddenly, 2 men in black emerged from the shadows, disarming Chulon and whisking him away, covering his mouth. Xia Yu took a swig from the bottle, gazing languidly at the person concealed behind the tree. "Qingqing, do you intend to shoot me?" Xia Wanqing tightened her grip on her assault rifle. "I promised Qingning I wouldn't shoot you for now. Thank you. Would you kindly leave this place? I wish to gather my brother's belongings." He hesitated, glancing at another bottle of water on the ground. "Are you attempting to claim my brother's possessions, dear brother?" Xia Wanqing bit her lip and turned away. Xia Yu settled beside a pile of belongings, cross-legged, and retrieved a walkie-talkie to communicate with Zhang Wen. Half an hour later, Zhang Wen and his companions stumbled upon him. "Xia Yu," he wore an expression of guilt. "I'm so sorry. I accidentally shot your brother. Was it a misfire? I didn't aim. I was trying to hit Qingqing." "Ah, did you encounter the red team?" "Yes. Given the circumstances, there's nothing to be done." Zhang Wen sighed. "It's all right. We'll locate a revival card to bring the captain back. Xia Yu lowered his head despondently, gesturing toward a heap of supplies. These are my brother's belongings. The three exchanged uneasy glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Lu Yu assessed the items. The haul is quite decent. Let us split it and continue our journey. Keep an eye out for the revival card. All right. Chapter 31. Two kinds of people cannot share a quilt. Xia Wanqing, feeling disheartened for not securing any water, trudged toward base 1. Qingqing. By chance, she encountered her teammate, Xiang Ziki. Brother Ziki, how did Xia Yu eliminate Lan Ge? He hung his head. It's all my fault. I ran into Lan Ge and wanted to ask him for a bottle of water, but I didn't notice Xia Yu was nearby. He aimed at me, but missed and hit Lan Ge instead. What a blunder. But it's not your fault. Lan Ge is now our enemy. You didn't kill him. If only I hadn't asked him for water. Xiang Ziki put an arm around her shoulder to comfort her. Don't blame yourself. Lan Ge is the strongest in their team. They will surely strive to find a revival card for him. Come on, let us return to the base. Tiange and the others have found water. Xia Wanqing still felt disheartened. If Tiange and the others find a revival card, can I be the one to revive Lan Ge? Of course, if there is one, I'll let you revive him. My dear, Qingqing is truly an angel. You two are really here for a dating show, aren't you? Lan Ge gives precious water resources to Qingqing, and Qingqing is willing to give the revival card to him. Wake up, you're enemies now. I'm truly moved by the profound love that transcends life and death exhibited by the young couple. Qingqing, did you not notice Xia Yu nearby? Your heart and eyes seem solely devoted to your husband. Even when drawn into opposing factions, you still feel safest by his side, do you not? I am filled with a desire to rush in and eliminate Xia Yu. How dare he disrupt the tender romance of my cherished couple? Wielding a sniper rifle with such abysmal skill, he has already taken Lan Ge down and even denied Qingqing a sip of water. Upon their return to base 1, Chen Hongyi was in a standoff with Qi Ning, while Yang Tian attempted to mediate. Xia Wanqing furrowed her brow, inquiring what was amiss. Chen Hongyi glared fiercely at Qi Ning, exclaiming, "He stole my revival card." His eyes lit up, realizing he had found the revival card. It was snatched from me. I had painstakingly located it. Qi Ning, armed with a submachine gun, leisurely tucked a card into his chest pocket. I saw it first. I merely asked you to retrieve it for me. You wish to claim it for yourself, so I merely took it back. You lie. That box was in the mud. You deemed it too filthy to touch, so I went to retrieve it. Once you saw it was a revival card, you seized it. Yang Tian interjected, positioning himself between the two, urging them to calm down. We are all on the same team. It matters not who possesses it. It matters. Chen Hongyi was furious. If he has it, we shall not be revived. All the supplies we discovered were picked through by him first, and now he seeks to steal the revival card. Qi Ning patted his pocket and raised his submachine gun. We established ground rules. Anything found must be selected by me first. Are you disputing this? Do you dare challenge me? Come on. Who fears whom? He did not hold back, unshouldering his assault rifle. Hey, do not act impulsively. Yang Tian pressed down on his weapon, pleading, we are all on the same team. Do not turn against each other. Xia Wanqing stepped forward to shield Chen Hongyi, asking Qi Ning, what do you intend to do? Sacrifice yourself for him? She bit her lip, whispering in a tone of desperation. Could you possibly grant me the revival card first? Huh. If I deny him, do you truly believe I would give it to you? What are you thinking? I could seek out 2 more cards later and return them to you. Is that agreeable? Why should I trust you? Before the cameras, I will not go back on my word. Qi Ning produced the revival card, casting a glance at the infuriated Chen Hongyi. Did you not breach our agreement over this very revival card? One cannot share a bed with 2 different types of people. Your AC male group is comprised of untrustworthy individuals, and I have no faith in you. Unless what? Unless you swear before the cameras that if you do not return 2 revival cards to me, you and your mother shall meet a woeful end in hell, even to be exhumed and have your spines pierced. Qi Ning. Xiang Ziki's anger flared. Do not go too far. He raised his chin defiantly. It is merely a vow. Are you afraid it will come true? Is there a hint of guilt? Xia Wanqing's complexion paled, biting her lip, feeling both humiliated and wronged. Chen Hongyi gritted his teeth, declaring, I no longer want the revival card. Is that acceptable to you? Ching, let's ignore him. I will find another for you. Feeling guilty, are we? He lowered his head, wiping away the moisture at the corners of his eyes, stubbornly lifting his gaze. I swear, I will return 2 revival cards to you. If I fail to keep my promise, may my mother and I meet a tragic end. Even in hell, we shall be exhumed and have our spines pierced. Ching, damn. Qining, do not be so malicious. In a desperate attempt to coerce Ching into making a toxic vow for a revival card, I proclaim, I will kill you. Even when Ching faced the harshest criticism upon her debut, she never shed a tear. Yet here she is, reduced to tears by Qining. I can no longer grip the blade in my hand. Qining, I shall take your life. Seizing Chun Hongyi's revival card to force Ching into this vow. How shameless can this privileged individual be? Is it possible to expel him from this program? As for Xiao Wanqing, she ought to refrain from overplaying the victim. She can forego this revival card, and this vow is not mandatory. Our dear Qining is essentially left without allies. What is wrong with using a revival card to safeguard himself? He was the one to spot it first, and the members of AC initially agreed to hand it over to him. The White Lotus deliberately makes this toxic vow to elicit sympathy, believing we cannot see through her ruse. Observing her humiliated yet submissive demeanor, Qining felt no remorse as he tossed the revival card towards her, saying, Here you go. This is what you deserve. Xiao Wanqing bit her lip, her eyes reddening as she caught it, murmuring, Thank you. The other 3 were infuriated, casting a fierce glare at the self-satisfied individual who began to hum a tune before surrounding him. Sitting beneath the shade of a tree, he sniffled. Can I use this revival card to bring back Brother Lian? The 3 felt a pang of sympathy for him, responding, You can revive anyone you wish. Thank you. He replied, his heart shattered. My precious Ching, the revival card was meant to resurrect Chu Lian. Who dares claim this is not love? I truly wept, wishing for Brother Lian to revive swiftly and avenge my wife. Can we not expel this privileged individual and bring Chu Lian to the red team instead? My wife has been bullied to tears. Is it still the case that the male leads will sell their affection, forsaking even their mothers for the sake of CP? Qining, hurry and seek out the celestial cousin to generate some buzz. Who doesn't he know the formula for popularity? Xia Yu was following the blue team in search of revival cards when the system notification chimed. Ding! Xiao Wanqing's resentment value is 532, and his anger value is 200. He raised an eyebrow. Was Qining trying to draw hatred towards him again? This lad is impressive. His resentment has surged so much. The red team Xiao Wanqing used a revival card on the blue team Chu Lian. Chu Lian is revived. As the program's announcement echoed, the members of the blue team stood momentarily stunned before erupting in joyous celebration. Shuli leapt with delight. The captain is back. Lu Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead, exclaiming, My goodness, it was revived by someone from the red team. A worthy opponent indeed. Let us head to base 2, Zhang Wen suggested, glancing at the map to reunite with their captain. All right, we must also be vigilant in our search for supplies. The red team has already found a revival card, and their equipment may surpass ours. If they charge at us, we will be in dire straits. Understood. Chu Lian emerged from the small dark room, following the route etched in his memory towards base 2, collecting various items along the way. The blue team members swiftly reached the base to meet him. Captain, Zhang Wen exclaimed upon seeing him, feeling a significant weight lift from his shoulders. You have finally revived. I feel ashamed. We couldn't find a revival card, and it took someone from the red team to bring you back. He smiled wryly. I suppose I owe a favor to the red team. I shall repay them once we find a revival card. It is indeed reassuring that you have returned. I was genuinely fearful that the red team might seize the opportunity in your absence to annihilate us. Xia Yu approached him, her expression filled with remorse. Brother, I am truly sorry. It was not my intention to harm you. Chapter 32. Which of your eyes saw him enjoying himself? Who was he playing with? Chulan had thoroughly scolded him in the small dark room, and now she did not wish to dwell on whether it was intentional. With a forgiving smile, she replied, It's quite all right. Are you truly not angry with me, brother? Next time, just refrain from firing indiscriminately. Thus, you are still blaming my marksmanship, aren't you? If it were not for the cameras rolling, he would have rolled his eyes dramatically and uttered, "I am not blaming you." Xia Yu smiled gently. "That is a relief. Otherwise, I would be tormented by guilt and unable to sleep all night." "Do you even know the meaning of the word guilt?" "Captain, did you discover all these supplies?" Shueli exclaimed joyfully, squatting before a small pile of resources. "You are remarkable. Having emerged from the small dark room, you found more than the four of us combined." Zhongwen set down his backpack, extracting the supplies he had gathered. He had amassed quite a few compressed biscuits and bread, but alas, there was no water. Throughout our journey, apart from the 2 bottles we initially found and the 2 Xia Yu brought back, we had consumed 3 bottles, leaving us with but 1. How can that suffice for the 5 of us? Chulan picked up the map. I, too, found no water upon leaving the small dark room. According to Qing, their team also failed to locate any. I suspect the production team is doing this intentionally. What? Is the production team trying to starve us? Look here. Aside from the locations of a few strongholds, the map specifically marks sources of water, which is an essential resource that the red team will undoubtedly seek. Lu Yu slumped onto the ground, lamenting, "Isn't this simply inciting a conflict between our 2 teams? The production team is truly ruthless. I knew they wouldn't allow us to peacefully coexist over the coming days. They're creating opportunities for us to clash." Zhongwen chuckled. "Otherwise, how could this be called survive to the end? Let's first take a moment to rest. Captain, please devise our next course of action." "Chulan notet, Evadin. Eat something to regain your strength while I contemplate our next steps." "Understood. Look, everyone," Shueli exclaimed as she emerged from the small wooden cabin, clutching a large water bucket. "There are clean clothes here, each bearing our names. Did the production team anticipate our arrival at this stronghold and send our belongings ahead?" "The production team does possess a semblance of conscience," she remarked, even considering to provide the guests with clean clothing. "I am nearly in stitches from the thought of the production staff hurrying to deliver these items before the guests arrived, worried that the guests might not match the owners of the supplies. I was even contemplating the game format. Surely they wouldn't let us go a week without bathing. The production team seems to know the importance of preserving the star's dignity. They even constructed rudimentary bathrooms and restrooms, fearing the guests might suffer too much. Truly, the production team is something else. It brings me to tears. Yet, without any water, how can one take a bath? With such a large bucket, are they expecting us to fetch the water ourselves? The multitude of people is overwhelming. A single relocation is insufficient. Is this not compelling the red and blue teams to face each other repeatedly? The production team truly knows how to engage us, and I find it delightful. Zhongwen chuckled wryly while clutching his clothes. The production team is indeed thoughtful. In such an environment, they need not worry about our ability to bathe. It seems that securing this water source is imperative. Chulan himself is indifferent, but with 2 girls in the team and one particularly fussy individual, Xia Yu, the young master would surely be intolerant of a week without bathing. If he can't endure a single day without a wash, his temper will surely lead to chaos. Let us all take a break. It's only 9 o'clock, and we've only been out for a little over 2 hours. Why does it feel like we've been walking for an entire day? Lu Yu lay beneath the shade of a tree, her image as a star nowhere to be found. It has been merely 2 hours, and she already felt utterly exhausted. How would she survive the upcoming week? She would surely lose weight upon returning. Ha ha ha. Consider it an opportunity for weight loss. Director Zhang, a staff member, rushed into the tent. The production team had set up camp on flat ground not far from the seaside, keeping a vigilant eye on the guests on the island. Zhang Jin raised his head from a cluster of screens, asking, "What is happening?" "A luxury yacht has arrived. It appears to be heading to the island." "What? This desolate island, and yet someone dares to come here? It could be the wealthy seeking novelty. Why not take a look? I'll go check it out." Assistant Director, keep an eye on the guests. Understood. Qi disembarked from the yacht, with Qi holding a large black umbrella for him, followed closely by a dozen bodyguards clad in black tactical jackets, resembling a figure involved in some illicit dealings. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Jin felt a wave of panic. Could they be stumbling upon a gang transaction? Would they be silenced? Qi scanned his surroundings, his brow furrowed. "Where is he?" A bodyguard approached, holding a tablet displaying a topographical map of the entire island, with dots representing living individuals. One red that was marked distinctly, indicating the young master's position 3 kilometers to the northwest, currently stationary. He glanced at the live stream on his phone. Bring him here. Huh? The bodyguard hesitated. The young master is still filming. Should we really bring him over? What else? With so many mosquitoes in the mountains, if we don't hurry to get him out, what if he gets hurt? He glanced at the live stream. Sir, I see the young master appears to be enjoying himself. What if he gets angry if we forcibly bring him out? Yin cast a cool glance at him. With which eye did you see him enjoying himself? Who was he playing with? I saw with both eyes. If he were unhappy, given his temperament, he would have left long ago instead of running around this filthy mountain. Has his phone been confiscated? Yes. Ah, that will only make him more displeased. I'll go and find him. Perhaps it would be better to let Haish and the others go in, Yi suggested quietly. The young master might not wish to see you. What do you mean? I mean the island's environment is complex. We're concerned about your safety. If by chance you were to get injured, the young master is quite fond of you and would feel guilty. Haish and his team are familiar with these areas and can locate him quickly. The words uttered in the midst of the conversation caused the corners of his mouth to involuntarily rise. Hi, he said. Bring Bai Lang along and check for any injuries when you find him. Understood, sir. Both Hai and Bai Lang were retired Special Forces soldiers, with Bai Lang having served as a medic for several years. Good day, gentlemen, Zhang Jin greeted, his heart heavy as he approached. I am organizing supplies to prepare for our entry onto the island. Hai glanced up at him, his icy gaze radiating an air of menace, his deep, gravelly voice sending chills down one's spine. Is there something you need? Zhang Jin could not suppress a tremor. I am Zhang Jin, a director. We're currently filming a variety show. Hai dangerously narrowed his eyes, his hand instinctively reaching for the military knife at his waist. You are not permitted to enter the island? And no, absolutely not. Zhang Jin stammered, retreating 2 steps in fear. We are law-abiding citizens. Hai averted his gaze. Addressing Qian. We are going in. Qian nodded slightly. Proceed. Watching Hai and Bai Lang swiftly enter the island, Zhang Jin felt a chill run down his spine, pondering whether to suspend the filming. If they truly encountered gangsters on a mission, he could not bear the responsibility should anything happen to anyone inside. Are you the executive director of the program? As he was lost in thought, he heard the imposing figure speak. He quickly nodded. Yes, I am Zhang Jin, the executive director of Survive to the End. Qian cast a dispassionate glance at him. What kind of absurd place have you chosen? Apologies, I did not quite understand. Zhang Jin replied, bewildered by the remark. If anyone is harmed inside, your program will not proceed. He left behind a chilling warning before turning back to the yacht, followed closely by his entourage of bodyguards. Upon returning to the production team's tent, Zhang Jin remained dazed, unable to comprehend the meaning of the warning. The assistant director noticed his distracted demeanor and inquired, Director Zhang, what is the matter? Nothing. He scrutinized the screens and realized with growing dread that he had not seen the 2 men who had just entered the island. It was alarming. They had invested heavily in installing thousands of cameras and drones, capturing nearly every corner of the deserted island, yet they could not detect the presence of those 2. Their counter-surveillance capabilities must be extraordinary, indicating they were no ordinary individuals. Keep a close watch on the guests. If anything unusual occurs, have the bodyguards escort them out immediately. The assistant director, though perplexed by his sudden severity, understood the importance of ensuring the guest's safety and nodded in agreement. Chapter 33. Trouble. Qining is stealing from our family. Host 001 suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Startled, Xia Yu, resting against a large tree, responded, What is it? Are you trying to scare me? Covering its mouth, it murmured softly, I apologize for startling you. What is the matter? She is here. He just arrived on the island. Xia Yu's reaction was rather indifferent. What does that have to do with me? He must be here for you. Oh, 001, overjoyed, hugged its round, plump body. He must have recognized his feelings for you. He has been watching the live stream since yesterday and came looking for you today. What else could this be but love? Xiaovu, overwhelmed, trapped and immobilized. 105 momentarily questioned whether the esteemed figure was, in fact, a romantic system eager for the host to engage in love. Silence, it thought. for the incessant noise caused a throbbing headache. It promptly silenced itself, detecting the host's elevated spirits. Disturbing such a pleasant mood would be a grave error. After an hour of respite, Chulan observed that everyone's energy had sufficiently recovered. He rose and declared, "Zhanggu, let us venture to the water source. Liu Jie and Xueli, please search nearby. Perhaps we can procure some supplies." Xia Yu slowly opened her eyes, asking, "What about me?" "You shall remain to protect Liu Jie and the others." He frowned. "I wish to seek water." Having perspired profusely, a wash was imperative. Chulan nearly rolled his eyes. "Are you trying to drag me down with you?" Liu Yu stepped forward, suggesting, "Let Xia Yu accompany you. Xueli and I will remain close by. There is little danger. Even if the red team approaches, they would not assail two defenseless women. Should you encounter the red team at the water source, Xia Yu's presence would provide additional support." Yu Jie makes a valid point. Zhang Wen concurred. "When we go to collect water, it would also allow Xia Yu to keep watch." With no other option, Chulan acquiesced. "Very well, let us set forth. Arm yourselves and take the water buckets. Onward." The trio set out towards the marked water source on the map. Chulan and Zhang Wen, fully armed, led the way, carrying the large water buckets, while Xia Yu, lightly equipped, sauntered behind. I truly find Xia Yu exasperating. He merely clings to Chulan, contributing nothing. Less useful than two girls combined. I long for these privileged brothers to exit the scene soon. Their presence is utterly discomforting. Qingqing has also gone in search of the water source. The young couple may soon cross paths. Support the red team in vanquishing Xia Yu. Forget the so-called rules. This is a survival competition fraught with hostility. Suddenly, as they neared the water source, Chulan keenly sensed a disturbance and urgently called for a halt. Zhang Wen quickly crouched, hiding behind a tree trunk, whispering, "Is someone there?" He crept forward a couple of steps. "It seems the red team has arrived before us. What now? Should we confront them directly, or wait until they leave to fetch water? Let us observe for a couple of minutes." Agreed. Xiao Wanqing, Xiang Ziki, and Chen Hongyi were by the spring, having washed their faces and begun surveying the surroundings. "Qingqing, do you think Langu will come?" Xiang Ziki, filled with excitement, anticipated a chance to eliminate him. Xiao Wanqing smiled. "He should arrive. The map marks only this one water source. Then let us lie in ambush. When they come for water, we shall catch them all. But we do not know when they will arrive. Langa knows us well and might deliberately avoid us." Chen Hongyi laughed heartily. "Does Langa truly lack courage?" Xiang Ziki shook her head, feeling a hint of pride. "Ha ha ha, if it's just Langa. He might not be afraid, but he has 4 teammates. If they end up locked away, we could annihilate the blue team before they can respawn." "Ziki go, do not speak so lightly. Zhanggu is formidable as well. Indeed, we must not be overconfident." Or bang. Beep beep beep. Before he could finish, a burst of crimson paint erupted from his chest. The red team S. Xiang Ziki was struck down, eliminated. The blue team S. Chulan has eliminated the red team S. Xiang Ziki. Astonishing. Xiang Ziki lowered his head in disbelief. "Brother Lan, you are lacking in chivalry." Xiao Wanqing and Chen Hongyi quickly sought a place to conceal themselves, raising their guns warily toward the front. The black-clad bodyguard soon emerged to escort Xiang Ziki away. As he departed, shouted in frustration, "Qingqing, you must find a revival card to bring me back." "Excellent." Zhang Wen, upon hearing the announcement, nearly revealed their position in his excitement and gave a thumbs up to Chulan, who was lying prone in the grass with a sniper rifle. "Captain, you're incredible. Your marksmanship is impeccable." Chulan retreated as they hid among the bushes, becoming impossible to target. "No worries. We've gained immensely by taking one out. Let us wait a bit longer to see if they move. If they remain guarding, we won't be able to fetch water either." "Is it just Qingqing and Hongyi over there? Where have Qi Ning and Yang Tian gone? They wouldn't be lying in ambush for us, would they?" He furrowed his brow, convinced they would leave someone to guard the stronghold and assess the situation further. "Brother Lan, you're amazing. Spotting, positioning, and shooting, all in one fluid motion. Even against a full team, you show no mercy. Em truly astounded." 3 of them stood there, and Qingqing even shielded half of Ziki's body. He didn't take the shot. "Chulan, are you reluctant to shoot your wife?" Xiang Ziki replied, "My apologies. It seems I was the extraneous one." Fortunately, Chen Hongyi had hidden quickly. Otherwise, he would have been the next casualty. The title of jealous king Chu Lan was well-deserved. No man was allowed to stand alongside his wife, not even a brother who shared his days. The two groups confronted each other for over 10 minutes, neither daring to fire a shot or approach for water. Zhang Wen lay in the grass, suffering from several mosquito bites and unable to endure any longer. He turned to look at Xia Yu, who was sitting cross-legged behind a water barrel. "Hey, Xia Yu, are you all right?" Xia Yu replied, "I'm fine. I'm nearly anemic from these mosquitoes draining me." Chu Lan felt that continuing the standoff was a sheer waste of time. Just as he was about to call out to the opposing team, he heard the announcement. The red team S. Qi Ning has eliminated the blue team S. Lu Yu. The red team S. Qi Ning has eliminated the blue team S. Xiueli. Damn! He cursed under his breath, forgetting about Qi Ning, who was only concerned with her own amusement. Zhang Wen was taken aback. Sister Yu and Xiueli have been eliminated? This is bad. Qi Ning is stealing from our side. How ruthless, targeting defenseless girls. Brother Lan. From the thicket, Xiao Wanqing's bright voice rang out. "Apologies, but we'll leave the water for you. We're off to find revival cards." Chen Hongyi chimed in with a smile. "Brother Lan, you should hurry to find revival cards after getting your water. You'll need to." With that, they retreated. Chu Lan, with a stern expression, stood up. Returning now would be futile. They should first gather water and then search for the revival cards. All right. Zhang Wen lifted a large water bucket, filling it to the brim. "Captain, come help us lift it." He handed over his sniper rifle. "Xia Yu, please hold this weapon for a moment." Xia Yu declined, placing it on the ground. "I'll wash my face first." "All right, be quick. Zhang and I will head out first. You can catch up." They carried the heavy water bucket at a leisurely pace, not seeing the need to wait for her and waste time. With the red team gone, there was no danger. Oh, Chapter 34. Lover? Partner? Boyfriend? Wife? After the two individuals departed with the water buckets, Xia Yu approached the spring, unburdened himself of his backpack, and unabashedly removed his upper garment. With his bare torso, he waded into the water, submerging himself for nearly a minute before resurfacing. He swept his bangs back, droplets cascading from his exquisitely cool visage, landing on his fair chest, exuding an alluring charm. Oh my goodness! My nosebleed! Is this truly what I should be witnessing? I am utterly overwhelmed. Who can comprehend this? Just moments ago, I was engaged in a discussion with my close friend about the desire to witness the ethereal god, typically so composed and ascetic, succumb to worldly desires. And now, I am met with this sight. After more than 20 years of observing the virtuous and the profane, is this truly my fate? Xia Yu's abdominal muscles are sheer perfection. I cannot contain myself, darling. I must rush to the island tonight to warm my husband's bed. Who understands? Xia Yu calls Chu Lan brother, and I assumed he was a delicate and soft beauty like Xiao Wanqing. But upon shedding his clothing, he surpasses Chu Lan. How could Chu Lan possibly compete? Where is the disparity? I can scarcely discern it. Darling, quickly remove your trousers. Wet clothing is uncomfortable. Hurry. Do not compel me to beg. Darling, darling, darling. Damn. At the screen, Qi Yin crushed his wine glass with bare hands, his expression dark as he commanded. Shut down the live broadcast. Qi Yi stood at a distance, hesitant to approach, as they had not brought any technical personnel. Shut it down. Observing the positions of Black Snake and the others, it seemed they had located the young master. I will contact them immediately to have the cameras turned off. His face clouded with fury, he glared at the figures standing in the spring, bare-chested, his jaw nearly clenching. How dare he bathe in the mountain-s waterhole without fear of leeches? Come out so I can deal with you. Xia Yu had no particular thoughts. He merely felt uncomfortable from perspiration and needed to rinse off. After cooling down, just as he was about to ascend, he suddenly heard rustling in the bushes. His eyes narrowed, and in the next moment, the drone camera above him was shot down. Two men clad in black tactical jackets emerged, their gazes fixed ahead, unwilling to meet his eyes. Young master. He glanced at them, questioning, "What brings you here?" "Sir sent us to escort you out." Xia Yu emerged from the water, donned clean clothes from his backpack, and replied coolly, "My affairs are none of his concern. You may leave." Black Snake proffered a phone. "Sir wishes to speak with you." He accepted it without hesitation, but remained silent. Xia Yu. Qian's deep voice resonated, laced with displeasure. Speak. There is nothing to discuss. Come out immediately. I am waiting for you outside. I will not. Anger surged within him, and his tone grew colder. Obey. Do not cause trouble. Come out. I have matters to discuss. Beside them, Qi covered his face, pondering the situation. What was the master doing? He had come to appease him, yet now it felt more like reprimanding. The young master typically responded better to gentler approaches. It was perplexing how this could yield positive results. Xia Yu's earlier agitation flared once more. He abruptly cut the call and tossed the phone back. Get lost. Black Snake held the phone, torn between whom to heed. White Wolf caught sight of the bandage on Xia Yu's left hand and quietly inquired, Young master, may I see the injury on your hand? He removed the damp bandage and carelessly tossed it aside. He was already healed. Oh, Qian heard the busy tone on his phone and, with a stern expression, stood up and declared to the island, Sir, please remain calm. Qi quickly stepped forward, mustering the courage to offer a suggestion. I believe you should consider the tone in which you speak to the young master. Otherwise, he may not wish to engage with you. His anger flared. What tone? Being overly stern may only widen the rift between you. What do you mean by that? Be clear. Qi cautiously observed his expression, pondering lover, partner, boyfriend, spouse. These terms seemed to have some effect. Qian's fury visibly diminished. He pressed his lips together and asked, Was I really that fierce just now? Not excessively, but the young master might still be feeling hurt and upset. His emotions are quite sensitive at the moment. He fiddled with his black-screen phone, a flicker of chagrin crossing his brow. Why not take a moment to calm down? With Black Snake and the others watching, the young master will be safe. Noticing his bewilderment, Qi whispered, You might consider how couples typically reconcile. Qi returned to the sofa, his brows knitted tightly. Kisses, hugs, gifts? Or perhaps I could ask Qi. He seems to have a good relationship with his girlfriend. Qi shot him a cold glare, and Qi immediately fell silent. Ask. Oh, right. He hurriedly retrieved his phone and messaged Qi, who was training in the United States. Xia almost instantly replied, sending a Word document detailing the relationship guidelines he had learned from his girlfriend over the past 2 years, transforming from an awkward, oblivious fellow into the only devoted boyfriend among the bodyguards, with his girlfriend clinging to him tightly, fearing he might be taken away. As he meticulously reviewed the document Qi had forwarded, Qian had never scrutinized contracts worth hundreds of billions with such diligence. After hanging up, Xia Yu picked up his backpack and headed toward the base. Black Snake and White Wolf dared not forcibly take him away, having received no instructions from their boss. So they could only discreetly follow him, protecting him from the shadows. Observing the online fans of the handsome man, who had been eagerly watching him bathe. Suddenly startled into silence by the abrupt black screen, they began furiously typing their complaints. What is happening? Where's my husband? I haven't had enough of him. Does the production team have a problem? Why cut off my husband's live stream? He wants us to watch. Who are you to stop us? Director, prepare to face the consequences. I haven't even seen my husband after his bath. His pants are wet. He must change into something clean. And I haven't confirmed if he is truly more endowed than Chulan, as if they had ever seen Chulan themselves. Suddenly losing sight of Xia Yu caused Zhang Jin to panic, fearing something had happened. He quickly instructed the surrounding bodyguards to ensure his safety and dispatched new drone footage. Fortunately, Xia Yu reappeared under the camera of Base 2 shortly after leaving the previous shot unharmed. Xia Yu, you're finally back. Why the delay? Zhang Wen expressed his frustration. Qi Ning came alone to ambush us, eliminating both Sister Yu and Xueli, and taking a significant portion of our supplies. The losses are severe. His mood was rather grim. He merely responded tersely before entering the modest bathroom to change his pants. Upon emerging, Chulan furrowed her brow and declared, We must continue our search for supplies, particularly the resurrection cards. Zhang Wen sighed. Let us proceed, but we need to find 2 cards. TSK. Qi Ning is rather inconsiderate. The game has only just begun, and he has already eliminated 2 girls. This fellow shows no regard for delicate sensibilities. The confrontation had commenced long ago. It was our fault for being overly naive. Indeed, it is futile to dwell on it now. Let us set off in search of supplies. Should we split up or search together? Chulon glanced at the disheartened individual nearby. I prefer to split up. Our chances of finding resurrection cards will increase. Xia Yu, can you manage on your own? Whatever, she replied nonchalantly. Then it's settled. We shall divide into 3 groups and reconvene here before sunset. Regardless of whether we find the resurrection cards, we must return. Being alone in the mountains after dark is perilous. Understood. Zhang Wen raised the map in his hand. It was the soul map. Captain, if you remember the route, you needn't bother. Xia Yu and I. Xia Yu set her backpack back in the small cabin and said coolly, I don't need it either. Chulon contemplated briefly before handing one of the walkie-talkies to him. Zhanggu, take the map, and you take a walkie-talkie. Call me if anything arises. All right. Chapter 35, I also found some bird eggs. We can boil them for dinner. Host 001 had barely felt joy when the alarm for a surge in destruction value blared. Oh dear, it's such a hassle, it lamented. That she is just thick-headed. With a little guidance from you, it'll be fine. Xia Yu walked deeper into the mountains, her expression indifferent. Who is your host? Of course it's you. We shared countless lifetimes together. I think Qi Yin resembles your host more. Perhaps you should bind him. It shook its head vigorously. No. My loyalty to host is unwavering. The heavens can testify. That Qi is utterly ungrateful. You've given him so many chances, yet he remains oblivious. It's outrageous. I disdain him. I curse him to remain forever alone. 105 silently curled into a ball. Boss, you really seem like a fence-sitter. You sway with the wind. Xia didn't want to engage further. How many points do we have? 001 quickly accessed the system store. We accumulated a meager 35,000 points. Host. He furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with the progress. It seemed a significant endeavor was necessary. A whistle echoed from above, and the next moment, Qi Ning leaped down from a tree, landing gracefully in front of him, her vibrant red hair flowing. Don't move. Drop your weapon and you won't be harmed. Xia Yu regarded her with a hint of disdain. Just teasing you. I promise to keep you until the end. What are you lurking here for? Ambushing, of course. I anticipated you would come searching for resurrection cards. If you hadn't taken this path, I would have sent those 2 into the little black room. Oh, then go find them. Make way. Qi Ning grasped his arm. Hey, don't go. Do you remember our initial agreement? What agreement? How can your memory be so poor? I promise to keep you until the end. If I get eliminated midway, you must resurrect me. Xia Yu nodded. Have you found the resurrection cards? He pulled a card from his pocket. Those few loyal friends promised to find 2 for me, yet still owe me 1. But let me make this clear. The revival card I give you can only be used to bring me back to life, not anyone from your team. Once they give me the remaining card, I will keep it for myself, just in case they prove untrustworthy and end up killing you. I can use it to revive you. All right. Qi Ning handed over the revival card. Don't deceive me. I am a younger brother. I won't deceive you. Xia Yu stuffed the card into his pocket. Is there anything else? If not, I'm off to find something. Oh, wait. He retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack. This wretched production team couldn't even spare some water. It took me ages to find 2 bottles. Here is one for you. Thank you. What can I say? You're my brother after all. Well then, I'll head back and see what good items they found. I won't strike you down too soon. Enjoy yourselves for a while. Goodbye. This profound brotherly bond is far sweeter than the artificial saccharine next door. With Qi Ning being so heartfelt towards my husband, if anyone dares to mock him, I will certainly defend him. I hope my handsome cousin does not betray the little dog-ass trust. Please, the revival card must be reserved for him. Help! I have always considered Xia Yu to be a 0, but after witnessing his physique in the nude, he is undoubtedly a chosen one. Now, my mind races with scenarios of him being the dominant partner. My husband cannot possibly be gay. Even if he were, with that perfect six-pack, he would forever be the dominant one. I will not allow him to be submissive. He can only dominate me. Unaware that his half-naked appearance sparked such fervent discussions, Xia Yu soon discovered a box containing the revival card amidst the grass while following the hanging object he had purchased from a mall. Just as he was about to take the items, he glanced to the side, his eyes flashing momentarily as he pulled out his walkie-talkie. Brother, what is wrong? Did you encounter the red team? No, I found a revival card along with some supplies, but I forgot to bring my backpack. Can you come over to collect them? Chulon didn't think much of it. Which direction? Southeast of the base, 50 meters into the overgrown grass to the right of the fork in the road. Hold tight. I'll be there shortly. He was far away, and within 10 minutes he arrived. Xia Yu sat on the ground, smiling and waving. Brother, over here. Chulon approached and was somewhat surprised to see a small pile of supplies beside him. Did you find all this? Yes. He shook the card in his hand. And I also have a revival card. Although Qi Ning gave me one, I cannot give it to you. Forget about his. Are you planning to revive anyone now? There's only one card. It can only bring back one person. Reviving one is better than none. Chulon set down his backpack and took the revival card. Having an extra person could help in gathering more supplies. Then you decide whom to revive. Let me think. Xia Yu wrapped himself in his jacket. Glancing at the nearby backpack and casually inquired, Brother, I also found some bird eggs. Can I put them in your bag for now? We can cook them for dinner tonight. In a moment of indecision, Chulon resolved to proceed with caution, dismissing any concerns regarding the location. He carefully placed the wrapped item in his backpack and sat beside his companion with a cheerful smile. Not far away, the white wolf nudged the black snake's arm, questioning whether it was a bird's egg. The black snake furrowed his brow, seemingly in doubt. Should we inform the young master? Let us observe for now. I fear disturbing him might bring displeasure. There should be no issue. After a brief internal struggle, Chulon finally concluded to revive Lu Yu first. Xia Yu smiled at him, always listening to his brother. Feeling somewhat uneasy under her gaze, he picked up the supplies from the ground, suggesting they return. All right, Xia Yu, please refrain from calling Chulon brother. I can no longer endure it. Neither can I. Initially, I envisioned them as the cool guy and the little diva, but then you all insisted that Xia Yu was more prominent than Chulon. I was instantly deflated. Let me clarify. Both Chulon and Xia Yu are of equal standing, and such a pairing lacks a favorable outcome. Who understands? After witnessing Xia Yu's nudity, every time he calls Chulon brother, I conjure the image of Zhang Fei addressing Liu Bei. Now, I feel inclined to join the fans of the Qingshi couple, declaring Chulon belongs to Xia Wanqing, while Xia Yu is mine. Must you continuously emphasize that you've seen my husband's nakedness? We only glimpsed his upper body. I would think that during the black screen segment, you all beheld his lower half, leaving me in ignorance. On the luxurious yacht, Qi Yin observed the barrage of comments proclaiming husband and nudity, his expression darkening considerably. Although fewer supported the pairing of Xia Yu and Chulon, a vast majority firmly believed Xia Yu was the dominant one. This reminded him of that night in the hotel when Xia Yu had approached him with lubricant, intent on an intimate act. Had he not managed to break free at the last moment, he would have succumbed. Moreover, he still hadn't pacified Xia Yu. Perhaps the thought of returning to that encounter had not been dismissed. TSK, yet another troublesome matter to resolve. He must contemplate how to persuade Xia Yu to relinquish such thoughts. After their union, he could never assume the submissive role. Chapter 36. You've killed me again shortly after Chulon and Xia Yu returned to their base. The revived Lu Yu reappeared with Zhang Wan. She appeared elated, yet her words were laced with courtesy. Oh, you should have revived Xueli first. She is young and vigorous. Unlike me, who tends to lag behind. Chulon chuckled, asserting that it mattered not whom they revived first. Let us rest a moment before we venture out for the revival cards. I need to catch my breath. Qi Ning charged at me unexpectedly, nearly startling me to death. Lu Yu found a stone to sit on, expressing her frustration. Neither Xueli nor I brought firearms, and he refused to show us any mercy. He is utterly inconsiderate. Zhang Wen chuckled. That young lad is brimming with vigor, caught up in the game, forsaking all ties. One must still show respect to their elders. It's no wonder he is not well liked in the circle. He fell silent, rubbing his nose, choosing not to continue the conversation. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Lu Yu, realizing belatedly what she had blurted out, exhibited a hint of panic in her eyes. No, I meant to say he... Chulon subtly pressed her lips together and suggested, let us take a break and have something to eat to replenish our energy. What on earth is this woman talking about? What does age and a few works have to do with gaming? Why does she not dare to say such things in front of Qi Ning, only to gossip behind his back? Can Qi Ning's fans please calm down? She merely expressed a casual complaint. It's not as if she truly blamed Qi Ning. Must they escalate matters so dramatically? Our Qi Ning is brave and conscientious in playing games. Yet this elder insinuates otherwise, as if we are easy to bully. It's laughable. Seriously playing games? Where were you when he took his own team's revival card for Xia Yu? Don't involve my husband. It was just a trade. Lu Yu recognized that she had contributed to this awkward atmosphere and felt somewhat lost, so she rose to return to the cabin for her clothes and a shower. Chu Lan sighed inwardly, placed her backpack on the small bed in the cabin, and retrieved a lightweight pistol. You all rest. I will go out and search once more. You have been searching all day. Take a break, Zhang Wen remarked, feeling it was unfair to let her go alone. I'll accompany you. She waved her hand dismissively. No need, Brother Zhang, you rest. I'll just wander around and see if the red team attempts another sneak attack. All right, just be careful and return before dark. Xia Yu returned the revival card that Qi Ning had given him to the backpack in the cabin and sat under the shade of a tree, half closing his eyes. Lost in thought. Host, we have detected the location of the revival card. Would you like to retrieve it? 001 cautiously inquired, attempting to ingratiate itself. It feared the alarm of soaring destruction values, and more so, it dreaded the host's disinterest and lack of enthusiasm, worrying that the host might find it meaningless and wish for death. Where is it? Directly north, less than 100 meters away. He stood up and said to Zhang Wen, I'll also go for a stroll around. Hey, bring a weapon. It's too heavy. I want to take it. Zhang Wen felt a headache coming on. Why had everyone suddenly left? He felt quite scared alone. To cheer him up, 001 pulled 105 to sing. Ah, GG explosion. A hero in a fairy tale. Ah, GG explosion. Blood flows in the heart. Xia Yu's expression darkened. Are you both insane? Host, is your mood any better? Sing one more line, and I might just commit suicide right here. The two systems huddled together, afraid to make sound. This host was truly difficult to please. Following the detector's guidance, as he approached the revival card as hiding spot, he saw that Chu Lan had already opened the box. Brother. Startled for a moment at having found the revival card, Chu Lan turned around. How did you come out? I came to find something. You found a revival card again? I just found one. Xia Yu walked over, smiling brightly. Brother, you're amazing. He displayed a courteous smile and suggested they return, intending to retrieve the snow pair. Before he could finish his sentence, a flurry of sounds emerged from the thicket. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Xia Yu's expression sharpened, and he instinctively reached for the handgun at his waist. However, Chu Lan also extended his hand, seemingly poised to draw his weapon. A rapid succession of gunfire erupted, followed by the familiar broadcast announcement. Blue team's Xia Yu has been targeted and eliminated. Red team's Xia Wanqing has eliminated blue team's Xia Yu. In the first stronghold, Qi Ning, who had been leisurely nibbling on bread, sprang to his feet in anger, shouldering his submachine gun and rushing out, exclaiming, Xia Wanqing, you shall not escape unscathed. I will kill you. Chen Hongyi and Yang Tian exchanged bewildered glances before following suit. After the announcement concluded, Xia Wanqing emerged from the bushes, her complexion somewhat pale, her eyes filled with remorse and regret, even glistening with unshed tears. I'm so sorry. I intended to target Longo, but who could have anticipated your sudden movement? Xia Yu's gaze shifted from his waist to Chu Lan's face, a slight smile gracing his lips. Brother, you must have seen him coming long ago. The statement was light, yet carried an undercurrent of subtle, palpable tension. He pressed his lips together, apologizing. I didn't have time to draw my weapon. Huh, quite commendable. Xia Yu replied. I will find a resurrection card to revive you. Xia Wanqing discarded her gun and hurried forward, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. I'm truly sorry. I promised Qi Ning I wouldn't kill you. May I find a resurrection card for you? Xia Yu turned, slightly lowering his head to meet her gaze, chuckling softly. You did eliminate me again, you know. He was perplexed by the again, feeling a shiver at being scrutinized, instinctively drawing closer to Chu Lan. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Can I help you find a resurrection card, and then have you return to eliminate me? Xia Yu. Chu Lan interjected, positioning himself in front of him. It's merely a game. I will revive you. I already possess a resurrection card. Xia Yu cast a faint glance at them, his tone devoid of emotion. No need. Prioritize reviving the snow pair first. She might be frightened alone in the small black room. The bodyguard appeared in an opportune moment, escorting him to the small black room. Xia Yu biting her lip. Longu, is he upset? Chulan pressed his lips tightly together, a hint of frustration evident. He was undoubtedly angered, though he was uncertain whether it stemmed from the ambush or from not being warned of the danger, or perhaps from having his hand obstructed when he attempted to draw his weapon. Yet, it was unintentional. He instinctively reached out to block. He knew he shouldn't have acted this way. Despite his feelings towards Xia Yu, they were now comrades on the same side. Lan Yi, why not eliminate me as vengeance for him? He sighed, forcing a reassuring smile. It's just a game. I promise to spare your life. Let us conclude today's contest here. Both teams have suffered significant losses. Let us return to recuperate and resume our battle tomorrow. But, enough. Do not dwell on it. Let us return. Xiao Wanxing bit her lip, lowering her head to wipe at the corners of her eyes. I will strive to find a resurrection card for Xia Yu tomorrow. Very well, let us go back. The barrage of comments erupted wildly. I'm finished. My dear Qingqing. Qingqing is so kind, and Longu is so indulgent. Damn it. You two treacherous lovers. How dare you conspire to eliminate my husband? I will have my revenge. Games should indeed be played in this manner. There is no fault in being straightforward. These two despicable men have truly disgusted me. Chulan clearly knew of Xia Wanqing's presence long before. Not only did he fail to provide a warning, but he also restrained Xia Yu from retaliating after Xia Yu had sensed the danger. What a pair of contemptible individuals. If you wish to court affection, go participate in a romantic variety show. Which of you saw that Chulan had already been aware of Wanqing's presence? He, too, wished to draw his weapon. When Xia Yu and Qi Ning conspired against the red team, why did you not speak up? One must not hold double standards. Qi Ning and Xia Yu's collusion was merely to prevent your group of AC from isolating him and rendering him unable to revive. The claim to have Xia Wanqing killed thrice by Xia Yu is never enacted. The betrayal from the team leader has been confirmed, and it is time to change personnel. Lock down the 5 AC group members to prevent them from causing harm to others. Why the uproar? It is merely a game. After all, no one has truly perished. Both Lan and Qing have assured that they will seek a revival card for him. What more could be desired? My husband is truly a celestial being, having been betrayed by his teammates. Yet he still worries for a girl like Xueli being confined in a dark room. I shall swim to the island forthwith to assist my husband in obtaining a revival card. I have no interest in the revival cards of you two shameless scoundrels. Chapter 37. Could you please step out with the black snake for a moment? Xiao Wanqing returned to base 1, her eyes red, only to collide with the furious Qi Ning. Qi Ning brandished his submachine gun at him, exclaiming, "How dare you kill my brother? Do you remember the oath you took?" Becoming accustomed to being stabbed in the back, he seemed indifferent now. Did he not? Tears streamed down his face as he apologized. I originally intended to strike Lan. Nonsense. You are merely seeking to reclaim your honor at his expense. Let me tell you, you will never measure up to him, not even his pinky finger. You wretched fool. His face drained of color, his lips bloodied from biting them. Yang Tian quickly stepped forward to grasp his shoulder, glaring at Qi Ning. Be mindful of your words. Show some decency. Qi Ning sneered, spitting, dekenti. I find speaking to him foul. Where's the revival card? Xiao Wanqing shook his head, sobbing. I do not possess a revival card. I will seek one. You must be jesting. I gave my brother a revival card. If you struck him, it would be strange if you did not take it. Spit it out. I truly did not take it. Lan was also present when Xia Yu was taken away and did not hand over the revival card. Ah, so Chu was present too, was he? You colluded to harm my brother. I shall kill you. The sounds of gunfire erupted continuously. Bang, bang. The announcement echoed once more. Qi Ning of the red team was struck in a vital area and eliminated. Chen Hongyi of the red team has eliminated Qi Ning. As Qi Ning was the first to be eliminated, his attack on Xiao Wanqing proved ineffective. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Chen Hongyi, who had fired first, felt a twinge of guilt, opening his mouth but unsure of what to say. Damn it! Qi Ning slammed his submachine gun onto the ground, casting a malevolent glance at the three of them. I will not let you escape. A diligent bodyguard stepped forward to escort him away. Chen Hongyi threw down his weapon. I did not want to shoot him. It was he who aimed at Qingqing. Yang Tian, pale-faced, supported the unsteady Xiao Wanqing. It's fine. It's just a game. Shen Hongyi played splendidly. It was high time this privileged brat was eliminated. Thank goodness Qingqing is unharmed. Damn it. You group of sycophants is utterly repulsive. I urge the production team to replace you immediately. My goodness, this variety show is simply too dramatic. The competition has barely begun, yet deep-seated enmities have already formed. Are we truly destined for a fierce showdown in the coming days? The audience revels in such sensational entertainment. More, please. Upon returning to the base, Chulan wore a grim expression. Just as Zhang Wen was about to inquire how Xia Yu had been eliminated, the announcement of Qi Ning's elimination stunned him into silence. His countenance darkened further. He had unwittingly provoked the two individuals with the worst tempers, and the days ahead promised to be tumultuous. What on earth is happening? Lu Yu rushed out in a flurry. Another fight? Chulan clutched the revival card tightly, hesitating for a moment before deciding to revive Xueli first. Why revive Xueli? Xia Yu should be prioritized. As a male, he possesses greater stamina. Zhang Wen's expression soured. Reviving Xueli first was indeed the right choice. Should they really leave a girl to spend the night alone in the dark room? That was not my intention, Lu Yu retorted, her temper flaring as she turned back to the cabin. Some individuals should stick to acting. There is no need to come to a variety show and expose their emotional and intellectual shortcomings, inviting disdain. This actress is truly exasperating. She, being a woman herself, fails to consider things from a female perspective. Certain male team leaders elevate themselves while belittling others, reviving an inconsequential older woman. My heart aches for Xueli. Hang in there, young lady. Once you secure the award, you should be revived first. Everyone, remain patient. Allow me to endure 3 minutes of advertisements, and I shall ensure the revival of my husband's cousin, and the pitiable little flower he wishes to protect. Down with the sycophants. Ha ha. What a delightful first laugh of the day. Your husband. How charmingly possessive. The production team has constructed numerous dark rooms in various locations. Xia Yu and Xueli, having been eliminated in proximity, were confined together. Not long after Xia Yu was locked away, Xueli was revived. She did not rush back to the base, but instead leaned against Xia Yu's door, saying, Xia Yu, I will help you find a revival card. It is getting dark. You should return to the base and regroup with them. We can search again tomorrow, but if you cannot find the revival card, you will have to stay here for the night. The dark room is quite small, with only a single stool. Even Xia Yu, at 6 feet tall, feels cramped within its confines. Xia Yu smiled reassuringly. It's all right. Perhaps the production team is merely putting on a show and one tea truly make me endure a night here. Really? Indeed. When you return to the base, could you do me a favor? Of course. There is a revival card in my backpack that I have kept for Qi Ning. Please help revive him when you return. Xueli, not considering using it for herself, nodded. All right, I will help revive him. Thank you. Now hurry back. Take care, and if anything arises, promptly contact the production team. I will. She discreetly wiped away a tear and turned to sprint back towards the base. Yet another soul captivated by the handsome visage of the host. 001 reclined, reflecting, at first I thought this young lady was rather superficial. I did not expect her to be so genuinely kind. Xia Yu withdrew her previous warmth, her expression turning cold and distant as she languidly leaned against the wooden board behind her on the bench. Are you truly going to spend the night here? It's far too distressing. It makes one's heart ache. Be silent. Do not disgust me. Humph. How adorable your voice is. Such a lack of appreciation. Not long after, the dilapidated door creaked open. The black serpent sheathed his military knife, bending slightly to offer the phone. Young master, the gentleman wishes to speak with you. Xia Yu lazily lifted her eyelids and took the phone. Xia. Qi Yan's deep voice carried a hint of tenderness, as if coaxing her. Would you come out with the black serpent and the others for a moment? I wish to have a proper conversation with you. He drooped his lips, his tone somber. Haven't we already clarified things? No, I was wrong that day at the hotel. I apologize. Xia, please come out first. I want to apologize to you in person. You've been running in the mountains all day. You should take a good bath first. I will have them prepare your favorite dishes. After a moment of silence, Xia Yu responded sullenly and returned the phone, rising to her feet. The black serpent and the white wolf breathed a sigh of relief. Young master, rest assured, we have eliminated all cameras. You will not be filmed. All right, let us proceed. Chapter 38. Which night do you refer to? As Xia Yu left the small black room and walked outside, she could hear Qi Ning, recently revived, raging in the distance. I will kill all of you. You pack of sycophants. Bang, bang. Damn it. You think you can hide? I better not find you. If I do, I will take you down one by one. His fury was palpable, and upon revival, he bolted back to base 1, only to find it deserted. Upon hearing the announcement of his revival, San Wanqing and the others knew he would return for vengeance, prompting their retreat from a base. Out of guilt, they left behind fine weapons and ample supplies of water and food. This only fueled Qi Ning's ire further, prompting him to unleash a barrage of gunfire, his curses echoing across the desolate island. Ha ha ha! Look at this privileged fool in a fit of rage. It's utterly delightful. If you can't handle it, go home and drink milk. Do not assume everyone is intimidated by your lineage. Fans of the AC sycophants, leave our live stream. Watch your master go. I'm furious. Do not later accuse us of bullying in the fan circles. What followed was Qi Ning's hunt, urging his allies to persevere. Cousin has also been eliminated by them in collusion. Do not let any escape. Do not be angry. First find a revival card to bring back Cousin. Otherwise, if those sycophants kill you, there will be no one left to revive you, and they certainly won't revive Cousin either. I loathe these sycophants. My husband hasn't been shown since he entered the small black room. If they pretend they can't find the revival card, will my husband never return? I will kill you all. In a fleeting moment, the online community was divided into 2 factions. One faction, led by the fervent fans of the AC boy band, raised their banners of unity, cheering for their beloved idols, reveling in the romance between Chu Lan and Xia Wanqing, as well as the camaraderie shared by Chun Hongyi and Xia Wanqing. They took the opportunity to mock Qi Ning and Xia Yu with scornful remarks. The other faction, spearheaded by the 7 fairies, witnessed the bullying of Qi Ning and became infuriated, unleashing a flurry of attacks, indiscriminately targeting anyone in their path. This time, they were joined by a substantial number of new fans of Xia Yu, vociferously vowing to avenge their grievances, showcasing remarkable combativeness. Amidst this battleground, the fans of Lu Yu and Shueli engaged in their own quarrels, further escalating the popularity of the variety show Survive until the end. As dusk fell, Xia Yu boarded the yacht. After the Black Snake and White Wolf successfully delivered him, they discreetly withdrew. Young master, Qi respectfully bowed. Would you like to take a shower first and change your clothes? MHM. He was still clad in the specially designed combat uniform from the production team. Having spent the day in the mountains, now soiled with dirt and grass, appearing rather unkempt. Everything is ready, please follow me. Qi led him to a luxurious bedroom, where hot water awaited and garments were prepared. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. Xia Yu silently entered the bathroom. Half an hour later, he emerged, donned in a bathrobe, his hair still dripping with water. All clean up? Qi Yin had appeared in the room at some point. Upon seeing Xia Yu's damp hair, he furrowed his brow and grabbed a towel to dry it. Xia Yu lowered his head, standing motionless. Qi Yin, his face unwavering, had entered the bathroom and emerged with a dry towel, placing it over the dejected youth's head, roughly drying his hair. Though it seemed unrefined, he was gentle in his touch. After a considerable effort, Qi Yin removed the towel, tousling the messy strands and softening his tone. Are you still upset with me? Xia Yu slightly tilted his head, muttering, no. That's good. Qi Yin lightly touched his face before quickly withdrawing his hand. Are you hungry? Let us have a meal. Since yesterday, Xia Yu had barely consumed a proper meal, subsisting on mineral water and dry rations, leaving his face lacking its usual fullness. With an impassive expression, Xia Yu exited the room, mentally gritting his teeth. How many points are still needed? 65,000. 001 was utterly speechless towards Qi. He couldn't even comfort someone properly, awaiting a counterattack from the host. Xia Yu felt disgruntled, noting no progress at all. At the dining table, the two sat opposite each other, silently consuming their meal. Until the very end, not a single word was exchanged. Xia Yu nearly slammed down his chopsticks, declaring, "I'm full, take your time." He left the dining room, emanating an icy demeanor, and returned to his room, his face darkened with frustration. Damn it. Shortly thereafter, Qi Yin entered, sitting at the edge of the bed. Nudging his arm, "Don't lie down just after eating." Xia Yu turned and hurled a pillow at him, exclaiming, "Qi Yin, I despise you." Qi Yin sidestepped. "Didn't you say you weren't angry? Get out. I don't want to see you. Let us not be hasty. We need to talk. There's nothing to discuss." He retorted, preparing to leave. Xia Yu felt his wrist being grasped firmly by Qi Yin, pulling him back. Xia Yu, momentarily caught off guard, fell back onto the bed, his eyes instantly reddening. A pang of concern gripped his heart as he leaned in to embrace him, softly apologizing. "I am sorry. I did not mean to be harsh with you." Cradled in his arms, Qi Yin felt his heart swell, a sensation utterly distinct from their previous embraces, his voice gentle. "That night at the hotel, I did not intend to hurt you." Xia Yu leaned against the shoulder, his gaze tranquil as water. Yet his voice bore a tinge of sorrow, almost tinged with tears. "Which night are you speaking of?" Qi Yin swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse. "I apologize, I lied. On your birthday, I did not completely lose my senses due to the medication." Xia Yu curled up closer to him. "You clearly said you were drugged." "It was my fault," he lamented. "I should not have uttered such hurtful words to you." Tears fell onto his shoulder, seeping through the shirt, softening his heart further. "I was wrong. Since returning to the United States these past few days, you have occupied my thoughts." 001 has morphed into a screeching chicken, severing all connections. This is not what I should be hearing. 105 was rendered speechless by its excitement. Xia Yu rolled his eyes and cut off the connection, muttering about the foolish system. Noticing Qi Yan's lack of response, he felt a flutter of anxiety. "Xia?" He sniffled and asked in a subdued tone, "Do you like me?" Chapter 39. That was a newly hatched little snake. Qi Yan's breath hitched. "Please do not cry." He gently patted the back of the person in his arms, eager to explain, yet unsure how to prove his sincerity. "What must I do for you to believe me?" Xia Yu withdrew from his embrace, tears glistening on his delicate face, his eyes red and pitiful. Qi Yan's heart shattered. He raised his hand to gently wipe away his tears. "What must I do for you to trust me?" He clasped Xia Yu's hand, pressing it against his own face. His pupils trembled, his gaze falling upon the rosy lips. His throat suddenly dry. "Xia." Qi Yan cradled his chin, leaning down. Xia Yu squinted through misty eyes, drawing the man into a darkened gaze. Xia Yu slightly bowed his head, observing the crown nestled against his chest, his eyes beneath the haze remarkably clear. He did not comply with unbuttoning his shirt. Qi Yan, engulfed in desire, gasped him, "Were you not seeking proof?" A bucket of cold water seemed to douse him unexpectedly. Qi Yan hastily leaped from him, standing awkwardly at the edge of the bed, his complexion shifting from pale to green. Xia Yu propped himself up, licking his lips. Qi Yan felt a surge of frustration. His teeth gritted as he glared at him. "Are you still thinking of overpowering me? Did you not say you wanted proof?" He retorted darkly. Xia Yu leaned against the headboard, adjusting his disheveled bathrobe. "Are we not establishing our relationship now?" Qi Yan wanted to curse, closing his eyes to suppress the rising anger. Finally managing to utter, "I am older than you." His laughter followed. "Aside from age, I am not your junior. I also work out. If it were not for my overindulgence that night, you would have been mine." With fists clenched, the man muttered a curse under his breath and strode out of the room in a huff. Xia Yu let out a cold scoff, got out of bed, and entered the bathroom. 20 minutes later, she emerged with a chill enveloping her, burrowing into her blankets and succumbing to sleep. In the dead of night, at the second stronghold, knowing that bodyguards surrounded the area, no one had been assigned to keep watch. After a long day, the members of the blue team were soundly asleep. At this hour, most viewers had drifted into slumber, and the 2 or 3 staff members remaining backstage were struggling to fend off sleep while engaging in idle chatter. Amidst the thicket, a rustling sound emerged, unnoticed by anyone. Since Xia Yu had been eliminated and had yet to revive, the 3 wooden cabins were divided, one for the 2 girls, and one each for Chulan and Zhongwen. As he dozed, Chulan detected a slight movement, seemingly originating from the backpack he used as a pillow. accustomed to sleeping with his head elevated. The subtle disturbance persisted for a moment, and in his dream state, he felt something slick and sticky slithering across his neck. Frowning, he did not open his eyes, but reached up to investigate. Upon touching what felt like several slender objects coated in some viscous substance, he slowly opened his eyes. By the faint glow of the dying campfire outside, he discerned the creature clutched in his hand, his pupils dilating in horror as he flung the long, worm-like being away and bolted upright. Rubbing the back of his neck, he felt two more and quickly tossed them to the ground. After ensuring there was nothing else on him, Chulan turned his head in alarm, spotting the slender creatures crawling out of his backpack. A wave of dread surged from his feet, and before he could ponder the nature of the creatures, a terrified scream from Lu Yu pierced the night. "Ah, help! There's a snake!" He dashed outside. Snow Pear and Zhang when also rushed out of their cabin. "What's wrong?" Lu Yu, pale as a sheet, collapsed onto the ground, trembling as she pointed at two enormous pythons attempting to slither up to the window of Chu Lan's cabin. "Help me, ah!" Snow Pear's legs weakened, and she fell to her knees. How could there be snakes? Didn't the production team say they had spread snake repellent around the stronghold? How? Chulan's fingers were still smeared with the viscous substance, and he instantly recognized the creatures that had been on his neck. They were newly hatched snakes. His usually composed expression shifted dramatically, turning ashen. Zhang became the most composed of the trio, pulling the two girls back while calling out for help. "Director, bodyguards, come quickly. Help!" The staff members who had been dozing backstage awoke immediately to the cries for help, their drowsiness dissipating as they looked up to see the two massive pythons, causing them to tremble in fear. Shakily, one grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Bodyguards near the second stronghold. Hurry and rescue them." The alerted bodyguards rushed towards the second stronghold. At that moment, the two gigantic pythons had already slithered into Chu Lan's cabin, coiling around his bed and guarding his backpack, flicking their cold tongues. Viewers who had been keeping vigil for their idol glanced at the screen, instantly wide awake. "Ah, help! How can there be snakes? Is the production team out of their minds? Why would they let snakes in? Isn't that Longu's backpack? Why are the snakes trying to take it? Oh my goodness! How can there be baby snakes crawling out of the backpack? This is terrifying. My hair is standing on end. Is Chulan okay? Production team, hurry and drive the snakes away." On the deserted island, the production team had long arranged for a snake-catching expert, who took over half an hour to secure two giant pythons in burlap sacks and clear away a nest of recently hatched baby snakes. "Oh no!" Lu Yu cried out in despair, overwhelmed by fear. Xia Yu, still shaken, wiped away her tears. "It's all taken care of. Everything is fine," Zhang stammered, though he himself had broken out in a cold sweat. Zhang Jin hurried over from the encampment, stating, "We cannot remain here. Let us relocate to Base 1. The competition will be temporarily paused." With a grim expression, Chulan swiftly approached a water bucket, scooping water with a ladle and splashing it over his neck. Yet the damp, cold, and sticky sensation lingered stubbornly. After emptying the remaining half bucket and completely soaking himself, he turned to his teammates and coldly instructed, "Let us proceed to Base 1. The staff quickly handed him a dry towel, which he used to wipe his face before saying, "Let us discuss it there." All right. Zhang urged, supporting the trembling Lu Yu, "Let us hurry to Base 1. Currently, only Qi Ning remained at the base. Upon hearing the commotion, he rushed out of the wooden cabin with his gun, fiercely shouting, "Who dares to return for an ambush? I will shoot you down. Calm down. Zhang Jin interjected, "The contest is on hold. All attacks are temporarily invalid." He glared at the group whose expressions were grim, demanding, "What are you doing?" "There was an incident at Base 2. The blue team has temporarily relocated here. We will resume the game tomorrow at 8. Huh. They've delivered themselves right to us. At 8 sharp, I will send them straight to the black room." Zhang Jin sighed, directing the staff to inspect the surrounding area. He apologized to the members of the blue team, particularly inquiring about Chu Lan's well-being. After receiving assurance that he was unharmed, he offered another apology before departing with the staff. After this ordeal, the members of the blue team found themselves unable to sleep, gathered around the campfire. Their pale faces illuminated in a ghostly light creating a rather frightening scene. Chapter 40. My feelings, born of desire. Qi Ning nudged Xueli with his gun, asking, "Have you encountered ghosts?" The tear stains on Xueli's face had yet to dry, and she sobbed. Yes, yes. 2 large snakes, and so many little ones. It was terrifying. Snakes? Where? In the base, in the captain's backpack. It hatched a multitude of baby snakes, which attracted the large ones. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. It was too horrifying, and she wished to cease recording and return home. Was it in Chu Lan's backpack? You want to catch snakes? She shook her head, uncertain of the circumstances. Zhang Wen, equally perplexed, sat beside Chu Lan and patted his shoulder, asking, "Captain, what happened? How could there be so many baby snakes in your backpack?" Chu Lan's face turned pale as he recounted, while Xia Yu and I were out searching for revival cards. He mentioned picking up a few bird eggs and placing them in my backpack to cook for dinner later. At that moment, I was preoccupied with deciding whether to revive Lu Yu or Xueli and didn't pay much attention. Then, when Xia Yu was eliminated and Lu Yu returned with her words, I felt somewhat agitated and forgot about the contents of my backpack. I had no idea those were a nest of snake eggs ready to hatch. Damn it, I even slept with them. They crawled all over me. If I hadn't sensed the danger in time, those 2 giant pythons would have coiled around me. Zhang Wen was left utterly astonished. Was it that Xia Yu had picked up snake eggs and nestled them within his bag, resulting in the emergence of these tiny serpents? Indeed, Chu Lan was filled with a vexation that gnawed at his very core. It was evident that Xia Yu remained as unscrupulous as in their youth, and he should never have let his guard down. He had narrowly escaped disaster. How audacious of him to dare to retrieve snake eggs. What if a large snake resided within the cavern? Would that not spell his doom? What was there he would not attempt? Upon hearing this, Qi Ning shook his crimson hair and gleefully remarked that the group of dogs deserved their fate. It suddenly struck me that before Xia Yu was eliminated, he had wrapped a myriad of items in his clothing and stuffed them into Chu Lan's backpack, among which were the imminently hatching snake eggs. Was he intending to harm Chu Lan? How malicious! Do not place the blame on my husband, she protested. He was unaware of those snake eggs. He believed they were bird eggs, for goodness sake. Before placing them in the bag, he even inquired with Chu Lan, claiming he intended to take them home to cook for dinner. It was Chu Lan, in collusion with Xiao Wanqing, who had him eliminated. He simply forgot, which led to the hatching of the little snakes. Ha ha ha, this is poetic justice. This is what that group of dogs deserves for plotting against my husband. This brood of little snakes is avenging him. They seem to share a bond of understanding. Do not discuss the comrades, she exclaimed. I recently revisited the recording and was horrified. Chu Lan was sleeping with a nest of snake hatchlings, and they had even crawled onto his neck. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. It infuriates me. The production team must replace him. Let Lan Gu switch places with the privileged one. His time on the blue team has been nothing short of a trial. The group remained seated until the dawn began to break. Qi Ning, utterly exhausted, finally succumbed to her fatigue and returned to sleep. Chu Lan blinked his dry eyes, glanced at the time, and rose to his feet. Everyone, let us gather our belongings. It is 7:45. We must depart from here, lest Qi Ning awaken and a quarrel ensue. Zhang Wen shifted his stiff neck. Shall we not wait for the game to restart and eliminate him? His teammates are absent, and we could seize Stronghold 1 for a much-needed respite. It should be safe during the day. He frowned. Indeed, eliminating Qi Ning seemed the most prudent choice, but after being thoroughly vexed yesterday, another encounter could provoke him into a rage that might become perilous. Best to refrain from striking him. Xueli spoke softly last night when we approached. He agreed to pause the game. It would not be right for us to take advantage of our numbers against him. Lu Yu, who had spoken ill of Qi Ning the previous day and was now concerned about being blacklisted by the capital, nodded in agreement. Yes, let's not confront Xiao Ning. A 1 versus many scenario is unfair. Zhang Wen's expression revealed his discontent as he begrudgingly replied, Very well. I too am concerned for Sister Yu and Xueli's rest. Let us depart and seek the resurrection card. With that, the 4 gathered their belongings and left Stronghold 1, heading towards Stronghold 3. Xia Yu awoke from a restful slumber, feeling quite rejuvenated. Host, the reconnection has been established. 001 was positively ecstatic, and the points have surged to 60,000. He raised an eyebrow slightly. So much increase? All thanks to Chu Lan's contributions. At 3 in the morning, the fear value surged by 20,000. The anger value increased by 5,000. We have struck it rich. All because of that nest of snake eggs. Indeed, you are truly remarkable, possessing an uncanny ability to foresee events. Although the hatching agent and the snake-attracting potion were purchased from the marketplace, you anticipated that he would forget to extract the snake eggs from his bag. How impressive! It was merely a coincidence. When he placed the snake eggs in a Chu Lan's bag, he did not firmly believe he would forget to retrieve them. Even if he had, the potion he sprinkled in his bag could still frighten him in the dead of night. To his surprise, he did forget, and the lethality of those snake eggs was astonishing. Indeed, it was a significant gain. It is no wonder that Chu Lan was so terrified. Who could sleep next to a clutch of snake eggs, only to have them hatch into baby snakes, and subsequently be confronted by a large snake? Such a situation could easily induce panic. Yet, he managed to remain composed. His psychological fortitude is commendable. After finishing his morning routine, Xia Yu changed into his freshly laundered combat uniform and stepped out of his bedroom. "Good morning, young master," Qi Yi greeted respectfully, informing him that breakfast was ready. As he made his way to the dining area and took a seat, he inquired, "And Qi Yin? He is likely on the deck watching the sunrise." Qi Yi replied. Last night, he encountered the master emerging from his room with a chilling expression, and he feared that he had not managed to placate him, thus hesitating to approach and invite misfortune. However, the young master did not seem to be still angry. After all, if the master had reconciled with him, why would he go to the deck to endure the cold wind all night? It was perplexing. Oh, before long, Qi Yin descended, having gone without sleep for the night. The dark circles under his eyes were evident, and his shirt appeared wrinkled from the night breeze. Xia Yu greeted him with a smile. "Good morning." Qi Yin pursed his lips and turned to return to his room for a shower. Qi Yi was left bewildered, as it appeared that the master was the one who was upset. "Have you spoken with the director of that show?" He snapped back to attention and nodded. "Yes. Young master, if you wish to return to the show, Black Snake can escort you inside. I will go in after breakfast." "Very well. I shall inform Black Snake." Once Qi Yin emerged from his shower, he sat down across from Xia Yu with a serious expression. "We need to talk." Xia Yu wiped his mouth. "I only wish to discuss matters of love." "Xia Yu, I am being serious." All right, speak." "I cannot do it." "Huh? I genuinely care for you. When I see you cry, it pains me. I want to comfort you. Hearing you call someone else's name makes me envious, and I wish to tear him apart. I want to reclaim you, to ensure you remain only by my side. Desire arises from affection. In my 28 years of life, regardless of whether they were men or women, you are the sole person I feel anything for." Xia Yu lifted his gaze, earnestly locking eyes with him. "I am different from you." His heart tightened. "In what way are you different?" "My affection arises from desire. I wish to possess you entirely. I belong to you. I can give you that. I want to claim it for myself." Qi Yan's temples throbbed. They were clearly in harmony, and he believed that was sufficient. "Not at all. My heart remains unfulfilled. It is merely a facade without true connection." Xia Yu stood, circumnavigating the dining table to stand before him, lightly touching his cheek. "I hope that by the end of this week, you will be mentally prepared." With that, he gracefully exited the dining area and disembarked from the yacht, leaving Qi Yin with flushed ears, annoyed as he slammed his hand on the table. Chapter 41. Indeed, it is something unworthy of the stage, as mundane as speaking or passing gas. With the escort of the Black Serpent, as Xia Yu hastened towards the little black room, the announcement echoed through the air, proclaiming his revival by Xia Wanqing. He merely raised an eyebrow and altered his direction towards the third stronghold. My husband has finally returned to life. He looks so handsome. Even after being imprisoned for a night, he shines brilliantly." Xia Yu truly owes Qingqing a bow. She spent the entire night without rest, wielding a flashlight in search of his resurrection card. Before Xiang Ziki could be revived, he was brought back to life first. The pitiful fans of the White Lotus Mail are here to make a scene again, aren't they? Has the main character perished? Are they here to mourn? The dream girls of the Green Tea Mail are as malicious as the main character. Beware of divine retribution. Ha ha! Have you never heard of calamities that last for 1,000 years? You should advise your White Lotus and her mother to be cautious. Those who breach their oaths meet dire fates. Bro, on the path to the third stronghold, the two brothers encountered each other, with Qi Ning shouting desperately. Xia Yu cast him a detached glance. What is it? Fuming, he rushed over. Let us form an alliance. Regardless of red team or blue team, those few clinging together have already locked their fate. You and I shall team up and eliminate them all. Is that even feasible? Why not? If I say it is, it is. They are untrustworthy and banding together. Such individuals deserve to descend into hell. However, I doubt we can overpower them. Who says we cannot? I alone can take on 10. Oh, then you can go fight them alone. I am of little use. Qi Ning placed his hand on Xia Yu's shoulder. Do not speak so modestly. You shall serve as my support. I will lead the charge. You stay behind, and, if I happen to be killed, revive me so that I may return and wreak havoc upon them. Let me contemplate this. What is there to ponder? That traitor Chu Lan colluded with Xia Wanqing to slay you, and you remain unperturbed? Is your temper so gentle? If you can endure it, I certainly cannot. And our chief family shall not tolerate it. I must avenge you by eliminating that pair of scoundrels. Xia Yu patted his arm. Do not speak so harshly. It is the truth. Humph. Scoundrels and conspirators, colluding in wickedness. He assumed the alliance was already established. Brother, it is settled then. They are undoubtedly heading towards the third stronghold. We shall encircle them. Keep an eye on the roadside, searching for resurrection cards. Oh, with Xia Yu by his side, Qi Ning's spirits lifted considerably. Brother, something delightful occurred last night. What was it? He recounted in detail how the blue team encountered the snake at the second stronghold. Laughing heartily, it was my first time witnessing Chu Lan's face turn so pale. It was utterly gratifying, a fitting retribution. Xia Yu was taken aback. Was that a snake egg? I thought it was a bird's egg, contemplating cooking it for dinner later, only to be eliminated. But why does brother not recall retrieving it? Ha ha ha, brother, you are exceedingly fortunate. It is a good thing the great snake was absent when you found the egg, or the consequences would have been dire. That unfortunate Chu Lan, who colluded with Xia Wanqing to kill you, forgot all about it, even slept with it, and ended up hatching the little snake. My heavens! The slimy hatchling crawled all over him. Just imagining that scene sends shivers down my spine. It is utterly revolting. You must keep your distance from him in the future. He lowered his head with a hint of guilt, blaming himself. It's not your fault at all. Qi Ning chuckled, revealing his bright teeth. It's what the traitor deserves. If he hadn't eliminated you with Xia Wanqing, nothing would have happened. He can only blame himself. Indeed, my cousin is right. Don't feel guilty, dear. It's all the fault of those who huddle together and bring about their own demise. Truly, the bond of brotherhood is the most delightful. The previously agitated little pup became docile upon seeing his brother. What was once a furious charge toward stronghold number 3 turned into a cheerful side quest of searching for resurrection cards. It melted my heart. The little dog was not enraged because his teammate had been slain, but rather because they had taken down his brother. Yet, once his brother was revived, the little pup seemed to care for nothing else. I have truly come to love everything about my husband. Even Qi Ning appears endearing to me now, although I once was a fan who criticized him. Brother, I found a resurrection card. Qi Ning emerged from the thicket, pushing aside the weeds, and stuffed the card into Xia Yu's pocket. All right, that's an extra life. I can go on a killing spree now. Xia Wanqing activated the resurrection card to bring Xiang Ziki back to life. The announcement echoed once more. He exploded in anger, cursing and vowing to repay me with 2 resurrection cards, still owing me 1 after reviving that substitute. Truly, he is the kind of person not worthy of the stage. His words are as empty as flatulence. Does he not value his own life? Or has he simply grown accustomed to being stabbed in the back? Had I known they possessed no integrity, I would have disregarded our agreement from the start and sent them straight to the dungeon. Xia Yu found a shady spot to sit down. Stop complaining. We'll soon reach stronghold number 3. At last they arrived. Qi Ning loaded his submachine gun with bullets. Brother, you stay here while I go confront them. All right, go ahead. He dashed through the underbrush with agility, charging towards stronghold number 3 with fierce determination. 10 minutes later, he returned, head hung low. Xia Yu lazily lifted his eyelids. What's wrong? They're not even there. He threw down his gun, frantically raking his hands through his red hair, his eyes slightly red. This is infuriating. They anticipated your move. This bunch of cowardly groupies. If they had any guts, they defaced me head on. Xia Yu stood up, brushing off his pants. Since they're not here, let us move on and take a proper rest. It's so frustrating. What's there to be frustrated about? Their unwillingness to confront you is essentially an acknowledgement of your strength. I assented. Qi Ning pouted. I don't need their acknowledgement of my strength. All right then, don't let your tail wag too high. Stop being so stubborn. Oof. I find myself rather fond of Qi Ning. He is quite the tsundere character. My husband is a master at taming dogs. With a single word, he can turn the furious little pup into a gentle one. How wonderful. Alas, my son's silly dog traits can no longer be hidden. Foolish, temperamental, yet easily appeased. I sincerely hope my handsome cousin keeps a close watch on him. The individuals from the summer's late Qing period are quite cunning, indeed. Just as Qi Ning departed, they swiftly returned to Base 1. The blue team, fortunate in their quest for resurrection cards, took a lengthy detour and avoided encountering Qi Ning. In summary, only Qi Ning sustained injuries. How pitiful. Thankfully, his cousin accompanied him. Otherwise, Qi Ning would surely have been reduced to tears from frustration. Upon their arrival at Camp 3, the broadcast resonated once more. Zhang, one of the blue team, has been targeted and eliminated. Chen Hongyi from the red team has taken down Zhang, one of the blue team. Xiang Ziki from the red team has utilized a special card to swap teammates with Qi Ning and Chu Lan. Henceforth, Qi Ning joins the blue team, while Chu Lan joins the red team. What a shock. Qi Ning dropped his backpack heavily. The 5 members of the alliance had truly locked their sights on him. Splendid. Now that he was no longer part of the same faction, he felt unburdened in his quest to eliminate them. Chapter 42. Is this a poisonous alliance? While searching for supplies alongside Lu Yu and Xu Li, Chu Lan's expression darkened upon hearing the broadcast. The 2 girls were momentarily stunned, retreating repeatedly. Their captain had been transferred to the red team. How could they possibly continue? Brother Zhang had also been eliminated. The red team would surely wreak havoc upon them. Suppressing his anger, he gazed at the 2 wary girls and assured them, I will not harm you. Lu Yu's expression was grim. She could not believe this explosive combination dared to openly collaborate. With such a disparity in combat strength, was there even a chance of victory? Wasn't this akin to inviting other participants to serve merely as their backdrop? Xu Li was on the verge of tears. Yujia, let us go find Xia Yu. She disregarded the cameras entirely, turning away in distress. Wait. She spun around, glaring coldly. What? Didn't you say you wouldn't attack us? Is the AC boy band's word as unreliable as a gust of wind? Chu Lan pursed his lips, shedding his backpack filled with supplies and weapons. Take everything. It's all yours. Yujia, should we accept this? Why wouldn't we? Lu Yu retorted angrily, striding toward him to claim the items. Half of this stuff belongs to us. Are we just going to let him take it back to his team? Come and retrieve it. Once they hastily departed with their belongings, Chu Lan turned away, his face cold. Xu Li, burdened with supplies, could no longer hold back her tears. Lu Yu glanced back and snapped, Why are you crying? What is there to cry about? She pouted and wiped her eyes. How are we going to compete in the coming days? We can't win. Brother Zhang has been eliminated, and we have no resurrection cards. But wasn't Qi Ning swapped in? His combat prowess is on par with Chu Lan. Yet, he was only focused on fighting, and they had yet to find any resurrection cards. If he were eliminated, the red team would undoubtedly come to besiege them. Then let us fight back. Why fear them? Yujia, I feel a sense of injustice, as if we were being bullied by their alliance. Stop crying. First, let us head to Base 3, drop off the supplies, and then search for resurrection cards, as well as for Xia Yu and the others. All right. Qi Ning of the blue team has revived Zhang, one of the blue team. Hey, hurry over here. Qi Ning's voice echoed alongside the broadcast. The 2 girls looked up, nearly overwhelmed with joy. The red-haired youth, armed with a submachine gun, lounged nonchalantly against a tree. I thought that someone named Chu would have eliminated all of you. Qi Ning. Xu Li cried once more, tears of joy streaming down her face. At last, we have found you, she exclaimed. However, he wore a look of disdain. Why are you crying? Shouldn't you be laughing with delight now that I've switched teams? I am 100 times more capable than anyone surnamed Chu. I am overjoyed, truly ecstatic. Qi Ning interjected, striding forward to lift the heavy backpacks of both individuals, exuding an aura of unwavering support. Let us return to our base and discuss further. Oh my heavens, how will the blue team fare now? With a hodgepodge of men, women, and children, will they not be mercilessly trampled by the red team? I was so infuriated that I could have wept. The accusations of AC forming a clique were undeniable and utterly revolting. In a competitive match, since the production team allowed the use of the teammate exchange card, it is indeed within the rules to swap for stronger players, and Xiang Ziki did nothing wrong. While it is permissible under the regulations, it remains distasteful. The blue team had Chu Lan, who could have provided guidance, yet Xiang Ziki unthinkingly exchanged him away. Hey, blue team, why not just throw in the towel and surrender to the darkroom? Let AC's 5 players claim victory. Yet the blue team could also utilize the exchange card to bring in a more formidable teammate. It is merely a game. Must we be so pedantic? If one cannot play, then perhaps they should refrain from participating in the first place. I revel in witnessing AC's 5 members wreak havoc. Ching Ching. Xiang Ziki triumphantly met with several members of the red team at base 1, feeling quite exhilarated. I found a teammate exchange card on the way and swapped Qi Ning out. Longe is returning to the team. Xia Wanjing and Yang Tian, having endured a sleepless night, appeared fatigued. Upon hearing the announcement, their expressions soured even further. Yang Tian furrowed his brow, casting a reproachful glance. Why did you not consult us before making such a switch? What is the matter? Xiang Ziki replied, puzzled. You brought Longe over. How will the blue team compete now? Even if we win, it will be an unseemly victory. Longe may not even wish to switch. This is indeed a competitive game, but it is also a variety show. The blue team already faces a disadvantage with only 2 female members. Now the sole capable player has been exchanged. Is there any hope of success? The audience comprises not only their fans, but also admirers of award-winning actors and casual viewers. Their collaboration delights fans, yet others may criticize them harshly. Xiang Ziki's excitement was doused by a bucket of cold water, his face paling. I did not consider so much. I just did not want Qi Ning on our team anymore. Let us not discuss this further. Yang Tan, frustrated, interrupted him. It is acceptable to be dissatisfied with Qi Ning, but must you continuously voice it? Are you not afraid of being torn apart by his fervent fans? The 2 factions have always been at odds, and the principal character is leading the charge against us. Do you think the Qinglong initiative will spare you? Without Qi Ning's fortitude backstage, do you wish to remain relevant in this circle? Moreover, while it is understandable to exchange Qi Ning, do not bring Chu Lan back. The disparity in strength between the red and blue teams is already immense. If he had swapped in Lu Yu or Xueli, it could have balanced things and earned some goodwill. Now, AC's reputation for openly forming a clique cannot be shaken off. What will they do next? Continue to compete or not? If they forego the match, how will this variety show proceed? If they do compete, it will only be seen as bullying, and a victory will invite even greater scorn. Chu Lan returned alongside Chen Hongyi, and the 5 members reunited, yet the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Xiang Ziki recognized his impulsive error and dared not meet his gaze. Longe, Xia Wanjing mustered a smile, albeit weak, and welcomed him to the red team. He tugged at the corner of his mouth and sat down beside them, remaining silent. With matters reaching this point, there was little choice. Yang Tan, seeking to ease the tension, mustered the courage to speak. Let us take a moment to rest and have something to eat, then we can discuss our next strategy, or perhaps venture out in search of supplies. As we are still quite short on water, laughter erupted. Is there really a need for strategy? 5 of us, a united front, can easily storm base 3 and annihilate the blue team in no time. Yay! My AC boy band is finally reunited. Let us go, let us go, let us go. Ching Ching Lan, don't feel burdened. It's merely a game, and this is how it should be played. I found myself perched in the live stream room of this band of united players, hurling insults every 3 seconds. Traitor. Chulan, Gopdut Min. Xiao Wanqing, stand in mail. Xiang Siki, Fensisiter. Yang Tian, misogynist. Chen Hongyi, what is the scoop? Why is Chen Hongyi a misogynist? Before forming the group, he mingled in the underground rap scene, with lyrics that demeaned women. After becoming part of the band, they become formidable and attempted to cleanse their image, but alas, the internet has a memory. A misogynist cannot be absolved. Whoa, is this a toxic group? Malicious rumors, go away. Those who needed to apologize have already done so. And the AC boy band is composed of entirely upstanding members. That's common knowledge. Zhang when revived and reunited with his teammates at base 3. As he settled down, he grumbled, the red team isn't playing fair. They swapped out the captain. What is the point of continuing? Qining shot him a glare. Are you suggesting I am inferior to him? No. I mean, they are simply young and inexperienced in their gameplay. Though displeased with the actions of the younger players, he remained optimistic, unlike Lu Yu, who was visibly upset. After all, they had received their appearance fees. Winning or losing was of little consequence. Come on, don't look so glum. Wherever I am, that team is destined to win, especially against AC. My combat power doubles. If I don't defeat them thoroughly, my brother doesn't take the surname Xia. Xia Yu rolled her eyes at him. Don't drag me into your craziness. Snow Pear chuckled, feeling invigorated. I believe in Qi Ning. Our blue team will surely prevail. There's nothing more exhilarating than overcoming the strong. Qi Ning glared at her. We are not weak. Indeed, we are not weak. Lu Yu, filled with pent-up frustration, asserted, I didn't reach the position of best actress by mere luck. Unexpectedly, the departure of their captain had ignited their morale, and Zhang felt a surge of enthusiasm. He extended his hand. Come on, let us rally together. Defeat the red team. The blue team will triumph. Qi Ning grasped Xia Yu's hand, placing it atop the others. Defeat the red team. The blue team will prevail. Xia Yu found it a bit excessive. Isn't this a bit over the top? It feels like we're about to embark on a war against Japan. Ooh, 001 is misty-eyed. Big brother, how touching. You finally found comrades to fight alongside you. You no longer have to endure solitude alone. All is worth it. Leave it. Stop being dramatic. All right then. Chapter 43. Do you think he resembles the one above? After regaining his composure, Chu Lan glanced at his teammates, who were bowing their heads in silence, and sighed inwardly. He then stood and said, Have you all rested well? If so, let us venture out to search for supplies. As the evening sun descended, Xiao Wanqing looked up with reddened eyes at him. Longue, he said, gently ruffling her hair, it's all right. This is a competitive game, and regardless of the outcome, striving to win is a mark of respect towards both our opponents and the audience. She nodded, fully in agreement with Longue. We shall split up to gather supplies. Ziki, Tiange, you'll head northwest, while Hongyi, Qingqing, and I will venture northeast. Let us regroup at point 4, he instructed. The group rose in unison, affirming their understanding. Their current equipment was woefully inadequate, and they possessed scant living resources. While searching, they should avoid approaching point 3 to prevent an ambush by the blue team. Xiao Wanqing and her companions had left all their supplies for Qi Ning, who in turn had distributed them to Lu Yu and Xueli. Consequently, they were left with only the most rudimentary self-defense weapons and limited ammunition, whereas the blue team was heavily armed, placing them at a significant disadvantage. Understood. Let us set off, came the response. At point 3, after a brief moment of self-encouragement, the 5 members of the blue team's morale waned. Zhang stroked his chin and queried, What shall be our next course of action? Should we simply wait for the red team to approach? Certainly, we cannot remain idle. Qi Ning declared, picking up his firearm. Why don't we seek them out? We can eliminate them one by one. Xueli and Lu Yu exchanged glances, apprehensively voicing, Isn't that akin to delivering ourselves as easy targets? Regardless of our reluctance to acknowledge it, the red team's prowess far surpasses ours. Frustrated, he ran his fingers through his hair and turned to the composed figure beside him. Brother, what do you propose we do next? Xia Yu glanced up and suggested, How about we eat? Xueli nodded in agreement. Yes, let us have a meal. It is already noon. With that, she dashed to Xia Yu's side, retrieving water and bread from her backpack. Xia Yu, this is what I found this morning. Please have some. Thank you, she replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. You're too kind. Upon respawning the previous night, She had learned from Zhang, one, that they had initially intended to revive Xia Yu first, as her combat abilities were superior. However, Xia Yu had insisted that it would be inappropriate for a girl to spend the night alone in the dark room, thus prioritizing her revival. This act of thoughtfulness had genuinely moved her to tears. Xia Yu was truly a wonderful person, gentlemanly, handsome, and possessing an impeccable background. How could such a perfect man exist in the world? Watching him eat bread with such elegance and grace, as he tilted his head back to drink water, revealing a striking Adam's apple, Xia felt her heart flutter, utterly captivated. His intensely warm gaze was hard to ignore, and as Xia Yu slightly tilted his head towards her with a faint smile, he teased, "Do I look like I can satiate your hunger?" Her face flushed crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze, stammering, "I will also have some bread." Jealousy transformed her countenance. Why did Xia have the privilege of admiring her husband's South exquisite features up close? Her husband's Adam's apple was so alluring. Let me touch it. If I were Xia, I would have leaped onto him and kissed him senseless. Damn it, who claimed that my husband had an interest in Chulan? The way he looked at Xia was far more affectionate than his gaze towards Chulan, with pink bubbles of affection surrounding them. He was undoubtedly the quintessential male protagonist destined for greatness. I advise certain misguided fans of male idol groups to refrain from hastily pairing their idols with every handsome man they encounter. My husband is straight. First and foremost, my husband is straight. Observing the chemistry between him and Xia Li reveals much. Secondly, even if he were inclined that way, he would still be the ultimate conqueror. His abdominal muscles are clearly the result of rigorous training, and they are certainly not insignificant. Thirdly, regardless of his orientation, he shall forever remain the dominant one. Who dares to challenge him shall face my wrath. Qian, engrossed in the live stream while reading the barrage of comments, wore a perpetual scowl since morning. A relentless stream of declarations of love and fervent assertions that no one could overshadow Xia Yu filled the screen, driving him to the brink of fury. Qi, accompanying him and watching the live broadcast, felt the atmosphere grow increasingly frigid, as if the very air was becoming sparse. The palpable low pressure radiating from this resentful man, threatening to freeze the surrounding waters. Did Xia Yu and this woman truly share an undeniable chemistry? He suddenly asked, his tone ominous. Qi swallowed hard, responding, "Not at all, not in the least." "Really?" He prodded. "Well, it's just that the young master is tall and not at all effeminate, and his physique is robust. Thus, when he stands alongside a woman, there is a noticeable disparity in their sizes, leading the audience to speculate. The young master is fond of you." Qian's expression softened slightly. "Do you think he resembles the dominant one?" He nearly choked. "No, sir, I am merely a bodyguard. Is it appropriate for us to discuss this? Do you believe he could overpower me?" He contemplated pinching himself to awaken from this absurd conversation. "Last month, didn't you two engage? Whoever is dominant is known to themselves. Please refrain from bringing this up. Have you lost your tongue? He cannot overpower me." This, too, was a fact. In terms of physique, Qian possessed a quarter of Caucasian ancestry, stood nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, with wide shoulders and a narrow waist, ruggedly handsome. His family had a private bodyguard training camp, where he had honed his skills since childhood, boasting perfect muscle definition and exceptional physical fitness. Even the bodyguards who trained daily might struggle to match his prowess. Qian was somewhat satisfied with this answer. "When does this program conclude?" "In 3 days. The victor will be declared on Friday, and we can depart the island that evening." He frowned. Such a lengthy duration? After annihilating the red team, wouldn't it simply end without any revival? Perhaps they require some comedic effect, and they wouldn't eliminate an entire team until the final day. What a ridiculous program. Who on earth is the investor behind this? I'm unsure why they rushed in without any prior investigation, and it hardly seems necessary to check. Let them do as they please. Investigate, invest some money, and expedite their conclusion. He resolved to have a serious conversation with Xia Yu. As night fell, Zhang Jin received instructions from the benefactor, directing him to conclude the live broadcast on the deserted island promptly. He and his team were perplexed. The viewership had just peaked, and now they were being told to end it? Wouldn't they be met with the viewers' outrage? Despite his confusion, the benefactor's words were not to be disregarded. Zhang Jin could only sigh, switch on the broadcast, and inform the guests still searching on the island. Attention everyone, effective immediately. All revival cards and special item cards on the island are rendered void. Once eliminated, you will be completely out of the game, with no opportunity for revival. What? Chun Hongyi, who had spent the afternoon searching for a revival card, was unwilling to accept this reality. Why? ISNT, there's still 3 days left? Without a revival card. If one team is annihilated, wouldn't that mean the end? What shall we capture in the coming 3 days? The audience is equally perplexed. What on earth is happening? Why the sudden alteration of rules? I have yet to satiate my viewing appetite. It is utterly disheartening. The production team has hastily reinstated Chu Lan, only to render all special cards obsolete. What are they so afraid of? That the blue team might discover the exchange cards and dismantle their alliance? It seems the outcome is already determined, and the ensuing events lack allure. The blue team has no desire to seek out cards, even if the red team finds one. Swapping back Chu Lan, who is merely a double agent, would not lead to the demise of his beloved wife and teammates. The blue team is destined for defeat, and there is no point in enduring 3 more days of unnecessary hardship. It would be far better to conclude swiftly, return to our respective homes, and distance ourselves from traitorous alliances. Frankly, the blue team should consider collective surrender, observing how the red team plays out and whether they can hold their heads high with their rewards. Some individuals should refrain from being overly comical. Even if Chu Lan were not reinstated, the blue team would inevitably lose. Can a single Chu Lan truly carry those few individuals? Indeed, your brothers are the most formidable. You should accept that with composure and celebrate accordingly, rather than engaging in futile arguments with the indifferent spirits of the underworld in search of validation. Chapter 44. A submissive can become the dominant for love. Damn it. Upon hearing the broadcast, Qi Ning erupted with anger, declaring that he would raid them tonight and return home by morning. This wretched show is for those who wish to partake. Zhang Wan, with a furrowed brow, lamented that he had been eliminated by Chun Hongyi without having vanquished anyone. Both he and Shui Li had never even fired a shot. What could they possibly say? At that moment, Lu Yu's opinion of the production team plummeted to an all-time low, particularly regarding that AC boy band. With her years of experience in the entertainment industry, it was evident that the production team was orchestrating hype for the boy band, audaciously pulling her in as mere background without offering any explanation. This situation could not simply be overlooked. Shui Li turned to Xia Yu, her brow furrowed with concern. What shall we do now? Shall we go out and confront them? If we are eliminated, then we are truly out. Let's fight. Qi Ning could no longer contain himself, insisting that they strike tonight. It would be either their lives or his. Being eliminated would serve him just fine. He could return home in the morning, as even a fleeting glance at those traitorous alliances was revolting. Then let us fight. The sooner we meet our end, the sooner we can be reborn. It is better to conclude this swiftly. I am nearly being devoured by mosquitoes. As he spoke, Zhang Wen clapped his hands together, dispatching several more mosquitoes. So, it is decided. Everyone, load your bullets. When night falls deeper, we shall stealthily advance and unleash a barrage of gunfire. Once our ammunition is spent, we will depart without delay. Excellent. He nudged the motionless Xia Yu. Brother, let us get moving. The final battle is about to commence. Even if I perish, I shall take vengeance on Chu Lan and Xiao Wanqing, those wretched scoundrels. Oh, Xia Yu was quite displeased with the sudden turn of events, as he had yet to accumulate sufficient points. Was he to return prematurely and engage in trivial pursuits with Qi Yin? The entity reading his thoughts was quite perplexed. The host was not emerging from a flower garden, so why the fixation on indulging in intimate escapades with Qi Yin? Was it truly necessary to assume the dominant role? Surely, holding a grudge could not reach such extremes. With confusion in his heart, he posed the question, have you not always known that I hold grudges? However, dear friend, in your mutual affection with the surname Qi, who is to lead and who to follow? As long as it brings comfort, why must there be such calculations? Xia Yu narrowed his eyes. How do you know I am comfortable? Were you spying? No, absolutely not. There are rules. Such inappropriate content is invisible even to the most advanced systems. Xiao Wu, do you not agree? 105 nodded timidly, indeed. It is quite delightful. If Qi Yin were to cause him discomfort, he would have faced consequences long ago. The two systems shyly covered their faces. Dear host, you should not be so shameless. Must you say everything? Did you not claim that Xia Wanqing possesses a charm that captivates thousands? Any reasonably decent man in this world would be infatuated with him, would they not? 001 nodded. Indeed, this is a tale of retribution and vindication, where the protagonist, despite being a love child, rises to become a victor in life. Largely thanks to his remarkable admirers, be they cinematic magnates, wealthy tycoons, or rising business elites. If this narrative were set in Haitang, it would undoubtedly be a captivating romance featuring a multitude of admirers, albeit without any explicit content. A 1v1 scenario would suffice. All men who encounter the protagonist, aside from a few envious side characters, would find themselves irresistibly drawn to him, eager to pave his path, elevate him, and assist him in vanquishing adversaries. That is the essence of a gratifying tale, one that readers adore, culminating in a 1v1 conclusion, which readers cherish even more. He smirked. So do you believe Qi Yin will also be attracted to him? The two systems were astonished. Indeed, the allure of the protagonist intensifies with the status and identity of the individual, and someone like Qi Yin undoubtedly qualifies for the protagonist support group. Goodness, how do they not consider this? He genuinely appeals to me. I hold great affection for him. So, do you wish for him to take on the role of the recipient? Does the protagonist's charm affect men of the same caliber? Generally speaking, it does not. Men of similar attributes to the protagonist are often cast as malicious villains, resentful rivals, engaging in treachery to vie for affection, ultimately facing downfall. Xia Yu sighed. What virtues does Qi Yin possess that would allow a recipient to pursue him for love? Who knows whether being favored by the esteemed one is a fortune or misfortune? 105 timidly raised a hand. But what if Qi Yin is unwilling, and then the protagonist lures him away? Then we would simply eliminate him, he said lightly. Why keep such filth around? A shiver coursed through him, rendering him speechless. This host is indeed quite deranged. For the sake of Qi, may he pray for his own life and acquiesce. Brother, stop daydreaming. Qi Ning nudged him. Xia Yu stood. Let us depart. The red-haired one puffed up his cheeks. Did you not hear what I said? What did you say? Shuali leaned closer. Qi Ning mentioned that he and Brother Zhang would first scout the first stronghold, while the three of us wait here. If it is unoccupied, we shall return to summon you to the fourth stronghold, as the red team is certain to rest at one of these two strongholds. He nodded and sat down again. Very well. Qi Ning strapped on his submachine gun and ample ammunition, reminding them, be vigilant of your surroundings. Those treacherous individuals may attempt to ambush us. Understood. Brother Zhang, let us proceed. Zhang went on his headlamp and set off. The night had fallen, and the three remaining individuals kindled a campfire. With the two girls huddled close to Xia Yu, their sense of security instantly heightened. Xia Yu, do you have any intentions of entering the entertainment industry? Lu Yu inquired, idly toying with a small handgun. He replied, not for the time being. Oh, if you ever consider signing with a company, do think about my studio. After this, could we exchange WeChat? Sure. Shueli, nervously tugging at her clothing, mustered her courage to ask softly, Xia Yu, may I add you as a friend? He smiled, of course. Thank you. Yes, I've added my idol on WeChat. Lu Yu teased, oh dear little girl. Shueli's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I want to add my husband as WeChat too. Woe is me. I want my husband to act. Yet I dread him entering this filthy cesspool. Shueli mused. Could it be that she has feelings for my husband? No way. He is my husband, my husband, my husband. I wish to strangle the production team. Why did they suddenly change the rules? If the game ends early, I want to be able to see my husband. Husband, you must still be here next week. The trio chatted about various trivial matters until they noticed that 10 minutes had passed since the appointed time, yet Qi Ning and Zhang had not returned. Nor had they heard the elimination announcement. Lu Yu furrowed his brow, a hint of worry creasing his features. They wouldn't have taken a detour to the fourth outpost. Would they? If they encounter the red team, how could the two of them possibly stand against 5? Shuali reassured him. It's likely due to the night time. The path is difficult to navigate. Let us wait a bit longer. Brother Zhang has a walkie-talkie. If there are any changes, he will surely inform us. Suddenly, Xia Yu, who had been idly spinning the gun, stiffened, gripping the weapon tightly, and without hesitation, fired a shot into the dark thicket to his left. Chapter 45. Indeed, my standing in my brother's heart cannot compare to Ching Ching. Bang! The two girls were startled. What happened? Beep! The red team S Yang Tian was struck at a vital point and eliminated. Blue team Xia Yu has eliminated red team Yang Tian. What the heck? Qi Ning returned just in time to witness this scene, utterly astonished. Wow, my husband is so handsome. Xia Yu, what just happened? How did you see him? I'm done for. I shall forever be Xia Yu's devoted follower. That gaze just now, it could kill. The production team must have given Xia Yu a cheat. This is absurd. Can it be fair? Yang Tian emerged from the thicket, his heart area splattered with red paint. Looking disgruntled. How could you see me? Did you have a tracker on me? Xia Yu lowered his gun, smiling nonchalantly. Apologies, I just shot randomly. Xia Yu, you are too cool. Xu Li, completely enamored, gazed at him with starry eyes, so impressive. The bodyguards swiftly arrived to escort Yang Tian away, removing his equipment, including a walkie-talkie. Qi Ning, snapping back to reality from his shock, sprinted to Xia Yu's side. Brother, how did you do that? The force surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. Did you see him? Where did you hear him? How could you hit his heart in such darkness? Your marksmanship is astonishing. Were you a special forces soldier before? Xia Yu felt as though a swarm of flies buzzed incessantly around his ears, his brow furrowing involuntarily as he sensed a disturbance nearby. He fired a shot at random. A stroke of luck, perhaps. Qi Ning clung to his arm, exclaiming, I refuse to believe it. I too am skeptical. The piercing gaze, unwavering in its resolve to shoot, clearly indicated there was definitely someone present. It was confirmed. Xia Yu was indeed a concealed powerhouse. His previous precision in striking Chu Lan's heart was certainly not a case of misjudgment. He simply could not bear to see Chu Lan serve water to Xiao Wanqing. He undoubtedly harbored feelings for Chu Lan. Jealousy had taken root. Lan Yu was in full swing. Childhood sweethearts were the sweetest after all. A member of a certain boy band returned to stir trouble, questioning whether your brother could survive without a man. Every man loves your brother, vying for his affection. Is your brother some kind of dumpling? Don't even think of getting my husband to ship your brother with someone else. I'll show you what true madness looks like. The few members of the red team stationed at base 4 were taken aback by the announcement that their comrade had been eliminated. Brother Tian has been eliminated? Chen Hongyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to be observing the blue team's movements discreetly? Hasn't he even sent us a word before meeting his demise? And at the hands of Xia Yu no less? Has the production team rigged it for the blue team? Xiang Ziki blurted out. Brother Tian is usually so mature and composed, especially at night. He would expose himself so easily. How could he have been eliminated? Especially by Xia Yu's precise shot? Surely, the production team didn't give any hints, fearing we would appear too strong in front of the audience. Xiao Wanqing interjected urgently. Stop making wild guesses. It's possible Brother Tian was simply discovered by accident. Chu Lan's gaze was already laced with a hint of anger, yet he refrained from voicing it due to the cameras. I concur with Ziki. The production team must have favored the blue team. The blue team cannot cope. Their fans cannot cope. Neither can the production team. It's outrageous that we have to bear the blame. I followed Brother Tian's footage closely. He made no significant noise, yet he was still discovered. If this ISNT rigging, what is it? Did Xia Yu really serve as a special forces soldier? How then did he fall to Ching Ching once? I knew this pack of clinging fans would spread rumors here, benefiting from their deceit while pretending to be innocent. Clearly, the blue team cannot defeat anyone, leaving your brother to be wiped out instead. Everyone sees the bias of the production team. They grouped your brothers together. Enjoy your moment in the limelight while you can, but don't complain about unfairness. It's disgusting. Brother, how shall we strategize for the upcoming battle? That shot was simply magnificent. Qi Ning's confidence in his brother's sword. With you leading us, victory is assured. Xu Li nodded vigorously, yes. You will definitely lead us to victory. Xia Yu, however, was solely focused on accumulating points, indifferent to the outcome of the competition. Brother, speak up. We are all ears for your plans. Feeling somewhat exasperated by their incessant inquiries, he replied, What plans? We charge ahead, finish the fight, and then head home. Qi Ning scratched his head. Initially, he felt there was little chance of winning, but now that a glimmer of hope had emerged, it was possible to adopt a steadier approach rather than acting impulsively. Xia Yu picked up the walkie-talkie left by Yang Tian and called out to the red team, "Brother, can you hear me?" Chulan quickly responded, "What is it?" "I'm sorry, I accidentally eliminated your teammate. You want to hold it against me, will you?" While others might attribute it to mere luck, he certainly would not. "What are you pretending for?" "Brother is indeed upset with me. In a competitive setting, there is no room for grievances. Allow me to grant you a chance for revenge then. What do you intend to do? Since the revival card is of no use now, let us not hide anymore. Staying in the mountains is quite uncomfortable. If you don't care for me, at least spare a thought for Qingqing." He truly wanted to curse. "Xia Yu, your condition has worsened again, hasn't it? Does brother care for me? Or does he care for Qingqing?" Not only was Chu Lan speechless, but the glances from his four teammates were equally perplexed. Qi Ning shivered. "Could you refrain from calling him brother? What relation does he have to you?" Xia Yu shot a glance. "He is my childhood friend, my brother." He immediately donned a mask of agony. "Enough with this nonsense. Let us get to the point. Brother, if there is something, please speak quickly. We'll head to Outpost 4 soon and finish the game tonight." "Are you certain?" Could you let me have a turn? Yesterday, you colluded with Qingqing to eliminate me, locking me in the black room for an entire night. I was quite heartbroken. Don't you plan on comforting me?" Chu Lan's internal alarm blared. "What do you want?" Xia Yu chuckled lightly. "You helped Qingqing kill me once. Shouldn't you help me retaliate against him?" He looked up at Xia Wanqing, who had lowered her head in disappointment upon hearing this, frowning. "I can let you kill me." "Hee, brother is reluctant." "Huh? It seems my status in your heart has been overshadowed by Qingqing." "Xia Yu, this is a game. I am now part of the red team. When you were in the blue team, didn't you also assist the red team in killing me? Did you foresee Qingqing's actions and deliberately prevent me from drawing my gun?" Chu Lan bit his lip, remaining silent. His tone softened slightly. "I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? Or are you afraid to admit it?" "I'm sorry. I knew it. Kining erupted." He colluded with Xia Wanqing to kill teammates, grouping up like dogs. "Scoundrel. Damn it. I thought Chu Lan intended to draw his gun at Xia Wanqing, only to find out he was holding Xia Yu back. Judging from the shot Xia Yu fired at Yang Tian, if Chu Lan hadn't stopped him yesterday, it would have definitely been Xia Wanqing who perished. On the first day, Xia Yu's shot at him was undoubtedly a prediction that he would betray the blue team for Xia Wanqing. Claiming he was aiming was merely sparing him some face. Fans still had the audacity to berate Xia Yu. How laughable. Traitors and sycophants deserve to be punished. Xia Yu and Qi Ning had been collaborating from the start. Hadn't they? It was quite amusing to see them berating Chu Lan and Xia Wanqing. Indeed, fame brings controversy. In comparison, Chu Lan and Xia Wanqing appeared even more lowly. They merely collaborated to avoid being eliminated by traitorous dogs, not to betray their own teammates. Xia Yu took Qi Ning's revival card without using it for himself or his teammates. I admire the bold and assertive character of Xia Yu. It is high time to strip away the veils of these two individuals, revealing their sordid intentions for all to see. Few in the entertainment industry dare to speak so candidly. I've become an ardent supporter, and now he is my husband. Please do not covet my husband. Thank you. The devoted fans of Chu Lan were incensed, as the principal party had openly acknowledged their relationship, leaving no room for denial. They swiftly redirected their ire towards Xia Wanqing, berating the CP fans who stubbornly clung to their ship in the trending discussions. The once harmonious triad of fans erupted into discord, with the beleaguered supporters of Chu Lan expressing their outrage, demanding the dissolution of the AC boy band, and refusing to be exploited by their teammates, advocating for Chu Lan to pursue a solo career. This incited the participation of group fans, leading to a tumultuous clash that delighted bystanders who reveled in the drama. Chapter 46. The red team Xia Wanqing is struck by the blue team Xia Yu. "Brother, please consider," Xia Yu said with a playful smile. "If you coax me, then come to eliminate me, I shall harbor no resentment." Chu Lan, maintaining a serious demeanor, abruptly ended the call. "Langu," Xia Wanqing tugged at his sleeve. Her voice barely a whisper, yet she forced a smile. "I owe him. Please do what you must." "No." Xiang Ziki and Chun Hongyi interjected in unison. Xiang Ziki, who had spent an entire night in the small dark room, harbored lingering resentment towards Xia Yu for seizing his chance at resurrection. What debt does Qingqing owe him? Eliminating him only resurrects him. After all, this game is fundamentally about factional conflict. We cannot allow them to make unreasonable demands simply because they are at a disadvantage. Chun Hongyi affirmed, indeed, we are earnest in our gameplay and cannot acquiesce to their unjust requests. Exactly. Competitive games do not grant merit based on weakness. Blue team's misguided fans, refrain from your incessant chatter. The red team has done nothing wrong. Support the red team in vanquishing the blue team. Lan Yi, do not eliminate Qingqing. She's your wife. You must comfort her. Qingqing is far too understanding and kind-hearted. She is on the verge of tears, yet still tries to console Lan Ge. Lan Ge, hug her tightly. What gives that green tea man Xia Yu the right to act so brazenly? Qingqing, disregard him. He is from the opposing faction. Eliminating him is only just. Not to mention, you even found a resurrection card for him. Qingqing, my dear, do not blame yourself. You owe nothing to anyone, especially not to Xia Yu. Chu Lan gazed down at the tear-brimmed eyes of Xia Wanqing, feeling a swell of agitation within. He gently ruffled her hair. I shall not harm you. Let us adhere to the standard game rules. Prepare yourselves, for the blue team may be approaching. Let us secure victory first, and then we shall address the subsequent matters. He blinked in surprise, and a crystalline tear fell, which he quickly wiped away, responding with a subdued, brother. Will the red team truly be waiting to clash with us at camp number 4? Qian Ning inquired, carrying a firearm beside Xia Yu. I do not know. What if we arrive only to find nothing or fall into an ambush? Then we shall accept our defeat. Following closely behind, Zhang Wen and his companions looked around anxiously, fearful that something might emerge from the underbrush. Although the production team had installed solar-powered lights on some tree trunks, illuminating the surroundings somewhat, it still felt eerily disquieting compared to the brightness of day. This was especially true for the trio, who had encountered 2 large snakes the previous night, leaving them quite shaken. Lu Yu clung tightly to Xueli, suggesting, shall we postpone our showdown until tomorrow? It's too dark to see anything. Qi Ning turned back, incredulous. With all these lights, can you really not see? Do you have night blindness? Actually, a little, Summer Yu replied, halting her steps. Then let's head back, she proposed. Why? Qi Ning protested. We're almost there. It's not safe at night, she insisted. Just as her words fell, a rustling sound came from the left ahead. Zhang Wen, sensing danger, whispered, is it the red team? Quickly hide. Lu Yu and Xueli swiftly ducked behind him, crouching low. Gunfire erupted, but no one was hit. Qi Ning, concealed behind a large tree, scoffed. Looks like the red team has come to us. There's no turning back now. Let us take them down. Gunfire rang out once more, followed by Chun Hongyi's announcement, Blue team, you are surrounded. Surrender immediately and do not resist. How arrogant. Qi Ning's fighting spirit ignited. He raised his submachine gun and fired indiscriminately, but again, no one was struck, only fueling his frustration. Blue team, you are surrounded. Came another shout from Xiang Ziki from the rear. Zhang Wen turned around in shock, unable to see anyone. What do we do? It seems we are truly surrounded. Lu Yu fired wildly, shooting into the darkness, while Xueli lay flat on the ground, attempting to aim her sniper rifle but becoming dizzy and disoriented in the process. Just then, a cool hand gently nudged her arm, adjusting her weapon's position, accompanied by a low, soothing voice in her ear. Fire! A sudden rush coursed through her, and before she knew it, she pressed the trigger. Bang! Ding ding ding! Red Team S Xiang Ziki has been hit and eliminated. Blue Team S Xueli has taken out Red Team S Xiang Ziki. The fierce gunfire ceased abruptly, leaving everyone stunned. Xueli, in disbelief, scrambled to her feet. Did I hit someone? Did I eliminate someone? Wow. Qi Ning was taken aback. You're amazing? Lu Yu and Zhang were equally flabbergasted. I. Her eyes shone as she gazed at Summer Yu, whose half-hidden face glimmered in the shadows. You're incredible. Summer Yu smiled warmly. You did great. Goodness, is Summer Yu a deity? The astonishment continued. What sorcery is this? Can he see in the dark? How did he spot Xiang Ziki? She was hiding behind a tree. My husband is incredible. It was merely a slight adjustment to Xueli's aim that had perfectly targeted Xiang Ziqi's heart. Oh my, that command to fire was brilliant. Xiang Ziqi, furious, slammed her gun to the ground, cursing as she was escorted away by security. What rotten luck does the blue team have? I was hiding there, and they still managed to hit me? This is infuriating. Hearing that a teammate had been eliminated, Chen Hongyi quickly ceased his taunts and left his crouch position. The red team was reduced to merely 3 members, granting the blue team a glimmer of victory, which instantly elevated their morale. Zhang Wen rose, brimming with determination. Let us charge and take down Chen Hongyi. Wait a moment. Lu Yu quickly interjected. We haven't even seen Chulan and Xia Wanqing. They might be lurking nearby, waiting for us to reveal ourselves. Crouch down. Just as he spoke, a sudden gunshot rang out, and crimson splattered across his heart. Xia Wanqing from the red team has eliminated Zhang Wen from the blue team. Damn it. Lu Yu promptly buried his head, feeling a sense of poetic justice. Serves you right for being so cocky. Zhang Wen felt a surge of regret. Ah, you must avenge me. I sacrificed myself for Xia Wanqing's position. You cannot let him go unpunished. Qi Ning cursed under his breath and began firing wildly towards the direction of the gunfire, but his shots found no target. Xia Yu gently tapped Shui Li's shoulder and asked, Could I borrow your gun for a moment? Shui Li immediately rolled aside, making room and brimming with confidence. Go ahead. He steadied the sniper rifle, repositioned himself, loaded it, and aimed at the dense thicket before pulling the trigger. Xia Wanqing from the red team has been hit by Xia Yu from the blue team, although he had not struck a vital area. The announcement of elimination did not sound. Xia Wanqing paused for 2 seconds, glanced at the crimson stain on his shoulder, pursed his lips, and shifted his position. Just as he took cover behind a large tree 10 meters away, another gunshot echoed. Bang! Xia Wanqing from the red team has been hit by Xia Yu from the blue team. This time, the bullet struck his thigh, still not a critical wound. But another hit would lead to his elimination. Ching ching! Chulan called from behind a large tree. Come over. We need to retreat. Damn it. Xia Yu must be cheating. How could he hit Ching Ching after he changed positions twice? This is absurd. Who's still claiming the production team favors the red team? Xia Yu seems to have been given an unfair advantage. It infuriates me. This ridiculous show has caused our AC boy band to face such harsh criticism, all to boost the privileged stars. Chapter 47. I would never truly harm my brother. The members of the blue team were taken aback by Xia Yu's remarkable performance. Shui Li, closest to him, witnessed firsthand how he had fired the first shot, then swiftly changed positions to fire a second time, hitting consecutively, leaving her utterly astonished. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Qi Ning, too flustered to continue searching for opponents, rushed towards Xia Yu. Bro, what is going on? Can you really see them? Have you installed X-ray vision? Wait, where did he go? As he dashed over, Xia Yu had already vanished. Where's my brother? Shui Li pointed towards the nearby swaying thicket. He went that way. Seems like he's in pursuit. Without hesitation, he followed, his excitement nearly causing him to lose his voice. You and Lu Yu should head back to the base. Oh, I am a loss for words. Xia Yu's antics are utterly beyond comprehension. It's exhilarating. I have both my tablet and phone set to stream Xia Yu and Xia Wanqing's channel simultaneously. Xia Yu is truly extraordinary. It's as if he has a tracking device on Xia Wanqing. The moment Xia Wanqing shifted positions, and before the camera could catch up, his bullet was already there. Such precision is beyond cinematic portrayal. Sure, my husband has caught up. He is on the chase. This is the first time I have witnessed him running. Astonishing. Such agility. Xia Yu must have been a special forces soldier. I am not joking. Careful, darling. Chulan is also present. Do not fall victim to their counterattack. Wait, Qi Ning. Allow him to scout the path first. Qi Ning, thank you. My life is precious too. Lan Yi. After Xia Wanqing and Chulan reunited, her expression darkened slightly. I was hit twice. Chulan cast a glance at the red paint on his body, his brow furrowing. Your whereabouts have been exposed. Retreat for now. He nodded sullenly. Fine. Just as the two turned to flee towards the fourth stronghold, a gunshot echoed from behind, a splash of crimson blooming on his back. Bang! Beep beep beep. Red team's Xia Wanqing has been struck fatally and is out. Blue team Xia Yu eliminates red team's Xia Wanqing. Xia Wanqing was somewhat incredulous. He had run so far. How could he still be hit? Ching ching. He slightly lowered his head, concealing the unwillingness in his eyes. Lan Gu, you need to hide. Must I still conceal myself? Xia Yu's cold and gentle voice rang out, her figure emerging from the bushes behind, her tone tinged with reproach. Brother, why did you run so far? What if you fell? Chulan immediately took cover behind a nearby tree. Xia Wanqing turned back, revealing a wry smile. You avenged me. Are you not angry anymore? He floated over, having killed you. Now brother should be angry at me, right? Why are you hiding? Come out and fight me. The person hiding behind the tree gripped his gun tightly, remaining silent. But didn't brother say I should kill? Here I am. Brother, come out and surrender your weapon. Xia Wanqing was escorted away by bodyguards, passing by Chulan, who wore a conflicted expression, biting his lip. Lan Gu, losing is losing. It's all right. His brow furrowed even tighter as he ultimately made up his mind. His previous actions had already garnered disdain, and he was unaware of the insults circulating online. If he surrendered now, it would only further disappoint his fans and rectify nothing. It seems brother's earlier words were merely to placate me. Xia Yu sighed in disappointment. Very well, then let it be. Chulan gritted his teeth and extended his gun, unleashing a hail of bullets. There was no broadcast announcement. Xia Yu evaded effortlessly. He cursed inwardly, having underestimated the opponent's strength, retracting his gun to rendezvous with Chun Hongi. Whoosh! A fierce wind struck from his side. He perceived darkness before his eyes, rolling swiftly, barely avoiding the attack. Xia Yu smirked, retracting his long legs, advancing towards him, seizing the muzzle of his assault rifle and pulling it forward. Chulan's strength could not keep up, and the gun was wrenched away. His reaction was swift, reaching for the handgun at his waist. Slap! Xia Yu kicked his arm, causing the handgun to clatter to the ground. Hiss! He had not anticipated that his opponent would genuinely hold back. His arm numb from the impact, involuntarily letting out a cry of pain. Then his vision darkened as he was tackled to the ground, a cool, slender yet powerful hand gripping his neck, a knee pressing heavily against his abdomen. Xia Yu slightly curled his lips, his gaze fierce, drawing a military knife from his waist. Without hesitation, plunging it towards his chest. The protagonist, Chulan, felt a paralyzing fear as he beheld a gleaming silver military knife raised high. A profound dread surged from the depths of his soul, both alien and hauntingly familiar, as he momentarily envisioned the grim Reaper's scythe. In utter despair, he closed his eyes. Ding! Chulan's fear level skyrocketed to 20,000. Beep beep. The red team member, Chulan, was struck at a vital point and eliminated. Blue team member Xia Yu has eliminated red team member Chulan. A mocking chuckle, devoid of malice, drifted to his ears. Are you frightened? Why so timid? I wouldn't genuinely harm you, brother. Chulan suddenly opened his eyes, still dazed. Xia Yu released her grip from his neck and rose from him, playfully toying with the knife she had found the day before, a retractable blade provided by the production team. It was quite entertaining indeed. He exhaled deeply, sitting up, a chill creeping down his back. He had genuinely believed he was about to meet his end. The gaze he directed at Xia Yu was tinged with trepidation and lingering fear. Even as the bodyguards lifted him from the ground, he found himself at a loss for words. What in the world am I watching? A live variety show or an action film? I was terrified. The moment he raised a knife, I truly thought Chulan would perish. I almost called the police. I have recorded this moment. If anyone dares to bring him down again, I'll confront him with this clip. Who does he think he is? We're Chulan's fans now. Ha ha, it's hilarious. Your brother nearly wet himself from fright at the sight of that retractable knife. Xia Yu, in a softer tone, mused surely. You don't underestimate my 180 centimeters stature and military prowess just because I call you brother? With my master's in psychology, I sincerely advise those shipping Xia Yu and Chulan to reconsider. Xia Yu definitely does not harbor feelings for Chulan. The brotherly address is merely sarcastic, and Chulan's compliance stems from fear, not affection. Believe it or not. Ha ha, who dares to claim Xia Yu has feelings for Chulan? That she's jealous of Xia Wanqing? Chulan quipped, do you truly have such a fondness for this knife? Would you accept it, brother? As the battle concluded, Qi Ning arrived fashionably late. Though he missed the details of Chu Lan's confrontation, the idea of one taking on two was simply astonishing. He rushed forward, tightly embracing Xia Yu, overflowing with excitement. "My brother, you are incredible. Did you really become a special forces soldier during your years in America?" "Let go. No, you are my deity. The only deity." Xia Yu frowned slightly and disdainfully pushed him away. "Get lost." "Brother, hush." Red team member Chen Hongyi has eliminated blue team member Shueli. Blue team member Lu Yu has eliminated red team member Chen Hongyi, with the entire red team eliminated. The game concluded, and the blue team emerged victorious. Congratulations to the blue team. The continuous announcements echoed, heralding the blue team's triumph and prematurely ending what was meant to be a 5-day survival challenge on the deserted island. Hooray! We VE won. Qi Ning clung to Xia Yu's shoulder like a koala, nearly hanging off him, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Brother, you are truly remarkable. Without you, we would certainly have lost. How did you hone your marksmanship? Please, teach me." Xia Yu pushed his face away. "Get down, you're heavy." "Not heavy at all." Qi Ning reached out and touched his arm in astonishment. "Brother, you seem quite slender, yet your muscles are so well-defined. You must have been a special forces soldier, right?" Chapter 48. Dear Sir, the protagonist is secretly resentful of you. 20 minutes later, the 10 guests gathered at Base 1, seated in a circle around the campfire. The members of the blue team were all smiles, while the other 5 wore somber expressions, with the exception of Xiao Wanqing. He appeared unconcerned with the outcome, softly comforting the disappointed Xiang Ziki and Chen Hongyi, who wore glum faces after their defeat. Chu Lan was still enveloped in lingering fear, remaining utterly silent. "Brother." Xia Yu sat beside him, poking his arm. "Does it still hurt?" Chu Lan instinctively flinched, shifting slightly away. "Did I really scare you? It can't be that bad, can it?" With a complex gaze, Chu Lan looked at him, grappling with the unsettling thought that perhaps he could indeed be killed by him. Xia Yu paid no mind to his scrutinizing stare, gently caressing his arm. "I'm sorry, brother. Please don't be angry with me." He withdrew his hand. "I'm not angry." "Then tell me, am I impressive? I took down 3 opponents all by myself. How's that for skill? Are you deaf?" "Impressive." Xia Yu beamed, tilting his head to offer Xia Wanqing a faint smile. Xia Wanqing bit his lip and looked down, a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. Zhang Jin, accompanied by a group of staff, approached with a loudspeaker, announcing, "Congratulations to the blue team for their ultimate victory. The 5 of you will share the $1 million prize. Please send a representative to claim it." "Brother, you go." "Xia Yu, hurry up." "Xia Yu, MVP of the match." Xia Yu rose and stepped forward to receive the check handed to him by Zhang Jin. "Thank you. Please share your victory speech." "A speech? I have nothing to say." Zhang Jin chuckled awkwardly. "All right then, you may return to your seat." "Wow." Shueli leaned in. "It's really $1 million. We struck it rich." Though $1 million may be a mere trifle for stars of their caliber, the joy of winning warranted a display of excitement. Zhang Wen laughed. "You all secured kills, while I simply coasted to victory." Qi Ning, upon hearing this, grew displeased. "You didn't even eliminate anyone. You got killed once." He had boasted at the start about taking down everyone, yet ended up embarrassed. Perhaps still harboring grievances about the teammate swap, no one consoled the defeated red team. Even Zhang Wen and Lu Yu, 2 seasoned veterans, ignored them, showering praises on Xia Yu instead. Ding! Xiao Wanqing's resentment value, 590. The system's notification chimed, and Xia Yu glanced over to see Xiao Wanqing, still smiling, gently reassuring his teammates and encouraging them that they would surely win next time. Oh dear! The emergence of 001, at such a tender age, reveals 2 distinct personas. Dear protagonist, you must harbor a deep-seated resentment towards him while feigning indifference. It is no wonder he is so endearing. How many points do we have now? 95,000. Just 5,000 more to upgrade in the marketplace. 5,000? What is the current sentiment online? Truly, your foresight is remarkable. The army of supporters you procured before arriving has proven exceptionally effective, coupled with your extraordinary performance. The AC Boy Band, which previously garnered no negative reviews online, has faced severe backlash, especially concerning the protagonists. The devoted fans and shipping enthusiasts are embroiled in a fierce battle, and my companion and I are thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Ah, how leisurely you all seem. It is because our esteemed host is formidable, allowing us to cast aside our concerns. He will surely leave the protagonists in utter disarray, incapable of mounting a defense. With just 5,000 points remaining, once Xiao Wanqing retrieves her phone and witnesses the online discourse, it is likely that the requisite points will be swiftly accumulated. After all, this protagonist is not as magnanimous as he appears. Zhang Jin observed the stark contrast in the atmosphere on both sides and, in a bid to alleviate the tension, picked up the loudspeaker once more to congratulate the blue team on their victory in this week's game, urging the red team not to be disheartened and to strive for a win in the next game. Congratulations to the blue team. My husband is the best. Curse this dreadful production team, unable to tolerate the red team's success, granting the blue team unfair advantages. Qing is truly an angel. Losing the game must weigh heavily on her heart, yet she still smiles and comforts her teammates. My heart aches for her. How can Chu Lan be so inept? Since switching teams, he has yet to eliminate a single opponent and has been dominated by Xia Yu. What embarrassment. Production team, come forth and speak. Is Xia Yu a permanent fixture? Will he be present next week? If he is absent next week, I shall take drastic measures against you, with the game concluding prematurely. Does this mean the live broadcast will also end early? No, I have yet to see enough. Perhaps they should be allowed to continue playing on the island for another 2 days. Director, Xiang Ziki is truly unable to accept the outcome of his team's defeat, firmly believing the production team has favored Xia Yu. His demeanor is sour. Now that the game has ended, may we depart? Zhang Jin nodded in affirmation, stating that while they could leave, the boat would not arrive until tomorrow morning, necessitating an overnight stay. He expressed his dissatisfaction, lamenting, everyone knew the game would conclude early. Why did they not arrange for the boat to arrive sooner? Who wishes to linger on this dismal island for another night? As these somewhat veiled remarks were uttered, the expressions of those present shifted. Qi Ning sprang up, pointing an accusing finger at him, fuming. Can you not accept defeat? The game ended prematurely precisely because of your incompetence. I was still eager for more excitement when your team was wiped out. You should be grateful the production team eliminated the revival mechanism. Otherwise, you would have been swiftly dispatched upon resurrection, bringing further shame upon yourselves. Who are you calling incompetent? It is you few, banding together like cowards, believing yourselves invincible, only to be struck down the moment you show your faces. Is that not incompetence? You, Xiang Ziki. Chu Lan interjected, commanding him to cease his tirade. He swallowed his frustration, his face betraying his discontent. Qi Ning relished in his triumph, mocking. The once formidable group of bullies has now become a pack of inept fools. You can all return and gaze at each other while dining. Zhang Jin hastily stepped forward, urging everyone to quiet down. All right, let us settle down. Friendship takes precedence over competition. It seems no one is feeling sleepy just yet. So how about we engage in some conversation to strengthen our team bond? We will need to collaborate again in the next round. Zhang Wen pulled Qi Ning back. Sounds good. What shall we discuss? He glanced around, suggesting, let us stick to our current teams for a 1v1. Choose a member from the opposing side, complement their strengths, and pose a question you are particularly curious about. The other person may choose not to answer, but they will have to perform a little show. That sounds fun. Zhang Wen encouraged. Who will go first? Let us have Xueli from the blue team start. Xueli, taken by surprise at being called upon, while admiring the exquisite profile of the male lead, paused for a moment. Am I only allowed to compliment someone from the opposing team? Lu Yu chuckled. Oh, we all know you just want to praise Xia Yu. Do adhere to the rules of the game and share a couple of your praises for him. Her cheeks flushed. In that case, I choose Yang Tian. Yang Tian looked astonished, his expression eager. You are a good person. Laughter erupted from the others, including Chun Hongyi, who playfully leaned on the bewildered Yang Tian. Tian Go, make sure to cherish this good person card. Yang Tian managed a pale smile. Thank you. Shuli felt a bit awkward. What I meant was, you're a warm-hearted person, very easygoing. You don't sulk when you lose a game. Chun Hongyi and Xiang Ziki ceased their laughter, realizing they might have been the targets of her remarks. Zhang Jin inhaled sharply. Xueli, do you have a question for him? Well, not really. I don't feel the need to know more. All right then, next Xia Yu. Xia Yu cast a glance at the opposing team, her gaze landing on Chulan. I choose my brother. For a moment, Chulan contemplated withdrawing from the game. Chapter 49. Are you dating Qingqing? I believe my brother is the best person in the world, she said sincerely. He is incredibly genuine and patient. Since childhood, no matter how unreasonable my requests were, he always indulged me. Whenever I was upset, he would cheer me up. Whatever I desired, he would go to great lengths to procure it for me. Even when I made mistakes, he would bear the blame, claiming it was to shield me from any consequences. All eyes turned to Chulan, marveling at how exemplary a childhood friend he had been. Did he really hit himself when his younger brother misbehaved? Chulan wished to avoid discussing their childhood. Indeed, Xia Yu's words held truth, but it was not entirely voluntary on his part. One moment, if he did not comply with her whims or cheer her up, he would find himself in dire circumstances. It was as if Xia Yu carried the weight of death itself. He comforted her, not out of affection, but for the sake of his own survival. As the conversation continued, Xia Yu grew somewhat melancholic. Although we have been apart for 4 years, and my brother has taken on another younger sibling, becoming less inclined to play with me, I still cherish him dearly. He slowly raised a question. When did I stop playing with you? Am I not always at your beck and call? But there were many instances when it felt like you were deaf, requiring me to ask multiple times before you responded. Just earlier, when I requested your help for revenge, you did not oblige. That was simply his reluctance to answer. They were adults now. Could he not read between the lines? As for just now, he truly found it impossible to kill Xiao Wanqing. Yet it was merely a game, was it not? There was no need to dwell on it too much. Xia Yu sighed softly. May I now pose a question to my brother? You may inquire. Are you and Qingqing in a romantic relationship? Upon the utterance of this question, the room fell into a stunned silence, the audience rendered speechless. The barrage of comments froze for a moment before erupting. Wow. Now, that is the question that should have been asked. The fans of Qingqing bowed to Xia Yu, thanking him for being their voice. Finally, someone asked, after tonight, our couple will make an official announcement. Long Ye, do not let me down. Zhu Lang, you must not answer this question. I cannot allow you to be with Xiao Wanqing. Please do not reveal it. Otherwise, I shall take drastic measures. Ha. The dedicated fans were utterly unguarded. Indeed, they were all too aware, simply unwilling to admit it. Qingqing and Chulan are truly a couple. Chulan turned a glance at Xiao Wanqing, who was lowering her head. Her ears flushed crimson. He pressed his lips together, expressing his discontent. I do not wish to perform for my brother. Xia Yu interjected lightly. Kindly answer my question. His tone was airy, yet carried an undeniable authority. Frowning, he became slightly irritated. Xia Yu, answer me. Others dared not utter a sound. Xiao Wanqing raised her head. Attempting to diffuse the tension, I and Lan Ge. Xia Yu cast a dismissive glance. Brother, I am not inquiring about you. Biting his lip, the term brother rendered him speechless. Chulan gritted his teeth. No, we are currently both single. Wow, a heartbreaking revelation. The main character has torn apart the couple. This is unprecedented in the entertainment industry. Damn it. Chulan, what nonsense are you spouting? If you're in a relationship, why not admit it? Currently single. In a phase of ambiguity. The relationship has not been confirmed. No heartbreak here. Qingqing was on the verge of tears. They are undoubtedly together. That scoundrel refuses to admit it. Xia Yu continued to act as the spokesperson. If you are not dating now, does that imply you will in the future? He clenched his fists. This is the second question. Answer me. No comment. Do you like Qingqing? Have you kissed? Have you shared a bed? Xia Yu. Chulan could no longer endure it. His anger boiling over, he stood up. What exactly do you want? He blinked innocently. I am merely curious. The last time I was at your home, you had to hold him while eating, and I thought you were dating, yet you just denied it. When did I hold him while eating? We merely sat close together. Sitting closely together. His eyes blazed with fury. Do not fill the air with your vile words. Ding. Chulan's anger level soared to 1,000. I did not. Brother, do not be so ashamed. I shall refrain from asking further. Very well, and your anger has increased by another 1,000, with the game reaching its limit. Zhang Jin hastily declared the dissolution of the gathering. urging everyone to retreat to their small cabins for rest. Xia Yu, you are my idol. You dare to ask anything. Chu Lan denied holding Xia Wanqing while eating, yet did not deny liking her, having kissed her, or sharing a bed. Thus, it implied they had indeed engaged in all those acts. Wow, not admitting to being in a relationship, yet truly acting like friends with benefits? I wish to recruit Xia Yu into my drama crew, so he can inquire whether they are indeed dating. The game concluded, and all live streams were subsequently terminated. The staff returned all the guests' personal belongings, and once they retrieved their phones, everyone eagerly went online to check the program's feedback. With a gloomy expression, Chu Lan entered a small wooden cabin, clutching his phone. Xia Wanqing bit her lip, contemplating whether to follow him inside, but restrained by the gaze of others. She remained seated while the other 3 teammates softly consoled her. Brother, Qining leaned closer to Xia Yu. Is Chu Lan really involved with that illegitimate child? Xia Yu shrugged. Did he not deny it? Had they truly been involved? How would I know? He didn't respond. He stood up, declaring, I'm going back. Back where? The program's boat hasn't arrived yet, and the helicopter from home hasn't come either. I'm not going back with you. Qining observed him walking away and hurriedly followed, exclaiming, No, you can't wander off like that. If I don't bring you back in one piece, the old man will have my head. Who are you? A black snake leapt down from a tree, handing a bottle of water to Xia Yu. His deep black eyes sweeping over. Unperturbed, Xia Yu remarked, Brother, you actually brought a bodyguard? After drinking half the bottle, he inquired, Are you coming back with me? Or waiting until tomorrow? I'm definitely going with you. Then let us go. I'll send a message to Xueli, just to let her know. I think I added her on WeChat while filming. Xia Yu hesitated, asking if she wanted to join them. Young Master Black Snake furrowed his brow at the suggestion, only to be met with a chilly glance. Oh, he replied. After a short wait, Xueli arrived, bouncing along with her small suitcase. Xia Yu, I'm here. Can I really go with you guys? Xia Yu smiled and nodded. Let us go. Upon stepping away from the beach and spotting the luxurious yacht anchored nearby, Qining was astonished. Brother, this can't possibly be arranged by the old man, right? This is excessive. He didn't even inform me. You're overthinking it. Xueli was left speechless, nearly forgetting that one was a direct grandson of the Qi family, while the other was a favored grandson. She felt undeserving to hitch a ride on their opulent yacht. Kai had been waiting on the shore early, and upon seeing so many people approach, especially the girl, his forehead twitched. Sir, you're not about to throw a fit again, are you? Chapter 50, Renovated. Whose is this? After Qining boarded the yacht and beheld its lavish interior, he couldn't help but be astounded. It was even grander than the coming-of-age gift the old man had bestowed upon him. Xueli was equally mesmerized, exclaiming, It's truly magnificent. Young Master Qi. And this young lady, Kai interjected, Allow me to escort you to your rooms. Though framed as a suggestion, it bore an unmistakable tone of command. Qining was displeased. But my brother, someone, take young Master Qi and Miss Xueli to their rooms for some rest. Hey, what's going on? The two were forcibly ushered to a room on the second floor, feeling as though they were being kidnapped. After sending them off, Kai turned to Xia Yu and said, Young Master, the sir is waiting for you in the hall. Oh, in the hall, Qiyin sat on the sofa, holding a glass of wine, his expression rather unfriendly. Xia Yu strolled over, lifting the man's chin, and whispered, Are you mentally prepared? Qiyan's gaze was shrouded in gloom, seemingly tinged with anger as he firmly grasped his wrist, flipping him over and pinning him onto the sofa. Xia Yu, are you toying with me? He raised an eyebrow. What have I done to toy with you? You claim to like me. Do you not believe it? As she spoke, her other hand rested on his taut waist. I can prove it. The fury in Qiyan's eyes intensified as he seized her misbehaving hand, his voice chilling. What is going on with Chu Lan? Xia Yu chuckled lightly. Are you jealous? Do you fancy him? Am I merely a substitute? How could you think such a thing? His anger flared, the previous words of Qi air swirling in his mind. Substitute? Damn it. Who dares to treat him as a mere replacement? You are far too insecure. Xia Yu, I have come to realize that you haven't spoken a single truthful word. No, I genuinely want you. Qiyin felt an urge to strangle her. Yet he couldn't bring himself to do it. Gritting his teeth, he climbed off her, seething with rage as he turned to retreat to his room. Ding! Xiao Wanqing's resentment value, 3,800. Anger value, 1,800. The system mall has automatically upgraded. Relevant item permissions have been unlocked. Yay! 001 exclaimed excitedly. I have enough points. Xia Yu sat up, understanding the situation. It seemed Xiao Wanqing had seen comments online, causing the surge in values. Evidently, the hired commenters were insufficient. Should I purchase that pill you wanted? I'll take a shower first. He emerged from the adjacent bathroom clad in a loose bathrobe. Pushing open the door to the master bedroom, Qi Yin sat coldly against the headboard, engrossed in his phone, refusing to look at her. Qi Yin, be quiet. Get out. Xia Yu smirked, climbing onto the bed and wrapping her arms around his neck. He turned his head, his icy lips brushing against her cheek. Huh, why do you act like a little wife? Get down. Don't. Speak. Qi Yin turned back, his dark eyes filled with frost, staring intently at her. Don't provoke my anger. Get down. Instead of being intimidated, Xia Yu grew even more audacious. The man beside her clenched his fists tightly. Xia Yu slightly lifted her head. Hug me. He gritted his teeth. Get down. Xia Yu chuckled softly, prying open his tightly clenched hand, soothingly murmuring, Don't be angry. I only like you. No one else deserves to be your substitute. Open your mouth, she whispered. The man's Adam's apple bobbed, and whether it was an illusion or not, it seemed he swallowed something down. Qi Yin's chest heaved, a whirlpool of emotions swirling in his gaze. Suddenly, he darkened his expression and left the bed. Striding into the bathroom, Qi Yin, the incredulous shout behind him was laced with a hint of hurt. After the bathroom door slammed shut, Xia Yu climbed up, her desire somewhat diminished, a knowing smile gracing her lips. She padded barefoot to the door, knocking with a voice tinged with grievance. Qi Yin, what are you doing? You are being too much. You don't even like me. You are toying with me. Open the door. If you don't like me, why do you come looking for me and say those things? Qi Yin, come out. With a click, the door opened, and a large hand reached out, pulling her inside. She wrapped her arms around the man's waist. Yet in the next moment, she was thrust out of the bathroom, the door slamming shut once more. He paused for 2 seconds, lowered his gaze, and upon seeing the scene before him, his face turned ashen. He muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it. In the bathroom, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Qi Yin, consumed by fury, swept everything off the countertop with a violent motion. Damn it. He could no longer rise. Just moments ago, everything had seemed fine. With a darkened expression, he recalled the sensation of the foreign object sliding down his throat, anger surging within him. He flung open the door. Xia Yu. You. Xia Yu had buried herself beneath the covers, her soft sobs escaping like whispers of despair. Panic gripped him as he strode over, yanking the blanket away, only to behold her tear-streaked face, which shattered his heart. Xia. Qi Yin, I despise you. I never want to see you again. He hastily enveloped her in his arms, whispering soothingly, I'm sorry, please don't cry. Get away. Don't touch me. Didn't you say you loathe me? Just leave. I never said that. Then why did you push me away? Chapter 51. Do you want me to play platonic with you? For the first time, Qi Yin felt utterly at a loss. He yearned to explain, yet found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Xia Yu lunged at him, like a wounded creature gnawing at his face, her sorrowful tears falling upon him. Qi Yin, you are being unreasonable. Xia, he suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with despair. You truly think that? I don't. What? He broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Qi Yin, you have no feelings for me at all. Qi Yin held her tightly. I do have feelings. You're a liar, a great deceiver. Xia, please listen to me. Get away. I never want to see you again for the rest of my life. His heart ached painfully. No. Xia, don't cry. Xia Yu pushed him away. What? He grasped her, who was still struggling. I'm here, Xia. Xia Yu, torn between anger and sorrow, used all her strength to shove him away, then collapsed on his back, sobbing. Xia Yu. Qi Yin, his face rigid with defiance, felt his resolve falter under the weight of her quiet cries. He clenched his jaw, fists tightening. Qi Yin, you cannot treat me this way. After a prolonged moment with his eyes tightly shut, Qi Yin forcefully broke free from her grasp and stumbled toward the restroom. Xia Yu, taken aback, was left stunned for 2 seconds before fury surged within her. Qi Yin, you were so close. Leaning against the sink, Qian gasped for breath. His dark eyes filled with resistance as he struggled to accept it all. Bang! A heavy object crashed against the door, followed by Xia Yu's furious shout. Get out here! He pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Damn you! Come out! Do you dare to toy with me? I will not let this go. Come out! I'll kill you. Xia Yu, consumed by a tempest of lust and rage, hurled every movable object in the bedroom against the bathroom door. Yet received no response from within. 001, clutched 105, trembling. This is bad. The host has gone mad. After venting his frustrations, he laughed in disbelief, pressed the bedside bell, and coldly commanded, Qi, come in. Responding to the summons, Qi hurried from his own room and knocked on the door. Young master, is there anything you need? Get in here. He hesitated momentarily, yet dared not defy the command. As he twisted the doorknob, a crack of light emerged, only to be startled back by a hurled vase, followed by the thunderous reprimand of his employer. Get out! Trembling, he scurried away. Qi Yin emerged from the bathroom with a sullen expression. What do you want? He chuckled coldly. Don't think too highly of yourself. You're merely a man. I am not indispensable to you. You dare. Why should I not dare? Are you suggesting I engage in a platonic game with you? I beg your pardon, but I shall not entertain that. Xia Yu, Qian, we are finished. With that, he picked up the bathrobe from the floor, draping it over himself as he headed towards the door. Stop right there. Qian hastily stepped forward, seizing his arm, fury blazing in his eyes. What do you mean by finished? Explain yourself. Get off me. Xia Yu. He pulled the tear-streaked man into his embrace, speaking in a hushed tone. I am experiencing some difficulties with my health. Grant me a little time. Leave me alone. Xia, please allow me some time. I do have feelings for you. I just suddenly find myself unable. Xia Yu leaned against his shoulder, expressionless. You do not have feelings for me. No, you are merely toying with me. I am not. I simply cannot. Xia Yu sighed bitterly. Let go. Let this end here. Let us pretend nothing ever happened. Qian's heart ached. Holding him tightly. Xia, tomorrow, no matter what, I will comply with you, all right? Xia. He sniffled. You promise? Indeed. I never go back on my word before you. Finally, Xia Yu returned his embrace, though his voice remained heavy. Qian, you truly cannot deceive me any longer. It would sadden me greatly. I am sorry, Xia. I shall not allow you to be hurt again. Qian quietly held him for a while. Sensing his emotions calm, he sighed in relief and tenderly stroked his head. Let's rest now. The bedroom lay in disarray from the earlier turmoil. Qian donned a bathrobe, guiding him to the adjacent room, coaxing him to sleep before departing with a grim expression. Returning to the master bedroom, he picked up the shattered phone screen, instructing his assistant to secure a hotel and a doctor, ensuring they would be ready for a diagnosis upon their arrival in Haicheng the following noon. Dida 001 cautiously spoke up. Are you all right? Xia Yu lay in bed, the residual frustration in his heart still lingering. It was so close. It's all right. He promised to comply with you tomorrow, didn't he? We shall give him another pill tomorrow, and then you need not be upset. He ground his molars, eyes dark and menacing. If he remains unwilling tomorrow, I shall not keep him. What if there was a hint of affection? Keeping something uncontrollable close by, fraught with anxiety, might as well be buried entirely. The two systems trembled in unison, silently lighting a candle for him. Qi, may you seek your own fortune. Chapter 52. What did you make me eat? The following morning, Qi Ning and Shui Li, guided by a servant, arrived at the dining room for breakfast. Xia Yu was already seated at the table, next to a strikingly handsome man of remarkable demeanor, who appeared cold and unapproachable. Yet at that moment, he held a bowl, spooning porridge and gently offering it to Xia Yu's lips, coaxing him softly. Xia Yu turned his head away, maintaining a stoic demeanor, refusing to eat. Brother. Qi Ning approached with uncertainty, scrutinizing the man before him. Is this your friend? Qian set down his bowl and spoon, lifting his gaze to sweep over Qi Ning and the snow pair behind him. An aura of authority emanated from him as he spoke in a cold, deep voice. I am his fiancé. Confusion mingled with shock, leaving them speechless. A few bodyguards, who had been serving themselves at the breakfast buffet, subconsciously slowed their movements. Bai Lang raised an eyebrow at Qi, inquiring with a hint of jest When did you become engaged to the young master? She shrugged nonchalantly. I have no idea. Just last night, they were at each other's throats, and now they're fiancés? The boss's intentions are beyond our comprehension. Fiancé. Qi Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, are you also? Xia Yu cast a disinterested glance at him, replying, You're not exactly straight either. 2 years ago, his public coming out had thrown the family into disarray. Had it not been for Qin Tian rushing back to protect him, the old man might have broken his legs. Doesn't that mean the Qin family will have no heirs? His focus veered off, contemplating the immense family fortune that would go unclaimed. The old man would surely be furious. Do you think it's still possible for my dad to have another child? Xia Yu rolled his eyes. Are you going to eat breakfast or not? If not, go back to your room. Of course I will eat. I'm starving. Initially feeling a bit awkward, Shueli now felt on the verge of tears. The charming man she had just begun to admire turned out to be uninterested in women and had a stunning fiancé. How tragic. Shueli, please sit down. If the breakfast isn't to your liking, they can arrange something else. Okay, Sob. He is so gentle and considerate. I have missed my chance. What is your name? How old are you? What is your net worth? How many relationships have you had? Qi Ning began to devour his sandwich, taking stock of the situation. At first, he felt intimidated by Qi Yin, but upon realizing he was family, his fear dissipated. Qi Yin gave him a sidelong glance, softly uttering a name before ignoring him, returning to coax Xia Yu into drinking porridge. Qi Yin? I feel like I've heard that name before. He frowned in thought, his eyes widening in realization. Wait, brother. Xia Yu coolly interjected, be quiet. As noon approached, the yacht docked, and Shueli exchanged hurried greetings with them before departing with her astonished manager. Whether it was her imagination or not, it seemed the man was always on the brink of having his bodyguards toss her into the sea. Ignoring his own staff, Qi Ning clung to Xia Yu. Are you returning to Jing City or back to Hong Kong? I'll go with you. Qi Yin, with a displeased expression, pulled Xia Yu behind him, stating firmly that they were not returning yet. Then what are you staying in Haicheng for? To have fun? You could take me along. No. Several black luxury cars stopped before them, and Qi Yin ushered Xia Yu into one, followed closely by the bodyguards as they drove off, leaving Qi Ning inhaling exhaust fumes. What the hell? Manager Zhang Meng hurried over. My young master, please get in the car. I'm going to die from anxiety. He grumbled as he boarded the van. What's the rush? Is it about those 5 dogs from AC? Let us talk once we're in the car. Qi Yin took Xia Yu to a 5-star hotel, and after escorting him to his room, he departed in haste. In another presidential suite, a group of doctors had arrived, equipped with advanced examination instruments. After issuing a brief warning, he disrobed and reclined on the bed, his countenance dark as he allowed them to conduct their examination. In the adjacent room, Xia Yu nestled on the sofa, engrossed in his phone as he scrolled through Weibo, indulging in the latest gossip. Presently, the trending topics revealed that 28 out of 30 were linked to the guests of the variety show Survive to the End, with 20 of those related to members of the AC boy band. The discussion surrounding AC's clique, the AC toxic group, Chu Lan's denial of a romance with Xiao Wanqing, and the main character tearing apart the couple's narrative were predominantly negative, which pleased him immensely. The hefty sum spent on hired internet commentators had proven worthwhile. However, as he delighted in the unfolding drama, a quick refresh of the screen revealed the disappearance of all negative trending topics regarding Xiao Wanqing, with some even vanishing from search results entirely. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he pondered the magnitude of this maneuver. Had Chulan intervened? Not the main character's doing. 001 interjected, being a sophisticated program that monitored internet trends in real time. Who's behind this? It is Qin Yu, the owner of Yimeng Entertainment, and one of the men who harbors feelings for the main character. Removing so many trending topics must have cost a pretty penny. Not too much. Just 10 times what you spent on your hired commentators, replied 001. In this day and age, it was easy to make trends but quite difficult to erase them. Xia Yu scoffed. This protector of flowers appears quite timely. Big boss. He even bought your negative trending topics to elevate you for public scorn. Refreshing the page once more, he noted that the top 3 trending topics had transformed into Xia Yu's maliciousness, hatred born of love, and Xia Yu's public malicious rumors against AC boy band members. with fans of AC vehemently criticizing him, their remarks harsh and reminiscent of guidance from the boy band's management. Such a splendid summary, he mused, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he perused the vitriol, his visage betraying no trace of anger. Isn't that so? 001 nodded in affirmation. The inconspicuous 105, feeling the unsettling psychology of the antagonist host and system up close, was distressed by the malicious comments. Xia Yu glanced at the time. Had Qi Yin not yet completed his examination? While 001 could track his movements, it lacked the capability to project a screen like the main character. Not yet. Surely, the medicine from the marketplace poses no issues? Shouldn't, it replied, though uncertainty lingered. It is challenging to assess. Previous hosts have not utilized this particular pill, nor have they administered it to anyone outside the main characters. There are no data references. Nevertheless, the items from the system's marketplace have been upgraded. There should be no complications. A series of knocks echoed from the door. Xia Yu rose to answer it, finding Qi Yi standing outside, respectfully stating, "Young master, the gentleman requests your presence." With a slight furrow of his brow, he proceeded to the next room. Upon entering, he found Qi Yin seated on the sofa, an aura of coldness enveloping him, his dark eyes shrouded in stormy clouds, as if a tempest were imminent. Xia Yu approached him, maintaining his composure. "What is the matter? What did you make me consume?" A low, hoarse voice carried an undercurrent of violence. Chapter 53, Then Kill Me. His temple throbbed. 001. 001 screamed in terror. "No way, no way. Is it really possible to detect it?" "Impossible. Master, he must be trying to deceive you. I have no idea what you are talking about. What did you give me to eat last night?" He remained calm. "When did I ever feed you anything? You still refuse to admit it." Qi Yin seized the detection report from the table and flung it at him. The sharp edge of the A4 paper left a thin line of blood on Xia Yu's face, yet he showed no reaction, bending down to pick up a report. The final result indicated a small amount of drugs detected in the blood, which would temporarily inhibit male erectile function. "Wow!" 001 scuttled beneath the small sofa, trembling in fear. "It really can detect residual drugs. This system is utterly useless. Master, the issues with the system have nothing to do with me." He secretly ground his teeth, cursing the incompetent system. His indifference infuriated Qi Yin further. He kicked over the table, unleashing a torrent of rage. "To suppress me? You dare to drug me? Xia Yu, do you think I truly hesitate to act against you?" Xia Yu lowered his gaze, "Then kill me. Still so arrogant. Was the aphrodisiac last month also your doing?" "Yes." Bang. Qi Yin rose in fury, kicked aside the fallen table, and seized him by the neck. Icy fury shining in his eyes. "How dare you repeatedly scheme against me?" Xia Yu met his gaze with calm indifference. "I love you so deeply, employing every means to possess you. Why are you not happy?" He was infuriated to the point of laughter, tightening his grip. "Is this how you love someone?" "Indeed." Qi Yin forcefully pushed him away. "Get out." He staggered back a few steps, breathing heavily, then silently departed. Outside, Qi Yi, waiting by the door, saw him emerge with glaring marks on his neck and traces of dried blood on his face. His heart raced. "You and the master," without a word. He returned to his room. Moments later, he exited again, heading for the elevator. Qi Yi quickly messaged Black Snake to follow him, his heart pounding as he pushed the door open. The living room was in shambles. Everything that could be smashed had been, yet Qi Yan's overwhelming fury remained unabated. "Sir, get out." He swallowed hard. "Young master, did you not hear me? Get out. Do not mention him before me." Realizing it was best to remain silent, he tucked his tail and retreated. "Master, where are you going?" 001 was nearly paralyzed with fear from the alarm indicating a surge in destruction values. The last time it was this loud was during the host's suicide. Xia Yu left the hotel, glancing up at the scorching sun. "Where are Xiao Wanqing and Chulan?" It trembled in fear. "Master, what are you planning to do?" "Where are they?" "At sea, just leaving the deserted island." "When will they reach the dock?" "Later tonight." "Understood," he replied coolly, meandering slowly along the roadside. 001, clinging to 105, wailed, "Master, please don't act impulsively. There are plenty of men out there. The world has crumbled, and we must begin anew. It is utterly exhausting. Silence, please. It weeps in silence, and once again, we are to face deletion and start over. Xia Yu was unaware of how long he had been walking. His back was drenched in sweat, yet he paid it no mind. Upon passing a hardware store, he ventured inside, emerging with a black plastic bag in hand. The ominous figure of the black snake, who had been trailing him, felt an unsettling apprehension. He rushed into the store, seizing the shopkeeper by the collar and demanding fiercely, "What did that person just purchase?" The shopkeeper, terrified by the imposing figure before him, stammered, "A fruit knife." Cursing under his breath, the black snake hurried out, but Xia Yu had already vanished from sight. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Qi, exclaiming, "This is bad." "What happened?" "Qi," he inquired. "Young master bought a knife, and I lost track of him." "What?" Qi, he felt a wave of darkness wash over him. "I will inform the master. You contact Qi-san and have him locate the young master." "Understood." After ending the call, he immediately pushed through the door. "Master, the young master is in trouble." Qi Yin's dark eyes, still simmering with anger, narrowed, but he refrained from dismissing him. "After leaving your room, the young master departed the hotel. I noticed he was in a poor state and instructed the black snake to follow him. The black snake just called, saying the young master purchased a fruit knife and then disappeared." His pupils constricted. "A fruit knife?" "Yes. I will contact Qi-san to have him locate the young master." Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang again. It was the black snake. "Qi-san cannot locate the young master's phone." The black snake was in a panic, having searched the vicinity and inquired around with no success. If anything were to happen to the young master under his watch, he would have to commit seppuku in atonement. Qi-yan's demeanor darkened further as he cursed, "Useless. Hurry and send someone out to search." "Yes, yes. I will call for help at once." He snatched up the phone from the sofa, his expression cold as he dialed while striding towards the exit. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." "Damn it," he cursed, quickening his pace, his silhouette betraying a hint of urgency. Just as he settled into his vehicle, the black snake called again, "We've found him." Qi-san reviewed the nearby surveillance. The young master got into a taxi, heading towards a dock. Qi-yin clenched his phone, which was still emitting a busy signal, his teeth grinding together, to the dock. "Understood." Qi-yi pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing towards the dock. Xia Yu alighted at the dock and settled into an outdoor cafe, pulling out his phone. The screen displayed several missed calls, yet he ignored them, leisurely scrolling through Weibo. Dada001 cradled the despondent 105, tearfully persuading, "It's so hot. Why don't we return home first and kill another day?" "No." "Oh dear and gentle host, the little 5 has just been born. If we revert, it will be directly obliterated. Can you bear witness to its demise? It is unfortunate to encounter me. Let it be reborn to a better host." 105 wept bitterly, heart heavy with despair. A system that faced obliteration had no chance for reincarnation. "Oh." Dada001 retrieved a handful of snacks. "Little 5, this is your last meal. Eat well. Every Qingming festival, I shall remember you." It broke down in tears. "Wah. Big shot. I do not wish to die. I have yet to become the most formidable system. I refuse to be erased." Through blood and tears, I have learned that even the most powerful system cannot dictate its own fate. Existence is too burdensome. Death might be preferable. As Xia Yu scrolled through her phone, she watched them enact their tragic drama of separation, rolling her eyes at the two useless fools, both afflicted with grave issues. Chapter 54. Is your male dignity more deserving of attention than my love for you? 10 minutes later, Qi-yin approached. Upon seeing the person sitting peacefully beneath the sunshade, his anxious heart finally eased, only to be followed by a surge of overwhelming anger. A shadow loomed before him. Xia Yu looked up to meet a pair of menacing black eyes, then lowered her gaze again. "What do you want?" Qi-yan's voice dripped with palpable irritation. "Do you wish to die?" She remained silent. "Come back with me." Still, she did not move. Qi-yan's frustration mounted as he reached out to grasp her arm. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed. Xia Yu brandished a fruit knife, intent on stabbing him. He reacted swiftly, raising his hand to block. Retreating 2 steps as a cut marred his arm, blood staining his white shirt. "Sir!" Not far away, Qi-yi and Black Snake rushed over. shielding him with an air of grim determination as they stared incredulously at Xia Yu. Qian's gaze shifted from the wound on his arm to her face, the depths of his eyes shrouded in inscrutable darkness. "Do you wish to kill me?" Xia Yu smirked, discarding the bloodied fruit knife, rising languidly. "This is utterly dull. I'm done playing." Watching her turn away without a hint of regret filled Qian with an inexplicable sense of panic. He pushed past the bodyguard blocking his path and strode after her, seizing her wrist. "Xia Yu." She struggled briefly but could not break free, lowering her eyelids in resignation. "Come back with me. Get off." Qian ceased his inquiries, forcefully leading her to the car, parked nearby. Once she was shoved into the vehicle, Xia Yu remained silent. Gazing out the window, 001 and 105 wept with joy. "Wonderful. The boss has finally calmed down. We get to survive another day." Qian sat beside her, his expression cold, raising the partition between them. "Turn your face." Xia Yu feigned deafness. Grinding his teeth, he turned her face towards him, his fingertips lightly brushing against the small cut inflicted by paper, unable to wipe away the dried blood. Cursing internally, he withdrew a wet wipe from the side, cautiously cleaning her wound. "Who indulged your bad temper? You seek revenge for every slight. I despise you. Do not resort to charm when you err. When we return, you will explain yourself properly." "Xia Yu, my indulgence does not mean I lack temper." She slightly raised her head, revealing a ghastly bruise around her neck. A flicker of regret crossed Qian's eyes as he lowered his head and bit her lower lip with a fierce intensity. "Stop pretending. I didn't use much force. It's merely your pale skin that makes it look alarming." Xia Yu's eyes remained downcast. "This is not your first time choking me. Why not finish the task?" She pressed her lips together. "I acknowledge my fault. I apologize. However, after you drugged me twice, shouldn't you provide an explanation? No one has ever dared to scheme against me, let alone twice in succession. I love you so deeply. What more explanation do you seek? Go ahead, strangle me. Why did you administer that kind of drug to me? Is there anyone who loves like you do? Who told you not to take action? Are you afraid that once I have been with you, I will no longer seek others?" Qian found this absurd. "What nonsense are you uttering? Who else is there? Just because there isn't anyone now doesn't mean there won't be in the future. I truly wish to pry open your mind and see what resides within. Do you perceive me as a capricious scoundrel, one who abandons love at whim? Have I instilled such insecurity in you? I detest the feeling of lacking control." He chuckled in disbelief. "Xia Yu, how did I fail to notice your overwhelming need for control before? Was your previous compliance merely an act? That was all due to my love for you. You love me, yet you resort to drugs." Xia Yu frowned. "Why do you insist on focusing on this? Is your male pride more worthy of attention than my love for you?" He felt a surge of frustration. "Are you trying to manipulate me? Think whatever you wish. I recognize that you do not genuinely care for me. Thus, my love is inconsequential to you. You only perceive your dignity as compromised, oblivious to my inner fears and anxieties. May I inquire how your fears and anxieties manifest? Do they manifest in your drugging me?" He wearily closed his eyes. "Forget it. I apologize for drugging you. That was my fault. Falling in love with you is also my fault. Let this be the end. If you can forgive me, I shall not appear before you again. If you cannot let go of this grievance, then do as you wish." Qian felt a knot in his throat, unable to articulate his feelings. "Xia Yu, stop acting this way with me." Xia Yu's long lashes trembled, a tear escaping the corner of her eye, and she turned her head to conceal it. Even his anger began to dissipate. The two systems observed their host's actions in astonishment. Was this not a scene from the esteemed strategy Case the Rise of the Green Team male supporting character that they had unearthed from the Temporal Management Bureau for entertainment? "Host, you truly embody the application of learned knowledge," 001 lamented. "Wretched host, you deliberately frightened us. You never intended to wait for the protagonists to surface before eliminating them. Your purchase of a knife was solely for revenge against the injury to your face inflicted by the Chi surname. Well, who made you so incompetent? Is this my fault? I explicitly stated that items from the shop cannot be used on anyone other than you and the protagonists. So you deceived me? I did not. In order to please you, I spent years accumulating points to request special permissions. The items from the shop were merely a string of codes. Once used, they left no trace. Who knew the Temper Management Bureau would be so inept, repeatedly creating such catastrophic bugs? 105, the greatest victim of the bug, nodded tearfully. Indeed, the Temporal Management Bureau is utterly useless. 001, feeling increasingly wronged and aggrieved, vowed to return and demand a refund for the points. Host, are you truly not afraid of accountability from the main character and seeking excuses to evade responsibility? The car halted before the hotel, and Xia Yu exited first, frowning as he urged, "Get out." Xia Yu obediently complied, descending from the vehicle and following him upstairs, where she sat with her head bowed on the sofa. The doctor, arranged by Xia Yu, cautiously tended to Xia Yan's arm wound, hastily applying medication and bandaging before departing. The spacious room was left with only the two of them. After a prolonged silence, Xia Yan spoke. "When will the medication wear off?" "In 24 hours. Is this how desperately you wish to suppress me? Because I love you. You are well aware of the insincerity in your sweet nothings. If trampling on my feelings brings you joy, then do as you please." He clenched his teeth in frustration, his anger flaring anew. "If I say I will not allow you to suppress me, what further tricks do you intend to employ?" Xia Yu looked up, managing a faint smile. "It's over. I know we are finished, and I vow to never appear before you again." "What the hell? When did I ever say it was over? Are you threatening me with a retreat?" He bowed his head in despair, tears falling onto the back of his hands resting on his thighs. "If you choose to distort every word I say, I have no means to argue." Xia Yu found himself genuinely affected by his tears, rationally believing it to be an act, while unable to suppress his heartache. Chapter 55. Performing all day is truly exhausting. Buzzing. At that moment his phone vibrated, the caller ID displaying Chi Tian. Frowning slightly, he answered, "Is this Xiao Yan?" Chi Tian's gentle voice was laced with deep concern. "What is the matter? Xiao Yu's calls have been unreachable, and I am quite worried. Chi Sin mentioned you were with him. Could you persuade him to answer the phone?" He passed the phone over. "It's your mother's call." Xiao Yu wiped away his tears and took the phone. "Mom." Chi Tian detected the disquiet in his tone, her worry deepening. "Sweetheart, have you been crying? Why didn't you tell me about the news online? Have you been bullied?" He sniffed. "I'm fine, don't worry. My dear, I have called your uncle. He will handle everything. Please refrain from going online for now, all right? Should I come pick you up?" "No, I really am fine." "Xiao Yu." Chi Zhou took the phone, handing it back to Xia Yan. "I want to speak with him for a moment." Xia Yan sat beside him, reclaiming the phone. "He is with me now. There is no need for you to be concerned." The previously gentle man's demeanor shifted dramatically, erupting with anger. Beside him, Chi Tian restrained him, whispering, "Calm down." "What happened? How can you ask that? Xiao Yu has been publicly shamed online. Hasn't he cried?" "What do you mean by public shaming?" Xia Yan frowned. "Are you blind? Don't you have a phone? Go online and see." The public outcry has escalated to international attention. Who knows how severe it is domestically? To allow Xiao Yu to be insulted right under your nose makes me want to strike you down, you useless fool. His expression darkened as he extended his hand to Xia Yu, coldly stating, "Give me the phone." Chi Zhou, furious, exclaimed, "You're scolding him instead of comforting him. Just wait, I'll make you pay for this." He forcefully pried Xia Yu's hand away, snatching the phone. "What's the password?" Xia Yu bit his lip. 940,801. Chi Yan's heart trembled at the revelation that he had used his birthday as the password. Once unlocked, a flurry of news notifications flooded in, and he casually clicked on a headline reading, "A serene face, a heart of scorpion?" The sensational variety show guest, Xia Yu, audaciously spread rumors about a popular boy band member in public. The content delved excessively into every word Xia Yu uttered on the show, expressing sympathy for the related boy band member. Upon flipping to the comment section, a torrent of derogatory remarks and insults aimed at Xia Yu ensued, alongside calls for him to apologize. Xia Yan, suppressing his fury, opened the message inbox, finding 99 private messages, each one replete with venomous curses and slander, some even accompanied by grotesque and scandalous images. When did he begin receiving such vitriol? Veins bulged on his wrist, nearly crushing his phone in his grip, his gaze more fearsome than ever. Xia Yu lowered his eyes, remaining silent. "Speak." It was when they had just arrived at the hotel. "Why won't you say anything?" He looked up, his expression shattered. Was there even a chance to speak? Qian. The call had not been terminated. Qizhou was still berating him. You're not solving the problem, yet you're shouting at Xia Yu. I swear, I'll come over and beat you to a pulp. Qian abruptly cut the call, growling, Qi, get in here. Qi, who had been anxiously waiting outside, pushed the door open, trembling. Sir, didn't you see what is happening online? I saw it. Why didn't you tell me? He was truly at a loss. I wanted to, but you didn't give me a chance. Don't you know to handle such matters? How could the Qi family raise someone with such a pig's brain? Soda. I'll handle it immediately. He quickly contacted the public relations department and legal team at the American headquarters. He was unaware of how many vile comments Xia Yu had encountered. Qian was infuriated. He instructed Qi-san to uncover the IDs of those sending the private messages and expose the masterminds behind it all, demanding they pay a heavy price. Yes, Xia Yu, with his head bowed, subtly curled his lips upward before quickly suppressing it. He reclaimed his phone, stood up, and softly said, "Thank you." Qian grasped his wrist. "Where do you think you're going?" Xia Yu struggled slightly. "Haven T, we already clarified everything. I'm returning to Jing City and will no longer appear before you." Clarified what? He was truly infuriated, having been drugged and stabbed metaphorically without a single sincere apology, crying at the slightest provocation, and now wanting to leave. "Xia Yu, you have me completely at your mercy." He began to weep silently. Qian, utterly defeated, exerted force on Xia Yu's wrist, pulling him into an embrace, delivering a kiss laden with anger. More a punishment than a tender gesture, until he tasted the faint coppery tang of blood before pulling away. Xia Yu clung to his neck, crying even harder, "It hurts." His pitiable appearance dissipated the frustration in Qian's heart. He soothingly licked the torn corner of Xia Yu's lip, warning, "If you dare scheme against me again, I'll make you feel even more pain." Xia Yu whimpered, and Qian sighed, gently patting his back. "All right, stop crying. I want to hold the past against you. Just don't provoke my anger again, understood?" Xia Yu nestled against his shoulder, softly sobbing. "Go rest for a bit. Everything will be resolved once you wake up. Stay with me. I will stay with you." Qian embraced the person into the bedroom, lying down together, feeling his heart soften as he gazed at the one nestled in his arms. He placed a gentle kiss on the side of his face, wishing for him to remain this obedient and tender indefinitely. Xia Yu nuzzled against his chest, closing his eyes, pondering that matters of the future could wait. After a long day of performance, he was utterly exhausted. He awoke at 7 in the evening to find himself alone, a sticky sensation lingering on his skin. Frowning slightly, he rose and entered the bathroom. After finishing his shower, he donned a bathrobe and stepped out of the bedroom, spotting Qian seated on the sofa, engrossed in his tablet. He approached and squeezed into Qian's embrace, relying on him completely. Qian was quite taken with this display, wrapping his arms around Xia Yu's waist and planting a kiss on his still damp earlobe, softly inquiring, "Are you hungry?" "Yes. I'll have someone bring up dinner." "Okay." Qian handed the tablet to Xia Yu while picking up his phone to send a message to Qi. As Xia Yu scrolled through the tablet, he noticed that all negative trending searches about him had vanished. Searching for his name revealed a pristine feed filled solely with compliments. Not a single comment, laced with sarcasm, could be found. Meanwhile, the top 3 trending topics concerned the scandal surrounding Xia Yu, the owner of Yiming Entertainment, who was exposed for having inappropriate relationships with multiple artists under his management. Allegations of economic crimes against the Qin group surfaced, leading to the chairman's investigation and a significant drop in the company's stock price, seemingly irretrievable. Within a single day, the news cycle had shifted dramatically, and the onlookers had grown cautious in their comments. Only Xia Yu's devoted fans were celebrating with uninhibited joy. He turned off the tablet and planted a kiss on the corner of Qian's lips, snuggling closer and murmuring, "Thank you." The amusement in Qian's eyes was undeniable. "I would be eternally grateful if you would cease to provoke me." Xia Yu bestowed another kiss, his peach blossom eyes sparkling brightly. Then, "Might you allow me one more time?" Chapter 56. I ask, you answer. Have you lost your mind? His expression darkened instantly, teeth clenched. Dare you mention that again? Do not even think about it. Qian grasped his chin firmly, his tone fierce. Let me make this perfectly clear. If you entertain any more mischievous thoughts, I will not shed a tear for you when you cry. Humph, he retorted, giving him a gentle shove. Stop with the sarcasm. Go change into your clothes. Dinner is ready. Oh, Xia Yu emerged in a set of casual sportswear, finding that the server had already laid out the meal and departed. During dinner, Qian stated, "You are coming back to America with me tomorrow morning." Without raising his head, Xia Yu replied, "No. If not, what will you be doing here?" "Participating in the show." Qian frowned, setting down his chopsticks. "You still intend to be part of that ridiculous variety show? What else? You don't think I came to this desolate place to sulk and gain your sympathy, do you? Isn't that the case?" Xia Yu lifted his gaze, smiling. "You are overthinking it." He felt a twinge of annoyance. "Do you wish to enter the entertainment industry?" "Not at all. I came for my brother." Qian gritted his teeth. "You shall not refer to anyone else as brother again." With a blink and an innocent expression, Xia Yu replied, "I have been calling him that since childhood. It's a habit I cannot break." "Then break it for me. You're in your 20s, and calling someone brother sounds utterly ridiculous. When I used to call you that, you seemed quite pleased. In conclusion, refrain from calling me brother in the future." He continued to eat, dismissing the matter with a casual remark, "We'll see. You are not allowed to participate in that wretched variety show. Return to America with me. If you wish to go back, do so on your own. Stay out of my affairs. Tomorrow morning, I will return to the capital." Qian was once again incensed. Did he not behave for a mere few minutes before rebelling again? "Xia Yu, are you delighting in hopping around my sensitive spots? Unless you agree to be my wife, I shall not return with you. I am a devoted husband and would dote on my wife." His expression darkened. He truly wished to overturn the table. "Dream on." Xia Yu scoffed, choosing to ignore him. That evening, Qian monitored the time, and as the 24 hours elapsed, he yanked Xia Yu, who was reclining against the headboard engrossed in his phone. Xia Yu frowned and kicked him. "Stop acting crazy. Touch me," he insisted. "Get lost. Touch me." The man's dignity was finally restored, and Qian's heart was at ease as he took a fierce bite of the shoulder of the person beneath him. Xia Yu rolled his eyes. "Get off me. I want to sleep." He feigned deafness. Xia Yu placed his hand on the back of his neck and asked softly, "Do you still wish to remain unresponsive?" He abruptly lifted his head, gritting his teeth. "You truly have hidden medicine. Get down. I want to sleep. Hand over the medicine. To hell with you. Get lost." Xia Yu pushed him away, pulled the blanket over himself, and lay down. "Xia Yu." Qian sat on the other side of the bed, filled with unspoken resentment. "You are behaving like a scoundrel, pretending to be obedient to seduce me. And once you have what you want, you do not cherish it. Ha! I haven't obtained anything at all." He tugged the blanket a bit higher. "If you're not sleeping, then get out." He sulked for a while before lying down and pulling Xia Yu into his embrace, closing his eyes to sleep. The following noon, at Xia Yu's insistence, Qian escorted him back to the Xia family in the capital. Observing his unremorseful silhouette, anger surged within him, and he furiously asked the driver, "Qi, does he truly like me to the point of being unable to extricate himself?" Qi answered, steeling himself, "Young master has done so many foolish things for you. His love for you is undoubtedly profound." His expression softened slightly, indeed. "Sir, now that the misunderstandings between you and the young master have been clarified, shall we return to America? He is unwilling to go back. Why should I? To pursue romance, even forsaking the company? Perhaps a visit to the branch office is in order." "Very well." As soon as Xia Yu entered the house, he heard Zhao Jie sobbing, while Xia Wanqing softly comforted her, accompanied by Xia Lang's heavy, agitated breathing. Upon hearing the commotion, the three turned to look. He smiled and greeted, "I'm back. Did you miss me?" Zhao Jie's cries grew louder. "Xia Yu," Xia Lang bellowed, "did you not promise to treat Qingqing like a younger brother? Why are you so angry? Have I committed some heinous act? Why did you bribe the media to expose his identity?" Xia Yu was slightly perplexed. Was it not an act? What did that mean? Zhao Jie stared at him intently, lamenting, "I know you despise me and resent Qingqing, but he is innocent. I selfishly brought him into this world, and he knows nothing and has no choice. You may hate me, but why can you not show him a little more compassion? He merely desires to earnestly pursue his dreams within the entertainment industry, without coveting even a fraction of the Xia family's wealth. Why can you not simply let him be?" He furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the silent Xia Wanqing. "Brother, could you possibly elucidate the situation for me? What have I done to you? Xiao Wanqing bit her lip, her eyes slightly reddening. Brother, I understand that nothing belonging to the Xia family is mine, and I have no intention of seizing it. However, becoming an exceptional singer is my aspiration. What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? You still refuse to acknowledge it. Xiao Lang's face flushed with anger. Xia Yu, you have truly disappointed me. In the days following Qingqing's discharge from the hospital, you managed to coexist harmoniously with him. Why then have you orchestrated a scandal that has exposed his illegitimate son's status to the entire internet? Do you realize the detrimental impact this will have on his career in the entertainment industry and the severe blow it delivers to the company? Sekangdan, illegitimatson. He cast a deep glance at Xiao Wanqing, retrieving his phone and opening Weibo. The trending topic was now Xiao Wanqing's illegitimate son status. Upon clicking the link, he discovered an article meticulously detailing her identity, her connection to the Xia family, and the cruel treatment she had endured. Accompanying images depicted her curled up at the doorstep, hugging her knees, and being forcibly wheeled out of the hospital by bodyguards, evoking a sense of profound sympathy. The article had been published at 3 in the morning and had since gained traction, with the comment section overrun by fans expressing their compassion for her plight, urging her to sever ties with the Xia family, and even suggesting that she report the family for abuse. After perusing several comments, Xia Yu looked up, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Brother, quite impressive. You've learned how to make a swift exit. In the soundproofed room of their home, Xiao Wanqing bit her lip, appearing submissive. It was I and my mother who disrupted your family. I will apologize on Weibo. Could you please refrain from silencing me? I truly love singing on stage. My Qingqing, Zhao Jie sobbed as she embraced him. It is not your fault. It is all mother's doing. She should never have brought you back. Even if she could not provide you with a complete family, she should not have subjected you to this suffering. The mother and son's lamentations struck Xiao Lang, the head of the family, like 2 slaps to the face. His gaze toward Xia Yu was filled with overwhelming rage and a hint of resentment. Is it your pleasure to create chaos within the Xia family? Xia Yu lounged lazily on the couch. All right, I will bear this blame for now. What do you propose I do? How can we alter the fact that my brother is an illegitimate son? Should we summon my mother for a press conference to announce that she actually gave birth to twins, but one was stolen and placed in another's womb? Do you truly believe such an absurd explanation would convince the public? His sarcasm only fueled Xia Lang's ire. I will compel the company to release a statement. Regardless of the situation, Qingqing is still a young master of the Xia family. My son, your brother. Feel free to issue your statement. If the chief family has objections, you can explain it to them. He laughed. You dare to act, but lack the courage to face the consequences? What sort of man are you? Would things have spiraled into such complexity were it not for you? Well, it's my fault. Just do as you see fit, Summer Wanqing said, leaning into Zhao Jie's embrace, her gaze clouded with uncertainty. She had not anticipated that he would readily acquiesce to Summer Lang's request. A flicker of joy danced in Zhao Jie's eyes. At last, her Qingqing could proudly stand on stage as a scion of the Xia family. With a smile, she glanced at the mother and daughter duo. Summer Yu leisurely rose, stating, let us proceed as you desire. Should you require my assistance, feel free to inform me. I shall first make a call to the old master. His willingness to cooperate greatly pleased Summer Lang. He turned to the mother and daughter, reassuringly saying, this afternoon, I will have the public relations department issue a statement. Qingqing will officially enter the Xia household. I apologize for the grievances you have endured these past years. Zhao Jie wiped away her tears, responding, I am fine. I merely feel heartache for my Qingqing, who has suffered so much. Summer Wanqing grasped her hand and smiled, shaking her head gently. Mom, I am all right. Your happiness is all that matters. With a sigh, Summer Lang felt an even greater sense of guilt. I shall endeavor to make amends for you. Thank you, Brother Lang. He glanced at the time. Let us prepare a delightful meal this evening. We shall enjoy a family dinner. Although Summer Yu has erred, I hope Qingqing can mend her relationship with your brother. It is difficult for me to be caught in the middle. Summer Wanqing bit her lip and nodded. I understand, father. Having been pampered since childhood. With a temper exacerbated by the chief family's indulgence, he advised, Qingqing, your character is gentle. You should yield to him a bit more. She responded softly. Yet the flicker of hope that had briefly ignited within her heart at Summer Lang's words was swiftly extinguished. Despite his promises to make amends, it seemed she would still have to endure in order to appease Summer Yu. Dinner was prepared by Xia and her newly hired housekeeper. To vent her pin-up frustrations, she deliberately crafted dishes that starkly contrasted with those prepared by Lu Ling, filling the table with sweet and sour flavors. The only mild dish being a plate of spicy sour potato shreds. I remember that Xia Yu loves spare ribs, doesn't she? With a warm smile, she placed a plate of sweet and sour spare ribs before Summer Yu. Do try my cooking. It's your father's favorite dish, and Qin shares his taste, enjoying it as well. Summer Yu smiled and nodded, but refrained from picking up her chopsticks. Thank you for your hard work, third aunt. The familiar address caused her smile to falter. Do make sure to eat plenty. All right. Summer Wonking glanced at Summer Lang, who had made no comments about the meal, and finally managed a faint smile. The dinner proceeded harmoniously enough, and Summer Lang was quite satisfied. After finishing, he set down his chopsticks and rose. Qin, why not stay home tonight? After your brother is done eating, have a chat with him. I shall go upstairs to attend to company matters. Once he departed, Jia also put down her chopsticks, regarding the disinterested Summer Yu, and took Summer Wonking upstairs. Mom will pack some clothes for you to take back to the dormitory in the morning. As the evening light faded, Xia Wanqing glanced at the untouched sweet and sour ribs before Xia Yu, a fleeting smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Xia Yu lifted her gaze, observing their retreating figures up the stairs, and set down her chopsticks. The newly hired housekeeper emerged from the kitchen, somewhat disgruntled, and inquired, "Have you had enough to eat? I need to tidy up before I leave." He averted his gaze, fixated on the cold, glutinous sweet and sour ribs congealed into clumps before him, and replied softly, "You may leave. I will clean up later." Hulan fidgeted with her apron, insisting, "I can wait for you." The firmness in his tone made her heart quiver, and she nodded repeatedly, quickly removing her apron and departing from the Xia household. After Jia tidied up Xia Wanqing's clothes and offered a few comforting words, she exited his room and headed towards her own bedroom. Passing by the closed door of Xia Yu's room, she cast a disdainful glance and scoffed. Xia Lang was still working in the study. Once inside her room, she shut the door, turned on the light, and was startled into a scream by the figure sitting at the vanity. "Ah, what are you doing here? Get out." Xia Yu, with a smile dancing in his eyes, replied, "I merely wish to bid Aunt San good night." Jia clutched her chest, her face drained of color from the fright, glaring at him angrily. "Do you have no manners? Did your mother not teach you not to enter an elder's room without permission? Get out this instant." He rose and walked slowly toward her, his long fingers resting on the doorknob. Instead of opening it, he locked it with a click. Jia's heart skipped a beat as she looked up at the imposing figure before her, panic rising. "What do you intend to do? I warn you, do not act recklessly. I will call for help. Your father is in the study." Xia Yu lowered his gaze, his fingers brushing her hair, and softly replied, "The rooms in this house are quite soundproof." Her pupils constricted as she turned her head away, exclaiming, "Xia Yu, do not go mad here. Get out immediately." He chuckled lightly, lowering his head to draw closer to her face, his voice husky and laced with temptation. "Aunt San, you possess a certain allure up close. You hardly appear to have a child in their 20s. Jia's face flushed crimson, her voice trembling. "Why you must not do anything reckless. Shoo, do not raise your voice. You might alert the old man, and that would complicate matters." His tone was soft, reminiscent of a lover's whisper. Yet in the next moment, his gaze darkened, and he forcefully grabbed her hair. "Ah!" Jia cried out, "Let me go." Xia Yu held her hair tightly, dragging her toward the vanity, a smile still playing on his lips. She struggled desperately, feeling as though her scalp might tear away, tears streaming down her face. "What do you want? Let me go. You lunatic. Let us not waste the sweet and sour ribs Aunt Sin worked so hard to prepare." Chapter 58. If you want me to take the blame, a small price must be paid. It was then that she noticed the plate of cold, sweet, and sour ribs on the vanity, her eyes widening in terror. "Xia Yu." Xia Yu smirked, pressing her face firmly into the cloying ribs, his deep voice filled with delight. "Since you like it so much, you should indulge a little more." Xiao Jie was suddenly engulfed in darkness, a viscous sensation swiftly smothering her face, eyes, nostrils, and mouth, while the lingering sour-sweet taste made her stomach churn. Desperately, she flailed her arms, attempting to escape the repugnant odor and the suffocating feeling that encroached upon her. Expensive skincare products were knocked to the floor, shattering with a disconcerting crackle. Xia Yu firmly held her head, coldly observing as her struggles waned, her arms drooping in defeat. With a tug on her hair, he extracted her from the dish, her face now obscured by a greasy mess, utterly disheveled. Finally granted a moment to breathe, Xiao Jie broke down in tears, exclaiming, "You lunatic! I will report you and have you arrested. You murderer!" He glanced at the chaotic array of ribs scattered on the vanity, chuckling softly, "Not finished yet, are we?" Once again, Xiao Jie was forced back down, her face painfully pressed against the bones, the mixture of snot and tears flooding her mouth with a nauseating taste. Only when she was utterly drained of strength did Xia Yu release her, stepping back to allow her to collapse at his feet, a disheveled figure on the floor, weeping and gasping for breath, unable to utter a sound of distress. "Knock, knock, knock!" A sound echoed from outside, and Xiao Jie quivered, a flicker of hope igniting within her. She attempted to crawl towards the door. Xia Yu smirked, disdainfully kicking her aside before walking to open it. "Mom, it's me, Xiao Wanqing," he said, holding his phone, his eyes sparkling with a sweet smile. Upon seeing him, the smile vanished, replaced by a cold inquiry. "What are you doing in my mother's room?" He raised an eyebrow. "What do you think?" A sense of foreboding washed over Xiao Wanqing as he pushed past him, rushing into the room only to be confronted by the sight of a crumpled figure on the floor. His eyes widened in horror, and he cried out, "Mom!" Xia Yu smiled, locking the door once more and turning back. "Mom!" Xiao Wanqing knelt on the ground, cradling the disheveled Xiao Jie in his arms, his eyes reddening. "What happened to you?" Xiao Jie, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, heard his voice and wept uncontrollably, her tears mingling with the grime on her face. A picture of despair. "Quickly, leave that madman." He looked up in fury, his eyes seething with hatred as he glared at the approaching Xia Yu. "What have you done to my mother?" Xia Yu regarded them from his elevated position, feigning innocence. "I haven't done anything. I simply didn't want the sweet and sour ribs made by my aunt to go to waste. Look, there are still a few pieces left. Why not finish them? How dare you harm my mother? I'll kill you." He placed Xiao Jie down, rising in wrath, fists raised as he lunged forward. Bang! In an instant, he was sent crashing to the ground, his back slamming against the vanity, his face contorting in pain as several ribs tumbled onto his head. Ching ching! Xiao Jie jolted awake in fright, crawling towards him in distress. Xia Yu withdrew his leg and approached, crouching down to grasp his chin, his voice soft yet sinister, like a devil-esque whisper. "Brother, have you forgotten what I told you in the hospital? I warned you not to play these games with me. I don't mind taking the blame, but if you want me to take the fall, there will be a small price to pay." Ahem. Xiao Wanqing glared fiercely at him, wishing to tear him apart. However, the pain from her nearly crushed jaw prevented her from uttering any harsh words. "Let him go." Xiao Jie cried helplessly, "You lunatic! Release my Qingqing! Langgu, help! Save Qingqing!" He smiled regretfully, saying, "The old man is preoccupied with clearing your precious Qingqing's name. He may be busy until midnight, so I fear he cannot save her now. Let him go." "You lunatic! Why do you keep harming him time and again? I still want to ask him why he consistently makes me take the blame. After being warned once, he dares to come back. Brother, why are you so disobedient? Why do you not heed your brother's words? Do you think I am too lenient with you?" Xiao Wanqing's eyes brimmed with resentment as she struggled against the pain, managing to squeeze out a defiant, "I will not let you go." "Humph, still daring to look at your brother with such eyes. You truly have not learned your lesson. It seems I must change my approach." With that, Xia Yu grasped his neck, effortlessly lifting him and heading toward the restroom. Xiao Jie, in a panic, rushed forward to clutch his leg. "What are you doing? Put Qingqing down." He frowned slightly and kicked her away, dragging Xia Wanqing into the restroom. Xiao Jie was sent crashing against the bedpost, emitting a pained wail as her vision gradually blurred. Xia Wanqing, with bloodshot eyes, fought desperately, but the grip around her neck was inescapable. Xia Yu turned on the faucet, filling the basin with water, then seized her hair, pushing her head down into the water. Gurgle, gurgle. She struggled fiercely, water splashing everywhere. Yet the suffocating sensation was inescapable. Brother, do you remember now? Who purchased the press release? Gurgle, gurgle. Still unwilling to admit it? Gurgle, gurgle. Ah, so you've learned to feign ignorance like Chulon, have you? 2 minutes later, as her struggles diminished, Xia Yu finally pulled her from the water, observing the figure in the mirror, gasping for breath. He gently inquired, "Do you understand your mistake now?" Xiao Wanqing's eyes were crimson with anger as she roared, "If you have the ability, kill me. Otherwise, I will reclaim everything doubly." He chuckled lightly. "Why so angry? Brother is merely joking with you. Be good and apologize to brother, and I shall overlook it. Xia Yu, I will not let you go." Gurgle. She was pushed down again. Xia Yu looked down at her with indifference. "You truly are disobedient. Disobedient little brothers must endure some hardship." Xiao Wanqing was certain he would not dare to kill her. However, as the air in her chest dwindled, an overwhelming sense of suffocation began to evoke a hint of fear of death. She exerted every ounce of strength to struggle, but it was futile. Her strength waned, and her limbs grew limp. Buzz! The phone in Xia Yu's pocket vibrated. Frowning, he retrieved the device. Glancing at the screen, it was a call from Qi Yan. Slightly displeased, he released his grip on Xiao Wanqing's hair, allowing her to slump onto the damp floor, eyes rolling back as she gasped for air. He shook off the droplets on his hands and pressed the answer button. "Hello? Are you asleep?" "Not yet. What is it?" As Qi Yan's ears pricked up, he heard faint gasps that led his thoughts astray. With a frown, he inquired, "What are you doing? Who is beside you?" "It's my younger brother," came the reply. "Show me on video. Only when you're ready to be my wife will I allow you to check in on me. I'm busy now. I'm hanging up." Chapter 59, Don't Be So Anxious. Am I capable of harming him? "Hello, Xia Yu." The busy tone echoed in his ears, infuriating him to the point where he felt the urge to smash his phone. His gaze darkened as he glanced at the bowed figure of Qi Yi standing nearby. After establishing their relationship, Qi Yi had grown so cold. Was this truly how love was supposed to manifest? Qi Yi was genuinely exhausted. He was merely a bodyguard, yet he was being treated as an emotional consultant. "I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?" He smiled gently. "Perhaps it would be wise for you not to constantly question the young masteress' affection for you. Have you not noticed? The Black Serpents are not the least bit surprised by your relationship with the young master. For over the years, he has invested a great deal in you. It's possible you've been too close to see clearly, but we observe it all. The young master loves you deeply. If he were to learn that you still harbor doubts about his feelings, it would surely break his heart. Even the deepest love can fade under the weight of repeated skepticism." Qi Yin pressed his lips together in contemplation, his expression gradually growing solemn. Qi Yi cautiously stole a glance at him, bending slightly. "It's quite late. You should rest early. I will take my leave." Once outside the room, he exhaled a heavy sigh and pulled out his phone to send a message, fervently wishing Qi Yi would hurry back from the training camp. He simply could not bring himself to recite lines. Despite following the young master's script, it felt like a betrayal of his superior. Upon receiving the message, Xia Yu merely glanced at it before tucking his phone back into his pocket. He then bent down and hoisted the recovering Xiao Wanqing, akin to lifting a rag doll, out of the restroom and casually tossed her beside Zhao Jia. Zhao Jia struggled to open her eyes, murmuring weakly, "Ching Ching." Xiao Wanqing, mustering her frail strength, approached to embrace her mother. "Mom, how are you?" "Ching Ching," Zhao Jia exclaimed. "We must call the police. We need to report this madman." She reached out with trembling hands to retrieve Xiao Wanqing's phone. "Let us capture this lunatic." He bent down to pick up the phone. No. It's merely a family discussion late at night. Let us not trouble the police. However, filing a report with the internet police might be prudent, especially since the fact that Ching Ching is an illegitimate child is not something I leaked. Let us have them investigate who is making a scandal out of our young master's affairs. Once the truth is uncovered, I assure you, you will not easily cast the blame upon me." Xiao Wanqing clung tightly to Zhao Jia, her eyes brimming with unyielding resentment and a hint of imperceptible fear. Ding! The phone in his grasp rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, Xia Yu raised an eyebrow and gestured for silence to the two on the floor before answering the call. Ching ching, came the gentle voice of Chu Lan. Why haven't you come down yet? I'm at your doorstep. Ha, brother, where are you planning to take Ching Ching at this late hour? His heart raced. How could Ching Ching's phone possibly be in your possession? Guess. What have you done to him? Xia Yu chuckled lightly. Do not be so anxious. Am I capable of killing him? Chu Lan hurriedly exited the car and rushed to ring the doorbell. Brother, please stop. I do not wish to descend and open the door for you. Return home. Ching Ching is exhausted and needs rest. Come back to fetch her in the morning. Xia Yu. He frantically pressed the doorbell. What on earth did you do to her? Open the door at once. Otherwise, I shall call the police. Are you deaf? Did you not hear me say to return in the morning to collect her? If you disturb the old man who is still working late, I shall be quite displeased. Brother. Sighing helplessly, Xia Yu crouched down and placed her phone to Xiao Wanqing's ear. Ching Ching, say something to your brother. Otherwise, he may think you are dead. Aunt San, please refrain from shouting. It is too loud, and I will become angry. Ching Ching, are you all right? Xiao Wanqing moved her lips, her voice barely a whisper. Longo, how are you? I am fine. I cannot return to the dormitory tonight. Please come and pick me up in the morning. Longo, I truly am fine. You should head home now. I am tired and need to sleep. Goodbye. Xia Yu thoughtfully terminated the call, placing the phone on his lap, and stood up with satisfaction. It is quite late. I too must retire for the night. Good night, Ching Ching. Good night, Aunt San. Oh, before I forget, she turned back as she prepared to leave, reminding, Aunt San, do remember to tidy the room. When Ching Ching returns, please do so quietly. Do not disturb the old man. After she exited the room, Zhao Jie could no longer contain herself and broke down in tears. Woo-woo, Ching Ching, he is insane. We must call the police. Tears of resentment streamed down Xia Wanqing's cheeks as she slowly helped her mother to her feet, her voice hoarse. Mom, it is all right. I will assist you to the restroom to wash up. There was no sign of agreement regarding the police matter. She clung tightly to her mother's arm, nearly sobbing. Did you truly expose that matter online? Why did you do this? Are you intent on ruining yourself? Xia Wanqing forced a bitter smile. If it is not exposed today, it will be eventually. Rather than be at the mercy of others, it is better to take the initiative. I shall not allow Xia Yu to manipulate me. You foolish child, I have brought this upon you, my Ching Ching. Do not blame yourself. I shall return every ounce of humiliation 1,000-fold. Ching Ching, he managed a reassuring smile. You wash up, and I will tidy the room. Let us not speak of tonight's events to father. Zhao Jie understood that if she went to Xia Lang to lament, Xia Wanqing's revelation of her identity would not be taken lightly by Xia Yu. The grievances of the night must be swallowed down. But how could she accept that she and her son had been so wronged? Xia Wanqing recognized that her mother could not bear this injustice. Yet there was little they could do against Xia Yu for the time being. No matter the hardship, they must endure it. Mom, listen to me. Steer clear of that madman for now. I will ensure he pays a heavy price. She nodded through her tears. Yes, mother will heed your words. The next morning, Xia Lang emerged from his study. Having worked late, he chose to rest there, completely unaware of the events that transpired in his bedroom the previous night. As he descended the stairs, he beheld Xia Yu leisurely enjoying breakfast at the dining table. Yesterday, anger surged within me, and I scolded Xia Yu. Now that the tempest has passed, I feel a twinge of guilt for my harsh demeanor. Once seated, I dryly said, Xiao Yu, father did not intend to be so severe with you yesterday. I apologize. Xia Yu looked up, her eyes sparkling with warmth, revealing no trace of resentment. It's quite all right. My sense of remorse deepened. How about I buy you a car as a token of apology? A limited edition. Her face lit up with a joyful smile. All right, father, let us make it a globally limited edition. As we shared laughter over breakfast, Zhao Jie descended the stairs. Her eyes swollen and her complexion pale. Xia Yu waved and greeted her cheerfully. Good morning, third aunt. Zhao Jie flinched, nearly stumbling, and bit her lip to suppress the fear and resentment within her. Chapter 60. Who are you to offer an apology? Xia Lang frowned and sternly reprimanded. Xiao Yu is greeting you. As an elder, shouldn't you respond? Zhao Jie clenched her fists, forcing a pale smile. Good morning, third aunt. Did you not rest well last night? You look a bit unwell. I did not rest well, Zhao Jie admitted. Xiao Lang, noticing her pallor, assumed her worries about Xiao Wanqing had kept her up. He kindly suggested, "You needn't go to the office today. Rest at home." "All right." Ding dong. Just as Zhao Jie sat down, the doorbell rang incessantly. Hulan hurriedly dashed from the kitchen to answer the door, exhausted from an entire night of worry. Chu Lan stood outside, his face weary. As the door opened, he urgently inquired, "Where is Qingqing?" "Young master is still resting," Hulan replied. Not recognizing him, she felt apprehensive about being reprimanded by her employer as he strode inside. Xiao Lang spotted him first and greeted him warmly. "Xiaolan, you're here so early. Have you had breakfast? Come, sit with us." He glanced at the relatively harmonious breakfast table, his gaze landing on Xia Yu's beaming face, and then he asked, "Where is Qingqing?" "She is still asleep. Xiaohu, please go up and wake her." Hulan nodded. "Understood, Mr. Xia." Xia Yu gestured to the seat across from her. "Brother, come sit down for breakfast." Zhao Jie also looked up, beckoning him with a hint of pleading in her voice. "Please sit down. Qingqing will come down shortly." Noting her condition, Chu Lan furrowed his brow and took a seat. Xiao Lang, in high spirits, cheerfully asked, "How is your group doing lately?" He smiled. "Pretty well. We're releasing a new album next month." "Pretty well?" Xia Yu questioned. "Isn't the owner of your company Xia Yu, the eldest son of the Qin family? His father has been imprisoned, and it hasn't affected you at all? Wow, you all still have the energy to produce an album. Your group is truly impressive." Chu Lan's smile faded. "Is the matter concerning the Qin family due to your machinations?" Xiao Lang abruptly turned to him. "What does the Qin family's predicament have to do with Xiao Yu?" "Indeed, what does it have to do with me? They have committed crimes. Should they not face the consequences of the law? Moreover, I harbor no grievances against the Qin family. I have never even laid eyes on them. Why must my brother place blame on me? Do you all perceive me as a scapegoat? Why must I bear the brunt of everything? Your desire for vengeance against Xia Yu is quite amusing, my brother. I am not even aware of what Xia Yu looks like. Why would I seek to retaliate against him? What reason do I have to exact revenge? You are aware of the wrongs he has inflicted upon me. Yet you come here to blame me for wanting to retaliate without offering any support in settling the score. Please clarify your stance." He pressed his lips together in silence. "Is it that you cannot express yourself, or are you simply afraid? It is truly disheartening to have such slander hurled at me first thing in the morning. I demand an apology. Hurry and apologize, or I shall become quite upset." "I'm sorry." Zhao Jie gazed at Chu Lan, unable to assert herself in his presence, biting her lip and clenching her palms tightly. For the past several years, the two have maintained this dynamic, and Xiao Lang had grown accustomed to it. Shaking his head in disbelief, "I wonder how the Qin family has prospered so rapidly in recent years. It seems they have strayed down a misguided path. Such foolishness. A century-old legacy is at risk of crumbling." Longo, Xiao Wanqing descended the stairs. Aside from a paler complexion, her overall demeanor appeared reasonably well. Chu Lan assessed her from head to toe, relieved. "Qingqing, there's an interview shortly. I will take you along." "All right, thank you, Longo." She took a seat and offered Xia Yu a faint smile. "Good morning, brother." Xia Yu nodded in response. "Good morning." The camaraderie displayed between the siblings brought Xiao Lang a sense of comfort. After breakfast, he offered a few reminders before departing for work. The moment he left, the atmosphere in the house turned tense. As Xiao Wanqing went upstairs to retrieve something, Zhao Jie pulled Chu Lan aside, tearfully imploring him to take good care of her precious son and not allow anyone to bully him, her gaze occasionally darting towards Xia Yu, who was watching television on the sofa in the living room. Chu Lan surmised that something significant had transpired the previous night, but out of respect for Xia Yu's presence, he refrained from inquiring further, simply responding with repeated affirmations. As Xiao Wanqing returned downstairs with her backpack, the doorbell rang. Xia Yu lifted his head languidly. "Annie, please answer the door." Wiping away a tear, Zhao Jie approached the door. Outside stood a tall man in a suit, holding a gift box. Though his expression seemed somewhat haggard, she was puzzled. "Mr. Qin, what brings you here?" Qin Yu forced a smile. "I apologize for intruding so early. May I inquire if young Master Xia is present?" "You're looking for Xia Yu?" "Yes. He is here. Please come in." Just as Xiao Wanqing handed her backpack to Chu Lan, she was taken aback upon seeing the visitor. "Brother Qin, what brings you here?" Xia Yu peeked his head out. "Oh, Is it now fashionable to drop by unannounced in the early morning? Auntie, hurry and prepare some tea for a guest. Xia Yu cast a complex glance at Xiao Wanqing and Chu Lan before approaching Xia Yu with the gift box in hand, bowing deeply. He blinked, bewildered. What is this performance? Young Master Xia, I am deeply sorry. And you are? What is this apology for? I am Xia Yu, the former owner of Meng Entertainment. Due to my personal decision-making errors, I have caused you harm, and I sincerely apologize here. I will compensate you for all your emotional distress and hope that you can overlook the misdeeds of the Qin family. What are you talking about? I do not comprehend. We seem to have never met before, have we? Xia Yu exhaled softly, acknowledging that all the unfounded rumors about you circulating online were instigated by my directive to my subordinates to employ marketing accounts for manipulation. I sincerely apologize. Xia Yu chuckled, remarking, we have never met, yet you have caused me such distress. He glanced at Xiao Wanqing beside him, pressed his lips together, and confessed, in a moment of folly, in an effort to protect the reputation of the artists under our company, I unwittingly orchestrated a new public discourse at your expense, without considering the substantial harm it would inflict upon you. I am truly sorry. You are indeed a commendable boss, she retorted. All of this stems from my personal actions. I hope Master Xia will not hold my family accountable. Why is it that you all so readily cast blame upon me? He questioned. Your Qin family is under investigation for illegal activities. What connection does that have to me? The government is not under my command, nor do I possess the power to dictate who is apprehended. He chuckled derisively. If you had adhered to the law, you would not be in this predicament. Yet, instead of reflecting upon your own misdeeds after facing consequences, you choose to claim victimhood. Who among us possesses the capacity to dismantle one of the century-old esteemed families of the capital overnight? Xia Yu fixed his gaze upon him intently. Surely, it is not the cheese of Hong Kong? With a calm smile, he shook his head. It truly is not. If it were, I would have no reason to deny it. Mr. Qin, a 1,000-year dam can collapse from an ant's nest. You are undoubtedly aware of the issues plaguing your family. Do not deflect the blame onto an innocent victim. If your family insists on attributing its own failures to someone who has suffered, I have nothing further to say. To treat oneself with kindness while being harsh on others may very well be one of the reasons for the downfall of your century-old lineage. He cast a languid glance toward the two standing nearby. Is this not your boss? Do you truly find it acceptable to merely spectate? Chapter 61. Not in vain for my brother's careful guidance, last night Qin Yu's expression darkened slightly. I am no longer their boss. Yimeng was acquired yesterday by the Shengming group of the Chu family, and the current owner is young Master Chu. Xiao Wanqing looked at Chu Lan in astonishment. Lan Ye. Oh, Xiao Yu realized. No wonder your boy band has been unfazed. It turns out the captain has taken the helm. Congratulations. Qin Yu placed a gift box on the table and retrieved a bank card from his pocket, laying it down. This is compensation for your emotional distress, Master Xia. I sincerely apologize once more, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive my transgressions. He nodded with a smile. I accept your apology. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, Qingqing. Please see off your former boss. Xiao Wanqing glanced at Chu Lan, biting her lip. Brother Qin Yu, I will accompany you. Very well. Qin Yu followed him out of the Xiao residence, intending to speak when he noticed Xiao Wanqing's tear-streaked face. In that moment, any lingering resentment in Qin Yu's heart was swiftly overwhelmed by compassion. He reached out gently to wipe away her tears. Why are you crying? Brother Qin Yu, I am so sorry. I have brought you harm. Silly girl, this has nothing to do with you. Xiao Wanqing sobbed uncontrollably. No, if it weren't for me, Xiao Yu would not have. Qin Yu sighed. Do not dwell on it excessively. The issues within my family cannot be blamed on anyone. Will you leave the company then? Now that the company is no longer mine, I certainly will not remain. Yet I do not wish for your departure. He smiled helplessly and reassured, do not worry about me. Even if the Qin family falls, I shall remain steadfast. However, I can no longer protect you as before. Yet, with the company in Chu Lan's hands, I trust he will take good care of you. Brother Qin Yu, he opened his arms. May I embrace you? From now on, I will only be able to see you on television. Xiao Wanqing wept softly as she held him close. Thank you for your care over these years. Should you need my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Xia Yu tightened his embrace, a dull ache in his heart, his voice slightly hoarse. All right? Save me a ticket for your next concert. MM. In the Xia family villa, Xia Yu observed Chulan, who frequently glanced towards the door, with a teasing smile. Brother, why are you so anxious? It is merely a matter of sending her off. Are you worried that President Qin might whisk her away? Chulan withdrew his gaze, his expression impassive as he replied, do not participate in next week's variety show. He was puzzled. Why? This show is not suitable for you. If you wish to enter the entertainment industry, I can arrange for you to partake in other variety shows, films, or television dramas. The choice is yours. Oh my! Just having become the boss of an entertainment company and already so domineering. But what can I do? I simply wish to play with you all. Must you cling to us so? Brother, I have no friends. You and Qing are all I have. Please do not abandon me. It would truly sadden me. Xiao Wanqing returned with red-rimmed eyes and a flushed nose, asking in a muffled voice, Longu, what were you discussing? Xia Yu appeared somewhat dejected. Brother has advised me against participating in the variety show. Why? Indeed, I cannot comprehend it either. I have not behaved inappropriately. Why can I not join you in your fun? Chulan scoffed. Is spouting nonsense on the show not inappropriate? Xiao Wanqing tugged at his sleeve. Longu. Brother performed brilliantly on the show. Let him continue participating. Qing, it is still my brother who cares for me. Xia Yu felt deeply moved. Not in vain had his brother exerted himself to guide him last night. He smiled gently. I would also be very pleased to participate in the variety show with you. Brother. Chulan gazed at him with a peculiar expression, tinged with concern. Qing. Zhao Jie descended from upstairs, thrusting a bank card into his hand. Aren't you due for an interview? Hurry and go with Xiaolan. Take care of yourself out there. He glanced at Xia Yu. Mom, you mother is fine. I will head to the company shortly. You both should leave now. Do not be late. All right. Xia Yu waved his hand. Goodbye. See you next week on the show. Chulan slung a backpack over one shoulder, grasped Xiao Wanqing's hand, and after saying a word to Zhao Jie, departed without a backward glance. He propped his chin on his hand, clicking his tongue. Becoming the big boss certainly changes one's demeanor. After seeing them off, Zhao Jie could not bear to remain under the same roof, quickly changed her clothes upstairs, and hurried out. Big brother, I'm back. 001 cheerfully popped up. Xia Yu lazily reclined on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. Did you recover the points? Not yet. Then what are you so happy about? It unearthed the frightened 105 from the corner. I have secured other benefits for Little 5. It can now change hosts. In the throes of a dire illness. I suddenly sat up. Truly? Do you truly despise me so? Xia Yu remarked ominously. Are you unwilling even to feign a semblance of concern? Are you unaware that this could wound my fragile heart? No. I hold great affection for you, my esteemed host. Oh dear, please do not frighten it on purpose. Even I, a system of considerable caliber, regret being burdened with you, let alone this newly minted little misfortune. He scoffed. How shall this be exchanged? That wretched entity from the Time Management Bureau refuses to relinquish the points. Thus, I have compelled it to grant me a special privilege. When Little 5 reaches level 200, it shall become my auxiliary system, and upon the completion of my primary mission, it will be able to escape this world alongside me, returning to the Time Management Bureau to sever ties and restore its rightful path. What is your main mission? Pray tell. To cultivate you into an adorable and charming villain. Am I not that already? 001 found itself at a loss, for although the darkening value has soared, its level has plateaued, yet the task progress remains at a mere 1/10. It is utterly absurd, and it may take an eternity to nurture it. If we must wait until a century has passed and the host has reached the end of their days, only to start anew, it would be far better to erase it altogether. Then I shall strive harder, endeavoring to rid myself of you two fools as soon as possible. Ha! My dear host is truly kind and delightful. Just as a glimmer of hope emerged, it swiftly faded from 105's eyes. 001 gently patted its head. However, once Little 5 becomes my auxiliary system, it will be granted a chance for a reset. I can select a new host for it in this small world, allowing it to complete tasks and level up independently, thus no longer wasting time idly here. Truly, 105 was overwhelmed with emotion. Oh, great one, thank you. I would willingly serve you for all eternity. Oomph. Do not rejoice too early. Once you become my auxiliary system, all your movements will be monitored by both me and the esteemed host, and we can summon you back at any moment. That is of no concern. I am willing. It finally feels as though it can serve a purpose. Yet, you are only at level 88. As you progress, leveling becomes increasingly arduous. Relying solely on the meager experience points from those snacks, you shall wait an eternity to reach level 200. 001 gazed at its level with a sigh. Dear one, could you perhaps undertake its tasks to assist it in leveling up? 105's eyes brimmed with tears. I beg of you, dear one. Xia Yu rolled her eyes. It seems I have drawn the short straw with both of you. Thank you, my kind and adorable host. Love you dearly. Chapter 62. Are you truly a stepson or a love child? On the car ride to the company, Chulan occasionally glanced at Xiao Wanqing beside him, his concern nearly spilling over. Qing, shall I escort you back to the dormitory for some rest? You need not attend the upcoming interview. He forced a pale smile. The interview has long been scheduled, and the fans have eagerly awaited. I cannot let them down. But Longo, I am fine. Chulan sighed. You must be mentally prepared. The journalist's questions may be particularly directed at you. I'm not afraid, came the reply. Upon arriving at the company, their manager, Wang Shuang, hurriedly summoned the makeup artist to prepare them, while also advising, today's interview is live, primarily to generate excitement for your upcoming album next month. However, given the recent events, the journalists may shift their focus to other issues. Chulan, as the leader, please ensure that the discussion remains on track. I understand. Qing, the spotlight is currently on you online. Pay attention to the journalist's inquiries. Answer carefully. If you prefer not to respond, simply maintain silence. The host will manage the situation. There's no need to worry. Just stay composed. Okay. Wang Shuang took a deep breath, preparing to enter. Remember, we need to keep the journalists focused on the new album. The interview was held in the company's grand auditorium. As the 5 members entered, the flashes of cameras were incessant, and the live chat was filled with comments. Qing, don't be afraid. We will always support you. Anticipating AC boy band's new album. Unexpectedly daring to hold a live interview at this moment. Forget the album for now. Please ask about Xiao Wanqing. I'm really struggling to get the complete picture. After introducing themselves, the 5 took their seats, and the host initiated the proceedings. Welcome, dear journalists, to the pre-launch event for AC's new album. As a boy band that has taken the world by storm in just 2 years, the quality and sales of AC's albums have left contemporaries in the dust. To express our gratitude for the fans' affection, the 5 handsome members will share a glimpse of the new album's progress to meet your expectations. Journalists, please raise your hands to ask questions. The journalists erupted in excitement, standing and raising their hands. The host, momentarily taken aback by the chaotic scene, quickly followed instructions from superiors and selected a journalist from their own magazine. This enthusiastic reporter was permitted to ask the first question. The selected female journalist, unfazed, stood with the microphone in hand. I would like to ask Captain Chulan, since AC Boy Band debuted, you have consistently released an album every 3 months. However, there's been a 6-month gap since the last one. Why is that? Have the members run out of ideas? Or does this album carry a different significance? Chulan chuckled softly and replied, as for whether we have run out of ideas, you can judge for yourselves after listening to the new album next month. But why the longer gap? She pressed. He looked at Xiao Wanqing and asked, is it all right to share? Xiao Wanqing nodded, yes, go ahead. Well, the reason for the delay is that we have invited the enigmatic genius music creator, Mr. Devil, to join us in the production of a new album. The female journalist appeared puzzled. As far as I know, Mr. Devil has always contributed lyrics and compositions for your albums. Why has it taken so long this time? In the previous album, we could only secure 1 song from Mr. Devil. However, this time, following our earnest invitation, he graciously agreed to serve as the music consultant for our new album and has even crafted a bespoke theme song for us. It is well known that Mr. Devil is a musical prodigy with exceedingly high standards in composition. The audience gasped in disbelief. Could it be that Mr. Devil is coming to advise AC as a music consultant and create a theme song? This album is bound to be a tremendous success. Mr. Devil, a genius music creator residing in the United States, composed the debut song Waiting for Me for the current pop sensation Aurora 4 years ago. which garnered numerous Grammy Awards and catapulted him to fame. He has rarely made public appearances and has only a handful of compositions to his name. Yet, any song bearing his signature inevitably claims a place among the most prestigious awards in the music industry. As an Asian boy band, AC has gained considerable attention in the Western music scene within just 2 years of debut, largely due to the fact that top Western artists have been unable to secure even a single song from Mr. Devil. Every album they release seems to receive the favor of Mr. Devil, leading some to speculate whether he might be a member of the AC boy band. Female journalists were astonished that they could enlist Mr. Devil as a music consultant. Xiang Ziki smiled proudly and patted the shoulder of Xia Wanqing beside her, attributing the achievement to her efforts. Let me share a little secret. The songs by Devil featured in our previous albums were all invited by Wanqing. Have you all forgotten that Wanqing's debut single was also penned by Devil? Wow, Xia Wanqing's debut single was written by Devil. I just found out. I truly adored Devil's musical style. Is there anyone unaware of the profound connection between our dear Wanqing and Devil? Her debut track also won numerous awards. The privilege of a custom debut song is typically reserved for artists of Aurora's caliber. Wanqing is simply outstanding, a true pride of her mother. Yet, some may argue that Xia Wanqing is not as impressive, considering Mr. Devil has only composed debut songs for 5 artists, 4 of whom are now prominent figures in the Western music industry, while she remains in a boy band. Don't be envious. The fact that Devil composed her debut song and contributes songs for our every album speaks volumes about how beloved our Wanqing is. The reporters turned their cameras towards Xia Wanqing, clamoring with questions. Wanqing, do you truly know Devil? Xia Wanqing blushed slightly and replied, I have his contact number, but we usually communicate via email. He has helped me immensely, and I am very grateful to him. Wow, will Devil become AC's exclusive lyricist and composer from now on? The future of AC is truly immeasurable. Watching the live broadcast, Xia Yu smiled and picked up her phone to send a message. Meanwhile, several journalists at the interview site pulled out their vibrating phones, excitedly waving their arms to seize the next opportunity to ask questions. The host, with keen perception, chose a mainstream media representative. Come on, this exceptionally enthusiastic journalist, please. The robust male reporter, slightly agitated, stood up. I am eagerly anticipating AC's new album and have a few questions for Qingqing, if I may. The host chuckled behind her hand, clearly amused by the fact that this gentleman was a fan of Qingqing. Qingqing, is that all right? Xia Wanqing smiled and nodded. Of course. He cleared his throat and posed a question. Previously, Yiming Entertainment issued a statement declaring that Qingqing is the stepson of the Xia family of Jing City. However, yesterday at noon, Baichuan Group released a statement acknowledging Qingqing as the biological son of President Xia. Could you clarify whether you are a stepson or an illegitimate child? Chapter 63. The disintegration of the group sold the once lively venue fell into an immediate silence, the expressions of the 5 individuals on stage turning grim. Chu Lan furrowed his brows, ready to pick up the microphone, yet was restrained by Xia Wanqing's firm hand. His gaze, resolute, met that of the questioning journalist. I am indeed the biological son of Xia Lang. A 2-second silence enveloped the room before the sound of shutters clicked incessantly like a machine gun. The journalist pressed on with incisive inquiries. How do you view your status as an illegitimate child? Do you bear the weight of moral shackles within? Or, after enduring for over 20 years, are you ecstatic to finally penetrate the upper echelons of society? According to online revelations, a few days ago, you participated in a variety show alongside Xia Yu, who is the genuine young master of the Xia family. However, from what I observed, you seemed devoid of any remorse towards him, even having eliminated him once. Was there perhaps a tinge of vindictiveness in that? Oh wow, this reporter is truly my ultimate spokesperson. What a lunatic. This is a promotional interview for the new album, and this foolish reporter is asking such ridiculous questions. Can someone escort him out? The onlookers finally anticipated this segment. Xia Wanqing, please respond quickly. Xia Wanqing pursed his lips and replied earnestly, I cannot dictate my origins. Yet my birth has undeniably inflicted irreparable harm upon others. I do not deny this, even knowing that I can never repay the debt I owe. I will strive to atone for it to the best of my ability." The journalist nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your response. My questions have concluded." Wang Shuang, who had been anxiously waiting backstage, breathed a sigh of relief and quietly inquired of her assistant, "Do we invite this reporter?" The assistant shook his head. "No. Let's prepare a red envelope for him later. I truly appreciate his questions, and Qing's answers were splendid." "Understood." Once the reporter took his seat, other journalists eagerly raised their hands. The host, unsure of how to proceed, looked towards the 5 seated individuals for guidance. Xia Wanqing offered her a reassuring smile, raised his hand, and casually pointed at a female journalist. The fortunate female journalist, somewhat exhilarated, exclaimed, "Hello, Qing. I am your fan, and I genuinely adore you." "Hello. Thank you for your support. And I have a small question to ask you." "Please go ahead." "In the hearts of our fans, you have always embodied the pure and innocent image of a little angel. Yet, overnight, you have transformed into the most reviled, illegitimate child across the internet. A stain that will forever mar your reputation. As a beloved idol cherished by so many, you have become a symbol of mistresses and illegitimate offspring. And your fans may inadvertently become supporters of such morally questionable figures. This is a most alarming prospect. Do you not believe it is time to withdraw from the limelight to rectify this moral deviation amongst your supporters?" Xia Wanqing paused for 2 seconds, discreetly clenching her fists to maintain her composure. "I apologize for concealing my background from my devoted fans," she began. "So you have never considered stepping back from the industry?" The female reporter suddenly erupted with indignation, her voice rising sharply. "As an illegitimate child, you shine on stage, basking in the adoration of countless supporters who excuse your actions. Numerous paid media outlets are publishing sympathetic narratives on your behalf, and your agency orchestrates questions to facilitate your attempts at redemption. Your mother, the mistress, has successfully ascended to a prominent position, becoming a recognized lady in high society. Baichuan Group has even issued a statement acknowledging you as the legitimate second son of the Xia family. You reap all the benefits while simultaneously disseminating narratives of your mistreatment by the legitimate heir. How repugnant you are! Illegitimate children should be expelled from the entertainment industry." As she spoke, the reporter retrieved an egg from her pocket and hurled it violently onto the stage. Chulan raised her hand, shielding Xia Wanqing from the impending chaos. "Security!" Chen Hongyi shouted in exasperation. "Remove her at once." The female reporter was quickly subdued by 2 security personnel and escorted from the venue, still shouting. "All mistresses and illegitimate children should be executed." "Ah, Xia Wanqing, get out of the entertainment industry." The situation spiraled out of control as reporters grew restless, thrusting their microphones toward the stage. "Qing, please clarify. Were you truly mistreated in the Xia household? If they genuinely disdained you, why would they have been the first to acknowledge your identity?" "Chulan, you grew up alongside Xia Yu, yet you now associate so closely with the very individual who disrupted his family. During the variety show, while on the same team as Xia Yu, you aided the illegitimate child in undermining him. Can you elucidate your actions?" "Ziki, you share a strong bond with Qing in your group. Have you always been aware of her status as an illegitimate child? I recall you lamenting on Weibo before your debut about how a mistress had destroyed your family, expressing your deep disdain for both mistresses and illegitimate children. Why then are you so forgiving towards Xia Wanqing now?" Wang Shuang, accompanied by her staff, rushed forward to obstruct the agitated reporters. "This interview is concluded. Please look forward to AC's album next month." "Thank you." With a stoic expression, Chulan guided the pale-faced Xia Wanqing away. The reporters, dissatisfied with the lack of responses, clutched the male journalist who had posed the initial question. "Were you truly sent by Yimeng to whitewash Xia Wanqing?" The male journalist maneuvered past, exiting the scene. "No comment. He must have received favors from Yimeng. Block him. Our KPIs depend on him." The interview culminated in a cacophony of chaos. As the online frenzy painted Xia Wanqing as a victim, he was once more dragged back into the quagmire for judgment, along with several others from AC, who were relentlessly interrogated regarding their opinions on the mistress and the illegitimate child. The 4 individuals unjustly implicated by Xia Wanqing were incensed. flooding the fan group with their grievances. From the staunch supporters of Chu Lan demanding solo careers to the collective outcry from fans of all four factions insisting on Xia Wangqing's expulsion from the AC boy band. The spirit of the group was shattered in mere moments. Upon returning to the lounge, Xia Wangqing buried himself in Chu Lan's embrace, trembling with tears. Chu Lan, filled with concern, gently patted his back and turned to the flustered Wang Shuang, coldly instructing him to monitor online developments and quash any negativity. Wang Shuang nodded fervently, assuring, "I will resolve this immediately." Chun Hongyi and Yang Tian gathered around Xia Wangqing, offering quiet comfort. However, Xiang Ziki, who shared a close bond with him, sat silently nearby, haunted by the reporter's inquiries that had resurfaced his most painful memories, stirring an undercurrent of resentment within him. Observing his indifference, Xia Wangqing clutched Chu Lan's shirt tightly, biting his lip as tears streamed down more fervently, nearly overwhelming him. "Qingqing, please don't cry," Chu Lan softly reassured him. "I will handle everything. Don't be afraid." "Brother Lan, don't worry. I'm here for you," came the reassuring voices of Yang Tian and Chun Hongyi. After a considerable time of consoling, Xia Wangqing gradually calmed, his sobs subsiding into quiet sniffles. Suddenly, Wang Shuang burst through the door, his expression grave. "Something terrible has happened. President Qin was in a car accident on the way to the airport and is currently undergoing emergency treatment." "It might be what?" Xia Wangqing's pupils dilated, his limbs turning weak. "How could this happen?" "Brother Qin was perfectly fine this morning." Chu Lan steadied him, feeling a chill run down his spine as the image of Qin Yu's gentle face flashed through his mind. "I need to go to the hospital," Xia Wangqing cried, tears streaming down his face. "I must see Brother Qin." "All right, I will take you to the hospital," Chu Lan replied. "Sister Shuang, I have acquired Yimeng. My personal secretary will be here shortly to take over my responsibilities. Please discuss any matters directly with him." Wang Shuang, somewhat taken aback, responded, Okay. Tiange, you all go back to the dormitory to rest. Qingqing and I will head to the hospital." "Yes, you two go," he replied, assisting Xia Wangqing as they hurriedly departed. Upon their arrival at the hospital's emergency room, only Qin Yu's assistant waited outside. Xia Wangqing, tears flowing, approached and asked, "How is Brother Qin?" The assistant, eyes reddened, replied, "He has been in surgery for 2 hours. The doctors advised preparing for the worst." A wave of darkness washed over him. How could this happen? Chu Lan swiftly supported him, his voice trembling as he inquired, "What led to the accident?" The accident occurred on the highway, where he was struck by a speeding truck. The driver died on the spot, and President Qin sustained severe injuries. The truck driver has been apprehended, and the cause of the accident is still under investigation. He murmured. A speeding truck at that moment, the operating room door swung open, and the assistant rushed forward. The doctor removed his mask, shaking his head with sorrow. "Please accept my condolences." Subsequently, Qin Yu's body, shrouded in a white cloth, was wheeled out. As the evening descended, Xia Wangqing found herself utterly unstable, prompting Qin Yu to notify the deceased's family. The assistant wiped his face, overwhelmed by the situation. "Oh, Qin Yu." Xia Wangqing stumbled over, weeping uncontrollably. "How could this happen? You promised you would come to my concert." Chu Lan stood rooted to the spot, gazing blankly at the lifeless figure being wheeled away from the hospital bed. A vague sense of familiarity enveloped him, lingering in his heart, refusing to dissipate. Just as he attempted to step forward, he faltered and collapsed to his knees, realizing that his legs had grown weak and his back was drenched in cold sweat. "Sir, please accept my condolences," a nurse said, bending down to assist him. Upon recognizing his face, she was momentarily taken aback, but refrained from speaking further, helping him to a chair before returning to her duties. He and Xia Wangqing remained at the hospital until Qin Yu's uncle arrived that evening before departing. On their way back to the dormitory, Xia Wangqing continued to cry. "Wangge, how could this happen? Qin Yu was perfectly fine this morning. He asked me to save him concert tickets." Chu Lan grasped the steering wheel tightly, remaining silent for a long while before uttering, "Life is unpredictable." After dropping Xia Wangqing off at the dormitory, he instructed her 3 teammates to take good care of her before driving back to the villa area. However, instead of returning home, He parked in front of the Xia family's villa, retrieving a cigarette and lighter from the console. Lighting the cigarette, he gazed at the pitch-black house, his expression inscrutable. As the cigarette burned down, he extinguished it and dialed Xia Yu's number. The phone rang for an eternity with no answer before the call automatically disconnected. Undeterred, he dialed again. The ringtone, accompanied by a knock on the door, echoed, and he turned to see Xia Yu through the car window, cheerfully waving his phone. Chulan opened the car door and stepped out. "It's rare for you to call me first," he remarked. Xia Yu smiled. "I just went out for dinner. There's no one at home to cook, and I can't star, can I? Did you need something? Was it you who caused Xia Yu's accident?" Chulan asked, astonished. "Xia Yu had an accident?" Xia Yu replied, feigning surprise. "Is he okay?" "He dead." "Ah, he was fine this morning." "Truly, one never knows what tomorrow holds." "Xia Yu," Chulan shouted, his emotions unstable. "Was this really an accident?" Xia Yu raised his eyes, unfazed. "Are you implying that I caused it? You know he hired a public relations firm to smear your name." "Indeed, he came to apologize this morning, and I accepted his apologies and compensation. I've forgiven him, just as you were present." It's easy to forgive a dead man. Isn't it? What do you mean by that?" His gaze turned icy. "Xia Yu, no one understands your vengeful heart better than I do. Over the years, I've been in the ICU countless times because of you. I can count them on one hand. I once thought you were just young and reckless, but it seems you truly wish for my demise. If it weren't for my resilience, I would have perished at your hands long ago." Xia Yu found it amusing. "You're suffering from paranoia. You're my dear brother. I've always enjoyed playing with you. Why would I want to harm you? You are inherently wicked. I grew up alongside you, attending to your every need. Yet you repeatedly plunged me into the ICU over trivial grievances. Thus, you can never easily forgive Xia Yu. The moment you casually uttered your acceptance of his apology, he had already become a specter in your eyes." He chuckled softly, expressing a desire to contact a psychiatric hospital to have you examined. "Xia Yu, you are truly terrifying. Hiring a hitman constitutes a crime. Oh, brother, how deeply do you despise me to unjustly label me a murderer? Am I a demon or possess some prophetic ability? Before Mr. Chin came to apologize this morning, I had no idea what he looked like. After his departure, I remained oblivious to his whereabouts. Contracting a hitman requires time and resources. Do you think it unfolds like in the movies where I place a call the moment he leaves? Instructing someone to eliminate him at a specific time and place? This is China. Had I dared to act so brazenly, I would have been apprehended long ago." Chulan scoffed, asserting that there is nothing you wouldn't dare to do. "You are utterly insane. Go ahead, report me, and have me arrested," he retorted. "Heaven is watching. You will face divine retribution." "What a revelation. You are here to curse me. Your words are utterly absurd. Everything you have done, no matter how deeply concealed, will inevitably come to light," he venomously declared as he prepared to open the car door. "Wait." Xia Yu raised her hand to stop him, gazing at him intently. "Brother, may I ask you something? Was the leak regarding the illegitimate child orchestrated by you, or was it entirely self-generated?" Chulan met her gaze fearlessly. "Every marketing account involved was procured by me. What, do you wish to kill me?" He shook his head with a faint smile. "Murder is not in my nature. Yet how can you shift the blame entirely onto me? Yesterday, father scolded me. I am truly aggrieved." "Aggrieved?" She scoffed. "Did you not torment him? Deliberately withholding the gate code, pushing him down the stairs, causing him a concussion in the hospital. Was that not your doing? On the show, you even called him brother while secretly threatening him with the illegitimacy. He disclosed his lineage not out of desire, but to escape your threats. How can you claim I was the one who leaked it? You are truly outrageous," he muttered softly. "I will no longer tolerate your harm against him." With that, Chulan sneered coldly, swatting his hand away, opening the car door, and preparing to leave. In the next moment, a violent jolt struck his lower back, causing him to crash against the car, his forehead colliding forcefully with the door's edge, leaving him momentarily blinded. Before he could regain his senses, a chilling hand grasped the nape of his neck and yanked him forcefully to the ground. Xia Yu lowered her gaze upon him, a chilling smile gracing her lips. "During this period of your return, I have indulged your audacity in my presence for far too long. I have reminded you on several occasions. Yet not only have you failed to restrain yourself, but you have also grown increasingly brazen. Now, You dare to accuse me of murder. Emboldened by the courage that Xia Wanqing has bestowed upon you in the name of love, have you truly forgotten over the past 4 years who it was that repeatedly showed mercy and spared your life for more than a decade? Chapter 65. I hope my brother does not forget the pain once the wounds have healed. Chulan propped himself up, glaring at her with fury. You are indeed plotting my murder. You wretched demon. Xia Yu twirled her wrist and stepped forward deliberately. Murder is an act I cannot commit, but I can bring you perilously close to death. You lunatic. He cursed through gritted teeth, clenching his fist and launching a fierce blow. With a mocking chuckle, Xia Yu seized his wrist and delivered a brutal kick to his side. Ugh! He let out a muffled groan, cold sweat beading on his brow. His expression one of bitter resistance. The hand that remained unrestrained clawed at Xia Yu's throat. She deflected his attack, yanked his collar, and hurled him toward the front of the car. Bang! Crash! The windshield shattered into a million fragments as Chu Lan collapsed on the broken glass. Several cuts marring his forehead. Xia Yu sauntered over, pulled him from the shards, and tossed him to the ground. Crouching down, she gripped his hair, and with a smile that did not reach her eyes, she said, "When I speak to you calmly, you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind. For the sake of your precious Qingqing, you have repeatedly provoked my ire. Tell me, what gives you the audacity to act so brazenly before me?" He felt as though his insides had shattered. Suppressing a pained groan, he managed to utter, "You mad woman." Smack! A resounding slap struck his face. "Since you are aware that I am indeed a madwoman, you ought not to forget the pain once the wounds have healed. Your life is not even in your own hands, yet you foolishly attempt to protect that illegitimate child." He was humiliated beyond measure, struggling fruitlessly against her grip. "Devil!" Smack! Xia Yu delivered another slap, then tightened her grip around his neck, her expression devoid of emotion as she watched his face turn crimson from lack of oxygen. His eyes widening in terror. "Do you feel it again? Whether in the past or present, I can take your life at any moment." Chu Lan attempted to pry her suffocating hand away, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. In his final struggles, his hands fell limply, his gaze gradually losing focus. 001 clutched 105 with a face of terror. "It's over. Xiao Wu is going to collapse. Farewell." 105 closed its eyes in despair. Its existence indeed fleeting and wretched, as they prayed fervently. Just as Chu Lan was on the brink of closing his eyes, Xia Yu released her grip, standing tall as she looked down at him, breathless and disheveled. "Brother, I do not mind if you wish to pamper your beloved Qingqing. But should you choose to dance before me alongside him, I would not hesitate to let you both become a pair of star-crossed lovers." Gasping for fresh air, Chu Lan could not utter a single word. "Additionally, I hope my brother can witness the downfall of the Qin family and come to terms with reality. Your life is not of great value. Should it implicate the entire Chu family, it would be truly lamentable. Uncle and aunt have treated me quite well, and I genuinely cannot bear to see them hurt." He weakly lifted his head, his eyes reddened, and exclaimed, "Do not harm my family." Brother, perhaps you should stand before speaking so defiantly. Otherwise, it would be wise to retract your head." Summer Yu picked up a cigarette and a lighter from the glass-strewn car seat, extracted a single cigarette, ignited it, took a puff, squatted down, tore open his collar, and pressed the crimson ember forcefully against his neck, extinguishing it. Chu Lan emitted a painful whimper. He discarded the extinguished cigarette and softly remarked, "I hope my brother does not forget the pain after the wound is healed. His brother's condition seems rather dire. Should I contact uncle and aunt to come and take you home?" "No, let us not trouble them. I shall have your little darling come to fetch you instead." He nonchalantly withdrew his phone and dialed Xia Wanqing. "Hello." Xia Wanqing's voice was hoarse from crying. "Qingqing, are you free? What do you want this time?" "My brother is in a bit of trouble. Could you come and get him? Right at our doorstep." "What have you done to Brother Lan? How dare you speak so loudly about him for the sake of a romantic interest in your own brother?" "Sigh. Never mind. Just hurry over. If you delay any longer, you may have to keep company with President Qin." After hanging up, Summer Yu kindly assisted Chu Lan in tidying his dirty and disheveled shirt. "Brother, I shall not keep you company any longer. Qingqing will be here soon to pick you up. Take care of your health. I shall see you in next week's program." With that, he strolled leisurely back home. Half an hour later, Xiao Wanqing and Yang Tian rushed to the scene. Seeing the damaged car and Chu Lan, who lay unconscious on the ground, they cried out in alarm. "Brother Lan, Captain!" Xiao Wanqing collapsed to the ground, embracing Chu Lan, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Quick, call an ambulance." All right. Yang Tian trembled as he dialed 120. Summer Yu, holding a cup of water, stood on the balcony of the second-floor room, just in time to see the ambulance arrive and take Chu Lan away. With a slight smile, he remarked, "My dear brother, how unfortunate." Not 10 minutes after the ambulance departed, Xiao Lang and Zhao Jie returned. As soon as Xiao Lang entered, he stormed in with a dark expression, shouting, "Summer Yu, get down here." Hearing the furious call, Summer Yu furrowed his brow slightly. This old man increasingly viewed himself as some sort of authority. "Summer Yu." "Brother Lang." Zhao Jie gently patted his chest, helping him to calm down. "Take it easy. Do not let your anger harm your health." "What happened?" Summer Yu emerged from the room, leaning over the railing on the second floor. "Why is President Xia so angry? Who has offended you?" Xiao Lang glared at him. "Did you not say you would explain the situation to the Qi family? Why has the Leno Group withdrawn funding from 3 major projects of the company?" "How would I know? It was not my decision. You could just call my uncle. You need to call him right now. Have him reinstate the funding." Summer Yu shook his head with a smile. "I will not." "You." His anger surged as he exclaimed, "Do you understand that with Leno's withdrawal, these projects are essentially rendered void? Do you have any idea how much loss this will cause Baichuan?" "I am utterly ignorant. All I know is how to eat, sleep, and tease my younger brother. I am completely oblivious to the affairs of the company, which now falls under your and Aunt San's jurisdiction. If there are issues with the projects, it is your responsibility to resolve them. What purpose does it serve to return and chastise me? Must you always take advantage of my solitude and vulnerability? I too experienced sorrow." He was so enraged that his eyes rolled in exasperation. Zhao Jie hurriedly assisted him to sit down and poured him a glass of water. "Lang Ge, please calm down. I have invested so much effort into these projects. They are finally nearing completion, and it would be catastrophic to falter at this stage." Lang Ge, with a sigh, responded, "Father, your current demeanor weighs heavily on me as your son. Very well, it is too late today. I shall call uncle tomorrow. Please do not be angry, as Baichuan still relies on your support." Xiao Lang gazed steadily at him. "Are you serious? You must ensure that he continues the funding." Yes. You and Aunt San should rest early and not worry about the company's matters for now." Instantly, his pent-up frustration dissipated, and his expression shifted from stormy to sunny. He resolved to speak with him early the next day. "All right, I shall retire for the night. I am weary after a long day." Zhao Jie guided Xiao Lang back to the bedroom, a sense of unease lingering in her heart. Would Xia Yu truly call Qi Jing? He still harbored resentment regarding Qingqing. Xiao Lang waved his hand dismissively. At 22, he was capable of discerning priorities. As the sole heir of the Xia family, the company's troubles would impact him the most. Even if the Qi family were displeased with the situation concerning Qingqing, they would not jeopardize Baichuan. He thought to himself that if he spoke with Qi Jing and placated him, the issue would soon resolve. However, you need not worry about this. Go take a shower and prepare for rest. Okay. Just as she entered the bathroom with her clothes, a knock sounded at the door. Xiao Lang approached to open it. "Father," Xia Yu said, holding a cup of freshly brewed tea, addressing him sweetly. "What is it? I noticed you seemed upset and worried you might not sleep well. So I made you some tea to soothe your liver fire." He smiled appreciatively, took a sip from the cup, and nodded. "Xiao Yu's truly grown up. She cares for her father." "Huh. I do not care for you. Who would? It is getting late. You should return to sleep. Do not forget to call your uncle tomorrow." Before he could finish his sentence, a wave of dizziness struck him, causing him to stumble and collapse onto the floor, shattering the teacup in the process. Chapter 66. They dare to treat me like a soft persimmon. Xia Yu pressed his forehead, exclaiming, "I am so exhausted." With a small complaint, he bent down, grasping the unconscious Xiao Lang's legs, and dragged him towards the grand bed. After placing him on the bed, he proceeded to lock the door securely. At that moment, the sound of water from the bathroom ceased, and 2 minutes later, Zhao Jie emerged clad in luxurious silk pajamas. "Lang Yi." She gasped in horror upon seeing the scene before her. What are you doing? Xia Yu's eyes brightened. Aunt San, come help me with something. Zhao Jie's gaze fell upon the unconscious Xia Lang, her pupils dilating in shock. What have you done to Langge? He is your biological father. Shoo, keep your voice down. He picked up the 2 silver handcuffs from the bed and shook them slightly. Come here and help me. The old man is a bit heavy, and I struggle to move him. Hurry up. His faint urging caused her to tremble, leading her to approach with unsteady limbs, tears streaming down her face. What exactly do you intend to do? Assist me in propping him against the headboard. Quickly. Zhao Jie, unable to defy him, tearfully helped Xia Lang to the headboard, while quietly pinching his arm, hoping to rouse him. Save your efforts. The old man won't awaken any time soon, Xia Yu said with a hint of indifference. Picking up a pair of handcuffs and instructing, lift his hands. She stifled a sob and complied obediently. With a couple clicks, Xia Lang was handcuffed to the headboard. Thank you for your efforts, Auntie. What are you planning to do with him? He is your biological father. Xia Yu sighed softly. Who has to blame for him behaving less like a father? You need some time for reflection. A few days? You intend to keep him handcuffed here for days? Indeed, tomorrow is Friday. Let him rest at home for 3 days, so he won't be provoked by company matters and unleash his wrath upon me again. Zhao Jie collapsed on the floor, curling up in despair. You won't even spare your own father, you madman, during these 3 days. Annie will have to take good care of him. She suddenly raised her head. You mean to imprison me here as well? This is illegal. Well, you are his wife, destined to grow old together. Consider it a rehearsal. In case he becomes incapacitated in the future, you won't be caught off guard. No, handcuffed here for 3 days, with all necessities on the bed? I cannot bear to care for him like that. Xia Yu gazed at her reproachfully. When the old man awakens tomorrow and realizes that the beloved one he fought for is so disdainful of him, how heartbroken he will be. If he harbors resentment towards you, what will happen to the inheritance? You and Qingqing would suffer for decades in vain. She shook her head frantically. I have never coveted anything from the Xia family. Neither has Qingqing. Then your feelings for the old man must be pure love. 3 days? Even if it were 3 years, you should embrace it willingly, shouldn't you? Zhao Jie crawled towards Xia Yu on her knees, grasping at his pant leg, tears streaming down her face. I beg you, spare us. We were wrong. We shall never dare to harm you again. I will admit that it was I who revealed Qingqing's lineage, and he wronged you. He will apologize. Please do not imprison us. Xia Yu kicked her away, saying, Stop with the endless drivel. Over these days, I have come to understand both of you. If I do not teach you a small lesson, you will take yourselves far too seriously and dare to treat me as a pushover. Please, we were wrong. We won't dare again. Enough with the sobbing. It's unsettling at this hour. He stretched lazily. All right, I'm off to bed. Good night. As Zhao Jie watched him leave and the door shut, she crawled over, desperately pounding on the locked door. Please, don't leave me here. Young master, a black-clad bodyguard outside, called respectfully. Xia Yu cast a fleeting glance at the incessant knocking and cries emanating from the door, unfazed. Is the balcony sealed? She inquired. It will be completed shortly. Once it is sealed, cut off the electricity and water to this room. For the next 3 days, this door must remain closed. Understood. The bodyguard, though compliant, felt a twinge of concern. What if they called the police? He chuckled lightly. It matters not. I will handle it. You guard the villa and ensure no one enters for the next few days. Yes. Zhao Jie, her voice hoarse from shouting, received no response. Straining her body, she managed to rise unsteadily and staggered toward the balcony, pulling back the curtains to reveal an impenetrable darkness. The floor-to-ceiling windows remained shut. Voices drifted in from the balcony. Is this secure enough? Indeed. Even if she shatters the glass, it would be futile. This metal sheet is of excellent quality. Indeed, it is robust, resistant to impact, and opaque, a costly investment. All set. I will descend first. You gather the ropes. All right, let's go. In a state of despair, she shouted, let me out. This is illegal. The moment her cry echoed, the lights in the room extinguished, plunging her into utter darkness. Terrified, she collapsed onto the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Langge, Lang Yi. Guided by instinct, she crawled onto the bed, sobbing as she slapped Xiao Lang's face. "Langge, please wake up, help me." Under her persistent nudging, Xiao Lang finally stirred, his eyes widening in confusion as he realized his hands were bound. "What is happening?" Zhao Jie cried even louder. "Wah, Langge, Xia Yu has imprisoned us in this room. The door is locked, the balcony sealed, and the utilities cut off. What are we to do?" "What?" His mind spun with rage. This ungrateful child. How dare he treat me this way? What should we do? Call the police. Immediately. Did he take my phone too? Zhao Jie suddenly recalled. Wiping her tears, "I left my phone in the bathroom while showering. Go retrieve it. Call for help. I will find it right away." In the pitch darkness, she stumbled toward the bathroom, knocking over numerous bottles on the vanity until she finally located her phone. After unlocking it, a faint light illuminated her surroundings, and she wept with joy as she shakily dialed 110. The call connected swiftly, and she cried out in desperation, "Is this the police? Help! Come quickly. We are imprisoned in the Xia family's villa at Century Mansion. Hello, officer. Can you hear me? Please, I urge you, come save us. There is a madman here." A low, melodious, and familiar laughter echoed from the phone. "I can't hear you, but the police may not be able to come." Chapter 67. The two dogs I raised have rather strong tempers. They will behave after being confined for 2 days. "Ah, Xia Yu, how could it be you?" Zhao Jie panicked and hastily ended the call, her hands trembling as she dialed 120. "Annie, even the ambulance cannot be dispatched, and do not call 119 either. They won't be able to respond." She was on the brink of collapse. "How could this happen? How could you do this, Xia Yu?" Xiao Lang roared. "Do you have any idea what you were doing? Release me at once." Xia Yu let out a disdainful sound. For years ago, he had been as submissive as a puppy, yet now he dared to shout at me. "I am your father. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I am your ancestor. Everything you possess now is merely a result of your father's influence. Have you truly deluded yourself into thinking you are a phoenix, just because a wild chicken has perched on a branch? You ungrateful wretch. Huh. Take these 3 days to reflect on who truly holds dominion over the Xia family. Your beloved white moonlight will take good care of you. Good night." Xiao Lang glared with bloodshot eyes. "Xia Yu, ungrateful child, release me." Zhao Jie wept bitterly, repeatedly dialing a number that remained unreachable, plunging her into despair. "What do we do, Langge? How do we get out of this? Find something to break these handcuffs. I can't. I've tried everything. Nothing works." Frustrated, Xia Yu, lounging against the headboard with his phone, faintly heard the distant commotion, a pleased smile gracing his lips. 001. You have finally proven your worth. The essence of 001 was an advanced program, effortlessly controlling various electronic devices, surpassing even the most skilled hackers. It proudly lifted its chin. "I have always been useful. It's just that you are so formidable that I seldom have a chance to showcase my abilities. Did I praise you and now you're getting conceited? Humph." The following morning, Xia Yu descended the stairs to find Hulan, under the piercing gaze of the bodyguards, nervously bringing breakfast to the table. Trembling, she called out, "Young master." Xia Yu sat at the dining table, gently inquiring, "Are you feeling unwell?" Before she could finish her sentence, a loud noise from upstairs startled her. This sound had been intermittently present since she began her work in the house. When she attempted to investigate, she was intercepted by a suddenly appearing bodyguard. "Do not concern yourself with it," Xia Yu reassured. "I have 2 dogs that I have overly indulged. Their tempers have grown a bit fierce, barking at their soft-hearted owner. A couple of days of confinement will surely tame them." Hulan couldn't help but glance upstairs, feeling something was amiss. "Oh, have the sir and madam already left?" "Yes, they're on a business trip and will not return for several days." "Is that so?" He cast a brief glance her way. "Your aunt asked you to come over. Haven't you been taught proper etiquette? Just focus on your duties and refrain from meddling in your employer's affairs." Yes. I'm sorry." She dared not ponder further and hurried back to the kitchen to tidy up. The noise from upstairs continued unabated. Xia Yu shook his head with a smile. There was still energy left. Perhaps he had simply overeaten yesterday. In a dimly lit bedroom, Zhao Jie, her hair disheveled, slumped against the door, repeatedly pounding on it. Her tears had dried up, and her palms felt numb from the relentless beating. Xiao Lang, handcuffed to the headboard, glared with reddened eyes. his cracked lips moving as he muttered curses under his breath. However, no matter how vehemently they cursed and called out, it was all in vain, merely a futile expenditure of energy. Suddenly, the phone tossed onto the bed emitted a sound, illuminating the dimly lit bedroom. Xia turned around abruptly, crawling over. We have a reply. The vacant eyes of Xia Lang sparkled with hope. Quick, see who it is. Tell them to call the police and rescue us. Trembling, she grasped the phone, only to collapse into tears once more. There was no one. The battery was nearly depleted, and it was about to shut down. What should we do? Xia Lang utterly lost hope, weakly closing his eyes. Even if it didn't shut down, it would be of no use. Xia Yu had left the phone here, fully aware that it would render them helpless in their plea for salvation. The low battery warning chimed twice more before the screen displayed the shutdown animation, shortly plunging the room into complete darkness. Xia huddled at the foot of the bed, clutching her knees and sobbing. Let me out. 3 days passed swiftly. On Sunday evening, after Hulan had finished dinner with Xia Yu and tidied the kitchen, she prepared to leave. Young master, unless you have any further instructions, I shall take my leave. Aunt Hu? Wait a moment, Xia Yu called out, signaling to the bodyguard, who nodded and stepped forward with a thick wad of cash. Presenting it to her. With trepidation, she received it. Young master, what is this? I am unaware of the salary Aunt San has arranged for you. Consider the excess as your bonus. From tomorrow onwards, you need not come again. Huh? Is it because I have not performed well? Xia Yu shook his head, smiling. You have done splendidly. The meals over the past few days have been to my liking. We will no longer reside here, returning to the ancestral home. My grandparents are aging, and I fear I may not have another opportunity to show filial piety. Oh, young master, how filial you are. Hulan clutched the bundle of cash. But this is too much. I have only worked for less than half a month. I said it is your bonus. It is not excessive. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she bowed repeatedly. Thank you, young master. Thank you. You may leave now. I wish you the best in finding a new position. Thank you. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. Indeed. Hulan, beaming with joy, stowed the money into her bag and bowed a few more times. Before exiting, she glanced upstairs, noting that since noon yesterday, there had been no sounds. Today, all was tranquil. The young master's dog must have learned to behave. Young master. Just as she stepped outside, the bodyguard approached Xia Yu, making a slicing motion across his neck with a menacing expression. Should we deal with her? Xia Yu shot him a sidelong glance. Are you a hitman turned bodyguard? He looked bewildered. No, of course not. Then why are you always thinking about killing? Feeling awkward. He rubbed his nose. I'm just afraid she might sense something amiss and call the police. If she was going to report it, she would have done so by now. Xia Yu tilted his chin. Go up and check if they're still alive. Oh, can we open the door now? No. You check with your powers. The bodyguard, looking defeated, ran upstairs, called his companion to restore the power, and upon opening the door, the sight of the gruesome stains on the bed made his stomach churn, causing him to turn and flee, retching over the railing. After regaining his composure, he bitterly exclaimed, Young master, why not call that aunt back to clean it up before she leaves? Perhaps we could offer her a little more as a hush money. Xia Yu stared at the television, utterly unmoved. Go ahead and shout. You can pay the hush money, he said. He is poor. He cannot afford it. In the room, Xia Lang lay amidst a heap of excrement, his face gaunt and sunken, his body reeking of death. At the sound, he struggled to open his eyes, only to succumb again to the blinding light, expending his last ounce of strength. Meanwhile, Xia lay collapsed at the bathroom door, in a state of near death, though slightly better off than Xia Lang. As the door swung open, her eyes remained shut, but her instinct for survival prompted her to slowly drag her frail body towards the exit. Chapter 68. He is my biological father. How could I harm him? The bodyguard, stationed outside the villa, sent a message to his companions requesting assistance, but none responded. They likely guessed the dire situation within and chose to feign death. With no other option, he donned a mask, steeled himself psychologically, and charged into the foul-smelling room. He swiftly unshackled Xia Lang and, like a lifeless bird, dragged him into the bathroom, tossing him onto the floor, where he turned on the water, cleansing the filth while he himself leaned against the sink. Xia summoned every ounce of strength to crawl out of the room, attempting to descend the stairs. However, exhaustion overcame her, and she tumbled down the staircase, rolling onto the carpet of the first floor, where she lost consciousness entirely. Xia Yu glanced over with an expressionless gaze. 20 minutes later, the bodyguard, filled with disdain, emerged carrying the barely breathing Xia Lang. "Young master, if we don't act soon, he will perish. Bring in 2 people and send them to Ankang Hospital." Understood. The bodyguard carried the 2 individuals outside and, upon returning, observed his young master idly toying with a beautiful lighter. A pang of concern shot through him, and he cautiously inquired, "Young master, the upstairs is filthy and repulsive. Would you not prefer to stay elsewhere, perhaps at a hotel for the night?" Xia Yu rose languidly and walked outside. "I shall go to the hospital and see if my pitiful father can be saved." "Very well, I will drive." As he approached the door, the sound of the lighter igniting reached his ears. Turning back, his pupils dilated in shock. His young master, without a backward glance, tossed the lit lighter onto the sofa, igniting the cushion. The small flame quickly grew, engulfing the entire sofa and spreading rapidly. The golden flames illuminated half of Xia Yu's strikingly handsome face, resembling divine light. Yet the smile upon his lips sent chills down one's spine. The bodyguard felt a chill in his bones and quickly lowered his head to conceal his fear. "Let's go," Xia Yu remarked, stepping past him. "There is no need to keep filthy things at disgust." With his head bowed, the bodyguard closed the door, allowing the flames to consume the room. As Xia Yu departed in the car, he glanced back to see fire licking out from the windows. Security personnel patrolling the area noticed the blaze and, after reporting the fire, anxiously paced nearby. The bodyguard drove, staring straight ahead, unwilling to look back. "Should we contact the chief family for cleanup?" he asked. "No need," Xia Yu replied. "I shall handle it." Upon arriving at the hospital, Xia Lang had already been stabilized and transferred to the intensive care unit. Zhao Jia, having sustained only a mild concussion, was placed in a general ward for intravenous glucose. The attending physician greeted him respectfully, calling him young master. The 3 bodyguards standing nearby exchanged astonished glances. This private hospital, owned by the American financial giant AI Rue Group, had a doctor addressing him in such a manner. Was it true that the rumors about the elderly chairman of AI Rue Group using all of his assets in China as a wedding gift for the eldest daughter of the chief family were indeed factual? Xia Yu responded lightly, inquiring about the old man's condition. He suffered a cerebral infarction. Had he been delayed any longer in receiving care, we would not have been able to save him. However, the delay in treatment means he may not regain his independence in the future. He raised an eyebrow. Paralyzed? Yes, the doctor confirmed. Once he awakens, we will see if he can recognize anyone. He may require assistance for basic needs such as eating, drinking, and using the restroom. Alas, the poor old man has suffered greatly, the doctor consoled. Do not be too sorrowful, young master. Aging brings about such frailty, and with proper rehabilitation, there may be a chance for recovery of 50 to 60%. The 3 bodyguards remained stoic, their expressions neutral as they contemplated the situation. What sorrow was there to feel? It was the young master who had put the old man in this predicament. "Very well, I understand. Please continue with your duties," Xia Yu instructed. "Of course," the doctor replied before departing. He turned to the bodyguards, commanding them to inform the Xia family elders. "Yes, I shall notify them immediately." Half an hour later, Xia Qiao, Chen Hong, and Xia Shi hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing Xia Lang lying in the intensive care unit connected to a ventilator, the elderly couple nearly faltered. Chen Hong wept profusely. "My son, how did he suddenly fall so ill?" Though she had always looked down upon her brother for fathering an illegitimate child with a mistress, seeing him lifeless on the hospital bed brought tears to Xia Shi's eyes as well. Supporting Chen Hong, she comforted, "Mother, do not be too agitated. Take care of your health." Xia Qiao, leaning on his cane, trembled as he glared at Xia Yu, who remained silent. "Xia Yu, what is going on here?" Xia Yu lifted his gaze, explaining, "It appears the old man suffered a sudden stroke." Third, Anne attempted to help him downstairs to call for help. But in an unfortunate accident, she fell from the stairs and caused a delay in treatment. "A delay in treatment? And where were you during this time?" "I was at home," he replied. "The soundproofing in my room is quite effective, so I did not hear anything." by the time I realized what had happened. It was perhaps a bit late. Fortunately, the doctor indicated that had we waited any longer, he would not have survived. You, Xia stammered, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Is this your fault? Frowning, Xia Yu retorted, he is my biological father. Why would I wish him harm? If I intended to harm him, would I have brought him to the hospital? You must be the one responsible. Chun Hong cried out, her gaze filled with hatred. It must be you. It must be you. Mother, Xiaoxi interjected firmly. Xia Yu would never harm his own father, regardless of the circumstances. Please, try to remain calm. She sobbed, oh, my poor son. Why must it be this way for him? Heaven, grant me the strength to bear his suffering in his place. Xiao Qiao wiped away a tear, exclaiming, he is not dead yet. Why are you mourning as if he is? Oh, my son. Chun Hong lamented for over 10 minutes, her cries echoing until she gasped for breath and fainted. After being rushed into the emergency room and subsequently revived, she was transferred to the ward where Zhao Jie lay. Xiaoxi instructed the butler to take the ailing Xia Qiao home. Exhausted, she sank into a chair outside the ward beside Xia Yu, and after a prolonged silence, she asked in a hushed voice, is your father's illness related to you? Xia Yu sighed softly. Aunt, do you not believe me? When you were home, would Zhao Jin not seek you out when your father fell ill? Would she carry him down alone? What could I do if she didn't call? With such a commotion from falling down the stairs, could you truly not hear it? The soundproofing at home is remarkable. Just now, the police called me. He said quietly, there's been a fire at home. Xiaoxi was taken aback. How could there be a fire? I don't know. It happened after I brought the old man to the hospital. If I truly wished him harm, witnessing their fainting wouldn't have led me to bring them to the hospital. Even if I saw a fire, I wouldn't have saved them. Wouldn't it be more gratifying for me if they died from illness or fire? After all, it wouldn't concern me. She lowered her head, feeling ashamed. I'm sorry. I was maliciously speculating. It's all right. The old man has been fortunate to have his life spared. After he is discharged, let him return to the old residence. I will arrange for 2 caregivers to assist him with daily rehabilitation. As for the company, I will find a professional manager to oversee it, and my uncle will lend a hand. There won't be any issues. Thank you for bearing this burden. Xia Yu smiled, it is my duty. Chapter 69. Fortunately, you were brought to the hospital. Otherwise, you would have been reduced to ashes. Zhao Jie woke in the early morning, her eyes fluttering open to a shroud of darkness. Instinctively, she recoiled beneath the covers, trembling. Awake? Xia Yu inquired softly from the adjacent chair. Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Should I call a doctor? Her shivering intensified, her sobs rife with palpable fear. Speak up. Don't hide under the covers, or you might suffocate. Zhao Jie immediately threw off the blanket, struggling to sit up, only to tumble to the floor. Clinging to his pant leg, she wept and pleaded, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Hush. Xia Yu raised her index finger to her lips, reminding her, lower your voice. The old lady is still asleep beside us. If you wake her, there'll be trouble. Ignoring everything else, Zhao Jin nodded frantically, murmuring, I'll be quiet, I'll be quiet. Very good, Aunt. You're finally learning. It seems the 3 days of reflection were indeed beneficial. At the mention of those 3 days, an abyss of darkness enveloped her. A futile cry for help, deprivation of food and water, and the nauseating remnants of bodily waste had wholly shattered her as she wept and continually bowed her head. I was wrong. Release me. I dare not oppose you any longer, young master. I shall leave. I will depart from the Xia family. Xia Yu chuckled. How could you possibly leave the Xia family at this juncture? The old man is paralyzed, not deceased. If you leave, what will become of him? She appeared dazed, paralyzed. Indeed, the old man suffered an acute stroke last night. Aunt, you must help him downstairs. If you lack the strength and he falls, it will delay his treatment. That he could be saved is already a stroke of luck, but for the rest of his life, he will require care for all his needs. Zhao Jie widened her eyes, exclaiming, It's not me. Could it possibly be me? The room was soundproofed so well that I was entirely oblivious. In an instant, she comprehended the situation, tearfully nodding, Yes, it is my fault. How wonderful. Once dawn breaks and the old man awakens. My aunt will have to clarify the situation with the old lady. Otherwise, I would be tormented by her madness. I will clarify. It is all my fault. My aunt need not feel pressured. Her affection for you and Qingqing means she would not blame you. For the old man will rely on your care in the latter half of his life. Zhao Jia's face was smeared with tears and snot, her heart heavy with sorrow. She understood that if she bore this blame, her life in the Xia family would be fraught with difficulties. Xia Yu rose, bending to help her into the hospital bed. Alas, the old man's sudden collapse truly caught us off guard. Qingqing must be recording a program now, away from the capital. Should we call him back to see the old man? No. Zhao Jia grasped his hand, shaking her head vehemently. It would be of no use. Please do not involve him. He is my brother. Why would I harm him? Forget it. Since my aunt said not to call him, we shall abide by that. Just remember to explain the old man's condition clearly. It was a sudden stroke, and in a moment of panic, I failed to call for help and accidentally dropped him down the stairs, which delayed his treatment. He nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Although my aunt has sustained a mild concussion, her memory remains intact. I will listen to everything you say. Please do not harm Qingqing, I beg you. Qingqing is my brother. How could I ever harm him? I cherish him dearly. My aunt should not overthink. Lie down and rest well. Zhao Jia trembled as she lay down. Do not harm Qingqing. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Our home was burned down. Thankfully, we brought you to the hospital, or we would have been reduced to ashes. My aunt ought to be grateful for my timely rescue. Her hands clutched the blanket, shaking, tears streaming from her closed eyes. Thank you, young master, for saving our lives. You're welcome. Once the old man recovers and can be discharged, you shall return to the old residence. I will hire 2 caregivers, ensuring my aunt does not become overly fatigued. Thank you. Sleep now. I shall not keep watch over you. I will check on the old man next door. As he was about to leave, Xia Yu glanced back at Zhao Jia, curled up and trembling beneath the blanket, and Chen Hong, lying on another bed with steady breaths. A gentle smile graced his lips as he could already foresee the events of the coming dawn. Upon exiting, the bodyguard approached him. Young master, will you be returning to rest? The hotel arrangements are complete. He glanced at the time. Has the old man awakened? Not yet. Then let us return for now. We shall come back once it is light. At 9 in the morning, Xia Yu arrived at the hospital. Before he even approached the ward, he heard Chen Hong's furious curses. You wretched harbinger of doom. I should never have permitted you to enter the Xia family. Harbinger of doom. Seductress. Wretch. Look at what you have done to my son. Why don't you just die? He raised an eyebrow, slowly stepping inside. Upon seeing Zhao Jia, disheveled and sprawled upon the floor, Chen Hong, supported by Xia Shi, tremulously directed her ire at Zhao, cursing vehemently. Our Xia family has encountered your vixen, truly a stroke of misfortune for 8 generations. Xia Shi, while assisting her to regain composure, pleaded, Mother, do not be so agitated. She acted out of a desperate desire to save. Nonsense. This is murder. She is a harbinger of doom. She brings ruin upon our Xia family. A calamity. Zhao Jia lay on the ground, enduring the venomous words hurled at her, biting her lip tightly, tears streaming silently down her face. Such commotion in the hospital. Xia Yu remarked languidly, Grandmother has just awakened, and her spirit is remarkably robust. Chen Hong extended her hand, her wrinkled face etched with fury. Xiao Yu, hurry and expel this woman from our Xia family. Send her to prison. Charge her with the murder of your father. Xia Yu approached her, gently patting her back. Oh, my dear grandmother, my aunt sustained a concussion while attempting to save my father. How can you speak of murder? She is causing distress. Get her out. Drive her from the Xia family. My aunt loves my father dearly. She must be suffering greatly after this incident. Please, grandmother, do not scold her further. Just a few words to vent your frustrations will suffice. You know better than I how virtuous my aunt is. My father will need her care in the future. Would I dare let her care for him? Who knows if she might bring about his demise? We can afford to hire caregivers. Caregivers can never compare to a loving partner. Imagine, the moment my father fell ill, my aunt left the Xia family. The misunderstandings from outsiders would be immense. Trust me, do not let anger cloud your judgment regarding her. Once my father is discharged, let her return to the old residence to care for him. I believe he will recover swiftly under her attentive care. Indeed, Mother, Xia Shi echoed, Do not place all the blame on her for her unintentional actions. Ailang and Zhao Jie share a good relationship, and now is when he needs care the most. If you dismiss her, would you also cast out Wan Qing? Wan Qing is undoubtedly Chen Hong's cherished one, and the mere mention of him softened her demeanor slightly as she glared at Zhao Jie. For Qingqing's sake, I shall grant you one more chance. You must care for my son well. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Xia Yu's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic smile and, please rise from the floor. My father should awaken soon. Let's go and see him together. Chapter 70. The house mysteriously caught fire, leaving it in ruins. Zhao Jie rose from the ground, wiping away her tears and snot, taming her unruly hair, and forcing a pale, unsightly smile. I will take good care of Lang Ge. Chen Hong spat at her, turning to leave with Xia Xi's assistance. Xia Yu waited outside for Zhao Jie to catch up, walking side by side. I apologize for the distress caused to my aunt. With a trembling voice that barely rose above a whisper, Zhao Jie pleaded, I will listen to you. I beg you. Do not harm Qingqing. All shall be well. All shall be well. The group arrived at Xiaolang's hospital room just as the doctor emerged after an examination, stating that the patient would awaken shortly. He would remain hospitalized for a few days for observation, but once his condition stabilized, he could return home to recuperate. Chen Hong staggered toward the room, my Ailang. Xia Yu refrained from entering, addressing the doctor, please arrange for 2 caregivers. Certainly, young master. As Zhao Jie approached the door, she heard the doctor's address, causing her to shudder once more, her eyes a blend of shock and fear, ultimately settling into a profound silence. Xia Qiao, assisted by the butler, hurried over, appearing several years older after just one night, his posture increasingly stooped. Grandfather, Xia Yu interjected, taking the butler's place to support him. Why do you look so unwell? Did you not sleep last night? How is father? Has he awakened? He is completely out of danger and will awaken soon, came the reassuring response. I shall go in and check. Be careful, don't fall. Just as they entered, Xiaolang's relaxed eyelids fluttered, gradually revealing his eyes. He is awake. He is awake. Chen Hong exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she grasped his hand. My son, how have you endured such suffering? He opened his mouth, but could not articulate a single word. His murky eyes weakly roamed until they fixed upon the entering Xia Yu, causing his pupils to contract, his body trembling violently as he emitted incoherent sounds. What is happening? Doctor, Chen Hong urged, frantically tapping Xiaxi's arm. Hurry, call for the doctor. Xiaxi promptly pressed the emergency button. What is wrong? Xia Yu, supporting Xia Qiao, inquired. Father, why do you react so strongly upon seeing Aunt San? She didn't mean for you to fall down the stairs. She was merely trying to save you in a moment of panic. Please don't blame her. Zhao Jie bit her lip. I'm sorry, Lang Ge. I should have called for an ambulance. His eyes widened in alarm, tightly gripping Chen Hong's hand, yet he could not form a coherent sentence. Chen Hong, unable to bear his distress, glared at Zhao Jie. His reaction is so severe. Is his condition a result of you? Have you done something to wrong him? To wrong our Xia family? Crying, she shook her head. I haven tea. Mother, I have never wronged Lang Ge. Your words hold no credibility. I have not forgotten how you entered our Xia family. I truly have not. Xia Lang continued to whimper, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Soon a nurse entered, conducted an examination, and sternly advised against stimulating the patient. She casually glanced at Xia Yu before departing. Chen Hong, heartbroken, shouted, why don't you leave? Do you wish to remain here and further distress him? You wretched woman, a harbinger of misfortune. Wiping her tears, Zhao Jie cast a lingering glance at Xia Lang and staggered out of the ward. Xia Yu sighed, attempting to soothe. Father, you must not become agitated. Do not blame Aunt San. It is a blessing that you are still with us. He opened his mouth, saliva trickling down, emitting a desperate sound, finally surrendering. Closing his eyes, tears streaming from the corners. Xia Qiao shakily stepped forward, his eyes reddened with emotion. As long as you are safe, you will recover slowly. Everything will improve. Indeed, Father, I will arrange for 2 qualified caregivers, and with Aunt San's attentive care, you will surely regain your strength. He turned his head away, his lips trembling slightly. Chen Hong, wiping her tears, declared, I do not believe that woman can care for you properly. But she cannot simply abandon you after causing such harm. It is my fault. I should never have allowed her through our doors, inviting a misfortune upon our Xia family. Xia Yu, feeling helpless, urged, Mother, please refrain from speaking such things in front of Lang. Without further ado, Summer Bridge glanced around, a surge of anger igniting within him. What about Qingqing? His father had spent the entire night in the hospital, yet there was not even a shadow of him. Is this how a son should behave? Summer Yu gently patted his back, explaining that Qingqing had departed for Shenzhen last night to film a program, which required them to surrender their phones, making notification impossible. How could he still have the heart to film a program? His father was on the brink of death. How could he even think about filming? He must be called back immediately. My father's sudden illness was beyond our control, but fortunately, he is now stable. Calling Qingqing back would be futile. Let him focus on his work. He has already endured enough distress during this period. We shouldn't burden him further. His words were imbued with sincerity, genuinely seeking to absolve Summer Wanqing. Summer Bridge huffed in irritation, vowing to have a serious talk with him once he returned from filming. The 105, who had just lit an electronic candle to pray for himself, scratched his head in confusion, wondering why the experience points were rising so rapidly this time. The 001, sitting cross-legged with eyes closed while tapping the electronic wooden fish, was unperturbed. First, this host is a bug. Second, no one upgrades the system better than this host. Third, do not rejoice too soon. When you reach level 200, it is highly probable that I will not be the one choosing your temporary host. You must brace yourself, for if you fail to meet his expected standards, the consequences will be dire, most likely at my hands. I have refrained from killing for many years. I truly hope not to be forced to break my vow. It trembled slightly, lamenting, then I would rather not upgrade at all. I would prefer to remain here as a useless system. It's too late for that. Based on my experience, following the Great One for 3 lifetimes, he has undoubtedly devised a plan for you to shine in due time. Take this opportunity to study exemplary cases of various systems. It sobbed while searching for information. Summer Yu observed the lifeless Summer Lang and spoke softly. Dad, focus on receiving treatment at the hospital for the next few days. Once your condition stabilizes, you can return to the old residence to recuperate. Last night, after I brought you and Aunt San to the hospital, our home inexplicably caught fire, and the house was completely destroyed. Thankfully, we left quickly. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to ashes. Rebuilding would take several months. Rebuild? What for? Chen Hong replied with resentment. Who knows if that place was cursed by Zhao Jia, the harbinger of misfortune. It cannot be inhabited any longer. We should return to the old residence. After your discharge, I will invite a master to dispel the malevolent spirits. I fear that the ancestors of the Xia family won't be able to contain the misfortune surrounding her. He nodded in agreement. The old residence has a pleasant environment, ideal for recuperation. Dad, you and Grandpa can stay there. It will put their minds at ease. Summer Lang kept his eyes tightly shut, his eyelids fluttering. Yet he remained silent. And regarding the company, he continued, given your current health, you will likely be unable to manage it. I know little about company management, so I plan to hire a professional manager and seek assistance from my uncle. That should keep things under control. What do you think, Grandma and Grandpa? Xiao closed his eyes. At over 70 years of age, he found himself increasingly powerless regarding the affairs of the company. With Xianglong having fallen ill and Xia Wanqing fully immersed in the entertainment industry, he was reluctant to relinquish complete control of the company to Xia Yu. However, he now had no choice but to heed his arrangements. The Qi family might still lend support out of respect for him. Otherwise, the Xia family would be left without direction, and Baichuan would likely falter. He sighed deeply and murmured, "Let us proceed as you wish." Xia Yu nodded. "Then I shall make the arrangements." Xiaoxi listened in silence, glancing at the ailing Xianglong and then back at Xia Yu. "Xiao Yu," he began, "please escort our grandparents home to rest. They are elderly and may not withstand the strain. I will stay here to care for your father." Xia Yu cast a calm glance in response, moving forward to assist Chen Hong. "Grandma, I shall take you both home to rest. Regain your strength and then return to see my father. If your health deteriorates, it would be quite troublesome." After the two elders offered their words of caution, they followed him out of the hospital room. Upon exiting, they found Xiao Jie sitting despondently in a chair, her head bowed. Shen Hong began to scold her again. Xia Yu helped her calm down and addressed Xiao Jie. Annie, I'm taking our grandparents home to rest. You should go in and look after my father with Annie. Let Qingqing focus on his program for now, all right? Xiao Jie rose, her face pale, and nodded. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Please go inside. He spoke gently, leading the two elders away from the hospital. Xiao Jie, like a lost soul, drifted into the ward and stood beside Xiaxi, her gaze vacant as she looked at Xianglong. Xiaxi sat in a chair, pressed his lips together, and asked in a hushed tone, Lang, does your illness truly have anything to do with Xia Yu? Chapter 71. I also feel I haven't been harsh enough. Xianglong's sudden illness and the chaos that ensued within the Xia family caught everyone off guard. Amidst this turmoil, Xia Yu managed everything with remarkable composure, subtly bringing in professional managers to take control of Baichuan, executing his plans with deft precision. In mere words, he turned Hong, who had previously been somewhat satisfied with Xiao Jie, into someone who loathed her deeply, while she hesitated to view her once obedient nephew with the utmost suspicion. The series of events that unfolded allowed him to easily seize control of the company while exacting revenge on both his father and the mistress who had wronged him and his mother. He became the unequivocal beneficiary of this upheaval. Moreover, Xianglong's recent reaction might not have stemmed from Xiao Jie's provocations, but rather from the influence of Xia Yu, who stood behind her, subtly shifting the blame onto Xiao Jie, thus redirecting Chen Hong's grief and anger toward her. Xianglong slowly opened his eyes, tears shimmering in his gaze as he parted his lips. Ah, elder sister. Xiao Jie suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse with tears. Lang Ji's illness has nothing to do with Xia Yu. His sudden condition terrified me. In my panic, I fell down the stairs, and that is why he is in this state. I am to blame for Lang Ji's suffering. Her eyes widened. Xiaxi's expression was one of turmoil. Could it truly be unrelated? She nodded and then shook her head. It has nothing to do with him. Xianglong struggled momentarily before turning his head away, tears cascading from the corners of his eyes. Hu Xiaxi had begun to grasp the gravity of the situation. Her breaths were heavy, and her heart was weighed down with sorrow. She cast a lingering glance at Xiaolang, rose to her feet, and sighed. You have brought this upon yourself. You should focus on recuperating at home. I shall step out to fetch a bottle of water. If you feel unwell, call for a doctor. Once she exited the ward, Xiao Jie settled at the bedside, biting her lip fiercely as tears streamed down her face. Xiaolang opened his eyes wide, his emotions surging as he attempted to lift his hand, but found himself unable. Wu, Brother Lang, it is futile. No one can contend with him. He has burned down our home, and if he desires, he can take our lives at any moment. You are his biological father, yet he torments you without remorse. There is nothing he is incapable of doing. I feel powerless. He could end my life or that of Qingqing. I cannot allow anything to happen to her. She wiped her tears, lamenting, even if he confines us and deprives us of food and water for 3 days, what can we do? He fears nothing, and the chief family will shield him from consequences. Should we provoke him again, he would unleash even more brutal retribution upon us. I'm truly terrified. Do you know? She continued, the doctors in this hospital refer to him as young master. They are all under his command. With a mere word, you could be at his mercy. Just let it be known that I was the one who caused your fall down the stairs, leading to this predicament. As long as you are alive, that is all that matters. Xiaolang's fury and resentment gradually dissipated, yielding to despair and silence as he slowly closed his eyes, filled with regret. He lamented marrying the once celebrated Qi Tian, failing to cherish her, and committing foolish acts that squandered a promising future. From a once admired victor in life, he had become a figure of scorn, derided and ridiculed by many. He regretted forgetting his own circumstances. During the 4 years Xia Yu spent abroad with Qi Tian, the Qi family had looked down upon him, yet he had grown increasingly arrogant. Upon Xia Yu's return, despite his disgrace, he still postured as a superior father, believing he could control his obedient son, only to find himself in such dire straits. He was filled with profound remorse. Xiao Jie felt regret as well, even harboring a tinge of resentment towards him. Brother Lang, you are paralyzed and I have become your scapegoat. Your mother will undoubtedly make my life miserable. I regret my choices. I should never have been so naive, and 4 years ago, I should not have brought Qingqing back to the Xia family. You cannot protect us. You cannot provide for us. And now we are entangled with the madness of Xia Yu. Xia Lang emitted a sorrowful whimper from his throat. Ha ha. I can no longer escape the Xia family. I will have to tend to your every need. Those dark days without hope have passed for you. But my future is long, and I may have to endure such a life for the rest of my days. The thought alone sends chills down my spine. Brother Lang, it would have been better had you not been revived to suffer this fate. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, filled with disbelief. Jia wiped her tears, forcing a grim smile upon her pale face. Immediately spoke Ingyist. Do not worry, I will take good care of you from now on. His eyes widened, red with anger, his fury bubbling over as he struggled to contain his emotions, spittle cascading from his lips. Zhao Jie took a tissue and gently wiped away his drool. Do not be overly agitated. The doctor said you must maintain emotional stability. You will gradually improve. Well, for the first half of my life, I was ensnared by you. And for the latter half, it seems I am trapped by the Xia family. Sai, why is this my fate? Your sister is right. It is indeed self-inflicted. As she spoke, tears began to flow once more. Now, all she could do was pray for her son's safety. She sought nothing more. Xia Yu escorted the two elders back to the old residence and offered a few words of comfort before departing. Sitting in the back seat of the car, he closed his eyes, pretending to doze, while mentally communicating with 001. Has the second episode of Survive Until the End begun broadcasting? 001 pulled up the panel. Indeed, my esteemed one. They arrived at the filming location in the early hours and commenced the live broadcast at 7 this morning. Xia Yu gazed at the panel, watching as the camera panned over the faces of the guests. Chulan appears to be recovering quite swiftly. Or perhaps I was too lenient that night. On the screen, aside from appearing slightly gaunt, Chulan seemed to be in good spirits, even better than Xiao Wanqing, who sat beside him with a somewhat pale complexion. You are exceedingly kind, my esteemed one, having refrained from using excessive force. Besides, he is quite resilient. It was merely a surface injury, 001 chimed in. Indeed, I too believe my actions were not overly harsh. That night, when Xiao Wanqing wept in his embrace, I feared he might end up in the ICU once more. The loyal companion nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed, my esteemed one did not genuinely wish to harm him. It was merely an attempt to help him reclaim a fragment of his memories. Let us check his negative emotional indices. Very well. 001 switched the panel, revealing an anger index of 30,000 and a fear index of 100,000. Wow, his resentment value has surged rapidly, surpassing 40,000. My esteemed one, why has he become increasingly defiant? He used to fear expressing even the slightest grievance. Xia Yu smirked. Previously, he believed his ICU visits were mere accidents. Now, he realizes I intended to harm him. That night, I delivered 2 significant blows. After all, he is the main character, a favored son of heaven. How could he not harbor resentment? However, I wonder if he will confront me directly, severing ties completely, or if he will bide his time, waiting until he has fully matured before seeking retribution. Only by observing him in person will I discern his attitude. I suspect it is the latter. After all, the disparity between his dance skills and my martial prowess is evident, as is the gap between the Chu family and the Qi family. Moreover, the Xia family, once on par with his own, has now fallen under my complete control, with Xiao Wanqing at the helm. My esteemed host, you are truly remarkable. Are you about to join them for the program? Of course, I must go. He cast a casual glance at the live broadcast panel, suddenly furrowing his brow as he fixated on a figure within the frame, dark-faced and out of sync with the others. How did Qi end up in there? Chapter 72. Everything in the Xia family belongs solely to my brother. 001 leaned in perplexed. I'm unaware. Did he not request that you return to America with him just the day before yesterday? How did he end up filming a variety show? He sneered, gritting his teeth. Oh, so he deceived me into believing we were headed back to America, only to run off and film a program with Xiao Wanqing. Is that it? Is this the allure that comes with being the protagonist? A faint voice emerged. Could it be that he went for you, intending to surprise you? Have I gone? You were supposed to go. It was merely the affairs of the Xia family that delayed you. He is dead, Xia Yu uttered softly. What? The chauffeur, startled, exclaimed. Young master, who has died? What was your name again? Lin Mu. Book a flight now. Accompany me to Shenzhen. Understood. Shenzhen, where an abandoned ancient castle looms precariously atop a mountain cliff, has been lavishly restored by the production team of Survive until the end as the venue for their second live broadcast. To enter the castle, one must traverse a lengthy suspension bridge. In order to create an immersive atmosphere for the show, the guests surrendered their electronic devices upon arrival last night, effectively severing their connection with the outside world. After a night's rest, the group gathered in the spacious and nostalgically decorated hall early in the morning. Apart from Xia Yu, all the guests from the first segment were present, along with two new additions, the youngest best actor in Hong Kong's entertainment industry, Wen Jianan and Qi Yin, who had been sullen and radiating an aura of coldness since losing his phone and contact with the outside world. Uncertain if the oppressive mood stemmed from a certain influential figure's melancholy, the atmosphere in the hall felt stifling. The most senior members, Zhang Wen and Lu Yu, hesitated to break the silence, leaving the group seated in a heavy quietude. My husband, a voice erupted. Why isn't my husband here? I've been waiting in a live stream since dawn, and you tell me my husband is absent? I'll have your heads, you wretched production team. Wah, I want my husband. I want Xia Yu. Why wasn't he invited this week? My Gentle Prince, Jianan's variety show debut, is finally here. What? They even invited Wen Jianan? This show is truly sensational. Who is that striking mixed-blood handsome man? I need all his information within a minute. Just his expressionless presence is enough to leave me breathless. Production team, hand over the details of that stunning figure. What a rare gem of a man. Where's my brother? Why hasn't he come? It was Qi Ning who first shattered the oppressive silence. He had arrived first the previous evening and, after waiting all night and into the morning, found himself surrounded by a group of unwelcoming individuals, yet his brother was still absent. He scanned the room and, upon catching sight of Wen Jianan, rolled his eyes dramatically, then dashed to the fixed camera, shaking it vigorously. Director, come out. Where's my brother? Why hasn't he come to participate? If he doesn't come, I'm leaving. I won't film anymore. Zhang Jin, stationed on the opposite side of the suspension bridge, observed the shaking camera feed while wiping the sweat from his brow. In truth, he had no way of knowing whether Xia Yu would attend this week's filming. Without contact information for his staff or him, the only means of reaching him was through Weibo messages, which had never received a response. Unable to obtain confirmation from Xia Yu, he found himself at a loss as to how to explain to the online community. If he claimed he would not attend, what if he unexpectedly appeared? Conversely, if he asserted he would be there but remained uncertain, the situation was prolonged until all the guests had arrived. Yet Xia Yu was still absent. It seemed highly probable that she would not show up after all, leaving him powerless. However, his greatest concern was not whether Xia Yu would attend, but rather the enigmatic magnate he had encountered on the island, who had somehow become the sole financial backer of the program, and had even graced the event with his presence. Yet, the magnate appeared thoroughly dissatisfied, his demeanor suggesting he was on the verge of explosive anger. All he wished was to produce a well-executed program. Why was everything so difficult? It was truly exasperating. Would anyone care for some breakfast? Xiao Wanqing suddenly inquired softly as the announcement regarding this week's activities was about to be made. How can you think of breakfast at a time like this? Qi Ning retorted, gripping the camera and shooting him a fierce glare. My brother isn't here this week, and you must be overjoyed. How can you be so shameless? Do you really believe that just because the Xia family issued a light statement acknowledging you as the biological son of Xia Lang, you are now the legitimate second young master of the Xia family? You have been an illegitimate child since birth and will remain one until death. Not only do you lack the humility to keep a low profile, but you also have the audacity to show your face here. You should withdraw from the circle immediately. His face grew increasingly pale, his eyes reddening as he lowered his head on the verge of tears. Qi Ning, do not speak so harshly. Chun Hongyi interjected, defending him. This is not Qingqing's intention. He has already expressed enough guilt and sorrow, and he has apologized. What more do you want from him? Qining spat in disdain. Humph. If it's not his intention, then why does he return to the Xia family? After hiding in the shadows for over a decade. As soon as my brother went abroad, he and his mistress couldn't wait to surface, seeking to seize the family fortune while my brother is away. It's a delusion. Everything belonging to the Xia family is solely my brother's. This illegitimate child had better not touch a single cent. Well said, Qining. Once an illegitimate child, always an illegitimate child. Fans, don't even try to argue that illegitimate children have rights. He has his rights. And I have the freedom to despise him. Chen Hongyi continued to defend the illegitimate child, revealing his own questionable character as perceptions turned sour. Indeed, my husband is the one and only heir of the Xia family. The illegitimate child should not even think about contesting the inheritance. Damn it. Can Xiao Wanqing just withdraw from the group and retire? He is about to ruin everything. And Ning, can we please stop arguing? When Jianan interjected, his voice as gentle as his demeanor, we are still live. Qining shot him a glare. Don't act so familiar. Are we that close? I don't care if he is not live streaming. My brother isn't here, and I want to record. Are you leaving, Qi? Just say the word, and I'll have the director come to take us away. I truly don't wish to remain in this house with these loathsome people any longer. A moment of silence enveloped the hall as everyone turned their attention to the man seated on the single sofa, his long legs crossed, expression impassive, and his demeanor frigid. Xiao Wanqing lifted his tearful, reddened eyes to meet his gaze. Qian glanced up, inadvertently locking eyes with him for a fleeting second. A flicker of disdain crossing his features before he lowered his gaze to his watch, his voice deep and laced with irritation as he opened the door. Before they entered, the staff had stated that the grand doors of the castle would only be unlocked during the delivery of supplies. At all other times, they remained securely locked until the conclusion of the game. His declaration was evidently directed at the production team, exuding an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Zhang Jin, on the verge of tears, was about to grasp the intercom to request the door be opened and halt the live broadcast when his phone rang. He answered, his voice weary, "Hello, director, it's me." In an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. Xia Yu. Xia Yu languidly reclined in the waiting lounge. I had some matters at home that delayed me. I will arrive in the Shenzhen market this afternoon. Please let them start playing. You're coming. Is that not feasible? Of course it is. Absolutely. Zhang Jin felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in gratitude. Xia Yu's presence would surely quell any disturbances from Qi Ning and the mysterious benefactor, seemingly close to Qi Ning, should be capable of providing reassurance. Xia Yu, you truly are my lucky star. I cannot thank you enough. He chuckled, instructing them to wait for him that evening. Chapter 73. This week's game is titled Castle Werewolf. After hanging up, Zhang Jin hurriedly seized the microphone to relay the message to everyone in the castle. Please remain calm, esteemed guests. Due to personal matters, Xia Yu has been delayed, but will join us this evening. Upon hearing the phrase, personal matters, a flicker of unease stirred within Xiao Wanqing, but was swiftly suppressed. Prior to entering the castle, he had received a message from his mother, likely concerning discussions between Xia Lang and Xia Yu regarding Qi's withdrawal from several projects. Really? Qi Ning ceased her commotion and settled onto the nearby sofa. As long as my brother is coming, then we might as well enjoy the game. Qian's expression softened as he lowered his dark gaze, absent-mindedly stroking the watch on his wrist. With the knowledge that Xia Yu would be arriving later, the guest displayed a spectrum of emotions. Among the 5 members of AC, Xiao Wanqing kept his head down, seemingly distracted, while Chu Lan, who had remained silent, exhibited no discernible expression. Chen Hongyi and Yang Tian exchanged worried glances towards Xiao Wanqing, while the usually vivacious Xiang Ziki was unexpectedly quiet since entering the castle. She had scarcely interacted with Xiao Wanqing, despite having been the first to comfort him the previous week. Zhang Wen, Lu Yu, and Xueli expressed fervent anticipation for Xia Yu's arrival. Particularly Xueli, one of the 2 privy to Qi Yan's relationship with her idol, felt an exhilarating thrill. Aware that while her idol's relationship status was disheartening, the opportunity to witness such a high-quality pairing in person was a consolation. Conversely, when Jianan exhibited a peculiar reaction, Upon learning that Xia Yu would be coming, her ears gradually flushed red, and a faint hue blossomed on her petite cheeks. This is wonderful. My husband is coming. Woo-woo. I won't have to cry for an entire week anymore. Ha ha. It has become clear to me now. My husband truly is the soul of this variety show. Without him, this week's broadcast would likely falter amidst Qi Ning's turmoil. And that imposing figure who seems acquainted with Qi Ning, he appears to possess quite an impressive background. Could he also be here for my husband? I am genuinely looking forward to Xia Yu's arrival. I wish to summon him to confront that shameless, illegitimate child who continues to prance about on variety shows. I have zero tolerance for mistresses and illegitimate offspring. Why does Nan Nan seem to blush a bit? Is it too warm? Is there no air conditioning? Nan Nan, heed your mother's advice and steer clear of that plague, known as Xiao Wanqing. You are too innocent and overly sentimental. Consider him non-existent as a friend, lest he exploit you to redeem himself. I am quite curious as to how Xiao Wanqing's reputation has suddenly flipped. After last week's live stream, many were speaking up for him, expressing sympathy, yet just a few days later, he has been vilified across the internet. In AC's group chat, even his teammates' fans are demanding he exit the group. I recall he was once regarded as the darling of AC. Haha, serve him right. An illegitimate child deserves to be scorned by the whole world. If he does not withdraw from the group, the AC fans and several dedicated fans of his teammates will surely confront him, particularly the fans of Chulan, who have suffered the most. Haha, the CP threat of Qing Chu has been dismantled. Those fervent fans who once supported them are now nearly expelled from the internet. Just compare today's comments with those from last week. Do Xiao Wanqing's fans and the CP fans of Qing Chu dare to show their faces again? Mocked by the entire internet, torn apart by group fans and teammate fans alike. Can you believe that the most forgiving of them all are actually the fans of Xia Yu? Woo-woo, I am a fan of Xia Yu's wife. Heartbroken by the prolonged absence of my husband, unable to eat or drink, completely indifferent to that disgraceful, illegitimate child, as the vast majority of netizens condemn him. Woo-woo, dear husband, please return. The atmosphere in the ancient castle has eased considerably, and Zhang Jin lets out a sigh of relief. He continues, stating that Xia Yu said not to wait for him and to commence the game, to avoid delaying everyone's time. I will announce this week's gameplay and will send the game rules to Xia Yu. He can join us directly this evening without wasting his rest time. Is everyone in agreement? 3 sentences in, and it's clear Xia Yu is the anchor of this program. Qi Ning, lounging casually with legs crossed, beckons for him to proceed. He exhales deeply, picks up the script, and reveals that this week's game is titled Werewolf in the Ancient Castle. 12 guests will draw identity cards, divided into 4 werewolves for civilians and 4 roles of the clergy, which include the seer, witch, idiot, and hunter. The game follows an elimination style. If all werewolves, civilians, or the 4 clergy are eliminated, the game concludes. Each night, the werewolves select a player, don masks, and enter their chamber to carry out an assassination. The slain player may leave a final message during the day. If they retaliate successfully, a werewolf is eliminated. Should the werewolves fail to carry out a successful assassination, yet manage to escape, it becomes a peaceful night, allowing normal discourse during the day. Notably, all 4 werewolves must act on the first night, revealing their identities to one another, but only one may enter the room to execute the assassination each round, with a mandatory rotation for each assassination. The seer has 1 opportunity each night to verify a player's identity by knocking on their door, receiving an honest response regarding whether they are good or bad. If assassinated during the night, they too may leave a final message during the day. The witch possesses a vial of antidote and a vial of poison. The antidote is capable of saving a life, while the poison can fatally harm an individual. But it cannot be used on oneself. The potion must be administered in the room of the chosen player, who has no right of retaliation. Should the witch retaliate against a werewolf, she may not use her potions again that night. The fool, before nightfall, allows the guests to vote to accuse one werewolf. If the fool receives the highest number of votes, they may reveal their identity, rendering the votes void. The fool may select one among the voting players to assassinate at night, and the chosen individual has no right of retaliation. The hunter, if they perish during the day, may shoot one individual at night, with a selected player having no right of retaliation. However, if the hunter is slain by werewolves or poisoned by the witch, they forfeit their right to shoot. The townsfolk remain oblivious throughout the game. The castle harbors various poisons and weapons. Poison can only be used during the day, and the good faction may only poison one individual per day. The four werewolves, who are aware of each other's identities, may only agree on a single target for poisoning. Should more than one player be poisoned during the day, the poisoning is rendered void. If the werewolves successfully poison a player during the day, they may choose not to kill that night. If no incidents occurred during the day, the aforementioned rules apply. Weapons can only be employed at night for assassination or self-defense, allowing for the potential retaliation against foes. The witch's potion and the hunter's gun are already in possession at the start of the game, marked distinctly, so players must be cautious to conceal them. The castle comprises 7 stories, with 3 independent bedrooms on each of the 2nd to 5th floors. While the 1st floor features a hall, and the 6th and 7th floors are communal areas. Each night at 8 o'clock, darkness descends promptly. Players must return to their respective rooms and may not venture out without instructions. Each player with an active role has 1 hour to take action, and once the time elapses, they must return to their chambers. Chapter 74. Supporting Xia Yu as a werewolf. Upon hearing the game rules, Qi Ning was filled with excitement. This game is exhilarating. The thrill of killing and retaliating is intoxicating. Give me werewolves. Give me werewolves. Lu Yu was close to tears, pondering the dilemma. What if I, Xiu, Brother Zhang, and Nanan all draw werewolf cards? Whom could we kill then? Wouldn't that be akin to offering ourselves up for slaughter? The 2 girls, Zhang Wen, an elderly soul, and Wen Jianan, slender in form, were clearly not cut out for brawling or killing. Certainly not, Qi Ning asserted with conviction. For I will undoubtedly draw a werewolf card. I will charge forth and wreak havoc. Xiu quietly retorted, you said the same last week, promising to lead us to victory. Yet you didn't team manage to slay a single soul. That was because my brother acted too swiftly. There was no opportunity for me to shine. Just wait. If I am a werewolf, my harvest will be plentiful. Oh, I pray silently. Please, if fate has me draw a werewolf card, let me at least be on the same team as Xia Yu. Qi Ning glared furiously. Just wait for it. I shall ensure that none of you remain unscathed. Zhang Jin, observing that everyone was receptive to the game's rules, sighed in relief and continued. Now we shall draw character cards. Once everyone is drawn, the remaining identity card will belong to Xia Yu, and the probabilities are equal. A staff member remaining in the castle brought forth a large box and placed it on the table before them. I shall draw first. Hininge claim it. Eagerly approaching the box, plunging her hand inside and stirring the contents with a fervent expression. 5 minutes later, he had yet to finish his draw. Zhang Wen, feeling exasperated, prompted, are you playing mahjong? What could you possibly draw? Puffing up his cheeks, he produced a small ball, exclaiming, the production team is truly cunning. With the ball in hand, he scampered into the kitchen, stealthily checking his identity. A few guests also drew their balls in sequence, dispersing to verify their own identities. Disinterested, Qi Yin randomly selected one of the last 2 balls, and, after checking his identity, remained expressionless. 10 minutes later, a group of individuals who were aware of their identities reconvened, each wearing a mask of vigilance and scrutiny. Emerging from the kitchen, Qi Ning appeared dissatisfied with his identity, his face a clear display of discontent. Lu Yu teased, did little Ning not draw a werewolf? He scoffed, who said I didn't tee. I did. Then why aren't you smiling? Am I supposed to let you see? Ha ha, your acting is quite commendable. Qi Ning, fuming, leaned closer to Qi Yin and whispered, what is your identity? Qi Yin glanced at him. Werewolf. Wonderful. My brother is also a werewolf. The 3 of us will eliminate people at night and poison them by day, finishing the game in 2 days. The 2 conspirators were alarmingly loud, and everyone present heard them clearly, leaving the others speechless. Xia Yu had yet to ascertain his identity, and yet they were so certain he was a werewolf? It was laughable. Qi Ning had definitely not drawn a werewolf, otherwise his tail would be wagging in excitement. If he were a werewolf, I would be upside down and in distress. With that atrocious acting of his, if he had drawn a werewolf, his features would have been joyfully contorted by now. As a devoted fan for 3 years, if Ning Ning truly were a werewolf, I could already prepare a report for next year's Academy Awards. These two were bound to elicit laughter. They were 100 not werewolves. Xia Yu is uncertain. I sincerely hope Xia Yu is a werewolf. My husband is undoubtedly a werewolf. The werewolf king. He strikes true with every kill. Who could possibly retaliate against him? Husband, hurry. Eliminate them all. Especially that illegitimate child. Strike by night, poison by day. Let him not be an eyesore here. AC group fans, support Xia Yu as a werewolf. Eliminate Xiao Wanqing on the first night. Let him log out quickly. We cannot let him disrupt this group any longer. Chulanwei fans, support Xia Yu as a werewolf. Qi Ning as the witch, kill Xiao Wanqing, poison Xiao Wanqing. I truly do not wish to see him drag Chu Lan into a scandal. Is the game officially starting now? One Jianan inquired. Shall we look for items or prepare something to eat? I haven't eaten since last night, and it's almost noon. I plan to cook something. Does anyone want to join? Xiao Wanqing surveyed the room, a smile gracing his lips. Everyone must be hungry. Let us make something to eat together. With a twinkle in his eyes, he added, Qing, don't you know how to cook? Join me. Let us prepare enough for everyone. The others can search for items in the meantime. Sounds good. The two rolled up their sleeves and entered the kitchen, while the others dispersed to seek items, occasionally inquiring about each other's identities. Nan Nan, Xiao Wanqing suddenly called out while washing the vegetables. What made you decide to join this variety show? I recall your new film is set to start shooting soon? As when Jianan deftly sliced the meat, he replied, I watched your live stream last week and found the variety show quite intriguing, which prompted me to join in. The new film won't be out anytime soon. Oh, I hope you enjoy yourself, came the response. Yes, I do hope to have a good time. The atmosphere gradually grew tense, and Xiao Wanqing playfully inquired, You aren't a werewolf, are you? He laughed heartily. I am a good person. What a coincidence I am too. So we need not turn on each other. Indeed, that is splendid. Who do you think resembles a wolf? I cannot tell, but I sincerely hope Xia Yu is not a wolf. When Jinan's tone seemed to shift slightly, I saw last week's live stream. He is remarkable. The 3 shots he took at you, along with his duel with teacher Chulan, if he were a wolf, no one would escape his grasp. Xiao Wanqing's expression stiffened. If he is a wolf, I hope he doesn't eliminate me too quickly. I wish to play a few more rounds. He forced a smile, surely. You won't log off so quickly, will you? He is so gentle and gentlemanly. He wouldn't harm someone he just met. Indeed, who could bear to harm my sweet and lovely Nan Nan? My darling will surely survive until the end. Xia Yu, I implore you, do not kill him. Nan Nan, stay away from that illegitimate child. He merely seeks to drag you into his schemes. Do not fall victim to him. Alas, Nan Nan is simply too kind, too loyal. He and Xiao Wanqing debuted together at a small agency, supporting one another for a time. Later, Xiao Wanqing joined AC while he ventured to the harbor city. Yet their private relationship remained strong. He would never abandon a friend in a low point. That would not be the person we cherish. Please do not criticize him. Xia Yu, hurry and take Xiao Wanqing offline. At 3:30 p.m., Xia Yu's flight landed in Shenzhen. Upon exiting the airport, he was immediately surrounded by eager fans. Leaving his companion Lin Mu startled and on high alert as he shielded both the luggage and Xia Yu from the enthusiastic crowd. Husband, I've finally waited for you. I missed you so much. Husband, do you remember you have a wife? It's me, your yet-to-meet darling wife. Everyone, step back a little, don't crown my husband. He is the beloved of our 10 million Yumerin. Amidst the throng, Xia Yu remained unfazed. Tilting his head in confusion, Yumerin? Chapter 75, I apologize for being late. His response ignited another wave of gasps among the fans, who began to chatter excitedly, creating a cacophony. With a hint of helplessness, he smiled. Please, do not be so agitated. I cannot hear clearly. The noise abruptly ceased. A nearby fan, her ears flushed, said, Your Weibo followers have surpassed 10 million. We call ourselves Yumerin because our husband is so handsome, and we want our fandom to be beautiful too. Exactly. Others chimed in. If you dislike it, we can change it. We will follow your lead. Xia Yu chuckled. That sounds lovely. If you enjoy it, then let it be. My husband Smile is killing me. My dear husband, please frequent Weibo and engage in conversations with us. Share photos, selfies. Show off those abs. I beg you. I have memorized your bathing pictures. Rest assured, my love, we have dealt with all the malicious comments, so your eyes shall not be sullied. Come online more often and play with us. They had gathered by the roadside for quite some time when the vehicle sent by the production team of Survive until the end finally arrived. Two staff members disembarked to manage the crowd of fans, apologizing as they requested, "Please allow Teacher Xia to board the vehicle. Thank you for your cooperation." The fans complied promptly, making way for him. Once he was inside, they reluctantly offered their well wishes, urging him to enjoy himself and stay safe. "Cut down whoever you wish without any psychological burden. We will tear apart anyone who dares to insult you. If those others dare to band together and bully you like last week, we'll take care of them. My husband, you are the best." Xia Yu lowered half of the car window, his eyes glimmering with warmth as he reassured them, "I understand. You all head back now. It seems it might rain soon. Stay safe, goodbye. Goodbye, my love." Once the car departed, the fans' excitement lingered. "Ah, was he without makeup? He looks so handsome even like this. He is truly gentle. Despite our noise, he didn't show any displeasure. Oh, my husband, so kind-hearted and gentle. Yet our family was disrupted by a mistress and her illegitimate child. It infuriates me. Sisters, patrol the square when you return. If that fan of the mistress dares to misbehave, we will confront her. If that fan of the mistress dares to show up, I will tear her apart. Next time, let us not crowd him so much. We nearly pushed a bodyguard onto him. I'm so envious. Keep the volume down a bit. Don't irritate him, understood, my lovely fans? We understand, we understand. Civilized fandom, civilized fandom. Now disperse. Let us go watch the live stream." Seated in the car, Xia Yu observed the live broadcast on his tablet. Lin Mu sat beside him, his heart still racing. "Young master, you scared me. I didn't expect you to have so many fans. We should have brought more people along. If anything went wrong, I would be in trouble. Why are you panicking?" Their enthusiasm is tempered with restraint. "No, I'll call a few more bodyguards. There will surely be even more people when we return. If something truly happens, it would be disastrous." Teacher Xia, a staff member in the front seat, spoke softly. "The journey in the mountains is somewhat long. We may not arrive until 6 o'clock. You can rest in the car." Understood. 2.5 hours later, the vehicle arrived at the production team's base. Just as dark clouds gathered overhead, thunder rumbled, and large raindrops began to fall. Zhang Jin held an umbrella to greet him as he stepped out. "Teacher Xia, welcome back to Survive until the end." Xia Yu nodded. "Do I need to submit my phone now?" The rain is about to intensify. Since it's still manageable, let us head in. However, my assistant must carry my suitcase inside. It's too heavy for me." The new assistant, Lin Mu, nodded seriously. "Of course. You all must be careful." Zhang Jin felt fortunate to have invested heavily in reinforcing the bridge. Otherwise, he would not have trusted anyone to cross in this weather. After handing over the electronic devices, Xia Yu took a large black umbrella. "If there is an urgent matter that requires your attention, please call for me at any time." "All right." With Zhang Jin's resolute response, he opened the umbrella and, accompanied by Lin Mu, made his way towards the ancient castle. Inside the castle, Qi Ning lay bored across the dining table, wondering why her brother had not yet arrived. Could it be that he would not come at all? Shueli gazed out at the torrential rain, unable to suppress her growing anxiety. Surely, the director would not deceive them. Entering in such heavy rain would indeed be perilous. It was already 7 o'clock, and her brother remained unaware of his identity. The night would soon fall, and her brother was at a disadvantage. "Don't worry," Zhang Wen reassured her. "If Xia Yu doesn't make it in time, the game should be postponed for the night. We cannot commence without everyone present. And entering in such downpour is indeed quite dangerous." Qi Ning sighed, lamenting, "Brother, why are you so slow?" Listening to the sound of rain and thunder, Qi Yin felt a tinge of irritation. Suddenly, the sound of the door opened amidst a booming thunder, capturing everyone's attention. The heavy castle doors creaked open, revealing a tall, slender figure standing outside with an umbrella. A flash of lightning illuminated his exquisite features, his enchanting peach blossom eyes glimmering with a hint of mirth as he softly spoke. "I apologize for my tardiness. Oh my goodness. Finally, I've been waiting for you. What an incredible entrance. The Wolf King has arrived. Tremble, you wretches. Welcome. O mighty Wolf King, may you vanquish them all. Brother. Qi Ning dashed over. Why did you take so long? I've waited until the flowers have withered. Xia Yu closed the umbrella, signaling Lin Mu to place his suitcase down. Lin Mu obediently set the suitcase down, bowed slightly, and exited the castle as the door closed behind him. Brother. Qi Ning took his umbrella and clung to his arm. What chaos is the Xia family causing now? Nothing. It's all been resolved. That's good. Come on. Let us see what your identity is. He was pulled to a box that contained only a ball. Hurry, hurry. You must be a wolf. Let us wreak havoc together. Xia Yu retrieved the ball, raising an eyebrow. You're a wolf? Qi Ning, with his neck arched defiantly, declared. Of course. Oh, come on, look at your identity. He twisted open the small ball, asking, aren't you going to avoid looking? Qi Ning, who had leaned forward eagerly, awkwardly touched his nose and retreated, mumbling, we're all on the same side anyway. What difference does it make? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xia Yu casually glanced at the character card before tucking it into his pocket. Shueli leaned in to inquire, Xia Yu, are you good or bad? He smiled and replied, I'm a good person. Really? Indeed. I'm also a good person. Well, I believe you. With a few exchanged words with her, Xia Yu then turned to the group seated in a circle, smiling as he greeted, good evening, everyone. Zhang Wen and Lu Yu replied with cheerful smiles, good evening. We've been waiting for you for quite some time. Hello. Wen Jinan rose and stepped forward, extending his right hand, softly saying, I am Wen Jinan, 20 years old, standing at 176 centimeters tall, and I am an actor. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Xia Yu politely shook his hand, introducing himself. I am Xia Yu. I look forward to your support. He smiled, revealing two faint dimples, his round, bright eyes glistening with a captivating sheen. Xia Yu quickly withdrew his hand, stealing a glance at the intensely gazing Qi Yin seated on the sofa, then redirected his focus. Inquiring, have you all had dinner? Qi Ning interjected, we had a late lunch, and they all claim they're not hungry and have no plans to eat. Oh, I see. I haven't eaten lunch or dinner. Wen Jinan offered, shall I cook you some noodles? What would you like? A soft voice and a cold tone resonated simultaneously. All eyes shifted to the now standing Qi Yin, then back to Wen Jinan's face, sensing an undercurrent of unease. Wen Jinan glanced at Qi Yin, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes, gently pursing his lips, and softly remarked, I am quite adept at cooking egg noodles. If Brother Xia Yu doesn't mind, you can give them a try. It will soon be night, and preparing something else might be too rushed. Xiao Wan's eyes shimmered momentarily, and she unconsciously clenched her fists. The atmosphere was thick with curiosity. The term Brother Xia Yu felt rather inappropriate. Chapter 76. The one surname likely has eyes for you. Who do you think you are calling brother? Qi Ning stepped protectively in front of Xia Yu, watching him with vigilance. First, he is my brother. Second, he would rather starve than eat anything you cook. Wen Jinan remained unfazed, his watery gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at Xia Yu. Would you like to try the noodles I make? Oh, I already said he won't eat it. He won't eat it. Yan, go cook for my brother now. Qi Yin shot a fierce glance at Wen Jinan before turning towards the kitchen. Xia Yu slightly lowered his head, meeting those hopeful eyes. You needn't trouble yourself. Wen Jinan felt a pang of disappointment and lowered his head. All right. Then he lifted it again. Then I will cook for you tomorrow. How about that? I am quite skilled in the kitchen. Okay. That fleeting disappointment vanished instantly, and he beamed, returning to the sofa, already pondering the menu for the next day. What's happening? Why is this situation unfolding so oddly? Is Wen Jinan trying to steal my husband? No, this is not allowed. I recall Wen Jinan publicly coming out a year ago, and there was a benefactor involved? Nana does not have a benefactor. Please do not spread rumors. Thank you. Nana merely admired Xia Yu after watching last week's live stream. There should be no ulterior motives. Wow, could that extraordinary fierce also be interested in Xia Yu? Just now, his gaze seemed to pierce through Wen Jinan. The onlookers are already anticipating a dramatic showdown. Two men vying for Xia Yu's attention, coupled with the love-hate entanglements among Xia Yu, Xia Wan, and Chu Lan. This week's livestream promises to be immensely entertaining. I truly hope Xia Yu is not a wolf. If he is, the game will end prematurely. I wish for him to be a civilian, allowing me to witness more thrilling confrontations. While waiting for dinner, Xia Yu settled beside Xia Wanqing. Qing, why don't you greet your brother? Xia Wanqing smiled faintly. Brother. Very good. I initially intended to set off with you, but something came up at home, which delayed me a bit. What happened at home? Just a minor issue, all resolved. No need to worry. Enjoy your game. All right. He leaned slightly to glance at Chulan. Brother, you seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. Is work too exhausting? What happened to your neck? Why is there a band-aid on it? Chulan froze momentarily, shaking his head. It's nothing, just a minor bump. How careless. Bumping your neck. You need to be careful. If you accidentally hit an artery, it would be disastrous. I'll be more cautious in the future. That's good. Before I came over, Aunt Jiang asked about you and complained a bit, saying she invited you home for dinner a few days ago, but you didn't return. You just moved out for a couple of days and already seemed to have forgotten about home. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. After this week's live stream, I'll go back to see them. Yes, you should visit them more often. I know. While they conversed, Qian emerged holding a steaming bowl of noodles, calling out, Xia, come eat noodles. Xia Yu got up and sat at the dining table. Wow. Qi Ning pulled out a chair, leaning over the table, fixating on the fragrant beef noodles, saliva almost escaping. It smells so good, Qian. Not only can you cook, but your culinary skills are exceptional. I should have asked you to make me a bowl too. Brother, can I have a taste? Qian kicked his chair, get lost. TCH, so stingy. When Jianan observed the man beside Xia Yu, who was possessively leaning on his chair, pursing his lips tightly. I'm going to take a shower. Xiao Wanqing also pulled Chulan up. Lan Gu, let us head upstairs as well. After we freshen up, it will be time for the night. Chulan glanced towards the dining table. The others also went upstairs to wash up, awaiting the night's arrival. Outside, the storm raged, leaving only 3 individuals seated at the dining table in the castle hall. Brother, after everyone had left, Qi Ning rested his chin on his hand and whispered, that one fellow is likely eyeing you. Keep your distance. You are. He directed a glance toward Qi Yin, uncertain whether his brother intended to announce his relationship. So he refrained from revealing too much. Xia Yu, engrossed in his noodles, casually inquired, how do you know he likes me? Are you seeing things? What do you mean by seeing things? He is already out and proud, you know. It's disgusting how he came out just after me. Did he come out for you? Nonsense. He has been gay for ages, entangled with their boss, and has been caught multiple times without admitting it. He seized the moment I came out to share the risk. What a scheming white lotus. You dislike him so much. Are you his rival? Do you like their boss? He looked up in surprise. Did I hit the nail on the head? Kining sleepstropet. I'm going to take a shower now. You enjoy your meal. My goodness. Starting off with such juicy gossip. Qi Ning and Wen Jianan are rivals. Both liking the boss of Wen Jianan's company. Is this something I can hear? Qi Ning, stop spreading rumors. Nan had long clarified that her relationship with the boss was purely platonic. How amusing it is that those who proclaim purity are often the most dubious. Wen Jianan's ambiguous relationship with the boss, coupled with his flirtation with Xia Yu on the show, presents quite the conundrum. Regardless of the supernatural entities that may arise, they must keep their distance from my husband. Wen Jianan, step aside. And you, Qi Yin, do not covet my husband. He belongs to us, the Yu Marin. After finishing his noodles, Xia Yu set down his chopsticks, took a tissue to wipe his mouth, and inquired with a calm tone, what brings you here? Are you so idle? Qi Yan's gaze softened as it fell upon his face. I'm here to keep you company. Xia Yu retorted, how can you be certain I would return? If you do not come, I shall leave, he replied. Xia Yu offered him an enigmatic cold smile, rose to fetch his suitcase, ascended the stairs, and left with the command, wash the dishes. All right, he acknowledged, collecting the empty bowl and heading to the kitchen. Brother, the ancient castle was circular in shape, and Qi Ning leaned over the railing from the 3rd floor, calling out, come up quickly. I've chosen a room for you, right next to mine. After shouting, he scampered down to take Xia Yu's suitcase, exclaiming, the rooms on the 3rd floor are the best. It's you, me, and Qi Yin up here. Xia Yu followed him to the door of his room and asked, who else is staying in the other rooms? Not sure, but there are screens in the rooms that will display a map of each player's accommodations once night falls. Oh, Xia Yu replied. Qi Ning stealthily handed him a specially made dagger from the production team. You arrived late and didn't gather anything, so here is something for your protection. It can also be used for other purposes. Thank you. Xia Yu responded. No need for thanks. We're all in this together. You should go wash up. It's almost 8 o'clock. I'll head back to my room now. Goodbye. Amen. Bye. As everyone returned to their respective rooms, the clock struck 8, the bell tolling, and the lights extinguished, plunging the entire castle into darkness. The live stream also dimmed, leaving the audience with nothing but an expanse of blackness, accompanied by a chilling, eerie female voice echoing, "Close your eyes. It's dark." Chapter 77. Verify me? Werewolves, please open your eyes, step out of your rooms, confirm your companions, and select a player to assassinate tonight. Be aware, you have only 1 hour to act. The wall sconces in the castle corridor flickered to life, casting an interplay of orange light and shadow, enhancing the ominous atmosphere. A moment of silence was broken by the faint sounds of doors creaking open. The audience grew increasingly excited. They're coming. Let me see who the wolf is. Xia Yu. Xia Yu. It must be Xia Yu. No, not Xia Yu. Not Xia Yu. What the heck? How can it be him? Qi Ning, residing in room 302, was the first to emerge, his face alight with uncontainable excitement as he made a cheeky face at the camera in the corridor. He then stealthily approached Xia Yu's room, silently performing a prince-like salute, filled with anticipation, firmly believing his brother was the wolf. Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder, startling him. He turned to find Lu Yu offering an awkward yet polite smile. What a coincidence, another teammate. His eyes widened in silent despair. How can it be you again? Lu Yu shrugged helplessly, resigned to the cards drawn, unwilling to assume the role of the wolf. Suddenly, a whistle echoed from the 5th floor. The two looked up to see Yang Tian frantically waving at them, accompanied by Xiang Ziki. Qi Ning, in a state of despair, pointed at the tightly shut door of Xia Yu's room, and then at the two standing above, collapsing to the ground in silent fury, his anguished roar reverberating. How could it be you lot? Where's my brother? Where is he? What? Xia Yu is not a wolf. Does that mean I won't see him wreaking havoc? Ha ha ha. These 4 wolves seem rather unimpressive. Can they even manage it? Qi Ning was on the verge of dying from laughter. Why was he so confident that Xia Yu was on his team? Xia Yu had clearly stated he was a good person. The wolves were certainly these 4. Defeat was inevitable, devoid of any suspense. They could never overcome Xia Yu, and judging by their physique, they couldn't even match Qi Yan's prowess, nor could they contend with Chu Lan's skills. How could they possibly win? After a moment of silent devastation, Qi Ning sighed deeply, regaining his composure, rising to his feet and beckoning them towards the staircase. The 4 wolves crouched at the 3rd floor staircase, engaged in a strategy discussion. We are doomed, Xiang Ziki remarked melancholically. We lack strength and intelligence. Come tomorrow morning. One will be poisoned, another will be voted out, and by nightfall, the witch will strike again, and all will perish. The game will conclude the day after. With a resounding slap to the back of his head, Qi Ning exclaimed, Who are you calling lacking in intelligence? My strength is commendable as well. He glared back, clutching his head. I am merely stating the truth. You are nothing but a paper tiger. All right, Yang Tian interjected, halting their infighting. We have little time. Let us quickly finalize our strategy and find someone to eliminate. Lu Yu furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment. Who among you can go and take out Xia Yu first? The 3 exchanged incredulous glances. Are you an undercover agent? Are you sending us to our doom? She chuckled awkwardly. Xia Yu is far too formidable. If he remains alive, we are certain to lose. Qi Ning sighed. We cannot possibly eliminate my brother tonight. The moment his door opens, he will retaliate. We can only poison him during the day. We must agree on a unified target. Whoever finds the poison, administer it to my brother. Do it discreetly, and do not let it be exposed. The 3 nodded in agreement. Yang Tian contemplated and added, I believe we should not act as a group. Yu Jia, your acting skills are exceptional. You should be responsible for poisoning Xia Yu. The rest of us will provide cover while ensuring that no other person gets poisoned after your success, or else the poisoning will be futile. Lu Yu nodded. Very well. Now, who will be the first to take a life? Xiang Ziki pointed to the black clothing and wolf mask on the ground. On the first night, the witch will definitely use the antidote. We should select a target that is easily killable, ensuring we won't be easily exposed. Alternatively, we could self-inflict, deceiving the witch into using the antidote, while also gaining the identity of a silver water. Qi Ning clapped his thigh. Self-infliction could work. But what if the witch anticipates this? If she doesn't use the antidote, we could lose a member and have no chance of winning. Lu Yu raised her hand. Let me self-inflict. I wager the witch will most likely save me. I will take on the role of silver water, making it easier to poison during the day. Even if I am not saved, I, as a weakling, will not hinder your progress. I find it agreeable. Thus, the decision is made. Sister, you will self-harm, and we need not enter the room. The four of them, once tense, finally relaxed, sitting cross-legged on the floor, passing time by sipping their identities. Goodness, these four timid wolves. What are you afraid of? Open the door for my husband. Let me witness his counterattack. Self-harm is indeed the right choice. Unexpectedly, among these four, Xiang Ziki is the most astute, a true master at this game. After a lengthy deliberation, the bell finally tolled, and the eerie voice of the female judge echoed. The werewolf's action time has commenced. Please return to your respective rooms immediately. Off you go. Qi Ning stood up, brushing off his pants, reminding everyone to act wisely during the day and conceal their identities. Understood. The werewolves disbanded, and 10 minutes later, the judge spoke again. The seer may open their eyes and select a player to verify their identity. Knock on their door. The screen dimmed and flickered, and the seer, draped in a white robe and wearing a smiling mask, appeared in the empty corridor. Each floor's layout was identical, making it impossible to discern from which floor the seer had begun. From his stature, it was evident he was a man. Knock, knock, knock. He approached a door, halted, and raised his hand to knock. Click. Dressed in black pajamas, with damp hair, Xia Yu opened the door. Oh, my husband. It's my husband. Ha ha. I knew it would be Xia Yu to verify. Has my husband just finished bathing? Ha ha. While the werewolves are in action, he is bathing. Surely they wouldn't dare to knock on your door, right? Xia Yu lowered his gaze slightly, regarding the enigmatic seer before him. Verify me? The seer affirmed with a sound, and then, through a voice modulator, spoke in an electronic tone. Please truthfully inform me whether you are a good person or a werewolf. He curved his lips, declaring, I am a good person. The seer paused momentarily, then responded, very well. Return to sleep now. Good night. Good night. The witch may now open her eyes. Tonight. The one who perishes is her. You possess 1 vial of antidote and 1 vial of poison. Should you wish to use them, please proceed to the room of the player you select. Note that the antidote and poison cannot be used on the same night. The audience before the screen waited for an extended period, seeing no figures appear in the corridor, presuming the witch would not use her potion, when suddenly the screen flickered. Clad in a black cloak and sporting a lowly mask, the witch knocked on a door, which was opened by Lu Yu. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, with bright red paint on her chest, still shaken from earlier events. Upon seeing the witch, she exclaimed, You've come to save me. How splendid. I was terrified just moments ago. The witch, silent, handed her a vial of green potion. She accepted it, drank it down with gratitude, saying, Thank you, thank you. The witch nodded and turned to leave. The hunter may now open their eyes and greet everyone. The idiot may now open their eyes and greet everyone. The other 2 roles appeared in the corridor, also cloaked and masked, making it difficult to discern their identities. The first night of gameplay has concluded. All players are advised to rest well. Leaving your rooms is strictly prohibited. To our esteemed audience, good night. See you tomorrow morning. The corridor lights were extinguished entirely, and the lights in the players' rooms followed suit, plunging the ancient castle into darkness. Chapter 78. Flatulence. You are conspiring against my brother. The following morning, after the rain, the castle transformed from its previous eerie and terrifying demeanor. Who has died? Qi Ning, with his disheveled hair, burst out of his room, shattering the tranquil and comfortable morning. Zhang encountered him at the staircase on the 2nd floor, teasingly inquiring, Aren't you a werewolf? How could you not know who has perished? He raised his chin defiantly. Of course I know. Then your acting skills require further refinement. Oomph. Qi Ning sprinted to the 1st floor, nearly colliding with the still figure of Qi Yan, who stood motionless, prompting a sudden halt as Qi Ning exclaimed, What are you doing standing there? Have you been killed? Qi Yan remained silent, his intense gaze fixed on the dining table. He tilted his head to glance over. Xia Yu was seated at the table, leisurely sipping porridge, while Wen Jianan, clad in an apron, sat closely beside him, cradling his chin with both hands, his sparkling eyes never straying from Xia Yu's face. He sweetly inquired, "Is it delicious?" Xia Yu nodded, "Very tasty." His smile radiated warmth. His cheeks flushed. "Then I shall cook for you from now on." "No need, but I genuinely wish to cook. As long as you are happy." "Help! What is this overwhelming vibe of newlyweds? This is not a dating reality show." "Wen Jianan, do not be so outrageous." "Wen Jianan, I shall kill you. Do not seduce my husband. I am utterly enchanted. What a gentle and virtuous little wife." "Xia Yu, you are truly fortunate." "Oh dear, Nan Nan darling, do not be so worthless. My heart aches for you. How could Xia Yu possibly endure?" If Nan Nan gazed at me like that, I would kiss him senseless, then carry him to the room, where he would cry out for his husband to stop. "Wen Jianan, what are you doing?" Hu Ning exploded, fury surging as he rushed over, grabbing the back of Wen Jianan's collar and yanking him away. "Keep your distance from my brother." Wen Jianan stumbled back, looking pitifully at Xia Yu. "What is wrong?" One by one, the others descended the stairs, perplexed by the tension that hung in the air so early in the day. Hu Ning, exasperated, trembled as he pointed at Wen Jianan. "He is trying to seduce my brother this early in the morning." The crowd exchanged glances, astonished by the dramatic turn of events on the very first day. Wen Jianan softly bit his lip. "I merely made meat porridge and asked Xia Yu if it was good, and I prepared portions for all of you." "Nonsense. You are plotting against my brother," Hu Ning retorted. Xia Yu lightly tapped the table. "Stop spouting nonsense." He huffed in indignation. "Brother, if you wish to eat breakfast, serve yourself from the kitchen. If not, remain quietly in the living room. I would never eat breakfast made by him. Who knows if he has poisoned it?" After his vehement declaration, he stormed off to sulk on the sofa in the living room. Zhang Wen stepped out with a smile, attempting to ease the tension. "Everyone, let's have breakfast. Soon we will discuss last night's events." "Little Nan, thank you for rising to prepare breakfast." Wen Jianan smiled lightly. "You're welcome." Others thanked him as they moved to the kitchen or the living room to discuss last night's information. Qi Yan, with a stoic expression, approached the dining table, reaching for the bowl in front of Xia Yu. Xia Yu blocked his hand. "What are you doing?" "I have not finished yet. I will make a new one for you." "Step aside." "Xia, are you deaf?" I said to move away. He pursed his lips, feeling a bit stifled as he withdrew his hand and made his way to the living room. In Wen Jianan's eyes, a glimmer of starlight flickered as he settled beside Xia Yu, resting his chin on his hand. "Brother Xia Yu, what would you like to eat for lunch? I can prepare anything for you." Xia Yu lifted his gaze. "Aren't you eating breakfast?" He shook his head. "I'm not hungry." "Then could you refrain from looking at me like that? I'm not accustomed to eating with someone staring at me." Pouting slightly, he reluctantly stood up. "All right then. Take your time eating. I'll wait for you in the living room." "Ha! Xia Yu is straight, right?" Wen Jianan's gaze and tone are entirely those of someone playfully flirting with a partner. "Goodness, they just met. Are you all this charming?" Sorry. I thought I heard. I'll go to my room, strip down, and wait for you to clean up." "Ha ha!" Wen Jianan is undoubtedly thinking this. "Oh my, I'll make you a grand meal. Someone is definitely feeling jealous. Let us place our bets. Will Xia Yu choose the domineering husband or the delicate wife? Get lost. My husband will choose no one." After breakfast, everyone gathered around the large round table, awaiting the judge's announcement. The clock struck 9, and a sweet female voice filled the air. "Good morning, players. I will now report on the events of the first night. Last night was a peaceful night, with no casualties. We will begin with player Xia Yu, speaking in a clockwise direction. This outcome surprised no one. The game had only just begun, and the witch would undoubtedly save someone." Xia Yu rested his chin on one hand, casually surveying the room. "I'm a good person." I misspoke. I am indeed a good person. I suspect Qi Yan is a wolf, Chu Lan is a wolf, Zhang Wen is a wolf, and Chen Hongyi is a wolf. Any one of them would do. I will vote for Qi Yan." My statement is concluded. The 4 individuals he pointed out looked at him with a hint of confusion. In reality, the 4 wolves were on the verge of bursting with laughter, their thighs nearly pinched to shreds. The second to speak was Qi Ning. He stared at Xia Yu for a while before thumping the table. "My brother is definitely a wolf." 3 of the 4 people he pointed out are his wolf teammates. The crowd fell silent. How could these 2 brothers be so confident? He continued, "I'm a civilian. I kept my eyes closed the entire time. Last night, I nearly suffocated in my room. After drawing my identity, I probed Xia Yu, and he admitted he was a wolf. Everyone heard that. I know my brother too well. He is intelligent, and his face is quite deceptive. He must be a wolf, pretending to be a good person. The 4 people he pointed out are undoubtedly his wolf teammates, with one being a scapegoat. This scapegoat is likely a role, though I don't know who it is. Let us listen to their statements first. I want to vote for my brother, but will vote for one of the 4 he pointed out. My statement is finished. Is it my turn? Wen Jianan felt a bit lost, leaning towards Xia Yu. I believe brother Xia Yu is a good person. I'll follow his lead. Whoever he says is a wolf is a wolf. I will also vote for Xia Yu. Unning seems like a mob, understanding nothing. I'm a good person. My statement is concluded. Qi Ning glared at him, wanting to scold him, but he couldn't speak during someone else's turn. Is it my turn? Is it my turn? Lu Yu finally had the chance to speak, clutching his heart as he exclaimed, "Last night, I was the one who died." Around 8:30, my door was abruptly flung open, and a masked werewolf brandishing a small knife burst in, startling me to the core. He was a male, towering over 6 feet, and I knew escape was futile. After a desperate struggle, I succumbed to his attack. Fortunately, the witch provided me with an antidote, though I remain unaware of her true identity. As a commoner, I found myself disoriented by the preceding discussions. For the time being, I placed my trust in Xia Yu, hoping he was indeed a good soul. The individuals he pointed out bore resemblance to the werewolf that had attempted to assassinate me the previous night. So I decided to cast my vote among them, with my primary choice being Xia Yu, just as he had suggested. Sitting beside Xia Yu, Xia Yu subtly squeezed his palm beneath the table, pondering why he would want him eliminated on the very first day. When it was Chu Lan's turn to speak, he fixed his gaze on Xia Yu and declared, "I am the seer. Last night, I investigated Xia Yu, and he is a werewolf." Chapter 79, I had thought my brother might harbor a slight psychological shadow from the previous incident, yet Xia Yu's expression remained unchanged, a smile gracing his lips as he gestured for Chu Lan to continue. Why did I choose to investigate him? Because of his formidable abilities. I believe that every seer present would likely choose to investigate him on the first night, and so I did. He is a werewolf. Xia Yu was indeed the first to be investigated, and it was evident that possessing such strength would attract attention. Chu Lan spoke with inextence, and had I not known Xia Yu's true identity, I might have been convinced he was the genuine seer. Chu Lan is a commoner, perhaps attempting to shield the real seer from harm. Even if the werewolves targeted him, they might struggle to overpower him, an advanced tactic, albeit one fraught with misfortune. How unfortunate that he chose to accuse someone who was genuinely verified by the real seer. Xia Yu had named for werewolves. I did not believe him to be one, nor did I think Xia Yu was guilty. His insistence on having Xia Yu voted out was merely a strategy to leverage the votes of the good players against those he perceived as threats. After all, werewolves must alternate their targets each night. No matter how powerful he was, he could not kill every night. Eliminating capable players during the day would be most advantageous for the werewolves. Zhang Gu and Hong remained unclear in their intentions. I planned to investigate one of them that evening. Regarding the earlier statements, Qi Ning and Wen Jianan were good people, while Sister Yu had orchestrated a self-sacrifice, cleverly deceiving with the antidote and avoiding the risk of being countered by weaker werewolves. Lu Yu shrugged helplessly, glancing at those who had yet to speak. In my view, Xia Yu was my target, and Sister Yu was a self-sacrificing wolf. The remaining 2 werewolves remained uncertain. For this round of voting, I suggested we first eliminate Xia Yu. Chu Lan, bewildered, questioned his own competence. I'm not saying anything further. I'm currently compiling an Oscar-worthy report for Ning Ning. Chu Lan's brazen remarks left me speechless. When it came to Xiao Wanqing's turn, he hesitated for a moment before announcing, "I am the seer." In truth, he was reluctant to reveal himself, but given Xia Yu's tone the previous night, it was highly likely he had already deduced his identity. If he did not acknowledge this verification amidst the threat of being targeted, Xia Yu might very well incite suspicion against him, accusing him of malicious intent. The audience was captivated by the unfolding drama. Chu Lan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Last night, I verified my brother. He's a good man. He cast a glance at Xia Yu, then turned to Chu Lan. The fact that Lan Ge claimed the role of the seer to execute my brother was unexpected. Originally, he was not of my suspicions, but now I suspect he is a definitive wolf. If he declared himself a seer to protect the true seer, he should not have hastily issued an execution order. Sister Yu must be his accomplice. The wolves often self-sabotage to deceive the healer, which is something everyone can deduce. His preemptive action only adds to the suspicion. Xiao Wanqing paused, looking at Qi Yan. He firmly asserted that Sister Yu is a self-sabotaging wolf. Yet he conferred a favorable identity upon Brother Qi Yan. Brother Qi Yan was pointed out as a wolf by Xia Yu. He executed my confirmed innocent. Having never verified him, and without waiting for Brother Qi Yan to speak, he asserted him as a good person. In my view, Lan Ge is undoubtedly a wolf. I propose we eliminate him from the game. I shall verify Brother Qi Yan tonight, and if he is indeed a wolf, we shall vote him out the following day. My statement concludes here. I am a good person, and I believe Wanqing is the seer. Shueli continued his discourse, stating that Xia Yu is innocent. Chu Lan is a wolf. Sister Yu is also a wolf, and the other two wolves are likely among Chun Hongyi, Brother Zhang, or Mr. Qi Yan. I too suggest we vote out Chu Lan this round, and my remarks are concluded. Xiang Ziki nodded, affirming that he recognizes Wanqing as the seer and will cast his vote accordingly. Zhang Wen and Chun Hongyi sequentially denied their identities as wolves, expressing their support for voting Chu Lan along with Xiao Wanqing. When it came time for Brother Qi Yan to speak, he simply stated, "I am the seer," executing Chu Lan, and concluded. Chu Lan was left in shock, having declared himself a seer only to be ostracized. With all players having spoken, please take up your voting devices to cast your votes. 1 minute later, the voting concluded. Lu Yu received 1 vote, Qi Yan 2 votes, and Chu Lan 9 votes. With the highest number of votes, Chu Lan was eliminated and had a final statement. Chu Lan expressed his frustration, declaring, "I am not the seer, I am a civilian. Sister Yu is undoubtedly a wolf. The witch can poison her tonight, and the other 3 wolves must be among those who spoke after Wanqing, who voted for me and Qi Yan. That is all I have to say." The first round of jury deliberation concluded, and the eliminated player would be apprehended before the night phase. Following this, players were granted free time. "See you tonight," Qi Ning smirked, casting a mocking glance at Chu Lan, finding the situation amusing. The wolf boldly claimed to be the seer and directed an execution towards an innocent. Who else could be voted out if not him? Zhang Wen found the spectacle amusing, remarking on how Chu Lan was so adamant about the innocent being a wolf, most likely revealing his own wolfish nature. "I had underestimated your acting skills. My apologies." He shook his head, noting that he had not yet heard the seer speak. "Lightly stepping on my brother's toes, but fortunately he is on my side. The wolves are destined to lose." The crowd buzzed with lively discussions, fervently debating each other's identities. Chu Lan remained somewhat silent, sitting still. "Lan Ge," Xiao Wanqing tugged at his sleeve, "are you truly not a wolf?" He helplessly shook his head. "No. But what about your brother? Is he not a wolf?" Xia Yu, with a hint of melancholy in her voice, inquired. "Just how much do you despise me? Not a wolf nor a seer, yet everyone seems intent on dragging me down to despair. I had thought you. I do not deliberately target you. Anyone in possession of that identity would first scrutinize you. In other words, it reflects a certain apprehension regarding your capabilities. The execution was merely a probability, considering you appeared to be a wolf in my eyes. Initially, I believed you had inadvertently revealed too much, but it turns out you were intentionally luring me into a trap. I acted impulsively. Had Qingqing not bestowed upon me the golden water, I might have indeed been swayed by your influence and voted out. My apologies." He chuckled lightly. "Are you genuinely worried I'm a wolf? That if I were to confront you tonight, you would be unable to defend yourself, thus eager to eliminate me? Regardless of whether I am virtuous or vile, voting me out seems undoubtedly correct." Chu Lan's gaze flickered momentarily. "I never considered it that way." "Huh. I thought you might have developed a slight psychological trauma from our previous encounter." Beside them, Qi Yan, weary of his incessant use of brother, grasped his wrist and stood up. "What are you doing?" asked Xia Yu, his expression turning serious. "Go to find something." Xia Yu, brother, Wan Jinan peeked from the kitchen, sweetly calling out, "Could you come here for a moment?" Qi Yan tightened his grip, casting a cold glare at the delicate figure attempting to undermine them. Xia Yu shrugged him off and walked toward the kitchen. What do you want? Come here, Wen Jinan insisted, pulling him into the kitchen and shutting the door to shield them from the ominous gaze outside. He then produced a small brocade pouch and presented it like a treasure. Here for you. Xia Yu did not take it. What is this? I found poison in the cupboard, Duan Huin San. Use it as you wish. For me? Of course. You are a recognized good person, and you are quite clever. You can poison anyone you desire. Xia Yu accepted the pouch and tucked it into his pocket. Thank you. His eyes crinkled in a smile. No need for thanks. I shall search for more items and share them with you. No, keep it for yourself. No, I simply wish to give it to you. Chapter 80. I am not amused. The sight of those few people is driving me to distraction. Brother. Qining rushed down the stairs again, scanning the room. Where's my brother? Xia Yu emerged from the kitchen, followed by Wen Jinan, whose cheeks were flushed. What is it? Why are you with him again? What were you doing in the kitchen? This is infuriating. He kicked the sofa in frustration. You just stood there watching my brother and this vixen engage in unspeakable activities? Are you still a man? Qian's expression darkened further. Xia Yu, brother. I'm going upstairs to help you find something, Wen Jinan said softly, casting a quick glance at the fuming man before cheerfully ascending the stairs. Brother, Qining hoped at Angridi. Don't get too close to him. What do you want from me? He retorted, puffing up his cheeks and pulling out a small dagger. For you. Xia Yu glanced at it. Did you not already give me one last night? I feared you might be attacked tonight. So one for the bedside and one for your person. I don't want it. Keep it for yourself. If you refuse, I shall find you some poison instead. He pocketed the dagger and hurried back upstairs. The hall was left with only two individuals. Xia Yu glanced at Qi Yan's back before returning to the kitchen. Soon emerging with a glass of water, walking toward him, Qi Yan lifted his gaze to him, eyes filled with frustration. He offered the water, but would he drink it? TSK. He brought the rim of the cup to the man's thin lips, softening his tone. Have you not eaten or drunk anything all morning? Do you wish to starve yourself? Qi Yan let out a soft hum, taking a sip of water from his hand, and muttered, Ignore that person with the surname Wen. Xia Yu raised an eyebrow. Are you jealous? You want to drive me to my grave, don't you? Indeed, drive you to your demise, then inherit your fortune, and care for a group of gentle and affectionate darlings. You. His head nearly smoked with indignation as he snatched the cup and gulped down a good portion of its contents. Help! What is the nature of the relationship between Xia Yu and Qi Yan? It's perplexingly delightful. I assent it. It feels as though these two might be uncertain lovers. Let's observe a bit longer. Qi Yan undoubtedly harbored feelings for Xia Yu, while Xia Yu's affections remained ambiguous. After all, he had poisoned Qi Yan. Em astonished. Demeng appears quite astute. Yet how can he be so foolish? He drinks whatever is handed to him without a second thought. Has he fallen for it? Did he not see that the powder at the bottom of the cup had yet to dissolve? To poison so brazenly and remain unfazed while offering it to his lips, Xia Yu, were you once an assassin? Darling, you've targeted the wrong person. He is not a wolf. This is disastrous. Two good souls may perish. It feels as though defeat is imminent. After finishing the water, he set the cup down and casually caught sight of the white powder at the bottom. He froze for 2 seconds, disbelief etched on his face, and looked up. You sure? Xia Yu leaned in, his slender finger pressed against Qi Yan's lips, a playful smile dancing in his eyes. You are already a dead man now. You cannot speak. Qi Yan grasped his hand, gritting his teeth. I am not a wolf. You are. I am not. He blinked innocently. Then did I poison the wrong person? Was it you who jumped to the conclusion of being a seer? Qi Yan fell silent for a moment, then rose and pulled him briskly towards the storage room. Once inside the cramped space, he dismantled the sole camera and tossed it into the corner, then removed the microphones from both of them. Xia Yu frowned. What are you doing? His remaining words were silenced by a searing kiss. Qi Yan captured his soft lips, kissing and nibbling with a hint of resentment. Ouch! Upon hearing the delicate cry of pain, he tenderly licked the corner of the mouth he had bitten a moment ago, then lifted his hand to grasp Xia Yu's chin, kissing him more deeply yet with gentleness. Xia Yu's fingers curled slightly in response to the allure. Time slipped away until Qi Yan finally pulled back slightly, resting his forehead against Xia Yu's, both of them breathing heavily. I came without informing you in advance. That was my fault. I apologize. Please don't be angry with me, all right? Xia spoke softly. Xia, I was wrong. Please don't be upset. You told me on Saturday noon that you were returning to America. I wanted you to accompany me back, but you were unwilling. Why should I go back alone? On Sunday, I called you to discuss it, but you ignored me and wouldn't answer my calls. I thought you had come here, so I came directly, having turned in my phone, and waited here for a day without seeing you. If you had arrived any later, I would have left. Xia Yu let out a cold snort. If I hadn't come, you would have enjoyed yourself just fine, wouldn't you? I am utterly vexed. The sight of those individuals is nearly unbearable. Without you, I cannot endure even a moment here. Now that you have arrived, I long to whisk you away. Shall we depart? This game has lost its charm. Of course, you find it tedious since you have been poisoned. Move aside, it is stifling in this crowd. Qian remains motionless, resting his head on his shoulder. Xia, let us return. This place is quite dreary, and the atmosphere is dismal. If you wish to return, then go. Xia Yu nudges him. Do you intend to suffocate me here? He sighs and takes a couple steps back. Then do not linger so closely to that person named one, and refrain from consuming anything he has prepared. If you desire something, I shall prepare it for you. Let's go. Qian, with an impatient gesture, opened the door and led him outside. The barrage of comments was nearly chaotic. What are you doing? Why is she pulling my husband into that small dark room? Oh my, those lips are so red. Have they kissed? Qian, you truly are bold. You've even caused Xia Yu's lips to bleed. I can't believe it. They become a real couple. I told you the atmosphere between them was peculiar. You all are so wild. To openly kiss in front of so many cameras and viewers. If you're going to kiss, why dismantle the camera? What is there that we cannot witness? Wow, my husband. First Chulan, then Wen Jinan, and now this bold one. My heart is breaking. Xia Yu's brother, Wen Jinan, rushed downstairs and was taken aback to see Xia Yu's slightly swollen and bruised lips. His gaze shifted to their intertwined hands, and his eyes instantly welled with tears. Xia Yu, you and him. Qian held Xia Yu's hand tightly, fingers entwined, exuding a palpable sense of possessiveness. Xia Yu pushed his hand away, questioning. What do you want now? Wen Jianan was on the verge of tears. I found a weapon. I wish to give it to you. I do not need it. Keep it for yourself. He sniffled, pathetically requesting. May I speak with you alone for a few moments? No. Qian coldly denied him. Xia Yu rolled his eyes. That is acceptable. Let's speak in my room. Very well. Qian cast a cold glare at Xia Yu as he followed him upstairs, muttering a curse under his breath. Chapter 81. One by one, they cannot escape. Upon entering the room, Wen Jianan disregarded the microphone and cameras, bursting into tears as he threw himself into Xia Yu's embrace. Ugh! Xia Yu stiffened momentarily, frowning as he attempted to push him away. Wen Jianan clung tighter, sobbing. Xia Yu, I like you. I truly like you. After seeing a clip of you bathing on Weibo, I became infatuated with you. I watched the live stream cuts about you countless times. I came here because of you. I do not like you. Release me. No. Can you not grant me a chance? I wish to be your wife. I want to cook for you for a lifetime. I promise I am obedient. I will do whatever you ask. When Jianan tiptoed, wrapping his arms around Xia Yu's neck. What on earth am I watching? Wen Jianan's straightforwardness has left me utterly astonished. Xia Yu embodies the true essence of monogamy, having just been fervently kissed by her domineering husband in the confines of a small dark room, only to be found weeping delicately in his embrace moments later. Wen Jianan, what are you doing? Are you still live streaming? Can you not be so useless? She exclaimed, struggling against him. Let go of my husband. Wen Jianan, I will kill you. Xia Yu's brother, Wen Jianan, lifted his gaze, entranced by his flawless jawline. Xia Yu maintained a cold demeanor, her hand gripping the nape of his neck tightly, her voice chilling. If you dare come any closer, I will twist your head off. He winced in pain, unable to approach her, yet his eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Brother Xia Yu, he spoke softly, almost coaxingly. I am a witch. May I use my poison on you? Just tell me who to poison, and I shall do it, all right? Xia Yu, her expression unyielding, removed his hand from her neck and pushed him away. If you're ill, seek treatment, she replied curtly before exiting the room. Despite being treated so roughly, He felt no sorrow, merely gazing at her retreating figure with a flushed face, murmuring, "Brother Xia Yu, I like you so much." Dada001 cautiously inquired, "Are you all right?" After leaving Wan Jinan's room, Xia Yu returned to her own, heading straight to the bathroom, where she turned on the heater and coldly washed herself. "I should have made you cut off all the cameras and then strangle him." "Dada, calm down. Our quest for vengeance is still far from complete. We must proceed slowly, one step at a time. They cannot escape its side." Wen Jinan was a close friend of Xia Wanqing. In the previous life where Xia Yu met her tragic demise, Chu Lan returned home to inherit the family fortune. The AC boy band disbanded, and it was Wen Jinan who led Xia Wanqing into the film industry, where she quickly gained a degree of fame in the Hong Kong entertainment scene. As the cannon fodder male supporting character, Xia Yu was determined to cause chaos. With the significant standing of the Qi family in Hong Kong, he cleverly utilized his identity as the Qi family's young master to create numerous obstacles for Xia Wanqing. Yet, a mere supporting character remains just that. No matter how powerful the background, it pales in comparison to the protagonist bathed in glory. At that time, when Jinan had already become the illustrious top actor in Hong Kong, unable to bear witness to his dear friend being bullied by capitalistic tyrants, he became bait, orchestrating a scheme against Xia Yu at a gala, publicly accusing him of attempting to rape him in front of the media. Under his deliberate guidance, Xia Yu became a target of scorn, and the Qi family suffered immense repercussions, gradually falling into decline. Unexpectedly, in this life, he made his entrance so early, showering Xia Yu with attention and flirtation. If not for the live stream, one might suspect this scheming man was about to employ the same underhanded tactics again, bursting forth to scream that Xia Yu was attempting to assault him. Sigh, Dada001 felt a headache approaching. It truly could not predict what absurdities would unfold next in the world that the host had disrupted. In the entertainment room on the 7th floor of the ancient castle, Xiang Ziki was rummaging through items when Xia Wanqing entered. After a moment of contemplation, she approached him, "Brother Ziki." Xiang Ziki paused, turning to her, "What is it?" With a gentle smile, she inquired, "Have you found anything?" "Not yet. I found a small knife for you." "No need. You should keep it for yourself," he declined, continuing to search through the drawers. As the evening deepened, Xia Wanqing pressed his lips together, acutely aware that after the interview, Xiang Ziki had grown somewhat distant from him. Previously, he had been the second person to support him after Chu Lan. On the very night of his arrival at the castle, Qi Ning had uttered some rather excessive remarks to him, yet he had remained silent. Now, despite his attempts to reach out, he was met with such coldness from Xiang Ziki, which stirred discomfort within him. Undeterred, he approached once more. "Brother Ziki, I believe you should be armed as a safeguard against threats. My identity as a seer has been revealed, and ordinarily, the werewolves would surely target me tonight. However, I fear they may employ an unexpected strategy, catching you off guard. Without a weapon, you could be in grave danger. Please take this dagger." As a werewolf, Xiang Ziki struggled to maintain his composure, unable to lift his gaze from the drawer. Xia Wanqing forcibly placed the dagger into his hand. "Keep it close and protect yourself. Should I fall victim tonight, you must avenge me against the werewolves." After gathering his emotions, Xiang Ziki finally looked up, a flicker of concern and guilt in his eyes. "All right, you must also ensure your safety. If the werewolves come to your room, avoid confrontation if you cannot win. If you are eliminated, it is merely a game. Do not harm yourself." He responded with a bright smile. "Understood. I will heed your advice, Brother Ziki." The atmosphere between them lightened, and they resumed their search for items, sharing laughter and conversation. Later that night, a thunderstorm raged outside, fiercer than the previous evening. At 7:30, the group gathered in the living room after dinner, where the judge's chilling voice resonated. "The player Chu Lan, who was eliminated during the day, please enter the iron cage." While they dined, the staff had already positioned 2 large iron cages in the center of the hall. With a resigned expression, Chu Lan stood and locked himself inside the cage. "One player has been successfully poisoned," Qi Ning exclaimed, leaping up in surprise. "Who is it? Who poisoned them?" A few players exchanged bewildered glances, having not noticed who had acquired the poison. Wan Jinan, who had handed the poison to Xia Yu, was equally astonished. Did it actually get used? Player Qi Yin has been poisoned. Please enter the cage. Qi Yin rose expressionlessly, casting a long stare at Xia Yu, who lounged lazily on the sofa before stepping into the cage with a palpable air of resentment. The werewolves could hardly contain their inner delight. Two powerful players have been eliminated on the very first day. This was their rhythm for victory. Qi Ning, initially elated, transformed his joy into shock as he turned to Xia Yu. Brother, you didn't poison Qi Yin, did you? He's a wolf. Xia Yu shrugged. I don't know. It certainly seems that way. You acted too swiftly. Thankfully, I didn't find the poison. Otherwise, the assassination would have failed. As nightfall approached, the judge urged players, please return to your rooms. Xiao Wanqing, anxious, glanced at the two men in the cage. Will Brother Lan and Brother Qi Yin have to stay in the cage all night? The judge did not respond, reiterating, players, please return to your rooms. Chapter 82. Brother Hongyi, there's no need to pretend. Bang, bang, bang. The clock struck 8, heralded by the thunder and lightning, accompanied by the judge's ominous voice. It is now night. Please close your eyes. Werewolves, please open your eyes. Please select the target for your assassination tonight. The four wolves gathered at the staircase. Who will take action tonight? Lu Yu glanced around, stating that he had already taken a turn yesterday, and suggested it was time to switch roles. If we kill the seer tonight, the three of you should succeed, right? Xiang Ziki pondered for a moment and replied, we will not kill the seer tonight. Are you out of your mind? Qi Ning glared at him. At this time, you still want to protect your beloved Qingqing, knowing he is the seer and not killing him? Are you happy when he reveals our identities and we lose the game? If you want to kill him, I will. Calm down. Can you just listen to me for a moment? The eliminated Qi Yin and Lan Gu were not wolves. Lan Gu claimed to be the seer, and even when voted out, he did not activate the hunter skill, which confirms he is a civilian. Qi Yin spoke last, declaring himself as the seer, just as Lan Gu was confirmed to be voted out, likely to create confusion and protect the seer. He is most likely a civilian. Yang Tian stroked his chin and said, that means 2 civilians have already been eliminated. This is a slaughter mode. We only need to kill 2 more civilians to achieve victory. Xiang Ziki nodded. Yes, tonight we will kill a civilian. If the witch uses poison, she will most likely target Yujia. Even if the seer identifies a wolf, and we manage to vote 1 out tomorrow morning, we will still have 2 remaining. Tomorrow night, we can find the last civilian and end the game. Qi Ning shot him a look. Do you know who the remaining 2 civilians are? Hong, he is a civilian. This afternoon, while searching for something, I overheard him talking to Qingqing. He wouldn't lie to her. Okay, then let us kill him. Who will do it? The 3 male wolves exchanged glances, and in the end, it was Xiang Ziki who picked up the mask from the ground. I'll go. Qi Ning prefers his current identity, and I fear Tian Ge, the kind-hearted one, might hesitate to harm a teammate. I'll take on this role of the villain. I should be able to overpower him. Qi Ning rarely encouraged him. Go for it. He donned the mask, draped himself in a black cloak, and said, you can return to your rooms and rest. After my success, I will head upstairs. Okay, we await your good news. The 3 wolves dispersed, and Xiang Ziki descended to the 2nd floor alone. Arriving at Chun Hongyi's room, he quietly retrieved the key hanging nearby, inserted it into the lock, gently turned it, and swiftly pushed the door open, slipping inside. Chun Hongyi was making the bed when he heard the noise, quickly turning around, only to be tackled onto the bed, exclaiming in terror, what the hell? You're here to kill me. Wearing the wolf mask, Xiang Ziki chuckled softly and raised his dagger, aiming for his heart. No, no, no. Chun Hongyi raised his hand in a futile attempt to block the attack, caught off guard and overpowered. Ugh! As the dagger pierced him, his eyes widened in disbelief and fear. Help! Xiang Ziki witnessed the crimson bloom from his chest, released his grip, and stood by the bed watching as Chun Hongyi moved his lips slowly, closed his eyes, and let his hand drop weakly. Beneath the mask, a triumphant smile formed as he turned and left. After gently closing the door, he removed the mask and walked upstairs, murmuring softly, his acting is quite good. Could he be secretly taking extra classes without telling me? After the successful assassination by the wolf, the live feed from Chun Hongyi's room plunged into darkness. My goodness! Xiang Ziki is indeed handsome. I have finally grasped his brilliance. His intellect is sharp, his deductive abilities are commendable, and his skills are impressive. Chen Hongyi, however, has grown somewhat complacent. Everyone assumed the werewolves would target the prophet tonight, but little did they know they had already deduced that 2 of the eliminated were innocents, planning to embark on a path of slaughter. This round, Xiang Ziki truly excelled. He is undoubtedly the MVP. Nevertheless, Chen Hongyi's acting is quite remarkable. He might consider competing with actors for a living. If Qi Yin, Chu Lan, and Chen Hongyi are indeed innocents, the werewolves could secure victory by eliminating the last innocent. However, if the final innocent is Xia Yu, the werewolves will surely lament, as the victory they thought was theirs would slip away. Xia Yu is truly something else. Could he really not be the hidden werewolf king? During the day, he identified 4 werewolves, 3 of whom are already out of the game, and they are all innocents. The last innocent surely cannot be Zhongwen, can it? If so, he isn't hunting werewolves. He is aiding them in finding innocents. Moreover, he has eliminated the 2 most capable innocents, albeit Chu Lan fell victim to his own folly. Xia Yu must be a werewolf deity. I am genuinely in awe of him. I am a fan now. Following the established procedure, the second night concluded, and the castle was once again shrouded in darkness. The storm outside had subsided, yet the thick clouds remained unyielding. The second round of judgment commenced, and Qi Yin and Chu Lan were no longer in the iron cage. Last night, they were merely confined symbolically, and with the night's end, they were returned to their respective quarters. May all players except Qi Yin and Chu Lan assemble at the round table. The judge repeated this thrice. The players present at the table glanced around, wondering who was still absent. Zhang, when counted the individuals, and noted that Hongyi was missing. Could it be that he was eliminated last night? If so, why hasn't he come down to join us? Is he too immersed in his role? Xiueli covered her mouth and chuckled. Surely, he isn't a werewolf who has been backstabbed and is now sulking in his room. Is he? Or perhaps he has yet to decide whom to pass his werewolf identity to, pretending not to hear the broadcast? Ha ha ha. Xiao Wanqing stood up. I'll go check on Brother Hongyi. He ascended the stairs and arrived outside room 202, where Chen Hongyi resided. He knocked on the door. Brother Hongyi, are you awake? The second round of judgment is about to start. You are the last one we're waiting for. There was no response from within. Furrowing his brow, he turned the doorknob and pushed the door open, only to be met with a strong metallic scent of blood. Chen Hongyi lay on the bed, eyes closed, a knife protruding from his chest, the crimson staining his clothes and the sheets. Xiao Wanqing did not anticipate the scene after an elimination would be so chilling. He was startled and approached slowly. Brother Hongyi, you needn't pretend. The judge is called for assembly. The figure on the bed remained unresponsive. Leaning down, he grasped the arm that hung over the edge of the bed, only to find it cold and stiff. A wave of terror washed over him, and his complexion paled. Ah! The laughter of those downstairs abruptly ceased as they were startled by a scream, rising in confusion. Zhangwen called out, "What's wrong? Has Hongyi truly been eliminated?" Xiao Wanqing stumbled out of the room, his limbs weak, and collapsed onto the floor, his face ashen and filled with dread. Something has happened. Brother Hongyi is dead. The individuals below presumed he was referring to a death within the game. Xiang Ziki played along, exclaiming, "What? He is dead? Was it truly him who was slain by the werewolf last night?" He shook his head in tears. No, it was Brother Hongyi who has ceased to breathe. The air thickened for 2 seconds as the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. What? He is dead. Chapter 83. Who was the werewolf assassin from last night? A thunderous rumble echoed. Despite it being morning, the sky was overcast, and thunder continuously circled above the ancient castle. The production team stationed outside was unaware of the chaos unfolding within. The cameras in Chen Hongyi's room had been shut off after the assassination to create an atmosphere of suspense. Just as the judge urged the players to gather, a bolt of lightning struck, plunging all screens into darkness. Despite the multitude of cameras arranged within the castle, none were operational, and the live stream displayed a complete failure. All screens black. Zhang Jin was in a frenzy, exclaiming, "What is happening? Why is everything blacked out?" A technician, drenched in a raincoat, rushed in. "Director, it seems the lightning has caused significant damage to the electronic equipment. We must contact the repair team immediately. Inform the staff stationed outside the castle to go in and notify the guests that the game is on hold. This is a disaster. There's no signal in the vicinity. We can't reach anyone inside. He tugged at his hair in desperation. Find 2 people to go in and deliver the message. Director Zhang, it's terrible. Another assistant hurried in. The drawbridge has been struck by lightning and severed. Zhang Jin's vision blurred. What on earth? Is this show cursed for me? What do we do now? Hurry and find someone to repair it. Fix the bridge, restore the signal. The technician, exasperated, replied, How can we fix it? It's pouring outside, and with lightning striking, it's perilous to venture out. Zhang Jin gazed at the silent screens before him, feeling a surge of panic. Very well, we shall wait until the rain subsides. They must have provisions inside, right? The assistant nodded. We prepared 3 days' worth of supplies for them. That's reassuring. Have someone post a tweet to explain the weather situation to the audience. Once the signal is restored, we can discuss with the guests about reshooting. Understood. Inside the castle, the thick clouds rendered daytime as dark as night. The wall sconces flickering ominously under the influence of the storm, as if poised to extinguish at any moment. The 9 guests huddled at the threshold of Chun Hongyi's room, gazing in horror at the silent body within, too fearful to step inside. Lu Yu and Xia Yu clung to one another, tears streaming down their faces. What is happening? Isn't this a set arranged by the production team? The eldest among them, Zhang Wan, had never witnessed such a scene. Whereas the director, come out and say something. Don't frighten us. If this is a horror segment, why weren't we informed in advance? Hongyi, Chun Hongyi, he called out loudly. Stop this charade. Get up. When did you undertake a side quest from the director? The only responses were the rumbling thunder and torrential rain beating against the windows. Qi Ning swallowed hard, summoning his courage to step into the room. It must be an act, right, Chun Hongyi? Don't frighten us. Standing at the threshold, Xia Yu maintained a calm demeanor, casting a glance at the trembling and fearful Xia Wanqing at her feet, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Qi Ning approached slowly, the vivid crimson before him instilling dread within his heart, tentatively extending a trembling finger to test Chun Hongyi's breath. He inadvertently brushed against the coldness of his upper lip, causing his pupils to dilate as he stumbled back in shock, stuttering, He's dead. Xia Yu screamed, dragging her weakened legs behind Lu Yu, who cried out, Call the police, quickly. It can't be. Xiang Ziki shook her pale face in disbelief. How could this happen? He seemed fine last night. Zhang Wen was equally horrified, yelling into the camera, Director, something's gone wrong. Hurry up. The judge was just here talking. Come out. Someone's dead. Yet, there was no response. Wen Jianan also hid behind Xia Yu, her lips quivering. Are we trapped here? What do we do? There's a murderer among us, and we can't call for help. How are we going to escape? Stop scaring us. Lu Yu snapped. Have you watched too many movies? She clung to Xia Yu's arm, biting her lip in silence. Xia Yu shook her off and walked into the room. Brother. Qi Ning rushed to him, clutching the hem of his shirt, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed at Chun Hongyi on the bed. He's really dead, not acting. He's gone cold. He stepped forward, his expression unwavering as he pushed aside Chun Hongyi's hand that rested on the dagger in his chest. With a slight exertion, he withdrew the blade. Qi Ning's eyes widened in shock. This is a real knife, not a prop made by the production team. It is a prop, Xia Yu replied coolly, gently poking the unbloodied bedsheet with the blade. The knife retracted effortlessly. It's a retractable knife made by the production team. This retractable knife can't kill someone. It retracts with the slightest push. Someone used a real knife to murder him, then placed this to mislead us. He raised the knife again, revealing the blade extended, stained with blood. It felt like the weapon of choice. When he had pulled it out, it hadn't appeared to have been inserted later, and even when aimed at an existing wound, it wouldn't penetrate deeply before retracting. Impossible, Xiang Ziki retorted loudly. That knife couldn't have pierced the heart. Someone must have killed him and then inserted that knife. Xia Yu discarded the knife. Perhaps we should let the police investigate. Who was the werewolf last night? Zhang Wen suddenly inquired. Was Chun Hongyi the target? Xiang Ziki's face paled. Lu Yu pointed at her. It was her. Xiang Ziki was the werewolf last night. She chose Chun Hongyi as the target. That knife was the weapon she brought. He turned ashen. I didn't kill anyone. I tested that knife repeatedly before entering. It retracts easily. You all touched it. It was normal. With renewed courage, Yang Tian stepped into the room, his eyes reddening as he beheld his fallen teammate. He picked up the knife and stabbed it into the bedsheet several times, confirming that the retractable feature functioned properly. The words had not yet been fully spoken when the blade pierced through the bedsheets, plunging directly into the mattress beneath. In that instant, his legs went weak. How could this be possible? Everyone witnessed the knife embedded in the mattress, their expressions shifting dramatically. Xiang Ziqi's eyes widened in shock as she attempted to step forward, only to collapse to the ground, exclaiming in terror, "Impossible! I did not kill anyone. This is just a game." Xia Yu, understanding the situation, realized that during the game of werewolf, a prop had malfunctioned, resulting in an accidental fatality. It was he. The murderer was none other than him. Lu Yu screamed, "Director, someone please come. Call the police and apprehend this killer." A loud bang resonated from the fourth floor, startling them all as they rushed to investigate. Zhu Lang, his complexion somewhat pale, hurried down upon seeing the group gathered. A terrified Xia Wanqing shakily rose from the ground and threw herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. "Lan Ge, I am scared." Chu Lan held her, frowning, still unaware of the events that had transpired, and gestured to his throat. When Jianan took a step back, panic evident on his face, "You're mute?" Chapter 84. Could there truly be a hidden murderer among us? Xia Wanqing suddenly lifted her head. "Lan Ge." He shook his head reassuringly, indicating that he was unharmed. "Brother," Xia Yu emerged from the room, lamenting, "My condolences." Lu Yu explained, "Xiang Ziqi accidentally killed Chen Hongyi. We cannot contact anyone outside. We are trapped here." Chu Lan's eyes widened as he pushed past Xia Wanqing, hastening into the room, only to be met with a horrific scene that left his legs weak. "Lan Ge." Yang Tian supported him, eyes red with a mix of fear and sorrow. "Hongyi. He has gone." Xiang Ziqi, slumped on the ground, trembled as she stared at her hands. "It wasn't me. I did not commit murder. I am not the killer." The urgent matter at hand was to establish contact with the outside world. Zhang Wen stated, "However, the storm rages outside. It would be too perilous to venture out. The Director's team must be anxious as well, unable to reach us. We can only wait for the weather to improve." He surveyed the room, filled with crying and despair, sighed heavily. "Everyone, let us gather in the hall. Do not tamper with the crime scene. We must await the arrival of the police." In their state of panic, the group complied with his instructions, helping one another as they descended the stairs. "Brother," Qi Ning suddenly cried, "what about Qi Yan? He is still locked in his room. With no sign of him for so long, could something have happened?" Xia Yu hesitated momentarily before ascending the stairs. "I'll go check." He was followed closely. "I'll accompany you." "Brother Xia Yu, I'm going too," when Jianan insisted, trailing behind them. The three arrived at room 301, where Xia Yu retrieved the key hanging nearby and unlocked the door. "He would be dead too, would he?" Qi Ning murmured, shrinking behind him. Upon seeing the man seated expressionlessly by the bed, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, yes, all right." Hearing the door creak open, Qi Yin looked up, but his pupils seemed unfocused. Wen Jianan, sensed something was amiss, approached him and waved a hand in front of his eyes, recoiling in terror. He seems blind." "What?" Qi Ning gasped, rushing forward, waving her hands frantically before him. "Qi Yin, are you all right? Can you see?" His eyes remained wide open, unblinking, and he hoarsely called out, Xia Yu." Xia Yu stepped closer, his tone calm and steady. "You can't see at all?" He clenched his fist, a soft grunt escaping his throat. "What on earth is happening?" Qi Ning was in a frenzy. The dead were dead, the mute were mute, the blind were blind, each eliminated from the game. Surely, this ancient castle must be cursed. Who would choose such a wretched place? Qi Yin raised his hand. Xia, come help me." Xia Yu extended his hand, his palm firmly grasped. "Let us descend and gather with the others." When Jianan rubbed his arms, feeling a chill creep over him. "Let us go down the stairs." Qi Ning attempted to assist, but Qi Yin pushed him away. I have no intention of helping you. Be careful not to let my brother fall." 11 individuals gathered in the hall, with the murder suspect, Xiang Ziqi, confined in a cage, while the others exhibited a range of expressions. Chulan procured paper and pen, stating that he could not articulate due to an inexplicable sensation in his throat, as if he had swallowed razor blades, rendering him voiceless. Yet, Qi Yin remained silent, gripping Xia Yu's hand tightly. What could possibly be happening? Shueli wiped her tears, questioning if this house was truly cursed. Why had so many terrifying events unfolded overnight? Were they all destined to perish here? Lu Yu slapped her arm. Stop with the nonsense. Once the rain ceases, the production team will come for us. The rain will stop soon. However, judging by the current conditions, this thunderstorm showed no signs of abating anytime soon. Was there someone within the crew intent on our demise? Wen Jinan spoke weakly. Chun Hongyi was stabbed by a prop prepared by the production team, and Qi Yin was poisoned. The poison was what I found for Xia Yu's brother, also a prop from the crew, which resulted in his blindness. Chu Lan, regarding your throat, have you consumed anything unusual? Chu Lan furrowed his brow, reflecting for a moment before shaking his head. He swiftly jotted down a few lines. I ate and drank with all of you, yet none of you are affected. How peculiar. Xiao Wanqing clung to Chu Lan's arm. Lan Gu, have you been alone with anyone or been touched by someone? Chu Lan gazed silently into his eyes. Xia Yu burst into laughter, brother. Could it be that you poisoned his throat? Why? Have you ceased to love him? He hurriedly denied it. I did not. I could never harm Lan Gu. I merely wished to uncover who silenced him. Yet, he had only spent time alone with you. Does that not make you the prime suspect? It wasn't me. Lan Yi. I swear it wasn't me. Chu Lan patted his head, nodding in reassurance. Let us refrain from speculation for now. It will only incite panic. Zhang Wen glanced at the tightly shut door, concern etched upon his face. Once the police and medical personnel arrive, we should have them investigate to ascertain what truly transpired. Thunder echoed once more. The castle's lights abruptly extinguished, plunging them into darkness. Shueli and Li Yu screamed, clinging to each other. Qi started, felt goosebumps rise on his skin, retreating to Xia Yu's side and clutching his arm. Brother, I'm a bit frightened. Could there truly be a hidden murderer? Xia Yu softly reassured him. It's merely a power outage. The lightning must have triggered the circuit breaker. Alas, I long to return home. I no longer wish to partake in this program. Shueli weeps pitifully, expressing a dread of perishing in this place. The hall is dimly lit, yet it is not entirely shrouded in darkness. Qi Yin, Xia Yu, and Qi Ning are seated together, while Chu Lan, Xiao Wanqing, Wen Jinan, and Yang Tian huddle closely. Lu Yu and Shueli embrace one another in tears, clinging tightly to Zhang Wan, while Xiang Ziki sits alone in a cage, murmuring that she is not a murderer, that she has not taken a life, thereby heightening the atmosphere of terror. After 5 minutes in the gloom, Xia Yu rises, declaring his intent to check if the power switch can be restored. Brother, Qi Ning screams in panic, don't leave. The power switch is in the basement. What if the killer is hiding there? Please don't go. Qi Yin also grips his hand tightly, refusing to let him depart. With a sigh, he releases his hold, stating, I will go take a look. Brother, please don't. Let go. He breaks free from the two burdens and strides toward the basement entrance. Xia Yu, be careful. Shueli warns anxiously, though she reassures. It's fine if there's no power. We aren't that afraid. After offering a comforting word, his figure vanishes into the darkness. 10 minutes pass, yet the lights remain unlit, and he has not returned. The tension among the group intensifies. Qi Ning is on the verge of tears. Clinging to Qi Yan's arm. My brother won't be in danger, will he? Qi Yan's eyes remain unfocused in the dark as he solemnly replies, you should check. Though hesitant, worry for his brother propels him to stand. Zhang Gu, will you accompany me to find my brother? All right. Zhang Wen nods, preparing to rise. Suddenly, a loud bang echoes from the direction of the door. The securely locked entrance has been flung open. The group turns in unison to see if it is the production team. A thunderous clap of lightning illuminates the figure of a person standing outside with an umbrella, entering in a manner reminiscent of Xia Yu, though the umbrella obscures their face, rendering their identity unclear. Clad in a black raincoat, water drips from the hem, quickly forming a small puddle. In their drooping right hand, they carry a long object. Is that someone from the production team? Zhang Wen calls out, his voice quivering. The figure does not respond, but steps inside, leaving a trail of water with each footfall. Thunder. Ah! Xia Yu screams in terror. A killer. Chapter 85. Do not be afraid. This is my assistant who has come with me. Qi Ning swallows hard, his pupils dilating. Who are you? Do not approach. I warn you, do not come closer. Help! Lu Yu and Xia Yu scurry beneath the table, crying out helplessly. Is there anyone who can save us? Thunder rumbles once more as the figure halts, raising the object in their right hand. What if that is a chainsaw? Qi Ning trembles and grips Qi Yin, standing up. If you leave me behind, do not blame me. Just as the group is about to scatter in panic, a sudden click illuminates the room. Xia Yu stands at the basement entrance, observing the peculiar figure, his brow furrowed. Linmu, what are you doing? The figure retracts the umbrella, revealing a face that is expressionless yet somewhat benign. Young master. Young master? The crowd stares in astonishment. Zhang Wenchong let out a sigh of relief. His legs weakened as he collapsed back onto the sofa. Ha ha ha. It turns out you are one of us. You scared me to death, Linmu. Qi Ning roared as he rushed forward, gripping Linmu by the throat and shaking him furiously. What the hell are you pretending to be? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Linmu looked bewildered. Young master, I am not pretending. Then why are you dressed like a psychotic killer? What do you have in your hand? Just a large flashlight, he replied, pressing the switch, illuminating the ancient castle with a bright beam. See, it's bright enough. Bright enough, my foot. Why didn't you turn it on when you came in? I was afraid your game was still ongoing and wanted to observe first. You idiot. Xia Yu returned to her seat, attempting to calm the still frightened individuals. Do not be afraid. He is my assistant. Lu Yu crawled out from under the table, visibly excited. Is he one of us? Does he have a phone? Call the police. A murder has occurred here. Yes, yes. Call the police. Qi Ning immediately reached for Linmu's pocket. Where's the phone? Give it to me. After obtaining the phone, he hurriedly dialed 110, but was met with failure. Even emergency numbers could not be dialed. Linmu approached Xia Yu, bending slightly to inquire, Young master, are you all right? He gently shook his head. I'm fine. How did you get here? After I escorted you inside, I intended to leave, but fearing that if something happened in these remote woods, I might not make it back in time. I stayed at the small house set up by your production crew behind the castle, squeezed in with a few staff members. The storm has been relentless since morning, disrupting all signals in the area. The suspension bridge was struck by lightning, cutting off all communication. No one could enter or leave. Worried something might happen in the castle, I kept watch. When I saw the power go out, I feared you might struggle to find your way and hurt yourself. So I came to bring you a flashlight. Xiao Wanqing, nestled in Chu Lan's embrace, felt her heart in turmoil. Her fearful gaze darted between Xia Yu and his bodyguard. Whispering, there's no signal, the bridge is broken, Lan Ge. Why do so many coincidences happen simultaneously with Brother Hongyi's incident? Em scared. Chu Lan pressed his lips together tightly, gently patting her back to soothe her. It will be all right. The rain will stop soon. Ugh, Kining curset vehemently. We can't even call for an ambulance. This castle must be cursed. Teachers. 3 staff members rushed in, apologizing profusely. We are truly sorry. Due to the weather, we cannot contact the directors outside. The game needs to be paused for a moment. We really cannot help it. Still a game? Lu Yu shouted. Someone is dead. Are you still thinking about this ridiculous game? You need to find a way to call the police right now. The staff were taken aback. Dead? You need to check room 202. Chen Hongyi died around 8 last night, and until now, none of your crew has noticed? The 3 hurried upstairs, soon returning in a state of panic, their shock mirroring that of the others. How could he be dead? Yang Tian rose furiously, seizing one of the staff by the collar. Why did you prepare such dangerous props? I am unaware of this. It is a matter for the props team. I am merely a logistics staff member, and I know nothing. Yang Tian, please remain composed. Zhang Wen rose to pull him aside and address the crew, urging them to swiftly devise a means to contact the outside world and summon the police. We have a fatality, 1 person has lost their voice, and another has been blinded. Given the magnitude of this incident, your entire production team bears responsibility. We will contact the authorities immediately. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, as the thunder subsided and the ominous clouds parted, the eerie atmosphere enveloping the castle began to alleviate. We have a signal. The crew exclaimed excitedly. We can reach the director. Qi Ning, holding Lin Mu's phone, quickly dialed 110 and urgently relayed their predicament. Officer, please send help our way. Lu Yu and Shueli wept once more, this time tears of joy. It was a moment of relief. The director's team outside received the call, their initial excitement waning as they learned of the events inside, chills running down their spines. Zhang Jin collapsed into a chair, his complexion ashen. How could this happen? Director, we have contacted the police. You must find a way to enter. It's absolutely terrifying, he shouted at his assistant, urging him to arrange for a helicopter immediately. The assistant, trembling with fear, complied without delay. Rescue arrived swiftly. Within half an hour, police, crew members, and several men clad in black tactical gear stormed into the castle. Qi Yi and others rushed to Qi Yan's side. Sir, are you all right? Xia Yu pointed to the man's eyes. There is a problem. Bai Lang noticed the man's unfocused gaze and gasped, Sir, you're blind? He nodded. Yes, I am blind. Quickly. Qi Yi, frantic with worry. Help the man to his feet. We must get to a hospital. Wait. A police officer halted them, asserting firmly that no one could leave the scene without permission. He Jin, sensing the tension, reached for his military knife. Step aside. My master requires immediate medical attention. The officer, startled by the palpable threat emanating from him, drew his firearm. What do you intend to do? Sit down. You son of a He Jin began, but Xia Yu interjected calmly. Let us not act rashly. Please cooperate with the officer. However, sir, Qian pushed Qi Yi away, seated himself again, and closed his eyes, acquiescing to the officer's demands. He Jin snorted disdainfully and stepped back behind him. Another half-hour passed, and the body covered with a white cloth was carried away. The leading officer's expression was grave, his piercing gaze sweeping across the gathered crowd. Everyone here must accompany me to the police station for questioning. I hope you will cooperate fully. Cold sweat beaded on Zhang Jin's forehead as he nodded repeatedly. We will comply with the investigation. The group, under police escort, slowly exited the castle, having requested several helicopters for transport. Officer, Qi addressed the lead officer seriously. Our boss requires immediate medical attention. I must take him to the hospital. Gao Qi furrowed his brow and summoned 2 team members, instructing them to arrange a helicopter to transport the injured parties for examination. Understood. Qi Yin held on to Xia Yu's hand tightly, speaking in a low voice. He must accompany me. No, he must return with us to the police station. You will also undergo questioning after your examination. Xia Yu gently patted his hand, urging him to go to the hospital. Xia, do not worry. Everything will be fine. In the end, Qi Yin and Chu Lan were taken to the hospital, while Xia Yu, along with a group of guests and the entire production team, was escorted to the police station, where the overwhelming number of individuals nearly exceeded capacity.